Chapter 67, Tianjinhof Offensive I, The Approaching. Tianjinhof Offensive I, The Approaching Storm. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The Battle of Tianjinhof is considered one of the most important early engagements of the war on the Eastern Front, with many describing it as the Federation's first real taste of what the Empire was capable of on the battlefield. Although the Federation made staggering headway in their initial assault, after a month of fighting their advance began to slow and was eventually halted almost completely in the face of the Empire's formidable interior line strategy. This was aided by the Imperial forces' staunch defense of the strategically important city of Tianjinhof. Its location allowing the Germanians not only to deny their enemy the use of the port and rail hub, but use it as a staging post for strikes behind the advancing Federation forces. With the problems at their backs mounting, and slowing the progress at the front, it was hardly surprising that the Federation commanders would look to secure their fragile supply lines. However, historians often debate if the assault on the city was the wisest course of action on the part of the Federation generals. Indeed, some claim the reinforcements allocated for the assault would have been better used in the north where they were coming under pressure from the Imperial counterattack. Or perhaps in Dacia where the Imperial forces in Tianjinhof forces could not strike their supplies and an anti-Imperial resistance movement had already begun gaining influence. Regardless of what may have been, the Federation chose to come down on the city with all its might. And amazingly almost without the Imperials noticing. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 2, Unified Year 1925 10:10. Rear Imperial Defense Lines, Elbing, Maesria, 90 km southwest of Tianjinhof. Colonel Ernst Vogel tried to stifle a yawn as his staff car delivered him back to brigade headquarters. He felt as though he had barely slept since the Russi first attacked over a month ago, but these last 2 weeks had felt especially exhausting. He'd almost forgotten what it was like to sleep more than a few hours at a time. He wondered where the Russi soldiers found so much energy. Even now he could hear traces of distant fighting, in spite of the engine noise from the car. Despite managing to stabilize the lines and dig into defensive positions, the Empire had been under near constant attack from the Red Army. There was no respite for anyone on the Eastern Front as the Feds threw their strength across the entire front in the hopes of finding a weakness. At first, Vogel had hoped this might be a blessing in disguise. The enemy was spreading themselves thin. Theoretically, this meant the numerically inferior Imperials were fighting on slightly more equal terms. However, as the days wore on it was increasingly turning into a nightmare for the beleaguered defenders. If the Reds had gathered their forces in one spot, as was common in Imperial combat doctrine, they might have been able to punch through by now. Such an outcome was hardly desirable, but the Eastern Army had strategies with which to counter such an attack. However, it seemed like the Communists were not content to simply make themselves an opening, they wanted to wear down all possible resistance in their path. As it stood, brigades like his were exhausted and struggling to even hold their assigned sectors, while Eastern Command's strategic reserve had been run so ragged that it was practically a spent force. It was only a matter of time until something gave out, and when it did there was a real fear that the entire line would collapse with it. The Eastern Army had always feared that the Federation would use its vast reserves of manpower should the nations come to blows. The Imperial Army had already received its fair share of attrition on the Rhine, and that had been against an enemy actively trying to minimize it. The Russi had no such restraint, and seeing them use their numbers so readily was terrifying. The Federation might not have gained much more ground after the initial assault, but the defenders' ability to fight was eroding fast. It was only the fear of what the Communists would do to the Vaterland that kept most of the soldiers from running. He just wished the General Staff would allocate them more troops. They could use all the help they could get out here. The option to properly rotate their troops would be nice too. He might have been exhausted, but at least he was able to catch a quick nap when traveling to the Army Group's headquarters. His men were not nearly as lucky, and he'd pushed most of them far beyond what regulations suggested. They really needed reinforcements. Ah, but you have reinforcements? He thought sardonically, parroting the words of the general in his mind as he let out a heavy sigh. A fine body of men that everyone seems keen to unload onto someone else. And I drew the short straw. His reinforcements were another thing that had been causing him sleepless nights lately. A fresh batch of recruits from the Letzenbourg volunteer army that was increasingly becoming a major pain in the neck. It's not as though I don't appreciate the extra personnel, but... He found himself suddenly far more tired as his car began to slow as it approached the scarred town hall that he had commandeered as his headquarters. He could already see one of the principal factors that had been causing him so many problems of late. A young man in his early 20s patiently waiting at attention and radiating the sort of misplaced enthusiasm that most experienced officers learned to dread as the car came to a halt in front of him. "Welcome back, Colonel. I have all the reports you missed while you were away ready for your inspection." The young man saluted, looking almost like he would explode if he were forced to wait any longer. Just being around the boy made him feel older, or at least as though his life was being drained from him. Then again, that might have just been the effect of seeing so much paperwork. "Captain France, how good of you to meet me here with the contents of my desk," he commented snidely as he opened the car door and stepped out onto the shell-marked street, not bothering to hide the sarcasm in his voice. Thus far, Experience had taught him the young officer was too oblivious to notice it. Not a problem, sir. Despite what your adjutant told me, I was certain you'd want to see them as soon as you returned. The young captain replied, falling into step beside Vogel as they made their way into the headquarters. Why couldn't you have brought me something useful like a coffee? Or a stiff drink? Ernst groaned inwardly, wishing the young man had enough sense to realize that no officer wanted to be bombarded with such a pile of information the moment they arrived. He would have enough of that once he got to his office. Couldn't he even let him have this moment of peace? Or at the very least only give him the key points? He'd even brought along ammunition requisition forms. Shouldn't you be on duty in the command center, Captain? Vogel replied, doing his best to hide his mounting frustration. I was hoping you could get a better picture of how we do things before you and your company are deployed to the front. In truth, he was worried the young officer and his rabble would do something reckless the moment he turned his back. As such, he had kept them around headquarters under the guise of familiarization training. Meanwhile, Captain Franz had been stationed in the command center in the hopes that he might manage to pick up some common sense from the other officers. When he'd been summoned to regional HQ, he'd left the boy in the hands of his deputy. Major Drachman said, I seem to have a decent grasp of things. He said he didn't mind sparing me so that I could help bring you up to speed. The captain replied in what might have been a helpful tone if the young idiot weren't so hell-bent on making life more difficult for him. Et2, Herman? He groaned inwardly, a headache beginning to form in his temples as he bemoaned his deputy's treacherous action to place the Letzenbourger back in front of him. Drachman had probably gotten fed up with babysitting the young man too. This sort of betrayal couldn't go unpunished. His deputy was going to find himself with a lot more work after this. Excuse me, sir, could I ask if you were able to forward my plan to the general? The enthusiastic young captain continued, forcing Vogel's mind away from his thoughts of petty vengeance against his second-in-command. Franz was looking at him with a hopeful expression, clearly unable to keep the expectation from his features. However, for Vogel, each enthusiastic word and expression from the junior officer felt like a vice tightening around his temples. Of course I didn't. You'd have to be insane to consider something like that. Vogel grumbled to himself, struggling to stop himself from snapping at his overly enthusiastic junior. We're barely holding the line. We are using shells as fast as they can ship them to us and we're low on manpower. In what world would a counter-offensive make sense right now? The general's staff will take a look at it when they get the chance, I'm sure. He lied, repressing a sigh. Usually, he would have congratulated the young captain for taking some initiative, but the man had no concept of patience or good timing. He wasn't sure if he was incredibly optimistic or just terrible at reading how bad the situation was. He'd only looked at the plan himself in an effort to be diplomatic. Unfortunately, this small bit of encouragement for what he assumed was a young officer keen to impress his new commander had been taken as support for a broad offensive along the front. He'd been bugging him daily to present it to the general, so much so Vogel was beginning to think he was more relentless than the communists. In the end, he'd decided it was easier to allow him to believe he'd passed it on to the higher UPS. Let him believe it was lost in the bureaucracy. He didn't have time to explain to the man why his plan would fail. He had more important things to worry about. Thank you, sir. I'd like to show you a few more ideas. Fortunately for Vogel, the young captain did not have the opportunity to continue his overeager attempts to impress as another young officer rushed out of the building and rushed towards them. However, his heart sank once more as he recognized the distinctive metal gorget around the man's neck, indicating that he was one of the Feldgendarmeries. He knew that the army needed the military police, but seeing one of them rushing towards you with a worried look was a sure sign your day was about to get much worse. Colonel. I'm glad I found you. The officer called with a salute, sparing a sideways glance at the younger officer before he continued. It's the Letzenbourgers again, they've gotten into a brawl with some men from Captain Brun's company. Vogel let out another groan and made a mental note to find some painkillers for his head while the young captain at his side alternated between objecting to the MP's words and apologizing for the trouble. He was beginning to see why so many men turned to drink. At this point he'd even drink that drain cleaner the Alba-ish called whiskey if it would make all this go away. I apologize, sir, it's true my men are spirited, but this must have been another misunderstanding. The Letzenbourger captain replied defensively, as Vogel bid the MP to lead them to the makeshift holding area where they were keeping the offenders. These were the same men guarding Prince Wilhelm's palace until a few weeks ago. I promise you they are usually exceptionally well disciplined. The man seemed so convinced of his words that Vogel might have believed him if he hadn't already had problems with the Letzenbourg contingent. Under normal circumstances, he might have just assumed this was Franz being loyal to his men, but at times the man seemed utterly blind to the discipline issues in his ranks. There had been a fight between them and another of his companies on the day that they arrived. He hadn't been able to understand why they were so hostile. They were all imperial citizens now the Charlemagne Treaty had been signed. Shouldn't they all be friends? He should have known then there'd be a problem there and then. Unfortunately, he'd been told to be diplomatic with his new charges, so had asked the Feldgendarmeries to be lenient. He was beginning to wish he'd had the whole company locked up. Despite the young captain's protests, they soon made it towards the small outcrop of buildings the Feld gendarmeries had commandeered for their thankless task. Despite the sound of artillery fire once again opening up in the distance, he found himself instinctively more concerned about the small crowd that had gathered around the office of the lieutenant in charge, along with a group of harassed-looking gendarmeries. "Sergeant, clear these men out of here," he ordered, uncomfortably aware of the angry glares passing between the black uniforms of the Letzenbourgers and the olive khakis of the Imperials of Brun's company. This issue could very easily spill out of control if they weren't careful. "If you have time to gawp at the military police, I'm sure we can find something more productive for you to do." Fortunately, the threat of extra work was enough to clear most of the spectators, although he couldn't help but notice a few holdouts amongst Franz's men. "Give me the Reds over these troublemakers any day," he grumbled to himself as they finally made their way into the Feld gendarmerie's cozy little office. In the past, the MPs attached to his brigade rarely had to deal with discipline problems amongst his men, a point of pride for Vogel, and were more accustomed to escorting prisoners of war to the rear. As such, the offices they had commandeered for themselves had been quite small and they had only prepared one cell for issues such as this. That was why Vogel was not surprised to see both belligerents sat in the main office instead, under the close eye of 3 more Feld gendarmeries. The officer in charge would not want to risk locking them up together. What did surprise him was that he recognized the Imperial that had been involved in the altercation. Corporal Frabe was a bit of a local legend within the unit, having won an Iron Cross for bravery by saving several men on the Rhine. He was a model soldier and, if not for the black eye and guilty expression he was sporting, it would have been unthinkable that such a man could be involved in this sort of dispute. The Letzenbourger, however, looked as though he was barely old enough to enlist. In truth, Vogel wasn't even certain he was from the small country at all, his olive skin seeming more akin to someone from Ispigna or Ildoa. And unlike the heroic corporal across from him, looked at all the Imperials in the room with undisguised contempt. "Sirs!" Both greeted, getting up from their seats and saluting under the watchful eyes of the MPs. Although Vogel couldn't help but notice the Letzenbourger was far less enthusiastic about it than Corporal Frabe. "What happened?" he began, wincing as both men practically began shouting at him to tell their side of the story. "Corporal, you first." "Sorry sir, I know I shouldn't have thrown the first punch, but what he said about us, about the Empire. And I'd say it again. We're not all cowards like you Imperials." The Letzenbourger interrupted, causing all aside from his captain to stare at the man's strange outburst with a mixture of anger and surprise. Of all the people to accuse of cowardice, Corporal Frabe? The man had carried injured men out of no man's land under fire, even after taking a shot to his shoulder. How could anyone describe him as anything more than a hero? "Calm down, Private Artigas," the colonel asked. Captain Franz attempted to step in to save the loud-mouthed soldier from himself, but apparently, he hadn't finished insulting his allies just yet. "No sir. Prince Wilhelm is out there fighting for us and these Imperials are happy to just hide behind the barricades and let the Reds walk all over them. Who knows what they're doing to the civilians who couldn't get out? Why should I listen to someone who got a tin pot medal for hauling cowards out of the mud? Where was he in the occupation when my brother needed dragging out of the streets? They abandoned us like they abandoned the East. If they cared about their country, like the prince cared about ours, they'd be counterattacking. They'd be. Vogel, along with every other Imperial in the room, now understood why the corporal had been so willing to punch the private in the face. Vogel wanted to do the same for his insults. However, what they hadn't expected was the wet thud as the usually calm and polite Letzenbourg captain slammed his fist into the soldier's chin, knocking him from his chair and spilling blood and teeth onto the floor. "How dare you use our prince's name in such a way? God set his highness to us as an example, not as an excuse for you to air your grievances," the young officer yelled, placing a boot into the rebellious soldier's gut for good measure. Meanwhile, Vogel and the Feld gendarmeries stood stunned by the sudden change in the usually polite and restrained officer. "Have you ever heard our prince slander our allies, despite their failure to protect us when we needed it most? No, he simply continued to do what he must to end this war, and that is what we will do too." The captain shoved his boot into the injured soldier one last time before turning back towards them and bowing deeply and apologetically. "Colonel, I sincerely apologize for all this. I request no charges be filed against the good corporal and I shall see to it that this man is severely punished." Fine, Vogel replied eventually as he tried to recover from the young captain's sudden fit of violence. "Have him locked up and sent to the rear." He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he turned to leave. At this point, he was almost ready to do anything to hand over the whole issue to someone else and get away from these insane Letzenbourgers. His head was still throbbing and the longer he was around them the worse it seemed to get. "But sir, that would mean he won't be able to fight with us. Despite his conduct, he must be allowed the chance to redeem himself." Franz interjected quickly, making Vogel wonder again how the man managed to gain a commission. "I don't want him to fight with us, Captain. I won't have men serving me that can't follow orders and start brawls with their comrades." "Please sir, I'll make sure he learns his lesson," but Private Artigas isn't the only one of my men who harbors ill will against the Imperials for the fall of Letzenbourg. I know it isn't your fault, but too many see this retreat as a parallel. They feel like you don't care about your own citizens. Franz replied apologetically as Vogel resisted the urge to bite back at the implied insult to him and his Vaterland. Did all Letzenburgers feel this way about their brothers in arms? It would be better if I could direct their frustration at the enemy rather than their friends. Vogel paused for a moment, the last part almost sounded like a threat. No, that can't be it, he shook his head dismissing the thought. He was getting too frustrated being around these Letzenbourg madmen and it was starting to affect him. Maybe it would be better simply to send them to the front. Let them see what real war is like against the Reds. Then we'll see who the cowards are. Fine, you'll move out tomorrow. He replied, grimacing as relief seemed to paint the young officer's expression. But you need to get these discipline problems in order. I won't have troops that follow orders under my command. Of course, Sir Franz replied with a smile that did not fill Vogel with confidence. I assure you that every Letzenburger follows his officer to hell and back. May 2, Unified Year 1925-1540. Federation Staging Area, Georgenberg, 80 kilometers east of Tegenhof. Drake took a swig of water from his canteen as he watched the sea of trucks, horses, tanks, and people busying themselves with preparations for the upcoming assault on the city of Tegenhof. He had to admit, he was impressed with how efficiently the Reds had managed to get such a formidable force together, especially considering how many men they already had holding down the Imperials at the front. Most people didn't realize how much effort it took to get an army where you needed it, let alone have it ready to fight. Seeing how quickly the Federation had managed to get all this manpower and materiel organized might have left him in awe if he didn't know what it had cost to achieve. It seemed the Federation was capable of feats of logistical wizardry on par with the Empire when they were motivated enough. Although, the Empire didn't resort to throwing lives away to accomplish it. He just wished he knew what had got the Communists so riled up that they felt they needed to hide their movements behind a mountain of corpses. This whole thing stinks of politics. He murmured to himself, taking another swig from his flask to stave off his thirst, although he knew it wouldn't do much good. His body craved something stronger than water, it always did when he knew something was off and there was nothing he could do about it. He liked to think of it as a mental defense to help him cope with the stupid decisions made by the higher UPS. As a soldier, it was his job to follow orders, but it didn't mean he had to like it. Booze could at least help him take his mind off of it for a while. He wouldn't indulge now, of course. He was not so cavalier as his uncle and would never dream of doing something that would endanger the operation just to satisfy his personal vice. He wasn't some drunk who didn't know when to say no to a bottle. However, the craving still stayed with him, scratching at his throat to remind him that something wasn't right. His sailor's instinct was bidding him to crawl into the bottom of a glass until this mess was all over. They do say that war is the continuation of politics. He heard an over-friendly voice call from nearby. Drake wasn't surprised that his moment to himself had been interrupted. He'd sensed the figure approaching and had chosen to ignore it. Since taking over the international unit, time alone had become a precious commodity that he craved almost as much as decent scotch, and usually just as rare. He'd become used to unwelcome social calls from his Federation watchdog, Lieutenant Taneka, with the latest censored reports, or Warrant Officer Sue with questions and worries about fighting the enemy. Occasionally he also got a visit from his uncle, seemingly turning up to remind him that they were technically in the same boat despite most of his duties keeping him in the comfort of the Albion embassy. It was almost rare to be left alone with his thoughts these days. What did surprise him was that the voice didn't belong to any of the usual suspects, and its owner's accent was as alien to this part of the world as his own. There were only a few Albions amongst the international force, but this voice didn't belong to one of his men. However, neither was the voice entirely unfamiliar. Sorry for the interruption, Colonel. The man continued as Drake turned to see what back home would be an unremarkable man in a long coat holding a briefcase, tipping his bowler hat in greeting. Had they been in Londinium, he might have easily mistaken him for a businessman stepping off the tube and heading towards one of the banks in Canaria Wharf. The man looked like one of the classic stereotypes of an Alba-ish gentleman and almost laughably different to what you would expect to find amongst a Federation army. And the smile on the man's face told Drake that he knew full well he must be the most suspicious-looking man within 100 miles. I'm John Walsingham from the Foreign Office, but please call me John. Funny, that isn't the surname you used last time, neither was that your job. Drake commented to himself inwardly with a raised eyebrow, looking the man up and down as he offered his hand in greeting. It had been a while, but he had met the man once before during a briefing back in the Allied Kingdom. He'd been an intelligence officer, one that even his uncle deferred to. At the time he'd been using the name John Doe, but even then it had been an obvious pseudonym. This name was probably fake too, the spooks were understandably reluctant to give out their real ones. However, that the given name was the same was likely no coincidence, nothing anyone from intelligence said was accidental. Neither was his overtly Alba-ish attire. Something was definitely up, but was this act for his benefit or the Reds'? He resisted the urge to rub his temples. It seemed he'd been right about this being political, that meant it would be full of irritating games and likely to be a major headache. As if I needed another reason to want a drink. Nice to meet you, John. He replied cautiously, narrowing his eyes as the man shook his hand. But don't you think this is a dangerous place for a diplomat? Not at all. I feel like I'm the safest man in the country, always a friendly face to see to my protection, and I even hear the deputy of the Commissariat for Internal Affairs is here for the coming operation. The man smiled widely, gesturing to a pair of Federation guards who stood far enough away to be respectful but close enough that they could overhear the conversation if they wanted to. It was likely they were just as fluent in Albion as his own Federation handler. The man was trying to tell him to be careful of what he said. Drake realized, stifling a depressed sigh. The eyes and ears of the Federation were on them. Drake didn't like this sort of duplicity, he much preferred an honest game of rugby. However, you couldn't climb the ranks of the military without being able to read between the lines. In this situation, it was more about what wasn't said than what was. He'd have to put up with it for now, at least until he found out the real reason for the spy's visit. Not to mention you heroic fellows from the International Volunteer Force. No, I'm quite safe. John added, still wearing a wide smile, causing one of the guards to twitch with annoyance. Perhaps we could see our gallant heroes while I'm here. If you don't mind the walk. Drake replied, raising an eyebrow, wondering if this was the spook's way of telling him that his visit was about his volunteer unit. He could already tell this conversation was going to irritate him. He'd be second-guessing whether he'd been reading too much or too little into the man's words for the rest of the day. What brings you all the way out here, John? Drake replied as they made their way down the busy dirt road towards the camp, raising his voice slightly to be heard over the traffic. He didn't expect a straight answer out of the man, of course, but the least he could do was start giving him some clues, even if their escort was still listening in. My apologies, Colonel, how rude of me. John replied, still sounding the epitome of an Albaish gentleman as he too raised his voice to be heard. At this point, Drake was almost certain he was purposely making fun of the Federation security forces, or at least being as obvious as possible. At the very least he seemed to be enjoying himself. I was on my way to the capital to see your uncle. I have a report to give him about the sale of some pocket watches and agricultural equipment from the Unified States. The Prime Minister is keen to send some of the spoils to our friends in Moscow. I thought I might take the opportunity to meet the volunteers while I passed through. Drake glanced at the guards following. Each seemed to be straining to hear the conversation now that they had stepped onto the busy road. Had that been the spy's plan all along? He was fairly sure they wouldn't have noticed the slight change of intonation in his voice surrounding certain words as he spoke at the very least. Even as a native Albaish speaker, he had struggled to pick it up. Agricultural equipment and pocket watches were the first words that stuck out to Drake, and he had a decent idea of what he might have meant. He'd heard rumors that the Allied Kingdom was looking to buy weapons to ship to its allies, or at least outsource their production to somewhere safer. The Unified States were an ideal place for that, and well outside of the Empire's reach. However, the problem had been the US's reluctance to break its neutrality. Did that mean they'd figured out a way to skirt the neutrality laws? The higher UPS in Londinium were very good at bending the rules almost to breaking point when they needed to. It gave the Albaish a bad reputation at times. As a mage, he knew that pocket watches were a nickname often given to computation orbs, with the civilian models often being designed specifically to mimic them. Despite the Federation's disinterest in using mages, the Free Francois in Homeland still needed them, so the spy had likely chosen the phrase to let him know that they may be receiving better equipment soon. As for the other phrase, he knew old tankers liked to call their armored vehicles tractors. They couldn't move much faster than them after all. Chances are someone with a sense of humor had picked up on that in the negotiations and decided to label them agricultural equipment. It made Drake almost want to laugh out loud at the audacity of it. What would they call the cannons? Pest control? Regardless, although it was underhanded, it would be enough to satisfy international law from a paperwork point of view. If the Imperials decided they wanted to inspect the ships, there would be trouble though. However, he suspected that the plan was to never allow that. The PM wasn't the sort to keep the Navy twiddling its thumbs in port. Meanwhile, it seemed he would be getting new mage gear and reinforcements to the volunteer army, including some armor. It was just a shame they wouldn't be here in time for this assault. The final word that had stuck out in the spy's speech was the word volunteers, but again without further context. He did not know what the man wanted to tell them about them. Perhaps he really did want to simply meet with them after all. After a short walk, they veered off the road and towards some tents set up in a small wood just off the main track. As they approached, Drake was pleased to see that his deputy, Major Johnson, had ordered the troops to do some basic drilling. They were certainly green enough that they needed it. And although the American major went to halt the exercises, he waved for the man to continue as the group approached. Good to see you keep their skills sharp, Colonel. I'm sure it'll make all the difference when you meet up with your old friends from Moscow. Drake stared at the diplomat once more, surprised at the directness of this message. Unfortunately, the two Federation guards escorting him felt the same way and both stepped forward, seemingly forgetting that they were supposed to be hiding the fact that they didn't speak the Albaish tongue. John, however, seemed unperturbed and simply looked at them all with an expression of innocent confusion. Haven't you been briefed yet? I was given the news before I left Londinium. The man smiled at his chaperone's annoyed faces as Drake had to wave away two of his own officers who had been looking on at the Federation intrusion cautiously. John was playing a dangerous game. The Reds clearly knew he was more than he seemed, but the spy seemed determined to make the most of his newfound diplomatic immunity. Drake couldn't help but wonder if this too was part of the political dance the Commonwealth was playing with its Soviet ally. No matter, I'm sure our friends won't mind me telling you a little early. We did help them find out the information after all. He continued, turning back to Drake with a meaningful look. The unit that assaulted our friend's capital are amongst the city defenders, including you know who. The Devil of the Rhine. Drake cursed inwardly. That explained why the Federation was so keen to throw so much weight into this fight. It was a revenge mission. The desire for an alcoholic drink began to scratch at Drake's throat once again. As a soldier, he'd been ordered on dangerous missions on the basis of dubious reasoning in the past, but he'd never seen a whole army mobilized for the purpose of vengeance against a single unit. He didn't like it. Emotions like that had no place in those commanding men to die for their country. There was too much scope for a mistake or oversight. Even with the overwhelming force that the Federation had put together, the thought of it felt almost reckless. And considering that command had sent John out here to tell him all this, they thought so too. Something had made the higher UPS nervous, something they weren't allowed to share with a field commander like himself directly. However, before Drake could think of some suitable way to subtly ask for more information on what it might be, John had turned away and was staring off at the volunteers as they finished up their drills. Funny, when I gave her that gun for her father, I never imagined I'd see her using one too. What a terrible world we live in. He said wistfully, his voice almost a whisper as he watched Major Johnson dismiss the unit. Drake followed his gaze and was surprised to see it fall on Warrant Officer Sue, one of his bigger problems beyond all the politics. It seemed his uncle wasn't the only one who'd been keeping an eye on the girl, but how did the intelligence man even know about the Legadonian refugee? Let alone care about her. Still, it looks like she's making friends at least. She seemed like such a lonely girl back in Legadonia. He continued, gesturing at the group she had joined now their drills had come to an end. Drake was unsurprised to see both the battalion gossip Lieutenant Kelly and Sergeant Willebrord amongst them, the latter being another thorn in his side, especially recently. The zealous young Letzenbourger had been acting stranger than usual lately, praying even more regularly and speaking in an almost fatalistic manner, making Drake wonder if he had to add poor morale to his list of worries. Curiously though, despite the pessimism in his words, his tone had remained calm and cheerful, as though he were at peace with something that had been weighing on his mind. Drake found his attitude perplexing, to say the least, and he still couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling when he was around him. Well, I've wasted enough of your time, I must get going. John said eventually, breaking both of them from their thoughts as he tipped his hat and turned back to his escort, pausing only for a moment to place a friendly hand on Drake's shoulder. A fine body of men you have here, Colonel. You've done good work getting all these nationalities working together so smoothly. He said, fixing Drake with a hard stare before adding quietly. Don't let anything happen to them because of Federation politics. May 4th, Unified Year 1925, 4 o'clock. Imperial Grand Hotel, Kaiser Suite, Tegenhof. If there was one thing Tanya had learned to appreciate since her reincarnation, save perhaps the high-quality milk chocolate that the Empire was famous for, it was a good night's rest in the comfort of a nice warm bed. It was something the Solariman had taken for granted during his lifetime. Why would it be something he would ever think about? In a modern, civilized world, people rarely gave such a small everyday experience a second thought, at least everywhere but the most poverty-stricken of places. A safe and warm place to sleep was one of the most fundamental standards of living, not some difficult-to-attain life goal that required hard work and sacrifice. His family may not have been particularly wealthy, but they had never been so poor that they would struggle for something as basic as a warm place to sleep. Even in his youth, when he had visited his grandparents' home out in the country, he had been able to sleep comfortably enough on the spare futon atop the tatami mat, despite how drafty their old house could be at times. Once he'd grown up and moved into his own place, he'd easily been able to afford a decent apartment and a place to sleep. Even slobs content with minimum wage or sponging off the state could manage something so basic in the salaryman's world. To think that he'd be incapable of securing a decent place to rest his head was laughable. However, in this new world, Tanya had found that a good night's rest was far more precious than the salaryman could have ever dreamed of. The orphanage where she had been raised had not been well funded. As a church-run institution, it mostly relied on donations from do-gooders and well-wishers, although she couldn't for the life of her understand why anyone would do so, since the Empire did not reward such generosity in its tax system. Even basic necessities were precious resources to the nuns that had taken care of her as she'd grown up, and she had seen firsthand what poverty was really like. Had she not been the one being raised there, she might have found it funny how poorly being X treated his worshippers. For the first few years of her new life, she'd slept on flea-ridden straw mattresses in a mostly unheated convent dormitory, shivering in the cold even in the summertime. The stone walls of Being X's house did nothing to keep in the warmth, and the bedding provided by the nuns had been coarse and itchy, looking as though it had been there since they first laid the stones of the ancient building. Both warmth and comfort seemed like opulent luxuries in that place, almost completely unattainable for her and the children living there. Things had been a little better while training for the military, although not by much. It was necessary for such a large organization to provide equipment and sleeping quarters of a certain standard so that their soldiers could perform their duties. The trade-off was that you had no choice in when to wake up or go to sleep, and anyone caught awake after lights out was rightly punished. However, despite this infringement on her personal freedoms, for a while, some of her best night's sleep had been courtesy of the Germanian taxpayer. For someone who would have described themselves as broadly libertarian in her past life, the irony was not lost on her. Even that scant comfort had not lasted, however. Once the war had started, the military had greater priorities than finding its human resources a place to lay their head. Like so many others, sleeping in the mud-soaked trenches of the Rhine had taught her that in wartime it was rare for a soldier to find a particularly comfortable place to sleep. More often than not, you were lucky to find time to rest at all. If you did, it was an experience to be treasured and enjoyed regardless of how terrible the conditions were. She had learned those lessons the hard way. That was why she found herself wearing a satisfied grin as she wrapped the thick commandeered blanket around herself and nestled down into the opulent feather mattress that Visha had requisitioned for her. It was perhaps the most comfortable bed she'd ever been in, save perhaps the one she'd had when staying at Wilhelm's country home on the Rhine. However, she'd struggled to really enjoy it back then, knowing that this bed had no connection to the irritating little captain somehow added to the experience and allowed her to relax much more easily than she had before. Perhaps that was why she found herself letting out a contented sigh as she allowed her mind to wander and drift towards sleep, her mind subconsciously taking stock of the last few weeks as her body enjoyed the newfound sensation of warmth and comfort. It seemed as though, for once, luck had been on her side from the moment the battalion had arrived in Tegenhof. She'd initially been worried they'd been too late when they arrived to the site of the city being shelled. However, in their haste to force General von Scholz's forces into submission, the Reds had foolishly moved their big guns up towards the city with little in the way of air defense. With surprise on their side, it had been a simple task to destroy the artillery and reinforce the city before it could be overrun. That they appeared to arrive in the nick of time was just an added bonus, one that had left her in good stead when she'd met with the general. Since then, they had been kept quite busy. Aside from keeping any approaching artillery at a suitably safe distance from their new base of operations, the battalion had been performing regular strikes on parts of the Federation logistics network as well as supporting the Eastern Army as it attempted to stabilize the lines. Due to their unique position behind the majority of the enemy forces, the former was gratifyingly simple and effective. Had they been facing a sane enemy that valued its men and materiel, it would have likely put an abrupt end to any offensive operations as they scrambled to secure their precious logistical lifeblood. However, communists by their very nature were deranged, and as such hadn't let something like common sense or concern for their own personnel blunt their enthusiasm for violence. Instead, their foolish attitude had kept them attacking almost non-stop across the entire front, and Tanya and the 203rd had been forced to act as a fast reaction force for Eastern Command whenever their other duties allowed. It was just like the communists to make things difficult for honest hard-working people like herself. For a system that claimed to represent the workers, they sure liked to heap extra work on them. In truth, it was a shame the General Staff had not allocated more of the Grand Army as reinforcements in this sector. The Russi had worn themselves down so much that it would be a great time for a counterattack. However, Eastern Command was stretched thin and wasn't about to blindly charge in like the commies had. For the moment, the lines were fairly solid, so everyone was content to wait until General von Rudersdorf had finished with his plan in the north. Despite all the extra work, things hadn't been too bad during their sojourn in the city. Her plan to use the area as a base of operations had worked out perfectly. As well as providing a decent place to sleep and strike from, the local forces were more than willing to share their provisions, especially since the Navy had started resupplying the garrison. Although most of the rations they shared were the ersatz equivalents of their original, and as such barely resembled them in taste or appearance, the goodwill they had fermented had allowed many of the soldiers to share in some of the rarer treats available to a soldier. Tanya herself had managed to get a hold of some fine chocolate that she hadn't seen since she was last in the capital, although she had to admit it wasn't the same without some decent coffee to accompany it. That wasn't to say everything had gone their way, of course. Despite a certain amount of warning, the Eastern forces had taken quite a beating in the initial Russi assault and had been forced to trade an uncomfortable amount of space for time. Now that the dust had begun to settle, it was clear to even the lowest trooper that large swathes of Imperial territory had been taken by the Federation during the first few days of their advance. Worse still, some of the casualty reports from the early engagements had somehow been leaked, and although they weren't as bad as some of the more paranoid members of the General Staff might have feared, it still had an adverse effect on morale. This had been compounded by the news that some of the Imperial royal family had been caught up in all this mess, although Tanya was unsure why it had quite such a profound effect on the common soldiery. Apparently, Wilhelm wasn't the only royal nephew that had gotten into his head to play soldier, although they at least had the good sense to try and get themselves posted away from the Rhine front. Unfortunately, the pair of brothers were visiting the troops in the east during the Russie invasion and had been swept up in the combat following the opening hours of the Federation assault. The news had done nothing to improve the mood of troops that had so recently been forced to cede so much land to the communists. She wasn't entirely sure why, but some even seemed to take these deaths as a personal affront, something she thought unprofessional and unbecoming of an imperial soldier. It even seemed to bother Wilhelm, although he did his best to hide it. It was a little surprising. She had expected him to twist the news to his advantage somehow, but he'd been strangely quiet on the matter. Still, all in all, things weren't so bad. She may have still been fighting on the front lines, but she was enjoying relative comfort. Meanwhile, the Imperial Army was slowly but surely turning things around. Once the Grand Army made it here, things should finally start calming down. At least that was what she was thinking until an urgent knock at the door broke her from her thoughtful daze. "Excuse me, ma'am." The voice of her faithful adjutant called through the door with a hint of unease. "You've been called to the General's command center." Tanya reluctantly relinquished her grip on her blanket as she blearily blinked her eyes open. She yawned as she bid Visha to enter, fighting the urge to snap at her assistant for disrupting her well-earned rest. Her troops knew well enough not to wake her unless it was urgent, Visha doubly so. Besides, the girl had brought some coffee with her and the smell filling the room went a long way towards improving her now foul mood. "Who's the duty officer?" she asked wearily, accepting the cup proffered by Visha and taking a sip as she drowsily hauled herself out of the comforting refuge of her bed. If this disruption did indeed prove fruitless, she wanted to be sure to direct her ire at the right person. "Prince Wilhelm, ma'am." The older girl replied quickly as she reached into Tanya's kit bag and began laying out a clean uniform for her. "He's called a general alert and had the command center staff wake all the officers." Upon hearing the boy's name, her first instinct was to roll back into bed and ignore it. She wouldn't put it past the brat to have her dragged out of bed due to some petty act of malicious compliance. It wouldn't be the first time he'd found a reason to annoy her using the excuse of her orders being too vague. The definition of urgent was one he particularly liked picking apart. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. Wilhelm might have enjoyed finding reasons to annoy her, but he wasn't foolish enough to wake the entire city defense force on a whim. A general alert meant all the command staff had been summoned, including General von Scholz. Even Wilhelm would hesitate to cause so much trouble without good reason. Besides, as much as she was loath to admit it, Wilhelm was a competent enough officer to know how to deal with most situations that might arise. Even if he liked to pretend he didn't to irritate her. Something was definitely wrong. She yawned again, stifling a curse as she quickly finished her drink and dressed herself, hoping the caffeine would go some way towards helping her feel more human. In her past life, the Salaryman had found it relatively easy to wake himself up, even if he'd been called in for an emergency. However, her new body seemed to suffer from chronic low blood pressure in the mornings, and as a result, it took a little time for her to get herself together. Hence why she was always so grateful for the coffee Visha prepared for her. Still, on days like this, even a decent cup of coffee didn't feel like enough. Despite this feeling of drowsiness, she dressed herself quickly, stopping only to tie her hair back and straighten her uniform. Being tired was no excuse for being sloppy after all. Once she donned her boots, she hastily headed out into the early morning gloom, doing her best to ignore the knot of anxiety forming in her stomach and trusting that Visha would follow after her. As she strode through the darkened ruins of the city, she felt her unease rise as she noted trucks and soldiers beginning to crowd the streets. The presence of a few of them wouldn't be unexpected, but there was much more activity than there usually would be at this hour, and her staffer's brain told her these men were moving with much more urgency than she would expect for a usual combat rotation. Fortunately, it didn't take long for her to reach the general's headquarters, an unassuming government building tucked away on one of the side streets near the center of the city. It was not nearly as grandiose as some of the division headquarters she'd been attached to in the past, but she appreciated von Scholz's pragmatic choice in this case. Aside from the central location, the building itself made her feel nostalgic for the salaryman's time working in the Human Resource Office. When she was attending the general, she could almost convince herself she was back in a cushy office job. Besides, a plain-looking office building probably made for a much less tempting target for the communists than one of the more extravagant buildings in the city. Unfortunately, neither the knowledge that the headquarters was unlikely to be attacked nor the sentimental feeling she had about the old office building did much to ease her growing sense of disquiet as she entered the foyer. Junior officers rushed frantically around with reports while the mid-ranking ones barked deployment orders at their struggling subordinates. It felt as though she were walking through an ant nest that had been kicked, a disquieting thought when you hadn't yet seen what was doing the kicking. Finally, she reached the conference room that acted as General von Scholz's planning room and found her senses bombarded by the frenzied activity inside. The general had yet to arrive, but his staff were busily rushing between the radios and the large map that dominated the room, each man emitting an aura of anxiety that bordered on panic that she herself was beginning to feel. However, it was the smallest figure in the room that drew her attention the most. Unlike the rest of the officers, Wilhelm was an ocean of calm in the room, standing silently and almost nonchalantly at the map table as he poured himself some coffee from a nearby pot. He seemed unaffected by the chaos around him, barely paying any attention to the cries of the other officers or the reports in front of him. However, for once she could not bring herself to be annoyed at the boy despite his carefree attitude to whatever emergency had caused him to summon everyone. While the other officers, herself included, had only thrown on a uniform to rush to the command center as soon as possible, Wilhelm had donned his flight gear and was the only officer in the room armed with more than a sidearm. Additionally, although he was doing his best to project a calm demeanor, Tanya could sense the tension behind his cocky smile. This was just a performance for him, either for the sake of his fraudulent reputation or as an attempt to help calm the other officers down. Either way, it was clear he expected trouble, and that he would be deployed imminently. Considering how reluctant he'd been to engage the Russie in the past, Tanya could only assume that this was a bad sign. Commander. He nodded in greeting as she approached, eschewing a salute in favor of passing her a mug of black coffee. She felt a stab of annoyance at the boy's breach of protocol, but the little captain seemed to sense her displeasure and his overconfident smile softened, allowing her to see the worry in his eyes. Trust me, you'll need it. Report. She replied, choosing to forgive his conduct for now as she took a sip from the mug. She was still feeling a little drowsy and was willing to overlook it in exchange for her caffeine fix. It was not nearly as good as the cup that Visha had brought her, of course, but she was thankful for the energizing effects of the dark and bitter liquid. Even if it was a little strong, even for her. Take a look for yourself. He replied, frowning slightly as he gestured at the map, a fraction of worry making it into his voice. I doubt you'd believe me if I told you. She felt another stab of annoyance at his uncooperative behavior but pushed it aside as she saw the tension behind his expression. Although she knew she could often see through Wilhelm's deceptions, there seemed to be more to it this time, and she soon found her gaze following his towards the large maps played out over the table. Her war college training, along with 2 lifetimes of experience analyzing information, quickly kicked in as she surveyed the situation shown on the chart. But what she saw made her pause. This can't be right, she thought, turning back to Wilhelm for confirmation, half expecting him to wear an irritating grin as he revealed that it had all been some elaborate prank. However, the boy's frown remained and Tanya couldn't sense anything but worry behind his furrowed brow. Our scouts spotted them approaching the city. 10 divisions including armor and air support, as well as reports of sporadic mana signals. The boy observed grimly. I think it's safe to say the Federation doesn't want us here anymore. 10 divisions. Where the hell did they come from? She thought, suddenly much more awake now she could see the danger they were in. How did they possibly bring in so many reserves without them noticing? And why had they suddenly changed their tactics and concentrated their forces here on the city? Sure, the Imperial forces here had made a nuisance of themselves with strikes on their supply lines, but since they'd continued attacking regardless of how secure they were, she'd assumed they had chosen to leave the city besieged. Why strike here now after the damage had been done? How did they sneak up on us like this? What the hell is intelligence doing? She snapped at anyone within earshot, causing more than a few officers to try to make themselves less visible. Evidently, they had been in charge of keeping an eye on the Federation troop movements. The whole situation was intolerable. How could she possibly be expected to do her job properly, and more importantly keep herself alive, if intelligence was too incompetent to do theirs? If there had been some prior notice, she could have persuaded the general to withdraw from the city. She would have even volunteered to act as a rearguard while they loaded up what they could onto the ships if she'd have thought it would get them out of here quicker. But now the enemy was almost on top of them, there was no way they could withdraw the whole force under that much pressure. Even suggesting leaving so many personnel behind would have her branded a traitor and likely lead to a court-martial. Now they would be forced to mount a near impossible defense of the city, and it was hardly a task she relished. Although it was true that urban warfare favored the defenders, the Federation had more than enough troops concentrated on this attack to counter the advantage the Imperial Army had in the city. It was the worst possible scenario for them. Did you have something to do with this, being X? That's what I'd like to know as well. The voice of General von Schultz boomed as he strode into the conference room, evidently sharing her irritation. How could they possibly keep that many troops a secret? Sir. She said reflexively as she snapped a salute, her action hastily repeated by the other officers in the room, but he quickly waved them to return to their work and he was soon surrounded by staffers desperately vying for his attention. I wonder if they're trying to give advice or just making excuses. Wilhelm whispered, sniggering in her ear. Regardless, it doesn't look good for us. Maybe we can find a boat to get us out of here before all hell breaks loose. Very funny. Tanya snorted derisively. Either the boy had developed a sense of gallows humor, or he was making fun of her again. He knew full well she couldn't simply get on a ship and leave, no matter how much she wanted to. His royal status might be able to shield him from the consequences of running away from battle if they left, but she'd be arrested and court-martialed before she managed to step off the boat. She'd be lucky to make it to the end of the day before she met the firing squad. We're not going anywhere, unfortunately. I thought you might say that. He replied with an exaggerated sigh, shaking his head as the general finally managed to disengage himself from the gaggle of sycophantic officers. Major Digirekov, I know that I have no authority over your battalion, but I'd like you to coordinate with me on how best to utilize your mages for the city defense. The general called, beckoning her to join him and causing her to wince inwardly. Although she knew it would be unlikely, she had still been hoping she might be able to leave the city under the guise of striking the enemy supply lines. If the city fell while she was away, she couldn't be held responsible for its loss. She'd still have to get back to friendly lines afterwards, but that was preferable to trying to hold out in a city with barely 2 divisions. However, the general's request had backed her into a corner. He would likely want to rely on her battalion for aerial support and to reinforce ailing parts of the defenses. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't have dreamed of allowing the battalion to exit the city. Even if she invoked her general staff authority to get out, it would be difficult to explain why she'd abandoned him at such a critical time. She was stuck here. Of course, sir. She replied, doing her best to hide her disappointment. In that case, permission to take some troops to harass the enemy as they advance. Wilhelm cut in before they could continue. My men are ready to go, and Newman's company has only just finished their watch. We can at least try to slow them down while you plan the defense. Granted. Tanya replied cautiously, blinking in surprise. She was used to Wilhelm doing his best to be an annoyance and cause trouble. She hadn't expected him to volunteer to make himself useful, especially considering his previous reluctance in Moscow. Still, she had to be sure he wouldn't get too carried away. Don't do anything too risky and pull back if you are engaged by enemy mages. We don't want to suffer too many casualties before the battle even starts. Don't worry about that, Major. I have no intention of picking a fight I can't win. The boy, his face morphing into a confident smile. He let it linger for a moment before Tanya caught his eyes momentarily darting towards the general, almost as though he'd just remembered he was there, and his expression changed again into what Tanya knew to be a facade of sadness. I just hope the Federation comes to their senses and pulls back. Then maybe we can bring this terrible war to end. The last part had obviously been for the general's benefit. She knew all too well he wanted this war to continue, even if he didn't want to fight the communists. However, as always, no one else seemed to be able to see through the brat's lies, with some of the listening officers even nodding sagely in agreement. The general, however, didn't seem so convinced and wore a worried frown. Prince Wilhelm, I thought we agreed that if the city were attacked you'd... Von Schultz began, but the little captain held up a hand and immediately silenced him. Once again Tanya could not believe how disrespectful the boy could be towards his superiors, or why so many people put up with his insolent behavior. Sometimes it felt as though the world had gone mad. I'm afraid I can't, General. The boy replied, his confident grin widening. I have my orders. We're not going anywhere. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and as always thank you all for reading. It's been a little while between updates and I apologize for that. Since I'm reaching the point where I've already overtaken the manga and I'm going to overtake the anime, I've been making a clearer timeline of what I want to happen from now on and where I'll be diverging from the LN. I also had to make a more detailed plan of how everything happens in the Tegenhof battle instead of winging it like I usually do. It also took a little time as it's a built-up chapter and I was a bit concerned it was a bit boring, still am. All this, combined with Easter falling in the middle of it all, put me behind a bit, but hopefully, I should be able to post a little more regularly now. I have shifted the timeline around a little. The 203rd are supposed to arrive on the March 26th and the battle starts on the 29th. I thought this was all too close together, at least for how it happens in the movie/anime, which I'm more or less following because it condenses things, so I've spread it out a bit. I also added a little detail about the Letzenbourg soldier being from Ispigna because I learned that Luxembourg has a large Portuguese population. I had no way to explain the detail in the story, but I thought it would be cool. Chapter 68, Tegenhof Offensive 2, Tip of the Spear. Tegenhof Offensive 2, the Tip of the Spear. Tegenhof under siege. Imperials suffer catastrophic casualties. End of the war in sight, says Minister. Beleaguered Imperial forces in Tegenhof suffered a fresh blow today after Moscow launched a fresh assault on the city, the communist nation has announced today. In an interview with the world's press, Commissar of Foreign Affairs Vyacheslav Scriabin stated, the imperial tyrants cannot be allowed to continue their enslavement of the nations of Europa, and they cannot be forgiven for the crimes they committed against the innocent civilians of Moscow and beyond. He went on to promise that all conquered nations will be liberated, and that Federation troops will see to it that free and fair elections resume. It is thought that the forces committed to the task by the Federation are far superior to that of the Imperial defenders, and there is little hope that such a small force could hold out against them. Meanwhile, War Office sources have revealed that Imperial losses across the Eastern Front could be in the tens of thousands, making an Imperial counterattack unlikely and prompting calls for the Allied Kingdom to open up a second front against the exhausted Hun. When asked to comment on this, and the unusual new alliance formed with the Russie Federation, Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Lord Ponsonby was quoted as saying, "It looks like the Empire's bag of tricks is empty. It's only a matter of time before the end now." Excerpt from Londinium Daily Mail, May 5th Unified Year 1925, Evening Edition. May 5th Unified Year 1925 1710. St. Euda's Church, Defensive Position 74, formerly Neuhausen Village, Tegenhof. Will had never visited Tegenhof before the war. By the time he'd been old enough to escape his brother's clutches and get out of Letzenbourg, he'd been far too busy training to pay the monster's debt to do much in the way of sightseeing. Foreknowledge that a conflict was coming, along with the ever-present fear that the monster could blink him out of existence, made for an excellent motivator to learn new skills. Unfortunately, it didn't allow him much time to enjoy a holiday with his supposed cousin in the eastern Germanian city, but he had been able to hear all about it when she'd returned to Berlin. From the way she had described it, it had once been a beautiful, historical, and picturesque city, full of both elegant architecture and rare cultural treasures dating back to a time long before the formation of the empire. It had been surrounded by deep green forests and lush farmland, broken only by quaint, happy little villages and farmsteads filled with friendly locals. Cousin Regina had spent many hours horse riding and exploring the area, and she often spoke fondly of how beautiful and welcoming the area was. What would you think if you could see the place now? He murmured to himself as he stared through his binoculars over the now desolate landscape. Gone were the lush fields and trees that his cousin had described, replaced with brown, grey mud and dead, blackened stumps. The only welcome visitors could expect to receive was razor wire, artillery shells, and machine gun fire, while the farmsteads and villages were now nothing more than numbered strongpoints in the array of defensive earthworks set up around the city. The only people exploring were scouts and artillery spotters, neither of whom would find much beauty in the area anymore. It was enough to make you want to cry, he was certain his cousin would. Just like the Rhine. He sighed, wishing he'd seen the city at its best, feeling a curious stab of guilt as he thought about how his cousin would feel about the destruction of one of her favorite places. He had known that war was coming, and although he had hoped that the Federation could be persuaded to stay out of it, he'd always feared it would spread to the east too. Perhaps he should have visited the city with her when he'd had the chance. Or maybe you should have done more to warn them of the danger in the first place. A familiar, intrusive voice whispered at the edge of his hearing, causing Will to shudder slightly. Why should I care? It's not like she's my real cousin anyway. He grumbled to himself, ignoring the ghostly taunter and trying to push the thought away. Besides, I wrote a damned paper about it, it's not my fault no one paid any attention to it. The subject of his false family had been troubling him of late, or at least the imperial side of it. Two of his cousins, sons of the Kaiser's youngest brother, Prince Oscar, had been killed at the beginning of the Federation assault while inspecting the eastern troops. The rest of the imperial royal family was understandably distraught by the news, and it had earned him some extra unwanted attention from his uncle and cousins. Aside from the usual round of messages from Bertie and the Emperor asking him to step down from frontline duties and outright begging from Regina and a few others to abandon the war effort altogether. He'd also received news that his now bereaved aunt had taken ill and been moved to a sanatorium in the Waldstadt Confederacy under the care of Dr. Freud. Considering his own experiences with doctors of his ilk, it was obvious that the phrase hit a much more unhappy fate, and it had left him feeling uncomfortable as he thought about it. You could have done more to warn them too. Maybe save your dear auntie all that grief, not to mention the torture. You remember what their idea of treatment is, don't you? As I recall, it always left you in tears. Ludwig's voice sniggered in his ear. It's no concern of mine. She isn't my real family. None of them are. I'm a fake, remember? They were just means to an end. Besides, I have my own people to worry about. He growled quietly, turning away from the binoculars and towards the direction of the voice. As expected, the abandoned bell tower was empty. The ghost didn't dare show himself at times like this. Not when Will was undoubtedly in the right. Besides, the monster caused all of this. He's the one that could have saved them, not me. He peered back down his field glasses and resumed scanning the distant enemy positions, frowning as he caught sight of a group of soldiers wearing the red star of the Federation beginning to mass behind their defensive positions. Will scowled. By now he had more than enough experience to know when an enemy was preparing an attack. They were going to make another assault on the outermost trenches. Their brief respite was at an end. Thus far, the majority of the Federation's assaults had been from their light infantry brigades, probing attacks while they moved their main force along with their heavy equipment into position. Unfortunately, the Communists had brought so many troops that even reconnaissance in force felt like a full-scale assault. The battle certainly ended with as many casualties, and the Imperial forces had only barely been able to hold on to its first defense line. No, this isn't like the Rhine. He muttered, his glare lingering on a Federation emblem for a moment longer. He clicked his teeth in frustration as he dropped his binoculars, allowing the strap around his neck to catch them before drawing his sword to stare at the number that haunted him. As ever, he didn't like what he saw. On the Rhine, there was something for me to gain from all this. He'd barely looked at the sword since they'd arrived at the Eastern Front. Considering the policy of state atheism adopted by the enemy, it had hardly seemed worth it. The number had still risen, but Will was certain that it had been nothing more than luck that had delivered faithful souls to his blade. Either that or the Federation had sent the last few theistic holdouts to die first. Either way, the debt had yet to be repaid and the monster still held him hostage. Will clenched his fist around the hilt in frustration. If they'd stayed in the south, or been assigned to Western Command's interception forces, there would have been enough by now, he was sure of it. After all, the Commonwealth pilots had a saying about their missions being based on a wing and a prayer. Surely taking out some of the bombers harassing the industrial areas would go a long way towards satisfying the monster. But no, I'm stuck here instead. He cursed, placing his sword back at his belt before summoning a communication spell. Bluebell 1, to camp incoming attack Indiana Sector 7. Bluebell 2, prepare for a counterattack. Acknowledged, we'll be ready. A voice from the local command post replied, the transmission crackling slightly as it passed through the mana field. Quickly followed by a confirmation from Sophia as she went to work getting the close combat company on their feet. Will let out another frustrated sigh. Most of the troops were already bone-tired, himself included. They hadn't had any time for a break since their mission to harass the approaching forces and all of them were feeling a little demoralized about how ineffective it had been. They hadn't even been able to get close to the approaching column let alone slow it down and the looming threat of the International Mage Battalion in the distance had prevented them from committing themselves without too much risk. They'd managed a few pot shots before they'd had to fall back, but it had barely put a dent in their vanguard units. He'd had to use every deceptive trick in the book to spin it as a heroic first act of defiance when he'd addressed the defenders on their return. Even then, he wasn't sure he'd done much to keep up the men's morale, the entire defense seemed completely hopeless. Bluebell, this is Pixie. How's your supply situation? Do you require backup? Tanya's voice returned brusquely, almost sounding as though she were personally offended by the news of yet another assault. Evidently, she had been listening in on the local transmissions, surprising considering how busy she must have been. The way Tanya and General von Schultz had been forced to deploy the few mages in the city had left them spread a little thin, although considering the force they were facing, that was hardly surprising. Each of the companies in the 203rd, along with his own close combat company, had been assigned to support forces in different designated sections of the city, with Major Hofen and the mages attached to von Schultz's forces acting as relief whenever a company needed to withdraw for resupply. Meanwhile, Tanya and the rest of the 1st Company were acting as a fast reaction force to shore up anywhere that looked in danger of being overrun. As such, she had been working harder than almost anyone, even if the main attack had yet to come. Still, you could try being a little lazier with your work ethic. It would make it much easier to get us both out of here. He grumbled to himself, thinking of the boat he had waiting for him at the docks. He had no intention of dying in this city, and being captured by communists to be paraded as a trophy through Moscow was completely out of the question. As such, he'd secretly arranged an escape route with General von Schultz long before this assault started. Something that had been surprisingly easy considering how worried people were about the recent losses to the royal family. Originally, a boat was supposed to take him and 3 bodyguards to safety should a force threaten to overrun the city. He'd have liked to take more but it had taken a lot of persuasion to convince von Schultz to allow that many, and even he couldn't arrange for everyone to escape. However, since he hadn't stipulated who his bodyguards would be, he had planned to give Tanya, Sophia and Visha a free ride out of Tegenhof. The others, sadly, would have to fend for themselves. He could only hope that the Federation would not treat their prisoners too harshly. Unfortunately, Tanya's stubborn devotion to duty meant she was unwilling to leave the suicidal situation despite his obvious hints that he'd arranged a way out for them. Perhaps it was loyalty to her troops, or simple pig-headedness, but she had declared that they would stay, and he knew better than to argue with her over something like this, unless he wanted to annoy her of course. He'd had no choice but to let time, and the Federation, make his case for him. Once things looked desperate enough, she wouldn't dare refuse the offer of a free ride out of here. If he played his part correctly, he might even be able to make it seem as though she were dragging him from the battlefield as she had at Letzenbourg, although preferably without the injuries this time. That would minimize the potential damage to their reputations at least. Until then, he had to focus on keeping them both alive and if that was the case, he had no intention of risking her further by calling her for help. At least not until things got desperate. Negative. We can handle it. He called back confidently, using his flight gear to descend the damaged bell tower towards his company. The close combat unit had plenty of experience with this sort of fighting and although they were running low on supplies, there was nothing to worry about while the enemy were still only sending in infantry. Besides, he and Tanya were broadcasting on a frequency that all the local units could overhear. He wasn't about to let the other soldiers hear him begging for help this early in the game. It would be bad for morale. Tanya replied only with a curt acknowledgement before falling silent, not even bothering to thank him for taking a little of the workload off her plate. She could be irritatingly rude at times. Perhaps when they were finally on a boat out of this place he might finally see her show a little bit of gratitude for once. As he reached the ground, Will was pleased to see Sophia and the rest of the company checking over their weapons as they prepared for the attack. The surviving members of his once battalion were veterans on par even with Tanya's favored 203rd members now, and it was gratifying to see how efficiently they operated, even with so little input from himself. As Tanya was fond of saying, they truly were precious human resources, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud of them all. I'm sorry, I can't take you all with me, he thought, feeling a stab of guilt as he looked on at his troops. He braced himself for another round of taunts from Ludwig. He could still feel him smirking at the edge of his consciousness, enjoying every ounce of pain, both physical and emotional, that the monster tried to heap upon him. However, mercifully the spectre stayed quiet, leaving him instead with an ache in his chest as he thought about how he would have to leave most of them to the mercy of the communists. All present and correct, sir. We're a little light on supplies but we can make do, Sophia announced as she noticed him approach, her expression hardening slightly as she studied his expression. Is everything okay, my prince? It's nothing. Good job everyone, he replied, cursing himself and quickly forcing a confident smile back onto his face. He must be tired, too much of his true feelings were making it to his expression. He would need to be careful not to let his mask slip again. Now was not a good time to show weakness, their situation was precarious enough already. It was one thing for Sophia to realize how anxious he was, but he couldn't risk the others catching on. Particularly if they were to realize he planned to abandon them. He forced the thoughts aside, doing his best to ignore another stab of pain in his chest as he summoned another communication spell. Judging from the ever-increasing noise of battle nearby, it was time for them to get to work. Bluebell to Fox, Captain Janek, we're ready, he called, listening for a reply from his infantry counterpart in the trenches not too far away. Tanya hadn't been the only one liaising with the regular forces about how best to coordinate a defense. Will had been doing the same with the troops in his part of the city since she had deployed him here, and between them, they had been able to come up with some fairly efficient tactics. Mages had the advantage of quickly being able to switch between aerial and ground-based combat, and although standard Imperial flight doctrine would have mages launching artillery spells at sniping formula at the approaching enemy, Will had known his company's specialization would make this tactic less effective. It wasn't as if they were incapable of it, of course, simply that they generally kept a lower supply of ammunition for long-range fighting than the standard mage, with Sergeant Litz even sporting a flamethrower nowadays. As such, Will had suggested a different idea, one that allowed his men to best utilize their specialization and the infantry to deploy fewer men in the forwardmost trench in the first place. Captain Janek would keep a section of the forwardmost trench lightly defended, making it seem like a weak point in the line for the enemy. No commander worth his salt would miss an opportunity to hit his enemy's weakness, so the Federation officers would focus more of their troops on that point. Just as they are about to overwhelm them, the close combat company would strike. Will's close combat company was at its most dangerous when it was on the offense. Additionally, they had all earned their wings clearing positions on the Rhine. They had been baptized in the trenches, and they had made it their preferred killing ground. The Russie had no such experience, and although their lives were worth nothing for the monster's debt, Will would make sure they were dealt with as efficiently as possible if it helped him get Sophia and Tanya out of the city safely. They're almost at the forward trench, we're pulling back to the second line. We'll leave them to you. Will grinned mirthlessly as he ordered his men into action, funneling mana into his flight gear as he accelerated forward through the village. They kept low, scheming along the ground towards Captain Janek's position. Had they still been on the Rhine, Will might have felt a measure of excitement. The prospect of reducing his debt to the monster had always given him the boost of energy he needed to get through combat, despite his general disdain for violence. This time though he felt nothing like that, just a listless desire to get through all of this and a burning feeling in his chest as he thought about the people he would soon be forced to slaughter for no good reason. He thought about the creature forcing him to do this, the monster that put these soldiers in front of him, knowing Will would have no choice but to strike them down, and he felt his anger toward the thing bubbling up within him once more. It's the monster's fault, not mine. He's the one who's killing them, he repeated to himself inwardly, drawing his sword and gripping both the blade and his anger tightly. He would need both if he were to survive. It took only a few seconds for the company to reach the outer trench line. Even with the debris and personnel obstructing the way, the speed in which mages could travel far exceeded an ordinary infantryman, and the Federation soldiers storming the forward trench did not have any time to respond. Will's sword sliced through a soldier as he raised his weapon to fire at Captain Janek's withdrawing infantryman, the force of the acceleration coupled with his mono-reinforced blade splitting the man in two as Will barreled into the advancing troops behind. He brought himself to a sudden stop as two more surprised Feds were thrown backwards as they were struck by his barrier before quickly spinning around and bringing his sword down on another, firing his pistol into the crowd as he turned. By now the rest of the company had caught up with him and were beginning their own assault on the shocked Federation advance. Sophia and her platoon descended upon the approaching soldiers like demons, her twin pistols firing off explosive formula as her men fired their machine guns into the survivors. Meanwhile, Sergeant Litz and his troops fell on those who had made it into the trench with brutal fervor, his new toy engulfing the poor fools in flames. The communists reeled from the strike, the soldiers not caught up in the immediate fighting too stunned to react, while their officers stood on helplessly as they frantically tried to process the sudden paradigm shift. the indecision causing more casualties as Will and his troops did their butcher's work, bullet, blade, and flame claiming lives with brutal efficiency. Their dithering would not last long however, as a whistle sounded from the secondary trench line, the signal for Captain Janek's company to turn and retake their trench. As one, the second trench opened fire and a yell went up from the Imperial defenders. Soon Janek's men climbed over the top and surged forward to retake what was rightfully theirs. Being trapped between this new threat and the mages amongst their number was enough to finally tip the balance in the mind of the Federation soldiers, and they soon began fleeing back towards their lines. Will fancied he could hear the shouts of a few of their political officers threatening them for their supposed cowardice, but to no avail. The human desire for survival was too strong, even with the threat of enslavement in the loggery. "Should we pursue?" called Sergeant Litz as the flames of his weapon chased the rooting communists away, adding the smell of burnt flesh and hair to the already acrid stench of the battlefield. "No," Will replied quietly, his gaze drawn to the corpses at his feet. "They'll be back soon enough." "This is all so pointless," he thought, looking at the face of the last man he'd struck down. He still wore a look of surprise on his face despite the lifelessness in his eyes, as well as an expression of terror that Will was all too familiar with. This man was no different from him really. A soul placed in a desperate position by an uncaring and monstrous god who wanted nothing more than to torture the beings it was supposed to care for. The man had seen his death coming and felt the same pure horror in the depths of his soul that Will had experienced when the monster had started undoing him. But for what reason did this man die? Was he a faithful soul? It wasn't even worth looking at the sword to check. The communists didn't believe in God, this man couldn't be faithful, he wasn't allowed to be. His sacrifice would have been for nothing in the eyes of that evil creature. It was more likely some sort of punishment, but is it for me or him? His thoughts were soon broken by a low boom in the distance, followed by the shattering of his barrier as a sudden kinetic force struck the edge of his protective shell. No sooner had the shield shattered did a large explosion land by the trench behind him, and the force knocked him forward onto the ground, filling his mouth with mud. He swore under his breath as he spat out the dirt, ignoring the ringing in his ears as instinctive self-preservation drove him to scramble towards the safety of the trench. Another curse followed as he rolled into the dugout, a stab of pain hitting his shoulder as he hit the ground and a twinge of shame at allowing himself to become distracted, coloring his language as he gathered his thoughts towards the new threat. Enemy armor inbound. A call from nearby reported, as more explosions peppered the trench, driving the defenders further into cover. How did they sneak up on us? Will's thoughts echoed that of the soldier. Sure, fog of war was a problem that marred any battlefield, but surely they would have noticed if the enemy infantry had armor supporting their advance. But then, they hadn't had armor backing them up. Will frowned as he realized his mistake. The communists had used the infantry assault as a screen to hide their armored force, allowing their own troops to die just to pin him and his company in the trench. Any normal army wouldn't have dreamed of using human lives to shield their tanks, but evidently the Federation commanders had decided blood was more disposable than steel. Will had failed to consider that they'd attempt something so barbaric. Their disdain for life might have even rivaled that of the monstrous god, and now he and his troops were pinned by the armor and in danger of being overrun. Switch to armor-piercing formula and open fire, he ordered, momentarily glancing at his pistol with a frown before holstering it and his sword in favor of the rifle on his shoulder. Even with magical enhancement, the stopping power from the handgun would not slow a tank. It would require an incredibly lucky shot to do even minor damage at this range, and Will fancied he would need every shred of good fortune to get through the siege. "Captain Janek, we need some anti-tank guns up here." The sound of another shell struck the ground nearby, drowning out any reply his infantry counterpart might have had. Fortunately though, by now he'd managed to summon enough mana to reform his barrier, and the shrapnel and dirt bounced off it harmlessly as he readied his rifle to follow his own orders. He climbed up a trench ladder, knowing his short stature left him too short to use the firing step, and balanced awkwardly on it as he opened fire on the approaching armor. Usually, a mage had little to fear compared to a regular soldier when they poked their heads over the top. Their barriers offered a great deal of protection to them and, if used correctly, those around them, often allowing them to offer a barrage of fire before the weight of enemy machine gun fire would force them back into cover. However, Will felt more than a little trepidation as he got into his firing position this time. The Federation had already proven that the cannons on their tanks were easily enough to shatter a magical shield, and there was a very real danger he could lose his life if one of them got lucky. However, he had few choices if he were to prevent a breakthrough. A flurry of armor-piercing shots left the trench as the rest of the company joined their fire to his. With so few of them, it was hardly overwhelming compared to the approaching armored column. However, it was at least effective against its forwardmost elements. 3 shots struck the leading vehicle, causing it to lose one of its tracks and grind to a halt in the mud. Several more struck the next in line, and it too ground to a halt as its crew became incapacitated under the weight of fire. As for his own target, it seemed luck had not yet abandoned him. He must have struck some poorly stored ammunition as the whole thing erupted in a tower of flame. This success was short-lived however, as the vehicles behind carried on towards the line, smashing through the steel corpses of their fallen comrades, heedless to any survivors that may have been left inside. The tanks fired once more, eager to avenge their losses, and the company was again forced to take cover in the trench to shelter from the combined firepower. Will grimaced as he ducked back down into the trench, hastily searching his webbing for ammunition to reload his rifle. However, all he found was another curse on his lips, a few strips for his pistol and one grenade as he patted himself down. Between the delaying action he and his troops had taken, and the attacks they had already repelled, he'd almost drained his supplies. Worse still, he knew the rest of his company was likely in a similar situation. They were quickly running out of options if they were to drive off the rest of this Federation attack. Shit! He growled to himself as he processed his options. He couldn't allow the armor to break through. He had no way of knowing if Captain Janek's second line had managed to bring up the anti-tank guns, and if the Federation broke through his line the city itself was at risk. It might even cut him and Sophia off from their escape route. He needed to do something to hold them up. He winced as he considered the option of calling Tanya for reinforcements, knowing it was probably the best course of action. However, she too had been fighting hard all this time, she could be reaching her limits too. He might end up exposing her to more risk by calling her here, or worse, they might all end up trapped too far away from his rescue ship. But what other option was there? Damn it all! Prepare for a countercharge. Sophia, find Janek and his anti-tank guns now. He growled through a communication spell as he drew his sword once more. He knew this action was desperate, but it was all he could think of. At least he had an excuse to keep Sophia away from such a suicidal action. He slipped a fresh magazine into his pistol and steeled himself for what was to come. This certainly wasn't one of his better ideas. He tensed, drawing on what was left of his mana reserves as he listened for the guns firing again, the sound of battle making it difficult to pick out over the din. Finally, there was a low boom and readied himself for another explosion to strike the defenses, and again the trench filled with dirt, shrapnel, and screams. But now the cannons would be reloading, it was now or never. He gave a yell as he urged his company to charge, angling his barrier forwards and pouring power into his blade. Some of the tanks towards the back began firing from their secondary weapons and coaxial machine guns to cover their fellows, with more than a few shots finding their marks, but Will forged on regardless, trying his best to ignore a shriek of pain from one of the men following him. A burst of machine gun fire struck his barrier, but it was not enough to slow him as he reached the leading tank. He hastily readied his blade to strike, then, using every ounce of magically augmented strength he could muster, he brought it down on the barrel of the vehicle's cannon, surprising even himself as he watched the tube fall away. Although he'd taken the tooth from this behemoth, it wasn't enough to blunt the whole advance, and he soon realized that if they wanted to put a real dent in this force, he needed to cut them open. He surged forward towards his next target, opting this time to aim for the commander's hatch as once again poured mana into his blade. By now it was glowing molten white, and it quickly burned through the locking mechanism as Will plunged it downwards, allowing him to rip it open and expose the surprised crew inside. Will tried not to look at their faces as he dropped his last grenade into the lap of the commander, instead leaping away as his scream was quickly drowned out by another explosion. He took a moment to search for the rest of his company, fearing he may have overextended himself. However, they weren't too far behind. Several other of the leading tanks had also been immobilized or incapacitated by their initial charge, but now his men were all in desperate battles to find anything amongst their limited resources to slow those who followed. Sergeant Litz was even attempting to make use of his flamethrower, with the spell funneling the flames into one of the driver's periscopes, cooking the men inside. Still, they were all beginning to struggle. They were running out of options. Sir, the anti-tank guns are in position. Sophia's voice crackled through the mana field. Fall back, wheel. Just open fire. Will interjected as he took the opportunity to plunge his sword into one of the tracks of another nearby vehicle. Most of the tanks he and his men had dealt with still posed a threat until the anti-tank guns finished them off, and there were still more surging towards the lines. But she began protesting with undisguised concern, but again Will cut her off. I trust our gunners. Open fire. In truth, he knew that friendly fire was a very real danger in this situation, no matter how much he claimed to trust whoever was firing the guns. However, he needed to be sure this advance was halted, and he didn't have any better ideas. Besides, he was fairly sure that von Schultz's men could tell the difference between the silhouette of a mage and a tank. If anyone were hit by an anti-tank round, it would have to be due to bad luck. Company to me. Do what you can to slow them down for the big guns. He ordered, desperately trying to think of any way to slow their momentum despite the feeling of exhaustion rapidly catching up with him. He was becoming acutely aware that he was burning through his magic reserves at an alarming rate, but he wasn't in much of a position to pull back now. Besides, he fancied they'd be safer assaulting the tanks deeper into the column. Janek's guns were busy picking off the ones at the front, and although they had secondary armaments to discourage it, no armored vehicle was especially well disposed to fighting at such close quarters. He raised his pistol to fire some explosive formula as he passed another armored squadron. Although it would do little to pierce the steel shell, he hoped the grenade-sized blasts might just dislodge a track or cause the crew a moment of hesitation while the infantry behind him finished the job. However, just as he began to squeeze the trigger a sudden flurry of fire lit up his shield. He staggered as he felt his barrier waver and turned towards the new threat, feeling a lump beginning to form in his throat as his situation worsened. The enemy infantry had regrouped. No, worse still, they'd brought reinforcements to attack in the wake of their armor, and Will and his company was standing directly in their line of fire while already in the midst of their armored column. He cursed himself once again for allowing his troops to become so overextended. He'd gambled one too many times and his luck had finally run out. He began to call for a retreat, hoping they might be able to mount a fighting withdrawal back to the trenches, when another burst of fire struck the group, finally shattering his shield. Time seemed to slow for Will as he realized he had no reserves of mana left to draw from to reform the barrier, nor did he have anything to propel him back to friendly lines. He stood in dumbstruck horror as he expected another barrage of fire to end him there and then, but mercifully, help arrived in the nick of time. The charging feds erupted in a wall of fire as the low humph of a group of aerial mages flew overhead. The mages turned in the air before unleashing a second volley of fire into the armored units, engulfing two more as one of the mages broke off from the formation and descended towards them. Will let out a sigh of relief as Sophia returned to him, but couldn't help but feel a hint of unease as he watched the other mages circle around for another pass. There was only one mage he knew that cast such a small silhouette. Bluebell, fall back now. I won't have my record marred by a friendly fire incident. A familiar voice crackled through the mana field, confirming what he'd already surmised. Despite all he'd gone through to avoid exposing her to any extra risk, Tanya had decided to join the battle herself. You seemed busy, my prince, so I called for reinforcements on your behalf. Sophia added as she rushed to his side, still firing at anyone who dared approach the close combat company. Although he could hardly blame her for calling for Tanya given the circumstances, Will couldn't help but feel defeated, and what little energy he had left felt as though it were draining away. His body began to register the familiar aches of overexhaustion and his legs began to wobble slightly as mana fatigue started to take its toll on his body. Sophia must have noticed this and moved to steady him as she ordered the company to withdraw, putting his arm on her shoulder and carrying him away from the battlefield. Bluebell 2 to Pixie 1, orders acknowledged. She replied in his stead, using a communication spell as they sped away. And Bluebell 1. The curt reply of the younger girl bit back, and for a moment Will thought he imagined a hint of concern in her irritated voice. However, he quickly dismissed it as wishful thinking on his part. Just a little drained, ma'am, nothing to worry about. Sophia replied, giving him a reassuring smile, but Will's fatigue allowed him to feel very little of her encouragement. Fall back to the Dona supply station and resupply and regroup. Tell your captain I don't like to see my troops work to exhaustion. Tanya replied, the communication spell seeming to become clearer the more irritated she sounded. I'll try to find the time to make sure he understands that later. Will ground his teeth in frustration. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. He was supposed to be doing what he could to keep Tanya and Sophia out of danger, not leading them into it. Yet once again, it felt as though events were getting away from him. He needed to get back into control until Tanya was willing to get on the boat and leave. But at this point, he barely had the energy to move, let alone fight. He would need to take drastic measures if he were to get them through this. Christina wouldn't have approved, but then again it was his fault she wasn't here to voice an objection in the first place. If he wanted to prevent something like that from happening again, he didn't have a choice. May 5th, Unified Year 1925, 2000 hours. Federation 7th Army Group Headquarters, in Sterberg, 35 kilometers east of Tegenhof. There were few people in the world that Captain of State Security Serge Krugov disliked more than his direct superior Lavrenti Loria. Even Tsarists and other traitors rarely elicited much in the way of true animosity from him in comparison. What was the point of getting upset about someone who would soon be dead? Especially when it was likely that you would be the one delivering the sentence. In truth, there was a very short list of people that could truly draw Krugov's ire. However, the cheerful Albion diplomat in front of him was doing an excellent job of putting himself somewhere near the top of it. The man was the very epitome of everything he despised about the people of that deplorable little island nation. His tone, demeanor, and even dress, oozed an arrogant display of implied superiority that grated on his nerves, while every sentence the man spoke contained a veiled insult or criticism disguised by pleasantry. Worse still, although his smile gave the impression that he was just as clueless as any of the other Alba-ish diplomats he'd had the misfortune of meeting during his career, his eyes betrayed that he was fully aware of the implied insults he was delivering, and this bumbling was deliberate. He suspected the entire display was for Krugov's benefit. Krugov was almost certain he was one of the Commonwealth's famously skilled intelligence operatives, a man who until recently he would have been interrogating purely on the basis of this suspicion. Worse still, he was almost certain the man knew that he suspected him and knew there was nothing Krugov could do about it. The new friendship between their nations meant he could not simply have him arrested, at least not until there was evidence of some sort of wrongdoing. And as a result, the spy was using this opportunity to mock him. He'd sent some men to keep an eye on him, but so far, they had seen nothing he could act on without major diplomatic repercussions. He would have liked to lock up the man for sharing information about the upcoming attack, but since the information had been obtained by the Commonwealth in the first place, it made for a poor excuse for arrest. The irritating agent was a wily one. However, the man was technically a diplomat, and he was a political officer. It was his duty to represent the interests of the Federation regardless of his personal disdain for the Albions. And although he had his suspicions, this John Walsingham was much more than he seemed. Both the General Secretary and Comrade Loria had ordered that every courtesy be offered to their new allies, at least for the moment. As such, he would grin and bear the intolerable attitude of the aggravating man. Besides, the envoy had come bearing gifts and secrets from his country that could be put to good use. Although Krugov wasn't especially pleased about accepting capitalist toys, he wasn't above using them to further the communist cause. Particularly, if there was a chance they might be put to use against their fair-weather allies later. Their friendship was only a matter of convenience after all, it wouldn't last forever. I must admit, General Pavlov, I was surprised to find that you fellows were so behind when it came to mana detection. The pompous Albion commented, gesturing towards the bank of equipment and specialist personnel he had brought from his home country. It was my understanding that your military had been putting quite a lot of effort into modernizing its technology and materiel. I'd heard it was the envy of the world. Krugov felt his eye twitch with annoyance as the man briefly glanced his way as he delivered the politely delivered insult, resisting the urge to grind his teeth as he quickly suppressed his frustration. Despite his foppish appearance, the man was no fool, and although protocol demanded he address the senior-most military officer in the room, he knew full well Krugov was the eyes, ears, and mouthpiece of the party here. Even if he seemed to only act as an interpreter. Pavlov was also acutely aware of this fact and was not nearly as subtle about looking to Krugov for permission to reply. In truth, Krugov wasn't even sure if the man even understood what the Albion was saying, and Krugov did not bother to pass on all the details as he translated for him. All the general needed to do was mumble some platitudes, Krugov would deal with the rest. Our people have abandoned the superstitious and outdated practices of magic in favor of true science and technology. He began, quoting directly from the official party line. Thus, our focus has been on improving our weapons and equipment, hence why our artillery and aircraft vastly outclasses the other great powers. Krugov allowed himself to feel a sliver of pride in his nation as he delivered his reply. Theirs was not a state that needed to rely on magic, soon they would show that no one did. Although it was true that mages could be incredibly powerful, they were also exceptionally rare and required both specialist equipment, additional training, and extra rations to be effective. This was why they had been the Tsar's favorite pets. It was easy to keep a small group of so-called elites to prop up a corrupt regime. Give them comfort, luxury and power while the masses starved, and they would provide a force to suppress the noble workers fighting for freedom from the tyrant's reign. However, the revolution had taught the Federation well. The Tsar, along with all capitalists, had underestimated the power of the common people. Individually, each of them was only a drop of water, but together they were an ocean. While mages could wield concentrated power, the people were power incarnate, their numbers gave them strength. It was impossible to fight the tide. In the time it took to train and equip a mage to adequately fire an artillery shell, they could build an entire battery of heavy guns. Instead of using a company of flying mages to harass an advancing enemy, they would use a sea of bombers to flatten them instead. And where they sent their mages to try to stop them, they would use their faster and more powerful fighter planes to shoot them from the sky. The age of the magic user was over. They now lived in a new age of enlightenment, one led by the guiding light of communism. The Albion seemed unperturbed by his words, however, save for an almost imperceivable shift in his smile. It was clear he didn't believe him, his stereotypical Albion superiority complex would not allow him to admit he was wrong. But it was of no concern to Krugov, soon the world would see what could be achieved without magic. How fortunate we are to have such powerful allies. I admit to feeling quite embarrassed that my country has to rely on such outdated concepts. The Albion replied, both his tone and smile revealing he felt no such thing. Still, I suppose it's fortunate we are so far behind, or we'd have no mana detection at all. It seems you outpaced the rest of us backward nations so quickly that you overlooked its necessity when it comes to fighting mages. Krugov suppressed another twitch at the veiled insult. Unfortunately, in this case, the so-called diplomat had a point. The Federation's drive to stamp out magic users had meant they did not consider their detection a priority and their method for tracking mages was rudimentary at best. For the most part, they still relied on visual identification from ground forces, and their mobility meant that reports were quickly obsolete if they were spotted in the air. However, within the confines of the city, this would be less of an issue and Krugov could take some satisfaction knowing that the Albion was overplaying the importance of the equipment he had brought for this operation. There was one other thing. He continued, reaching into his briefcase and producing a thick file of papers. I've been cleared to give you all the information we've been able to obtain about the mage unit operating in Tegenhof, along with reports on all the named in the city. We've sent a copy along to your superiors of course, but we thought it might be of some use to you here. Krugov quickly snatched the file from the envoy's hand as he proffered the file to the general. The party had yet to examine this information, it couldn't simply be handed over to a field commander without being properly scrutinized. Particularly a commander who was already on thin ice like Pavlov. Besides, as the officer responsible for bringing any of the captured mages back to Moscow, this information was far more relevant to his own duties. Pavlov had enough resources to bring them down regardless of whatever was contained within the file. Krugov, however, would need to know all he could to prevent such proficient magic users from escaping en route to the capital. "Thank you, Mr. Walsingham," he replied, attempting to remain diplomatic despite his dislike of the man. "I will see to it this information is properly inspected and disseminated to the relevant parties. If there is nothing else, I will have some men escort you to the embassy." They shared a look for a moment, Krugov staring into the man's eyes and daring him to object or make some sort of move that would give him cause to detain him. However, the diplomat's smile did not waver for even a second, and instead, he simply bowed slightly as he thanked them both before excusing himself. Krugov felt another stab of frustration as he watched the man leave. Somehow, he felt as though he had lost the verbal sparring match they had just engaged in, despite gaining everything he had needed from the Albion. He could only hope that his men found some plausible reason to take the man into questioning. He was itching to pry whatever secrets the man had from his head. He pushed the thought of interrogating the annoying Albion from his mind. It was an insidious desire, one not consistent with the true socialist values the party strove for. His job was a necessary evil, to take any joy in even the thought of punishing the irritating man would make him no better than that snake Loria. Besides, there were more pressing issues at the moment than a possible Albion spy. "Comrade General, I would like to discuss your strategy for capturing the city," he declared, switching to his native tongue as soon as the Albion was out of earshot. "It seems you are not using the full strength that the General Secretary has seen fit to give you." "No, Comrade Captain, for the moment we are conducting probing assaults and shaping attacks so that we can better position our troops without too much harassment," Pavlov replied, nerves lacing every word as he cautiously tried to explain the high casualties amongst the advanced units. Krugov was willing to admit that he wasn't especially strategically minded, although he held a military rank, he was not trained as a soldier, so knew little about conducting an assault such as this. However, what he'd seen so far seemed wasteful. Necessary sacrifices were one thing, but Krugov did not like to see loyal lives thrown away for nothing. It was hardly any wonder that the general had failed to properly take the city in the original invasion. "To an uneducated eye, it might seem that you are drip-feeding our forces into the waiting hands of the Imperials," he warned, glancing up from the file to glare at the general. To his credit though, although he squirmed slightly under his stare, he stood his ground. "With respect, comrade, the enemy has been far more tenacious than we could have reasonably expected." He began cautiously, clearly gauging how much he could defend against the political officer. "These attacks were originally only supposed to be limited offensives so that we could position our forces for the final push. However, the enemy counterattacks forced us to commit more troops than was originally planned. And with so many officers missing due to the purges, it's been difficult to coordinate our..." The man fell silent as Krugov's glare intensified. "It was an unwritten rule of the party that you did not mention any of the traitors taken during the purges. For all intents and purposes, they never existed." Simply mentioning them was enough to draw the ire of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs, but the way that Pavlov had spoken could easily be construed as criticizing them. Perhaps even criticizing the party and General Secretary. Had he not already been living on borrowed time, Krugov might have considered taking him in. "We have had some success though, comrade," he continued, changing gears in a pathetic attempt to save his own skin. "We've captured the outermost defenses and now have a staging area for further strikes into the city. Nothing but an attempt to justify your ineptitude." Krugov thought, mentally dismissing the general's explanation. He may not have known much about strategy, but he knew about the application of force. There was no point in probing attacks when you had the forces to wipe the enemy off the map. If the first punch knocked a man out, you did not need a second. You have been given a force that should easily finish off the defenders, General, and a great deal of men at the front sacrificed themselves so it could get here unmolested. I suggest you use that force before the General Secretary reevaluates his decision to offer you mercy for your past failures," he cautioned darkly, causing the general to shrink back slightly. "But if we don't reinforce the western side of the city, they could stage a breakout. The shaping attack was primarily so we could move them to dot. Then attack as soon as they are in place. I authorize the use of the air force if necessary." Krugov interrupted with a growl. He had no time for the man's excuses. "I will be sure to mention your reticence in my report." He turned and stalked away, leaving the general to stew on his thoughts. Just being around the buffoon was irritating. Still, there was no point in letting it get to him. His comments today ensured that no matter the outcome of the battle, Pavlov would find himself either executed or in the loggery before long. And Krugov had something much more interesting to concern himself with. "The mages that dared try bring our glorious party so low," he murmured to himself as he opened the file the Albion spy had given him. "Let's see what we can learn about you." May 6, Unified Year 1925, 3 o'clock. Dona Supply Bunker, Kaiser Square, Tegenhof. Tanya let out a frustrated sigh as she watched the flashes of light ascend into the night sky towards the distant Federation aircraft. The anti-aircraft batteries were now firing near constantly in their seemingly endless duels with the bombers. Any concerns about conserving ammunition had been quickly tossed aside once they received word that they would not have help from the air fleet overnight. Yet despite their valiant efforts, it was clear to anyone watching that it was woefully insufficient. The enemy was simply too numerous, and fire now rained down on the city. Still, it wasn't her problem. At least not for the moment. Although she and her loyal band of war nuts were capable of taking down aircraft if push came to shove, they had been ordered to hunker down for now. Being bombed was hardly ideal, but General von Scholz had opted to only allow the anti-aircraft defenses to engage the bombers so that the remainder of the troops could have some sort of rest, even if it were a little perilous. Even the communists wouldn't attack during a bombing run after all. From what she'd seen, she doubted they could even coordinate a decent follow-up attack in its wake either. Although they had been forced back from the outermost earthworks surrounding the city, the most coordinated attack the Feds had managed so far was a disorganized mixed force of infantry and light armor, and that had only caused a problem because Wilhelm was too proud to ask for reinforcements. Once she'd arrived on the scene, they'd posed a few problems as she covered the infantry's withdrawal to the next set of earthworks. Although she would reluctantly admit that the little captain's company had pushed them to the breaking point before she arrived. Then again, they hadn't felt the full force of the Federation's attack yet. Command surmised they'd only experienced the tip of the spear. She sighed again as she thought about the irritating little captain. She'd need to talk to him again. He should have called for a rest and resupply much sooner than he had. The idiot must have still been trying to prove to her that he wasn't afraid to fight the communists. That was all well and good, but endangering the position he was supposed to be defending for the sake of his pride was unacceptable, particularly when he was so close to exhaustion. It made her look bad. She knew she pushed her soldiers hard, but she never asked them to work themselves to death, aside from when she'd been trying to make them drop out during training, of course. Tired troopers were no use to anyone. Human resources needed to be managed properly to avoid a catastrophic break in efficiency. But equally, it was important to mirror that on a personal level and manage your own actions accordingly. His own well-being was important too. Why couldn't Wilhelm see that? If she didn't know better, she'd think he had a death wish. Honestly, fixing your warped attitude might just be the end of me. She murmured to herself, stifling a yawn as she turned, closed the steel door and descended into the supply bunker that was now acting as a temporary shelter. Even the most overworked employees were allowed some downtime, herself included, and she fully intended to make the utmost in any lull in the fighting while the bombers were overhead. It was unlikely she'd have much opportunity after sunrise. There was a low murmur echoing around the corridors as she reached the foot of the stairs. Even the noise of soldiers trying to catch some sleep carried as the sound bounced around the cold concrete structure. The air was filled with the smell of someone cooking field rations, ersatz meat soup and K-broth if she weren't mistaken. Although anyone who had tasted it would admit it was not especially appetizing, it would not have smelled quite so bad if it weren't tainted with the unpleasant, but unfortunately all too familiar, stench of human sweat that mixed with it in the close confines of the bunker. Unfortunately, bathing was a luxury they didn't have right now. Still, she couldn't help but screw up her nose a little. As if I need something else to put me off eating field rations. She grumbled inwardly, mentally swearing vengeance on whoever had invented the technically nutritious excuse for food. She'd become almost convinced that whoever it was, had been born without taste buds. However, her mood soon began to turn as a hint of something new hit her nostrils, something she had been craving since they'd arrived here. Major. The cheerful voice of her adjutant called, following in the wake of the alluring smell of her favored caffeinated beverage. Not for the first time Tanya marveled at the girl's ability to stay positive regardless of the situation. However, her marvel soon morphed into gratitude as she proffered up a mug of coffee for her. Ersatz or not, Visha knew how to make the most of what she was given when it came to coffee, or most things come to think of it. I thought you might need this. I've also got some food on the way if you want some. Thank you, Lieutenant, she smiled gratefully as she took a sip, relishing the familiar warmth and bitterness. I'll skip on the food for now, I have some chocolate to keep my energy up. Is there anything else? Well, you asked me to report if Prince Wilhelm was getting enough rest before he redeploys. She began carefully, clearly feeling a little uncomfortable at whatever news she was about to report. She knew the older girl was not especially happy about having to spy on the little captain. Well, he has had some sleep and he is having some rations right now, but I overheard him asking Captain Zerbest about some part5. What does that idiot think he's doing? Tanya thought, feeling a sudden stab of anger rise within her. Part5 was a combat stimulant that was widely used within the Imperial Army. As well as keeping soldiers awake and energized, it was shown to increase mana regeneration, so although officially discouraged, it was sanctioned for use by the higher UPS and often saw a lot of use, especially in particularly demanding theaters. It was even used within her own battalion, although she tried to discourage it. Most notably her deputy had used it on occasion to stave off fatigue, and once in arena when he hadn't realized he'd been shot. However, as a methamphetamine, it was not without its drawbacks. Not least addiction, an unpleasant come-down, and possible long-term medical side effects. Hence why she wouldn't dream of going anywhere near it, even if her age didn't legally prohibit its use. She found herself clenching her teeth in annoyance at the thought of Wilhelm using the drug again. Although she personally disdained even the idea of its use, and was not all that keen on her troops using it, as a general rule she was willing to allow her men to use the stimulant if they wished. She could see how some might find it useful, and it was within their rights as a productive human being to do whatever they wished to their body as long as it conformed to the law. She had no intention of standing in the way of somebody's personal freedoms. However, it was different with Wilhelm. Like her, he was far too young to be using it. The medical corps had identified the inherent risks involved with the drug and had banned its use for anyone under a certain age. Its use was even restricted amongst those outside the military. Wilhelm wasn't ignorant of this, meaning he had purposely broken the rules and chosen to endanger his own well-being for the sake of a few more hours of energy. She had become used to him ignoring whatever regulations and laws he didn't see fit to follow, but she thought he'd at least have some care for his personal safety. Damn it, Wilhelm! Are you trying to give yourself a heart attack before you finish puberty? She growled inwardly, unconsciously balling her hand into a fist. It seemed she couldn't put off reprimanding the little brat any longer. He'd probably get himself killed if she allowed him to continue doing whatever he pleased. Thank you, Lieutenant, I'll see to right away. She replied with a frown as she gulped down the remainder of her coffee and left to find the boy. For some reason, it no longer tasted nearly as good as it had before the girl had brought the news. It seemed Wilhelm had a way of ruining just about everything when he put his mind to it. She stalked off in search of the little captain, grumbling to herself as she went. Part of her wondered for a moment why she was so angry about his lack of concern for his own health. It was his life and his body after all, why should she care what he did to himself? Yet the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became with him. Idiot, don't you ever think about how these things affect everyone else? How bad it makes me look as a superior. Who do you think will get the blame when your heart explodes in your chest just because you wanted to prove a point? She complained inwardly, grinding her teeth as she strode purposefully through the bunker. She was responsible for him after all, as his superior it was only right that she would have to think about his physical well-being. Finally, she found where Wilhelm had sequestered himself, a quiet storage room filled with various non-combat equipment and canned goods. As it turned out, the earlier smell of soup had also been his doing, and he was set by a small stove, eating what was generously described as soup out of his mess tin. However, he placed it back on its tripod as he saw her approach, before getting to his feet and smiling at her with one of his most irritating grins as he began to greet her. Tanya, to what do I owe? She was not in the mood to play games with him, however, and she quickly cut him off by grabbing him by the collar and shoving him against the wall. What the hell are you up to, Wilhelm? If you're trying to get yourself killed, it'd be easier to just let the Russie shoot you. She yelled as she pinned him against the wall, causing him to wince slightly at the impact. In truth, she hadn't meant to be so rough with him. However, in the moment she felt another stab of anger at the boy and, although she was ashamed to admit it, she may have momentarily lost control of herself. What are you? Again she cut off his reply as tightened her grip on his collar. Don't try to play innocent with me. She snarled, bringing her face closer to him to keep him in place as she began searching the pockets of his flight suit. It did not take her long to find what she was looking for, and she soon produced a small cylinder from his breast pocket. What exactly do you intend to do with this? The look of surprise on the boy's face softened and a brief flash of annoyance passed across his eyes before another false smile made its way across his lips. He held her gaze for a moment, and for once she found herself unable to read what exactly the boy was thinking behind those emerald orbs, and she felt an odd feeling in her stomach. It would not last long, however. Suddenly, and without breaking eye contact, he brought a hand up to break away from her grip and slipped past her and away from the wall, snatching the cylinder from her hand as he went before crossing the room and finally breaking away from her gaze. Traditionally you swallow them. He shot back mockingly. And I intend to make sure we survive this mess. By destroying that excuse for a brain in the long run? I knew you were insane, but I didn't think you were this stupid. She turned on him and began to approach again. However, he was more wary of her now and kept his distance this time, despite his apparent nonchalant attitude. A brain is hardly any good to me if I'm already dead, is it? He bit back sardonically before adding. I'd prefer not to use them either, but unless you want to come with me to the docks to get out of here, I don't see any other option. Stop trying to deflect the issue with stupid jokes. Tanya snapped, barely allowing the boy to finish his sentence. What use is an officer who can't even look after himself? You're working yourself and your company beyond what they are capable of and relying on drugs instead of seeing to it they get proper rest. You didn't even request reinforcements when it was clear they were necessary. If you rotated out of combat for resupply like I ordered you'd. Well, unfortunately the Russie aren't interested in your rotation schedule. Wilhelm returned irritably, cutting her off and causing her to unconsciously grind her teeth once again. Once again Wilhelm was twisting facts to suit his warped point of view. Although it was true that the Federation wasn't going to pause an assault as they tried to rotate their troops out, it didn't mean it was impossible to accomplish. Infantry on the Rhine had been able to accomplish it easily enough, with the mobility of mages it shouldn't be a problem to disengage. It wasn't as though his was the only company that they'd withdrawn under fire. Stop making pathetic excuses. Using those pills is illegal. If I see you take one, I will put you on reprimand and report it to the MPs. She warned. Usually, she preferred to deal with Wilhelm's punishments herself, and in truth, she didn't know if the Feldgendarmeries would even want to act against him. However, she hoped the threat would dissuade him. Even the idea of him being dragged off by the military police wouldn't be good for his precious reputation. Fine. I'll do what I need to if it gets us out of this. He returned quickly, becoming increasingly more agitated. Better a little more risk to me than losing. Excuse me, ma'am. A small awkward voice at the doorway interjected, causing both she and Wilhelm to round on the unexpected visitor. In truth, she was so frustrated that she almost snapped at the intruder, but she quickly smothered the impulse. It was unprofessional to lose one's temper at someone who didn't deserve it, and once she realized who the trespasser was, she was doubly glad of her self-control. Vishen knew not to interrupt her unless it was important, and she certainly wouldn't want to mistreat someone who'd proven herself as capable of her. Sorry to intrude, but the bombing is letting up and there's a message from the command post. She explained, shrinking slightly at the initial hostile reaction from her and Wilhelm. The enemy is repositioning some forces to the western side of the city. The general is requesting reinforcements in that area. Tanya felt her frown deepen. Until recently, the western approach to the city had seen far less enemy activity than the rest of the city. It had been General von Scholz's hope that should any relief come from the main force, they might be able to orchestrate a breakout in that direction and regroup with the rest of Eastern Command. If the enemy were moving forces into the area, such an assault would be that much more difficult. Worse still, if the Federation were gathering there was a good chance they were preparing for another assault from that direction. Unfortunately, she had few options of who to send. Most of the battalion was already deployed in various parts of the city, and although they too would be sheltering from the bombers for the moment, the positions they'd been allocated were crucial to the city's defenses. That left her with two options, herself in First Company or Wilhelm and his now rested close combat troops. She scowled as her frustration grew further. Considering the boy's behavior, an apparent desire to cause himself long-term health problems, she was reluctant to send him anywhere. However, going herself restricted her ability to respond to changes in the tactical situation. Besides, she and her company could do with some downtime themselves. Although she had been scolding Wilhelm for working to exhaustion, the truth was she wasn't too far behind him. She became aware of a presence at her shoulder, and she could practically feel the little imp of a captain grinning as he came to the same conclusion as she had. Permission to sortie, Commander. He purred smugly, causing her eye to twitch slightly as she heard him slip one of the pills into his mouth. Fine. She growled. For now, it seemed she would have to admit defeat. She would need to find an excuse to have the doctors run him through a full medical if they got out of this mess. She wondered if this world had invented rehab yet. But I expect you to keep your troops supplied and don't overexert them. And you will call for reinforcements if they are needed. Of course, Major. He smiled sweetly before drawing his sword dramatically. I'll do whatever is needed to get us out of this city alive. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always thank you all for reading. Slightly longer chapter this time, but hopefully it's worth it. Will's part especially is much longer than usual, but there was a lot I wanted to cram in, and I got a little carried away doing the fight scene. I hope it's something you all enjoy, because I often have trouble writing the fights, but I feel like I did something decent this time. Vickers, my beta reader, pointed out that the scene with Krugov and John maybe wasn't strictly necessary, but I kinda just wanted a moment between them where Krugov can't do anything to him. Also, I wanted it to seem as though John is having a bit of fun. He's certainly trolling a bit with some details. For instance, Walsingham is the last name of Elizabeth I's spymaster, so he's almost telling everyone with his name. The Tanya bit was also kinda fun, but also a little difficult. As usual, they are talking past each other to an extent, and Tanya especially isn't really listening to Will. Even when he's on the cusp of telling her something important. So it's a bit tricky to balance how much they should actually say and understand each other without them coming across as a bit dim. It's also probably very frustrating for you readers too when they aren't properly communicating with each other, which I only partially apologize for. Vickers also mentioned he didn't think that Tanya would allow any of her troops to take drugs like Perdhaven, which I do get. However, she also is very keen on personal freedom, so I don't think she would necessarily stop it unless it was illegal. Besides which, Weiss canonically asked for a stimulant in Arene, so I'd argue she allows their use. Then again, Tanya is also a hypocrite at the best of times, so who knows? For the sake of the story she allows it. Chapter 69, Tegenhof off 3, Mounting Pressure. Tiefenhof Offensive 3, Mounting Pressure. Soldiers of the Empire, noble Letzenbourgers, I speak to you for the first time since the Federation invasion, in a solemn hour for the life of our countries, of our empire, and, above all, of the cause of freedom. A tremendous battle is raging across the east. As you know, the Federation, by a remarkable combination of artillery, aircraft, heavily armored tanks, and overwhelming numbers have broken through our defenses and pushed deep into our precious Vaterland. We must not allow ourselves to be intimidated by the presence of these communists. For although the first blow was mighty, I have seen in the faces of our soldiers that the spirit of the Reich remains firm, and the valiant efforts of the combined forces of the Empire, Letzenbourg, and its volunteers have fought back and halted them on all fronts. Meanwhile, resistance has remained so strong within the fair city of Tiefenhof, that the enemy has been forced to turn inwards for their own defense rather than leave themselves in such a dangerous position. It would be foolish to disguise the gravity of the hour as the enemy masses before us. But it would be still more foolish to lose heart and courage, or to suppose that our expertly trained, well-equipped armies can be overcome so easily, despite the enemy numbers. We may look with confidence to the stabilization of the Eastern Front, for it means there is still hope that the siege will be broken. Indeed, there is good evidence to show that a good deal of the enemy has been already thrown into the battle against us, and we know that heavy losses have been inflicted upon them. Our comrades in arms have done their part in stopping their advance, so now it falls to us in the city to do our part too. No officer or man, no brigade or division, which grapples at close quarters with the enemy can fail to make a worthy contribution to the outcome of this campaign. We must resist their attacks behind concrete lines and natural obstacles, deny them every street and counter any gains with a furious and unrelenting counter-assault. This spirit must not only animate our commanders but must inspire every fighting man for us to overcome the coming trial. Though we may pray that our enemy sees sense and makes peace, should they choose to attack, the only mercy we can grant is that given by the Lord. Now that stability has been attained on the Eastern Front, we can expect help to arrive soon so that the bulk of that hideous apparatus of aggression which gashed into the Heimat can be driven back from whence it came. However, until then it is imperative that we fight with all our might to defend this city. I am sure I speak for all when I say we are ready to face it, to endure it, and to retaliate against it to any extent that the laws of war permit. There will be many men and many women back home who, when they hear of our ordeals and sacrifices, will feel comfort, and even pride, that we are doing all we can to secure the safety and freedom of their homes and are drawing away the onslaught they would otherwise have to bear. For now, our task is only to win this battle, but we will go on to win the war. After this battle in Tiefenhof is done, there will be a reckoning for those who dare invade our peaceful soil. It will be a great struggle, but we shall not hesitate to take every step, even the most drastic, to call forth from our people the last ounce and the last inch of effort of which they are capable to drive the invader from our doorstep. For nothing compares to the struggle for life and honor, for right and freedom, to which we have vowed ourselves. I have received word from my people in Letzenbourg, and in particular, from my indomitable Prime Minister Beck. They have made the most sacred pledges that whatever happens, Letzenbourg will fight with its ally to the end, be it bitter or glorious. We may be small compared to our Germanian brothers, but we know what it is like to have one's homeland snatched away by an oppressor, and I vow we will not let it happen to another. Now I must see to my own duties, but I would leave you all with words once used by the great crusaders who settled this land centuries ago. Arm yourselves, and be ye men of valor, and be in readiness for the conflict, for it is better for us to perish in battle than to look upon the outrage of our nation and our altars. As the will of God is in heaven, even so let it be. Speech given to the defenders of Tiefenhof by Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern, originally broadcast in Tiefenhof May 4, Unified Year 1925. Later rebroadcasted across the Eastern Front May 6, Unified Year 1925. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The stirring speech you just heard was broadcast to both the Imperial defenders in Tiefenhof and the soldiers across the entire Eastern Front on the eve of the Russia assault on the city. Although it should be pointed out that skirmishes had already been reported for some time before this. With such a rousing speech, it is hardly surprising that the soldiers who heard it were emboldened and inspired to do what they could to defend themselves. Indeed, we have several interviews with veterans who served in the campaign that will be broadcast later in the program. However, what many of our viewers may find interesting is that this recording actually appears to be the voice of the young prince. Perhaps even more surpassing is that we can confirm the young prince did actually visit the city at the time, despite the danger and the recent tragedies amongst the imperial royal family. Some have pointed to this fact and claimed it is proof that the young prince was none other than the infamous Saint of Letzenbourg. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Historians have long known the young royal was whisked away from the city before the main Federation assault. Indeed, we have a copy of the captain's log from the SS Tannenfels, along with a copy of the orders authorizing his evacuation proving he was on board. Although it seems he did sustain some minor injuries during his visit. However, although the young prince's connection to the saint has been once again disproven, the exploits of the mage that had taken up the moniker during the siege are no less exciting. As are those of the infamous Devil of the Rhine, as you will see tonight's program. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. Office of Lieutenant General Victor von Schultz. 2. Captain Ignacy Borak, Merchant Ship, SS Tannenfels. By the order of His Imperial Majesty's government, and at the behest of the Army General Staff, you are requested and required to cede both ship and crew of the vessel SS Tannenfels over to the command of the 8th Army under command of Lieutenant General von Schultz. At this time you are ordered to hold at the port in Tegenhof and prepare for the evacuation of notable personnel should the city come under attack. It is imperative these persons are escorted safely back to friendly territory. Under no circumstances is the Tannenfels to leave without Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern of Letzenbourg. Failure to carry out these orders will result in court-martial, of which the maximum penalty is execution. Glory be to the Vaterland. Gen. V. von Schultz. Found amongst the files of SS Tannenfels. May 6, Unified Year 1925, 11 o'clock. Regional Command Center of Colonel Ernst Vogel, Rear Imperial Defense Lines, Elbing, Maesria, 50 kilometers southwest of Tegenhof. Quite the speech, the propaganda people must love that kid. Major Drockman observed as Vogel leaned across his desk to turn off the wireless. The man had a point. Whoever the prince's speechwriter was deserved a medal for how much patriotic bullshit he could cram into one broadcast. And using the boy as a mouthpiece was audacious to the point of being ridiculous. It was a wonder that any right-thinking person could swallow such crap. Somehow it seemed to work though, particularly for the Letzenburgers. Every time some new exaggerated story about the exploits of the Saint or White Silver made its way to the front, the men seemed to perk up a little bit. Although the cynical colonel couldn't understand why himself, he could appreciate the positive effect the boy's words had on his men's morale. By God, they certainly needed it. Honestly, I'm surprised they let someone so young on the battlefield. I wouldn't want my son going to war. The major continued, earning him a withering look from his commander. Vogel had been a soldier for a very long time, and served in countless border conflicts, skirmishes, and volunteer operations during his career. One thing he'd learned early on was that the propaganda people were unashamed liars that would say anything if they thought it would help the war effort. I didn't take you for the sort to fall for cheap tricks like this, Herman. The colonel replied, shaking his head. As if the military would really have kids running around in a war zone. The story of the little girl White Silver earning the silver wings was fantastical enough, but adding a prince to the mix was beyond the pale. He'd never understood why anyone could believe such nonsense. He very much doubted that either had seen a battle in anything other than his picture books. Well, there are plenty of people that claim to have seen him fighting, at least from a distance. Not to mention a few officers who claim to have met them up close. His deputy replied defensively. And most of the people that served on the Rhine say they heard the Saint asking the Republicans to make peace over the battlefield. You can't say it's just a fabrication. We also had stories of angels descending on the Rhine and soldiers being saved by the ghosts of their dead colleagues. War does strange things to a man, makes him see things that aren't there. Vogel replied, waving a hand dismissively, but his deputy still seemed doubtful. Don't get me wrong, I'm certain the propaganda people use him for their purposes, but I guarantee he doesn't see frontline service. It's just a rehash of those stories about the Letzenbourg maskets. The propaganda people love using stories like that. When I was a lieutenant they tried to improve morale in the hospitals with a story about a lady in white that came to see the injured troops. They even hired an actress to play the part. This is no different, smoke and mirrors for the sake of the men's resolve. Well, the boys in Tegenhof certainly need all the resolve they can get. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now. The major replied, changing the subject rather than opting to argue with him on the point. Vogel supposed some people were too fond of such fanciful stories to let them go. Maybe the propaganda people were right and it was important to have stories and symbols of hope for folks to cling to. If so, he must have been a strange anomaly amongst the rest of them. He was too much of a pessimist to entertain such rubbish. Regardless, the man made a good point. He may have been able to argue with his deputy's view on propaganda, but he couldn't argue with his assessment of the battle. Things didn't look good in Tegenhof right now. Surrounded, cut off from supplies and facing a vastly numerically superior force. Even one of those was bad news for a defender, but all three sounded like a nightmare. Add the rumors that the air fleet was struggling to intercept the close air support aircraft and bombers in the area and it painted a bleak picture for the defenders. The only good news was that it had taken some of the pressure off the rest of the Eastern Front. Well, you heard the words of your great war hero. We did what we could, it's up to them to do their part now. Vogel replied with a sarcastic shrug, ignoring the disapproving frown from the major. Apparently, he didn't approve of his gallows humor. It's not as if we're in any shape to help, all we can do is try to reorganize our defenses and hope they don't die for nothing. He knew he was being blunt, perhaps even a little cruelly dismissive of the fate of the Tegenhof defenders, but after so many years as a soldier, he considered it part of his nature to be candid when things looked bad. He considered it disrespectful to the poor bastards that got the short end of the stick to beat around the bush. He may have been willing to be diplomatic so that France and his Letzenbourg rabble could settle in, but he wasn't about to sugarcoat the truth for proper soldiers. Speaking of which, we should consider merging some of the companies to keep up operational strength. Drachmann advised wearily. We've taken far too many casualties recently. Vogel nodded with a sigh before he and his deputy went to work discussing how best to reorganize their remaining personnel. In theory, the job shouldn't be especially difficult. He trusted both his deputy and his junior officers to be able to integrate any new platoon members once he and Drachmann had switched their members to maintain combat effectiveness. The difficult part was the paperwork. The Imperial military had a fixation on documentation that bordered on obsessive. It seemed as though the Imperial bureaucracy required a signature from anyone who touched each and every bullet delivered to a regiment. One from the quartermaster, the commanding officer, the soldier. The only person who didn't sign was the invader that got hit with the damn thing. And personnel requests were even worse. They considered something filled out in triplicate as lacking in detail and redundancy. He could only assume the Empire had a second army of bureaucrats working behind the scenes to file it all. If only they'd give them all a rifle. Maybe it would even the odds a little, at least in numbers. It didn't take long before he started feeling demoralized about all the desk work that they'd been lumped with, even if it was better than the attritional fighting they'd been suffering along the front lately. He wondered if this was what it was like for the higher UPS back home. He'd heard that General Zetter often managed to get what he wanted without all the paperwork and bureaucracy that the rest of them had to put up with, but as a result, his staff had to fudge a lot of the documents. Lucky bastard, he thought to himself as he felt his wrist beginning to ache. If only I could get away with that too. His envious musings about his superior were quickly forgotten, however, as a young officer, not bothering to knock, burst through his door and snapped him from his thoughts. Sir. It's the Letzenbourgers. What now? Did they get into another brawl? Vogel answered with a heavy sigh. How he wished he could just send the whole mob home. And no sir. The officer stammered, his eyes wide with panic. They're trying to break through to relieve Tegenhof. Vogel was on his feet and halfway towards the command center in milliseconds as blind rage at the resident thorn in his side's insubordination drove him forward furiously. He knew he shouldn't have trusted them, he knew they weren't up to the task, and now if they weren't careful they could collapse their freshly stabilized defenses. France, you buffoon! What the hell have you done? He bellowed, unable to control his temper as he rushed towards the map table. What he saw, however, was much worse than he could have imagined. It's not just France's men, sir. All the Letzenbourg units attached to the eastern forces are attacking. They're leaving gaping holes in our lines. The duty officer replied, the fear in his voice echoing his own. With so many gaps appearing, it was impossible that the Federation wouldn't try to take advantage of the chaos. Worse still, the advancing Letzenbourgers were leaving themselves completely exposed. They'd be killed to a man. It could only lead to the complete collapse of the entire Eastern Front. Damn it! We have no choice, advance with them. He hissed to himself through clenched teeth, grabbing his hat and pistol as he made for the door. Major Drachmann, contact the general and tell him we're moving to support the Letzenbourg assault. I suggest he does the same. What about you, sir? Where are you going? I'm leading my men on a suicidal crusade. He replied bitterly as he strode out the door towards the front before quietly adding. As the will of God is in heaven, even so let it be. May 6, Unified Year 1925-1840. Federation 7th Army Group Field Hospital, near Insterburg, 30 kilometers east of Tegenhof. Mary flinched as the screams echoed around the camp, resisting the urge to cover her ears and squeeze her eyes shut to hide from anguished cries. Hour by hour it seemed to get worse as more and more wounded arrived from the front, the overworked orderlies now seeming to produce a constant stream of injured men and women from the constant flow of horse-drawn ambulances, each crying out in pain. It had been a terrifying sight to behold when she'd first seen them being brought in, and as more followed, Mary felt as though something was chipping away at her very soul. It was even worse when she saw the ones that had been covered up and were being quietly carried away. She knew they would not live to fight another day. The whole thing made her feel sick with guilt, and she felt a dull ache in her chest when she thought about how their injuries might have been prevented. Deep down she was certain that she could have something to stop all this. She balled her fist in frustration, she felt so helpless. The battalion had not yet been given orders from the Russie command, and Colonel Drake did not seem in any rush to join the fight without them. She'd begged him for permission to go out and support the Russie attack, but he'd flat out denied it, telling her that without orders from the Federation command, it wasn't their business. It's like he didn't even care about how many people were getting hurt. How many people were dying needlessly. The whole thing had left her feeling angry, anxious, and listless, unable to stand still as she listened to the distant sounds of battle. She couldn't bear sitting around doing nothing. Fortunately, Damien had felt the same and had thought of a way to distract themselves from the bitter frustration of waiting. At his suggestion, they volunteered to help at the field hospital. They weren't at risk of being imminently deployed after all, and she reasoned that if she couldn't help prevent the Russie soldiers from being injured, she could at least see to it their injuries were treated as quickly as possible. She'd practically jumped at the opportunity to feel as though she were making a difference, even if it was only in a very small way. It was much better than waiting for Commander Drake to authorize action against the Imperials. Still, she'd been worried about getting in trouble and had wanted to ask Lieutenant Taneka for permission to be sure it was okay. Unfortunately, she'd been in a meeting with Colonel Drake and the Federation commanders all day, so she'd been forced to go without it. She'd felt a little guilty about that, but she was sure the older girl would understand. Lilia was always saying they were all brothers and sisters in arms no matter their differing ideologies. Mary was certain she'd be pleased that she and Damien were assisting her fallen countrymen, and by the time they'd arrived at the field hospital, she'd all but forgotten her fears of getting in trouble and felt excited to finally be able to help out. However, she hadn't been ready to see how brutal the aftermath of battle could be. She'd seen men and women screaming in pain as blood escaped their wounds. Soldiers weeping for their mothers as they cradled a stump where their arms or legs had once been. Worst of all, she'd seen people turn increasingly more pale and pallid as the life gradually drained out of them, fear staining their features as they saw the end approaching. She couldn't believe that people, no, the Imperials, could be so cruel. They truly must have been enthralled by the devil. She'd been determined to do whatever she could to help, but instead of the gratitude she'd expected, she'd increasingly been made to feel as though she were just getting in the way. It wasn't as though the Russie medical staff were rude or unkind to her, but they looked at her with a strange mix of suspicion and discomfort. Every time she'd done anything to try to help, even something simple like carrying the wounded from the ambulances or bringing fresh bandages, she'd been politely and firmly told her help wasn't necessary, leaving her efforts to feel all the more fruitless. The injured soldiers themselves hadn't been much better. They'd been happy to see a friendly face at first, even someone like her who could barely string 2 words of Rus together. But they soon fell quiet when they saw her uniform. Even those who were racked with pain became tight-lipped and began outright ignoring her once they realized she was one of the international volunteers. Before long she'd been pushed to the sidelines and left as nothing more than an awkward spectator to the horrid stream of injuries that made their way back from the front. The feeling of helplessness grew ever stronger as she watched the next batch of wounded being carried into the now overcrowded field hospital. It isn't supposed to be like this, she thought, fighting the need to cry as the feelings of uselessness and frustration bubbled over into anger. She'd joined the volunteers to prevent more people from getting hurt, not to stand by and watch as it happened. They were supposed to be fighting the Empire so that more people didn't end up feeling the way she had when her father had been taken away from her. She'd joined so that she wouldn't feel so useless again. So why is nothing any different? She thought, feeling tears begin to form at the corners of her eyes once more as a vision of her father flashed in her mind. Papa, I wish you were here with me. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes as did her best to control her emotions. She was supposed to be a soldier, she couldn't let herself be seen crying like a little kid. After a few moments, she opened her eyes again, free of the tears but still feeling the bitter ache in her chest as she saw another ambulance arrive. I can't stay here anymore, she told herself as she tore her gaze away from the incoming wounded. I should find Damien and head back to camp. With a sigh, she turned away and began her search of the crowded field hospital for the little mage. It was both strange and a little upsetting how both staff and patients seemed to purposely ignore her as she made her way past. None of them would talk to her directly, most shrugging or pretending not to understand as she tried to use her limited Rus to ask about her friend. Some of the orderlies blanked her completely, continuing their own conversation when she approached them. It made her feel like a ghost. Fortunately, it didn't take too long to find her pious friend, and when she finally found where he had sequestered himself, she kicked herself for not realizing where he was sooner. He was in one of the quieter parts of the field hospital, although the quiet was not because it was any less crowded than the rest of the hospital tents. If anything, there may have been more patients here than anywhere else, yet there were few doctors or orderlies around here. They knew their time was better spent elsewhere. Although she'd had trouble getting any information from the Federation medical staff, it hadn't taken her long to figure out what the purpose of this place was, and although she was ashamed to admit it, she had been silently avoiding it. It was the place they put the patients they could do nothing for. A place for them to die. She felt a strange mix of emotions as she realized what Damien was doing here. She watched silently as he carefully grasped the hand of one of the dying men and quietly murmured a soothing prayer to him. She felt proud of the kind little mage, as well as a little ashamed of herself for not coming here sooner and following his lead. These people needed help too, and although they likely wouldn't survive, they didn't deserve to die alone. Unlike the others, they wouldn't care who they were or what country they were from. They simply wanted someone to be with them at the end. I wonder if anyone was there for Papa. She shook the intrusive thought from her head, fearful that she might start crying again if she followed it, and instead continued to watch as Damien carefully moved between the makeshift cots, offering a quiet prayer and a moment of comfort to each of the occupants. Part of her wanted to join him, but somehow it felt as though she would be intruding on something important. She thought back to her own injuries in Moscow and how the vision of Damien visiting her had chased the pain away from her. Although it had proven to be nothing more than a dream, at the time it had given her a sense of calm that she desperately needed after that monster had struck her with her father's gun. Even now she could feel the anger and sorrow bubbling in her chest as she thought of the evil girl holding her father's gun, but the prayers of her friend seemed to keep it at bay and gave her a sliver of comfort. It was a feeling she didn't want to take away from the fallen soldiers. To even contemplate doing so seemed like sacrilege. However, it seemed that not everyone shared that view. "Ah, so here you both are." The heavily accented voice of her friend Lieutenant Tanaka called as she entered the tent behind them, her voice cutting through the near silence of the peaceful tent. "I'd wondered where you'd gotten to. Lilia." Mary squeaked, turning towards her friend in wide-eyed surprise before she remembered where she was and lowered her voice. "I thought you were in a meeting," translating for Colonel Drake. "We're all done for the day." The political officer explained with a friendly smile, "I heard you'd come to visit the field hospital, so I thought I'd check on you." Mary felt a stab of embarrassment as the woman held her gaze. She still felt a little guilty about not asking her for permission to come here, especially as their reception had been less than welcoming. But at least Lilia didn't seem mad. Sensing her discomfort, the political officer's smile widened for a moment before her eyes caught sight of the little mage behind them and frowned slightly. "Sergeant Willibrord, may I ask what you are doing to that man?" Perhaps it had been Mary's imagination, but the lieutenant's words seemed to betray a slightly accusatory tone, as though she believed she had caught the pair doing something they shouldn't have. However, as always Damien remained calm in the face of any criticism or judgment sent his way. Sometimes Mary wondered if he were even capable of getting angry. "I'm giving a few moments of prayer for these poor souls. They deserve the opportunity to feel his comforting grace before they pass over to him." The boy eventually whispered quietly, although not before finishing his prayer. "We have been very accommodating of your beliefs, Sergeant. I would appreciate it if you would offer us the same courtesy." The political officer replied, her frown darkening as Damien rose to his feet, his face not betraying even an ounce of discomfort at the woman's disapproving tone. "These soldiers are heroes of the Federation, they do not follow your faith. Their lips may lack prayer but they have faith in their hearts, Sister Tanaka. And even those that falter deserve a chance to open themselves to it." Damien replied calmly, fixing her with a strange look. "I pray one day you will too." Despite the outward calm of the pair, Mary felt the tension building between the two and was compelled to step between her two friends. Despite never being actually hostile towards one another, the pair had never seemed to get on. Then again, when it came to Damien, few people did, he had a strange way of making people uncomfortable without meaning to. Still, she didn't want this situation to bubble over into a full-blown argument. "Please, this isn't the place for this, let's go outside," she interjected, gesturing to the injured soldiers and ushering them towards the exit. "I'm sorry Lilia, we were tired of waiting around and wanted to do something to help out." "I'm sure Damien didn't mean to do anything to upset anyone." The woman's frown softened as Mary tried to explain why they had left the camp, eventually morphing back into a smile as her previous grievance with the little mage was forgotten. Meanwhile, Damien remained silent and as impassive as ever, seemingly unperturbed by Mary's words as they stepped out into the overcast evening. "Then you'll be pleased to hear you're being deployed tomorrow for the final push." The lieutenant grinned cheerfully. "Colonel Drake was concerned you were all still too inexperienced, but it was decided you and your comrades would strike at some of the key locations in the city while the ground forces capture the city. We're looking forward to seeing you all in action." Mary felt her heart leap as it filled with a mixture of relief and excitement at the news. They would finally be able to do something that helped their ally. She would finally get to feel useful and stop the Imperials from hurting anyone else. She would face the Imperials' end. She stopped in her tracks for a moment as the face of the devil girl appeared in her mind. The one that had taken her father from her, the one that had robbed her family of happiness. Her hands balled into fists reflexively as she felt her anger rising inside her, and for a moment the world seemed to fall away around her. There was nothing but her and the monster, the girl wearing a mocking grin as she plunged her father's gun into Mary's stomach. The very weapon she had gifted her father to protect himself, and now the very weapon she used to kill and destroy with. "I will stop you. I will make you pay for what you've done. I'll..." Suddenly the anger fell away as she felt a soft tug on her sleeve. She looked down and saw Damien staring at her with undisguised concern for a moment before his frown softened slightly. "Whatever happens tomorrow will be God's will," the boy said quietly and with such conviction, it was impossible to argue with. She let out a sigh as she forced the rest of her anger down and rejoined her friends as they headed back towards the camp. "You should head back and get some rest, Colonel Drake will be giving a briefing soon," the political officer continued, seemingly unaware of what had just passed between Mary and Damien, before turning to leave. "I have a few more duties to attend to here first, but I'll meet you later." Mary watched as her friend headed back into one of the tents, feeling a tumultuous mix of emotions inside her. It felt as though everything from nervousness to joy, but throughout all of it was an undercurrent of grim determination. She would stop the devil from hurting anyone else, she was certain of it. She turned to Damien wondering if he felt the same, but the only thing she could discern from his face was worry as he wore a deep frown once again. "What is it?" she asked, concerned for her friend. It was unusual for him to show anything other than a serene calm on his face, and she'd never seen him worried for himself. It made her feel uneasy to see him like this. The boy remained silent for a while, staring up at the ever-darkening sky above. "We're going to be tested," he said eventually, "all of us." May 6, Unified Year 1925 1900 hours. Skies above Tegenhof dockyards, Tegenhof. 2nd Platoon, cover the infantry withdrawal. Tanya ordered with a frustrated grimace. It had been a long time since she'd needed to deploy her troops by the platoon, and she didn't much like diluting the fighting strength of the troops that were supposed to be keeping her alive. Especially since she'd already had to split the battalion up to cover General von Scholz's defense efforts. However, with such limited personnel, and so much work to do, she didn't have much choice. The rest of you with me. She dived, trusting her subordinates to follow as she squeezed the trigger of her submachine gun, letting out a volley of fire as she strafed the Russie soldiers attempting to overrun the Imperial positions. Things had been getting increasingly desperate across the city and the enemy numbers were finally starting to take their toll on von Scholz's troops, forcing them to concede ground and fall back further towards the center of the city. However, as their only source of outside supply, it was imperative that the docks remain under Imperial control, and the only way that would be possible was if the ground troops could set up a new line of defense. A task easier said than done. The Russie may not have been inventive with their tactics, but they hit like a sledgehammer and they knew how to keep the pressure on. Hour by hour they were receiving worrying reports of casualties that were unsustainable and could only lead to a complete operational collapse if they continued. Even Tanya's mages had not made it through unscathed, with several injuries and fatalities reported across the battalion. She wasn't looking forward to the paperwork she'd have to fill out and send to the families when this was all over. She saw a slew of men fall to the combined weight of fire from her and her company as she pulled up and banked around for another pass. Dozens more were left dead or injured as she fired again into the Communists' mass charge. However, the enemy continued to surge forward and into the previously Imperial defensive positions, heedless of their losses. There seemed to be no end of them, and for every man killed it seemed as though two more appeared to take his place. Damn it! Do soldiers grow on trees in the Federation? She cursed inwardly as she ordered her men to switch to artillery formula. It was risky to use explosives so close to friendly lines, but she needed to buy some more time while the infantry regrouped. Her assault was not something the enemy could ignore, however, and a flurry of fire from the Federation forces began to fill the air, lighting up her shield. Usually, she and her men would have nothing to fear from simple small arms fire, however, the sheer volume was a threat in and of itself. Each strike was gradually weakening their barriers, grinding them down in the same crude and barbaric way the enemy used against the Empire at large. It was only a matter of time before they broke through. As members of a terrorist organization had once said in her old world, they only had to get lucky once. Another burst of fire from her weapon would quickly blunt this threat, however, at least temporarily, and men were either incinerated by the flames or sent flying by the explosions she unleashed upon the trench. However, again the Federation was already preparing an answer to her counter-assault, and a much more vicious wave of fire erupted from deeper within the Federation lines. There was little time to react, and to her side, one of her Rhine veterans, Corporal Scheffer, let out a screech of pain as he took a hit, his shield collapsing almost instantly under the weight of fire. Crap! They've finally brought up their AA guns. She cursed again, lamenting that even communists could learn their lessons given enough experience, as she returned fire and summoned a communication spell. What's the status of the withdrawal to the tertiary lines? She barked irritably. Weathering small arms fire was one thing, but she wasn't about to act as target practice for the Federation anti-aircraft units. Unlike the ones in Moscow, these ones seemed to know how to aim. We need more time to regroup. The voice of one of the infantry's junior officers replied, in a panic-ridden tone. There's too many of them, we won't have a dot. Lieutenant Serebryakov. Go help get these idiots back in order. She snapped, not allowing the man to finish. It worried her that she'd been answered by such a junior member of the infantry column. By rights, their commander should have been the one to do it. The only explanation was that there had been a breakdown in the chain of command, something that could threaten their entire defense strategy. The infantry already looked as though they were in danger of breaking, and it would turn into a disaster if the withdrawal turned into a rout. She wasn't exactly thrilled about losing her adjutant and flight partner in the middle of a battle, but her loyal assistant was the only one aside from herself that she trusted to get the job done. Although still only a junior officer herself, she was a decent organizer and, for reasons Tanya hadn't quite figured out, was a calming influence on the men. Besides, the faster order was restored, the faster Tanya could get herself out of the line of fire. I suppose I have no choice but to deal with these guys myself. She added with a scowl, feeling more and more annoyed about the intolerable situation she'd once again been thrust into. Give me covering fire. Honestly, this is too much to ask of someone who isn't getting overtime pay. Tanya abruptly changed direction and quickly began gaining altitude. Although these gunners were clearly of superior skill to the ones that had been guarding the Federation capital, they were still communists and unlikely to be especially skilled as soldiers. That meant it would take them a moment to readjust their fire to her new elevation, and it would give her a little more time to sow some chaos in their ranks. A glance down told her the locations of the AA guns as she slipped a fresh magazine into her machine gun. For what she had planned, she would need the extra ammunition, although part of her lamented the waste considering the limited supplies within the city. Still, she was more than willing to trade a few rounds of ammunition for her personal safety. She came to a halt in the air and took aim at the first of the enemy positions, anti-air fire still filling the sky below her. She forced mana into her weapon until she began feeling the metal begin to heat up as the magical radiation built up around the barrel. She could hear the whirring in the computation jewel on her chest as she compiled the final calculations for the formula, and she found herself instinctively holding her breath as the mana built inside it. It was fortunate she was using the Type 97, a normal orb would have overheated by now, and although the Type 95 could handle loads such as this much more effectively, she wasn't willing to risk the mental degradation, it would have her speaking in tongues. Fortunately, she was well acquainted with the limits of the Mad Doctor's second attempt at an orb, and she was willing to push it to them if it would help put an end to this assault. She braced herself as she squeezed the trigger, unleashing a full volley of artillery spells from her machine gun to tear through the first enemy position. She grunted with effort as she used another formula to enhance her strength to suppress the recoil and swept her fire across the field to the next batch of anti-aircraft guns and now panicked infantry before repeating the motion again and again as she switched to the next target. Explosion after explosion ripped through the enemy ranks, as she continued to rake the enemy positions, causing the AA guns to fall silent one by one. What few survivors remained, scrambled for cover in what remained of the once imperial positions, desperate to escape the onslaught, but Tanya was in no mood to be merciful. Finally, her magazine began to empty and she forced one last surge of mana through her weapon and brought her weapon around to the center of the enemy advance. She raised an arm to shield her eyes from the flash of the final blast while doing her best to ignore the almost burning warmth from the orb on her chest as word back to normal operation. Fortunately, she would not need to put more strain on the device as the final blast was enough to trigger the enemy retreat, the Federation interlopers scurrying off towards more friendly lines as the guns of those who remained fell silent. She let out a sigh of relief as she watched the enemy retreat. Usually, she would be tempted to order her troops to follow and allow themselves to pick up a few easy kills, but she could feel fatigue beginning to creep up on her and she felt a little winded after unleashing so much mana at once. She could hardly go running after the enemy when she'd so recently reprimanded one of her subordinates for doing the same thing. Besides, it wasn't as though they weren't going to have any other opportunities to do so later. Sevbriakov, report, she called, raising a hand to her neck as she summoned a communication spell. I've found the major in charge. He'd suffered a blow to the head, but he's up and about again and he's just about managed to get things back under control down here. Her adjutant replied, causing Tanya to smile slightly as another wave of relief washed over her. It had been the right choice to trust Visha to deal with the situation on the ground. Between them, they'd managed to salvage the best outcome possible from this mess. The senior officer's injuries must have led to the breakdown in the chain of command. With the Eastern Army full of less experienced officers, it was hardly surprising the younger ones had started to panic when things went south. It was a shame the Empire hadn't spent more time rotating troops from this area to the north or the Rhine. They would have been much better prepared to deal with the unexpected if they'd seen either of those muddy hellholes firsthand. Still, now that order had been re-established, and the enemy had been driven back, she could afford to leave things here to the ground troops. If she was lucky, she might even get a few moments to enjoy a coffee. Even so, things still looked a little precarious here. It might be best to have Major Hofen send some of his mages to keep an eye on things, just in case. Good work. Have the rest of the company stand down for now. But stay alert, there are still enemies around. She returned, before sending a quick request for relief from her contemporary in von Schultz's forces. In the meantime, I could do with a few minutes to myself. She added to herself, feeling a twinge of tiredness hit her muscles as she floated gently upwards, further into the sky. Still, she wasn't about to let this moment of respite go to waste. Now was the ideal moment to reassess the tactical situation. It never ceased to amaze Tanya quite how easily a mage could find peace on a battlefield, even if it was only for a few precious moments as they hovered above it. Considering that the curse of magical aptitude all but guaranteed a person a dangerous assignment during wartime, and thus lowered one's survival probability significantly, it was surprising enough that she was able to experience a moment of peace at all. Particularly when she had to contend with the foul machinations of being X as he attempted to sabotage her quest for a peaceful life, not to mention a certain prince who seemed to have a talent for doing the same. Yet as she hovered high amongst the clouds and surveyed the battle far below, she couldn't help but enjoy this rare benefit of magecraft. At times like this, the sliver of calm helped her get a grip on the situation and allowed her to gain a better perspective of the battlefield. Considering her career as an aerial mage had been fraught with almost nothing but danger thus far, it was pleasant to have a few moments to take stock of her situation. It even went some way towards chasing the aches from her battered and bruised body. It's strange that so many mages make poor staff officers, she mused as she gazed down at the city below. From her vantage point, she could see the entire battle developing underneath her, giving her an unparalleled understanding of the battlefield. It was almost like playing one of those real-time strategy games she'd seen in her previous life, something the Solariman had never really paid much attention to at the time. Still, compared to the maps and reports the commanders on the ground had to work with, she had a far greater understanding of the current tactical situation than anyone else could hope for. It was difficult to understand that so many others with magical talent struggled to get to grips with the strategic and tactical picture when they could see the world like this. Despite that, or perhaps because of it, she found herself distracted by the spectacle of the unfolding combat across the city below. She couldn't help feeling a little depressed as she watched the two masses of human potential crashing into each other. Even the communists likely had some useful human resources needlessly being fed into the grinder down there. Not to mention the mind-boggling sum of material and financial capital that was being spent to achieve the death count. She could only imagine what the long-term economic damage might be. This was why she hated war. Ultimately there was no long-term profit in it for an organization. Even within the military, it served simply to rob the future of useful members of society. Perhaps Ernest Hemingway had been right when he called war a crime. By almost any measure it was one country stealing the future from another, usually while mortgaging their own. It was right and proper to defend oneself of course, but ultimately, neither side would really profit from all this violence, unless it led to the complete collapse of the Russia's communist regime of course. Then they would at least get to replace their system with something a little more akin to freedom. To call war an exercise in futility was an understatement, yet here they were knee-deep in blood and iron once again. It was the sort of foolish and irrational behavior she could expect from the communists, but it depressed her that the empire had once again been dragged further down this path. Especially when the chances of the Allied Kingdom and Free Francois coming to terms had been becoming tantalizingly close with all their losses in the south. The Imperials were a rational-minded people after all, with a solid understanding of an individual's usefulness as well as a firm grasp of free market principles. Having to defend against these Federation brutes and the other nations was akin to her old self fighting off a group of muggers in the street. If only there was the international equivalent of the police, she thought with a wry smile on her lips. She almost sounded like a child wishing for foolish things like that. She knew all too well there was no higher authority to appeal to, just a cruel devil that masqueraded as a deity. The empire had no choice but to expend its precious national resources defending against a glorified purse snatcher. She frowned before shaking the thoughts from her head, reminding herself of her duty and mentally reprimanding herself for allowing herself to become engrossed in this pointless philosophical train of thought. She'd come up here to get a better look at the tactical situation below, not to waste time within her own head. She couldn't allow herself to get preoccupied with such things in a situation like this. Her very life might depend on it. Although it was true that, for the moment at least, she was relatively safe at this altitude, that didn't mean she could afford to allow herself to get distracted. The air fleet was only just holding off the enemy air raids, and it would only take one to get through for her to be chewed up by the cannons of an opportunistic fighter, as she was busy comparing the belligerent nations to common thugs, even if the analogy was accurate. Not to mention the possibility the enemy might manage to salvage some of their ground-based anti-air positions. She reached for her binoculars and summoned a small amount of mana to listen in on the nearby communications as she surveyed the battle below. A wall of sound and static washed over her, causing her to wince as she took a moment to tune her mana signal to coincide with the proper radio frequency. Although it could be distracting, she preferred the extra noise to not knowing what was going on. Immediately she began hearing desperate reports to General von Scholz's command from the air fleet. It seemed the sheer number of Russie planes had begun to take its toll, and more enemy fighters and close air support aircraft had begun to slip through the net. What was worse, however, was the reports of Imperial air losses. Although pilots were easier to replace than mages, they still required a great deal of training before they were considered airworthy. The loss of any pilot was an almost criminal waste as far as the military's resources were concerned. It seemed her airborne sanctuary would not remain safe for much longer. With Federation AA now starting to cover low altitudes and their aircraft breaking through at height, it seemed the skies were going to become increasingly unpleasant. She would have to make the most of it while she could. In the meantime, she'd also have to keep an eye out for any enemy aircraft that made it through. As if I don't have enough to worry about, she murmured as she swept her gaze over the battlefield and focused on the sector she was perhaps most concerned about. She hadn't been happy about having to deploy Wilhelm to the southwestern approach to the city, at least not while he was behaving like an idiot. If either Eastern Command sent a relief effort, or General von Scholz decided to attempt a breakout, it would become the most vital position within the city. Even so, it wasn't so important that it needed Wilhelm to trade his health for it. She was nominally still responsible for his well-being after all. She could just imagine that reckless idiot dying from an overdose to try and prove a point. Just thinking about it made her angrier than she preferred to admit. Unfortunately, everyone else had already been committed, and she didn't dare give up the tactical flexibility she had as a mobile reserve. So, she'd had no choice but to let him go. Fortunately, though, he seemed to be behaving himself for the most part. His area still had fewer enemy troops massing around it than the rest of the city, although from the sheer numbers she observed that wasn't really saying much. And she could see Wilhelm and his company launching hit-and-run attacks on them as the Federation redeployed units to the area. As long as the little idiot didn't overextend himself or use up all his supplies again, he seemed like he was in a reasonably good position. Still, she'd need to keep an eye on him just in case. Her eyes lingered on the distant little captain for a few moments more before she turned her attention back towards the docks. The line still looked a mess, but she could see her ground-based colleagues industriously going to work to reorganize themselves. Once Major Hofen's troops relieved them, they should be able to hold out without too many problems, for the moment at least. Assuming Hofen's mages were up to the task, that is. Although his men were professional enough, they weren't her veterans, and she just couldn't bring herself to trust their abilities as she did her loyal band of warmongers. Suddenly her mind registered a new burst of radio chatter from both Weiss and Newman's companies, quickly catching her attention as she turned to survey the southern sectors of the city. Both had reported fresh assaults not so long ago, and although she trusted the abilities of her veterans, it was only prudent to check in on their progress. Her frown deepened as she peered through her binoculars. Both positions were holding, but things were beginning to look a little shaky. Her mages seemed to be putting up a decent defense, but there was only so much a single company could do, and, much like at her own position, the infantry they'd been sent to support was reaching breaking point, and a cursory glance told her that more enemy troops were inbound. It seemed as though her brief moment of peace was well and truly over. She began summoning another communication spell to order her company to go and reinforce their comrades. However, another burst of static caught her attention first. 04 to 02, come in. The voice of Lieutenant Grants hissed through the static. We're coming under heavy attack from the northeast and the enemy are bringing armor. Request reinforcements. Shit. It seems we're going to be especially busy today, thought to herself glumly as she peered over towards Grantz's position. At least Grants is mature enough to ask for help when it's required. Tanya clicked her tongue with frustration as she saw the force her subordinate had warned of. Unlike the assault Wilhelm had barely weathered, the Federation had brought a mix of heavy and medium tanks with them this time. Although it wasn't impossible for mages to damage these behemoths, it would be much tougher than taking out their more lightly armored cousins. Worse still, it seemed someone in the Federation army had grown a brain cell and had started using the armor and artillery in support of their infantry assault, rather than haphazardly sending them all in as they had in the past. It was hardly impressive by imperial standards, but it's still an added layer of danger and inconvenience she would have to contend with. Communists weren't supposed to be competent. Acknowledged 04, we're on our way. 02 and 03, it looks like you'll have to cope without us for a while, try to leave some commies for us. She replied curtly before switching frequencies and lowering her altitude. Lieutenant Sarabiakov, break time is over. Have the company form up on me, anyone who slips out of formation will get to test the effectiveness of the cannons on those Russie tanks. She accelerated forward with a grimace on her face, trusting Visha and the rest of her company would fall in behind her. She'd trained them too well for them to fail to catch up with her. However, she soon found herself biting back a curse as she approached Grantz's embattled sector as the air once again filled with flak and machine gun fire. Evidently, the enemy officer in charge of this sector had also used the armor to move up more anti-air defense to shield them from Tanya's mages. It was hardly any wonder Grants was having such a difficult time. Since when were communists allowed to use their initiative? She grumbled, feeling the warmth of monoradiation emanating from her computation orb as she shored up her barrier, before ordering her company to dive and open fire on the enemy formation. Just as she'd avoided their fire by gaining altitude before, she could do the same by closing in on them now, although this time it would be a riskier exercise. If the enemy officer in charge of this assault continued to show such signs of competence, they might be able to adapt to such a change in tactics. If I find him and see an opening, I'll be sure to take him out as soon as possible, she thought with a wry smile. She might even be doing the communists a favor, such free thinking was against their creed after all. She squeezed the trigger of her submachine gun, unleashing a burst of fire that split into explosion formulas as they struck the ground. Her company quickly followed suit, creating a wall of flame separating the advancing enemies from the desperate defenders. The assaulting infantry quickly halted in their tracks, those not engulfed by the flames quickly turned tail and began looking for cover, no longer trusting their tanks to provide safety for their advance. The armor itself was undeterred by the fire, however, and aside from a few loosened tracks, continued to advance towards the defensive line. Grants, let the infantry deal with the stragglers. Support our attack on the armor. She ordered as they came about to deliver another volley, wincing occasionally as stray fire from the enemy below glanced her shield. Everyone. Switch to armor-piercing formula. As one, and without her prompting, her company fired again, this time targeting the tanks that were still barreling towards the defensive lines set up in the city suburbs. The leading 4 vehicles were struck and 3 of them erupted as their ammunition cooked off and left them as nothing more than smoldering husks of steel. A second volley followed as Grantz's company fell in behind hers and added their fire to hers, and 2 more were incapacitated. The advance faltered slightly, crews stunned by the sudden appearance of Tanya's mages. However, it was not yet enough to break them, and the Federation retaliated with another vicious burst of anti-air fire. A yell from behind her told her that yet another one of her veterans had fallen victim to the communists' overwhelming firepower, although a glance back at the victim told her that the man at least had a chance to survive this encounter, as Grants ordered one of his soldiers to escort the wounded man back to friendly territory. Tanya swore under her breath, 5 tanks was by no means a decent trade for one of her precious human resources. Neither was it acceptable for the damnable communists to get one over on her, she needed to even the score. Prepare to come around for another attack. She ordered with a growl as she fired into the anti-air positions, hoping to keep some of the fire off of them while her troops went to work, but the reports she heard back from them made her heart sink. Our ammunition is running low, Commander. Grants reported uncertainly, no doubt mindful of the reprimand she'd given Wilhelm the day before. Should we break off for resupply? We're not looking much better, ma'am. Added Visha, echoing the newer officer's sentiment, we didn't have much time to restock after the last engagement. I don't think we'll have enough to deal with this on her own. Damn it. Tanya hissed internally, clicking her tongue with annoyance. Visha had enough experience by now that Tanya knew she could trust her adjutant's assessment was correct. Besides which, it wasn't the best time to dilute their firepower again right now anyway. Although they'd had some success against the Federation armor so far, they had yet to sow enough confusion to halt their advance. Worse still, the enemy casualties seemed to be mostly amongst the medium tanks, only 2 of the heavier vehicles had been taken out with the others that were seeming almost completely unscathed in the face of her mages. They would need to concentrate their fire to eliminate them effectively, something that would be infinitely more difficult if she sent too many of her mages away at the same time. What are my alternatives? She pondered, sparing a glance down at the armor trundling along towards the defense line as she did her best to avoid the anti-air fire. A close assault? No, I'm not suicidally stupid like Wilhelm. The Type 95? No, it isn't worth the mental degradation unless there is absolutely no other choice. Perhaps discretion is the better part of valor in this situation. After all, no one can expect us to do our job without the tools we need. Fall back for resupply. She ordered, banking around to lead them back towards friendly lines. She couldn't be expected to take down an entire tank column on her own. Still, she had to be sure that she couldn't be accused of negligence or dereliction of duty, so she quickly summoned another communication spell to contact the local command post. Hotel 4, this is Pixie 1. We need to withdraw for resupply, enemy armor still incoming. Requesting all available anti-armor guns and artillery to be put at the disposal of the Northeastern Sector Commander. We'll be back as soon as we can. Not that I plan on rushing back, of course, she thought as a wry smile formed at the edge of her mouth. The entire point of anti-tank guns was to take out armor, why should she rush back to do the work of another? Besides, there were plenty of other jobs she and her mages were required to do across the battlefield, not least the need to support her other companies. Why should she put herself at additional risk when the infantry had better tools for the job? Negative, Pixie 1. The operator's voice returned, causing Tanya to blink in surprise. What did they mean negative? Was command simply leaving this position out to dry? And if they were, would they try to pin the blame on her? Most of the heavier anti-armor cannons have been lost during the air raids and the man-portable anti-tank weapons struggle against the Federation's heavy armor. Please do all you can to halt the enemy, we'll attempt to supply you in the field. Halt the enemy armor? With dwindling mana and almost no ammunition? She screamed internally, struggling not to let out a screech of anguish at the unfairness of it all. Perhaps they assumed that since Wilhelm had been able to resist the smaller armored force with so few supplies, she would be able to do the same with the more heavily armored variants. Either that or they were simply desperate. Regardless, they had extremely overestimated what an aerial mage was capable of. Still, an order is an order. She thought to herself, searching for something she could use to help improve her situation. Fortunately, she didn't have to look too far to find something. Acknowledged, Hotel 4. Permission to take temporary command of the flak batteries for the defense. She replied, feeling a smile begin tugging at her lips. She'd been wanting to try this trick out since she'd met General von Rommel but had never had the opportunity. It was a trick that had worked for his alternate counterpart after all. The AA guns? You can use what you need to repel the enemy armor but ... Thank you, Hotel. Tanya interrupted, turning back to her troops, flashing them a confident grin that she only half felt. Looks like we'll have to wait for resupply, but don't worry, I have a little surprise planned for our guests. Everyone, share what ammunition you have left and await my signal. I expect to see an entire armored battalion taken for our losses today. Grants, Serebriakov. I'll leave it to you. She quickly descended towards the anti-air batteries below, its crews eschewing the use of their 8.8 cm flak cannons in favor of digging into their positions and preparing for the worst. It was of course the completely wrong call in this situation, but perhaps not unsurprising given the inexperience of the Eastern troops. Not to mention that despite the hasty re-education of this world's military in the face of the fighting on the Rhine, they had yet to fully learn all the harsh lessons that warfare had taught humanity in her old world. It was fortunate she was here so that they didn't need to learn the hard way. Who's in charge here? She called as she landed gently on the ground, immediately striding purposefully towards the nearest soldier. I am. An officer replied quickly, a captain judging from the insignia on his epaulets, eyeing her suspiciously for a moment. It was likely he'd never seen an aerial mage before. If you're here to offer mage support, they need you up ahead, the enemy armor is closing on us. Good, he seems to already have a handle on the situation. That should speed things up a little. I'm Major Tanya Digirekov, command has allowed me to temporarily take control of your battery. I need your men back at their guns now. She ordered forcefully. Under normal circumstances she would have preferred to be a little more diplomatic with the man. No one likes when some stranger claiming to be your boss wanders in and starts barking orders after all. Major. The captain blinked in astonishment, doubtlessly as surprised and insulted as she would have been if a superior had so unreasonably stripped her of command without so much as a moment of consultation. In truth she felt a little guilty treating him this way, however, he rallied quickly to the news and made the precise objection she had expected. For what reason? There's no aerial threat at the moment. We need to prepare for . That's an order, Captain. She replied, raising her weapon at him. It was unfortunate she didn't have time to argue with him in this case. He was just doing his job after all. Do I need to remind you what happens to soldiers who don't follow orders during wartime? The captain scowled at her before quickly ordering his men back to their positions at the flak cannons. She would have to apologize to him later, perhaps give him some of the alcohol that seemed to find its way into the battalion treasury. It wouldn't do to make enemies within her own organization after all. Get the barrels pointed downwards. Aim at the leading armored units. She continued pointing towards the enemy as it began smashing through the buildings on the outskirts. They were less than a kilometer away now and firing into the city indiscriminately. It was fortunate they hadn't been targeted yet. You want to use these against tanks? They're designed to bring down high-altitude bombers. The irritated officer replied, not bothering to hide his disapproval. Are you trying to get us all killed? Captain, a mage's shield is comparable to a lightly armored tank. A shot from an 8.8 cm flak cannon can easily rip through it, and the mage casting it at 6,000 feet. What do you think it'll do to these guys at such close range? She explained, fixing the captain with a glare that offered no room for argument. Fortunately, he was quick on the uptake, even if he still seemed a little dubious about the whole thing. All units. Fire at will. With her final order, both the cannons on the ground and her mages in the sky opened fire on their armored targets. This time, even the most heavily armored vehicles fell under the withering amount of fire, the flak guns tearing open the armor and her mages incinerating anything left inside it, and Tanya allowed herself a satisfied grin. The barrage was brutally effective, and before long the entire column was nothing more than a collection of shrapnel and broken wrecks amongst the rubble of the city. There was barely even anything left to take as a trophy. By the looks of things, she might have even managed to take down slightly more than the battalion's worth of armor she had hoped for. A happy bonus for when it came to calculating their achievements later, not to mention some payback for the losses they'd taken so far during the battle. She became aware of the battery captain staring at her in surprise, obviously shocked by how effective his anti-air guns were against armor. Perhaps he would learn to be a little freer thinking about these sorts of things in future. She only hoped that the rest of the Eastern forces weren't so rigid in their thinking. Not everyone would have the opportunity to gain the experience that he had. My apologies for my rude behavior, Captain. This was a little trick I'd picked up from General von Rommel in the south, and I didn't have time to explain it if it were to be effective. She half lied, reasoning it better to credit the general for the off-manual use of the guns rather than expose herself to possible reprimand. It had originally been the general's otherworldly counterpart that had used the tactic after all. Besides, even if he were credited with its use, it didn't detract from her achievements today, so she could think of it as a win-win. I see. The captain said eventually, a novel idea, I hadn't even considered using them this way. Completely understandable, Captain. It says in the manual only to use them against air units after all. She replied, doing her best to smooth over their earlier misunderstanding now that the immediate danger was over. However, given the situation, it might be better to use them as you see fit in future. I'd love to. The captain let out a hearty laugh, causing Tanya to step away in surprise. But you just used up the last of our ammunition. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always thank you for reading. Sorry it has been quite a while since I last updated. There are several reasons for this, including a trip to Germany, breaking both my PC and phone, and completely rewriting a section, but regardless I apologize for keeping you waiting. I'm going to be honest here, I may have borrowed Wilhelm's speech from a certain well-known British Prime Minister. I am not much of a speechwriter, and I wanted there to be something somewhat stirring, and I thought it more or less fit. The rest of it is all me, though I promise, I try to keep the plagiarizing to the minimum. Things are finally coming to a head in Tegenhof, and I'm happy to say the board is now all set. So hopefully you'll find the next few chapters exciting. I'm certainly enjoying writing them. Part of me wanted to get right to it in his chapter, but there were a few things I needed to finish setting up first. Also, I wanted to have Tanya kick some ass. Chapter 70, Tegenhof Offensive 4, Hell Rains Down. Tegenhof Offensive 3, Hell Rains Down. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The 7th of May is considered a turning point in the Battle of Tegenhof. if not the fate of the entire Eastern Front. With many scholars proposing compelling arguments on how the war could have been far less bloody if events had unfolded differently. However, those unfortunate enough to serve in the city, on both sides describe the situation as hell on earth. On the Federation side, the imperial defenses seemed nigh impregnable, and devastating losses had crushed the morale of the valiant conscript soldiers. At the time, one political officer's report is quoted as saying, "The battle has proven more challenging than we initially hoped." However, notes from a diary of a Federation private, who later defected to the Unified States, describes it far less diplomatically, "They're sending us in one at a time hoping they run out of bullets before we run out of men." Followed by some rather unsavory remarks about his superiors and a vow to escape the country. Meanwhile, the imperial forces did not fare much better. They too were suffering casualties but had no way to replenish them or indeed get them to the rear lines for treatment. Supplies were also dwindling, with many units reporting they had no ammunition left at all. Although, this seems to be somewhat of an exaggeration. However, it is perhaps the words of Sergeant Emmanuel Kraus that adequately sums up the feelings of most of the soldiers within the city. "We've barely slept, we've barely eaten, and if the enemy stood in a row, I still wouldn't have enough ammo to take 'em down. What little we have left has been given to the mages, the generals hoping they can save the day. All the rest of us can do is look to the sky, and pray." Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 7, Unified Year 1925-1816. Skies above Tegenhof, northeastern sector. All units fire at will. Tanya ordered, her voice feeling hoarse from trying to make herself heard over the ever-present sound of battle as she watched as yet another seemingly endless wave of communists erupt in a tide of flames. She frowned with irritation as she felt the encroaching fatigue in her muscles begin to take its toll on her body. She'd had hardly any time to rest in the last 24 hours, the Federation had been relentless in their assault and hadn't given any of the defenders time to properly recover. Between the enemy assaults and the never-ending requests for reinforcements, Tanya felt as though she were being pulled apart at the seams. "Why couldn't I be reborn in a world with decent labor laws?" she grumbled inwardly, dodging another hail of fire from the communists below. "I've more than earned some vacation time." There hadn't even been much respite for them during the night, save for a quick coffee when she and First Company had returned to one of the supply hubs to collect ammunition. The lack of supplies for the anti-air units, and the reluctance of the air fleet to engage at night, had meant that the enemy bombers had been able to strike the city almost completely unchallenged, leaving much of the city in ruins and its defenders running for cover instead of getting any rest. Worse still, the Federation had decided it no longer cared if its aircraft bombed its own people, and had sent wave after wave of attacks in the wake of every air raid, leaving their forces even more drained. Imperial forces had managed to repel them each time, of course, but another wave of bombers always seemed to follow hot on the heels of their brethren on the ground, forcing them to hunker down once again. It was only her battalion's speed and mobility that had prevented them from being caught up in the ensuing firestorms. Many of the ground troops hadn't been so lucky, and casualties had been severe. It might not have been so bad if it were possible to use the time in the shelters to recuperate. But with so much ordnance dropping from the sky, even a concrete bunker might not save her. It hadn't done anything to help her former subordinates on the Rhine after all. She had considered taking her mages to try and deal with the night raids, if for no other reason but to alleviate the fear that a bomb might find its way into her shelter and put an end to her. However, she'd soon thought better of it. Intercepting bombers at night was difficult enough for aircraft with specialized equipment and pilots experienced in such operations. Mages were not exactly the ideal tool for such a job, even if they were often used as a universal fix. Although the battalion had plenty of experience fighting in the dark, they had little when it came to dealing with aerial targets at night, a weakness that she swore she would eliminate if they got out of this mess. She'd had some ideas about a possible night vision formula that might help out, but between the spell being untested and her worry about the sheer amount of munitions in the air they'd need to be wary of, she'd judged it too risky. However, now that her fatigue was starting to catch up with her, she wondered if she'd made the right call. She let out a sigh as her ears filled with calls for reinforcements from all over the city. 2 more divisions advancing from the north, enemy armor from the south, the east under heavy artillery fire and street-to-street fighting in the west. The Federation obviously felt that they had reached the endgame of this battle and was throwing everything at them, and from every direction. It was like they were being squeezed from all sides and she could almost feel the pressure slowly choking them. General von Scholz would have to order a breakout soon or they'd be overwhelmed. Or at least the ground troops would be. If worst came to worst, Tanya was willing to take her battalion out of the city and towards friendly lines to avoid capture by communists. Even if it was dangerous to fly over so much Federation-infested territory, it was better than leaving herself in the hands of a country that had no legal responsibility to care for its prisoners of war. In that at least, Wilhelm had been right to be afraid of them. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that until the city was as good as captured unless she wanted to be accused of cowardice. For now, she had to continue to act as the model officer. "Lieutenant Serebriakov, what's the status of the other companies?" she asked as she considered where best to deploy everyone to deal with the latest wave of threats. watching the fleeing Federation soldiers below and loosing a few shots into their backs for good measure as she waited for her adjutant to answer. At least there is one position we don't have to worry about, she thought as the soldiers dropped to the ground. At least not for now. All companies report being close to exhaustion, ma'am. Visha replied after checking for a few moments with a nearby radio operative. Tanya could tell from the look in her eyes that she included herself in this assessment, but had chosen not to add the detail in her report. She would need to remind her adjutant of the importance of keeping one's flight partner informed about these things, both their lives might depend on it. Most are also running low on both ammunition and mana. Damn, this isn't good, Tanya grumbled to herself internally. Her troops were becoming less and less combat effective by the hour, which wasn't ideal for either the city defense, a possible breakout or an escape attempt. Worse still, there had been no opportunity to rotate anyone out for rest and resupply, she'd have to deploy already tired troops as reinforcements whenever they became available. What about the close combat company? She asked, knowing that although now technically part of the 203rd, Wilhelm Specialist Company of Letzenbourgers were often seen as a separate entity both inside and outside of the battalion, not least by its diminutive captain. Prince Wilhelm reports their supplies are a little low, but they are otherwise holding strong. Her adjutant replied quickly as she checked with the radio operator once again. He says the attacks have been lighter in his sector and he thinks he could spare a platoon if you need it. Tanya frowned a little, taking out her binoculars to check on the little captain's position before biting her bottom lip thoughtfully. Even a platoon of mages was a sizable amount of firepower if used correctly. It might not be able to turn the tide of a battle, but it could easily tip the balance of a tactical level skirmish. It was definitely an offer worth thinking about. To think I'd be in a position where I'm actually considering that idiot doing me a favor, she groaned as she weighed up the pros and cons of taking the extra company. I can just imagine how smug he'll be. Wilhelm's aggressive tactics had served him well as he defended the salient at the southwestern side of the city. His position was difficult to assault from anywhere but the western approach, and his proactive approach to defense meant that he'd been able to cause a decent amount of attrition to the enemy as they tried to move into attack. In truth, she was impressed. It was precisely the tactic she would have used had she not been constantly pulled from pillar to post to provide reinforcements for the rest of the city. And it was due to these tactics that the enemy hadn't been able to concentrate as much as they had elsewhere. Perhaps we can afford to take a platoon from there. She shook her head, dismissing the thought immediately. That salient was the closest point to friendly lines and the logical place for any breakout attempt, from either the general's forces or herself if she were to try to escape the city. The position was too important to leave under-defended. Besides, by now she knew Wilhelm well enough that she suspected that this was an excuse to redeploy himself, although she was uncertain what his reasons for doing so would be. Regardless, it was better he stayed put. If things really did go south, his company was best suited to conducting a breakthrough. Besides, she'd much prefer to know exactly where he was. She would have to make sure he got out of the city too. After all, he was still technically a VIP and his well-being was her responsibility. The last thing she wanted was to explain to the Imperial royal family that they'd lost another scion to the Reds. Tell him his orders stand. She sighed, steeling herself for yet more hard work as she came to the conclusion that the rest of them would have to deal with the myriad of threats assaulting the city. We'll have Weiss's company ta. Tegenhof command to all units, this is a general alert. The voice of one of General von Schultz's communication officer called urgently over the radio, interrupting Tanya as she was about to redeploy her forces. Enemy air wing incoming. Force composed of fighters and bombers, request anyone with anti-air capability to intercept immediately. Tanya bit back a curse as she listened to the latest bout of bad news. The ground forces had little in the way of anti-aircraft defense left, not anymore at least. She'd ordered the last of the ammunition for the bigger AA batteries be used to take out some Russie tanks, and they were the only guns big enough to reach the high-altitude bombers. That just left some smaller, less effective guns attached to the infantry, barely even suitable for anti-mage fire. Realistically, she and her battalion the only ones capable of mounting an effective defense against the Federation's aerial assault. Damn it! So many. Can we defend against an entire air wing? She thought, desperately wishing she could palm off the difficult task of dealing with such a large force onto someone else. But between the history documentaries she'd watched in her past life, and an unfortunate amount of experience in her new one, Tanya knew all too well the threat of aerial superiority on the battlefield, and especially the importance of denying it to your enemies. It was a lesson the Federation had obviously learned too, and if she were to have a hope of getting through this mess, it was something she couldn't ignore. If we do nothing, the ground forces will be sitting ducks. And if they find out I ordered the AA guns to use the rest of their ammo, I might get the blame for it. She growled internally, anxiously biting the nail of her thumb as she realized her mistake. I guess I have no choice. Second, third, and fourth company form up on me, we cannot allow these aircraft to get through. She called, using a sliver of mana to message her troops. She wasn't exactly happy about having to face so many aircraft without support, but she had no other options. At least it'll be a target-rich environment. What about the support for the ground troops? The voice of Lieutenant Grants crackled through the monofield in reply, causing Tanya's frown to deepen. It was a valid question, of course, but one that she'd hoped the young lieutenant could figure out for himself at this point. Although he had grown as an officer and a soldier, questions like this proved his relative inexperience when compared to the veterans in the battalion. Do your best to keep the pressure up on the units on the ground when you can, but the aircraft are our primary targets. She explained, doing her best to hide the mounting frustration in her voice. They couldn't be everywhere at once. As far as she was concerned, it wouldn't hurt the ground troops to pull their weight a little more. Our allies won't need ground support if they're blown apart by aerial attacks, they'll have to make do by themselves for now. There was no argument from her soldiers, only a simple acknowledgement of what needed to be done as they disengaged from their current skirmishes and began to regroup with her own company. She had to admit that she was impressed by their professional attitude towards being so cruelly overworked. If her own inner frustration was anything to go by, they must have been livid about how much their superiors expected of them. Tanya herself felt as though she were barely keeping the anger from her face, so seeing that even the least experienced members like Grants were remaining stoic under the pressure was a reassuring sign that their morale remained high. Things might not be so bad while I still have so many enthusiastic meat shields to protect me. She thought to herself, immediately regretting her optimism as the radio crackled to life once again. 03 to 01, Commander, come in. The voice of Lieutenant Newman interrupted over the airwaves, an unusual urgency filling the voice of her usually easygoing subordinate. We're detecting mana signals heading towards the center of the city. They must have slipped through the interception net. I think it's the group we ran into in Moscow. Mages? Now? Tanya's eyes widened in shock as she felt the blood drain from her face. The general had already intimated to her that he expected that she and her veterans would deal with the Commonwealth mages should they appear, and she hadn't been able to do anything to dissuade him of the idea. He would doubtless assume she would be moving to intercept them already. Why had they waited so long to show themselves? She wondered, grinding her teeth with frustration. They couldn't have possibly known the dire state of their air defenses or how stretched their forces were, so why commit them now? Were they using the Federation air attack to screen their magical troops? It was surprising enough that the Communists could pull off that sort of cooperation within their own forces, let alone with a foreign, mixed nationality unit. That sort of collaboration was difficult for even a precise machine of war like the Empire. It should have been all but impossible for the Federation and their Commonwealth cronies. Are they unusually competent for Communists, or did they get help from that devil being X? She wondered, her tiny fists curling into a ball. Her gut telling her that the false deity had somehow intervened to arrange for this despite the lack of clear evidence. Still, the coincidence was yet another piece of terrible news that she didn't want to hear. There was only one reason why they would be charging into the city at such speed, one that Tanya and the 203rd now knew intimately. A decapitation strike. Somehow they must have learned the location of General von Scholz's command center. Destroying it now while the battle was reaching its zenith could be catastrophic for the Imperial defenders. Not to mention destroy any chance of a breakout attempt for the troops on the ground. But leaving the aircraft to wreak havoc unchallenged would be equally disastrous for the Imperials. Damn it, damn it, damn it! She whispered to herself, shaking slightly as panic and anger fought for control within her. She was partly responsible for the current lack of anti-aircraft ammunition in the city, and it had likely already been reported to Eastern Command. If she didn't put on a decent show of defending against all these aerial threats, she might face an investigation when she escaped back to friendly lines, or worse. Another court-martial. Despite the obvious danger, she had to be seen to do something. Captain Weiss. Take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th companies and intercept the aircraft. Don't let anything get through. She ordered, doing her best to force calm into her voice she didn't feel. She didn't expect her men would be able to halt all of the enemy aircraft, of course, but given the dire straits they were in, she wasn't about to give them the option to underperform. 1st company with me. Tanya frowned, squeezing her weapon tightly. We're taking on those mages. May 7th, Unified Year 1925-1820. Skies on outskirts of Tegenhof, southeastern approach. Okay everyone, you might still be green, but if you remember your training you can make it through this. Mary heard Commander Drake call as they sped towards the besieged city, his voice amplified by magic so he could be heard over the awful sounds of battle around them. She tightened her grip on her rifle reflexively as she stared out towards the battlefield, barely registering the lieutenant colonel's words as she felt a flutter of nervousness rise in her stomach. This is it, we're finally going to face the enemy. This was different from the last time she'd fought. Back in Moscow, she'd acted completely on instinct, her body almost moving by itself as she leapt onto the nearby mage gear in an attempt to stop those Imperial monsters from hurting any more of her friends. Stop them from hurting more of those poor innocent people in the Federation capital. She'd fired on their leader without a second thought, her desire to put an end to the attack overriding any fear or anxiety she might have otherwise felt, and it had driven her onward despite the danger. This time it was different though, and she barely felt as though she was able to keep it together. Not only was she going into battle with her friends and comrades, but she'd had much more time to think about what was happening. She'd seen firsthand how much damage the Imperials had been doing as she'd watched the casualties come in. She'd heard the endless reports and stories about how terrible it was to face the mages defending the city. And worst of all, this time she knew that she would be there, the one that had stolen father's gun. The one that had taken her papa from her. A storm of mixed emotions welled up inside her again, and it was all she could do to swallow it back down. It had been this way since the moment the devil had struck her with her father's weapon. It was like all the pain and sorrow of losing her father had been focused in that one blow, and even thinking about that moment reopened the already agonizing wound. The girl might have physically struck her in the stomach, however, it had been her heart that bore the most pain from the blow. She had not joined this war to find vengeance, she hadn't even thought about it. Her only desire had been to try to prevent others from feeling the terrible ache of losing a loved one. She might have been a little naive, but even she knew the chances of finding her father's killer was practically impossible. It might have been true that part of her secretly hoped it would happen, but she hadn't even thought it possible to identify the individual responsible for her papa's death until she'd seen the familiar initials carved into the wooden forestock on his gun. That was why her situation was so painful. She hadn't looked for vengeance, it had found her. Papa, what should I do? Remember to stick close to your flight partner at all times, you're there to support each other. Colonel Drake continued, the mention of her partner causing her to glance towards her smaller friend flying at her side. She was certain that the pious boy would be against the idea of getting retribution for her father. In truth, he didn't seem especially happy about fighting the Imperials in the first place, despite all they'd done to him and his country. But he had always said that they were being tested by God and had been quietly supportive of her desire to save others from the misery she had experienced. Her gaze lingered on him for a few moments more, studying her usually calm friend. He wore an unusually hard and focused expression, quite unlike his usual calm and serene demeanor, and he seemed extremely tense, more so than he had been when they were attacked in Moscow. She'd never seen him like this before. Was even he feeling nervous about the battle? As if sensing her gaze, he turned to her and offered her a comforting smile. She hastily turned away, feeling slightly embarrassed to be caught staring, but the feeling soon faded as her thoughts returned to her father's killer once more. Would she be there? Lingering amongst the distant silhouettes soaring through the air? And what would she do if she ran into her? It's only natural to want revenge on someone who harmed you. Even your little friend would agree with this, Day. The words of her friend Lilia, the Federation lieutenant attached to the volunteers, entered her mind. She had told the older girl all about the incident while she was recovering from her wounds, and she had listened diligently to her while trying to make sense of everything. His book says an eye for an eye, but in this case, perhaps it is better to think that they will have reaped what they have sown. She'd wanted to agree with her. Maybe if she accepted it, she'd be able to soothe the never-ending ache in her chest when she thought of her papa. But something still held her back, told her it was wrong. Perhaps it was because the woman freely admitted to not believing in the holy book and its teachings. It felt wrong using the interpretations of the scripture from someone who did not accept its tenets. Mary had been brought up believing in these teachings, and although she could not say she was as devout as Damien, she still held them close to her heart. They were supposed to be the words of God. She'd always been taught that the scriptures said was wrong to seek revenge, as did dozens of other stories and parables. Were they all wrong? Then again, that book also says I should forgive. There's no way I could do that, she thought as the foul grin of that devil entered her mind. She quickly shook the thought away, feeling another spike of anger in her breast, before glancing back towards Vivi, wondering what she might have thought about the whole thing. Of all of her friends, she had been the one she'd wanted to ask about all this the most. Both Damien and Lilia were too intense, almost inhuman when it came to talking about something like this. Vivi was different, more like an older sister, and she knew she would see things in a less black and white way than the others. But she'd never found the right moment. Vivi had always wanted to talk about happier things like their friends, the treats they'd received from home, or her crush on Lieutenant Colonel Drake. Perhaps it was better that way, at least one of them wouldn't be burdened with these uncertain feelings. She did her best to shake the confusion from her thoughts. They were approaching the city now and would soon be in range of enemy fire. She'd already missed Colonel Drake's instructions on their targets, she'd been too lost in her own thoughts about everything. She hoped it wouldn't matter. She'd been told her group was supposed to be giving support to the others as they attacked the enemy installations. She would be protecting her friends and comrades. She would finally be useful. Remember, newbies, stick close to your officers and the other veterans. If anything goes wrong, they'll be the ones to get you out of it, she heard the colonel say as he wrapped up his speech, before adding almost inaudibly, God be with us. With that, the commander's amplified voice dropped out of the air, allowing the sound of gunshots and artillery fire to fill the void where it had once been. They were on the outskirts of the city now, officially in the combat area, and although she knew it was dangerous, she risked a glance below. Soon they began passing over what had once been the Imperial defense lines, and what she saw made her feel sick to her stomach. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of bodies remained strewn across the trenches and earthworks. Both Imperial and Federation uniforms lay amongst them, however, there were far more allied than enemy, and the sense of uselessness she'd felt back in the field hospital rose up in her once more. She could have helped prevent this, she was certain of it. She wondered why no one had come to collect them yet. They didn't deserve to be left out here like this. However, no sooner had she asked did an artillery shell explode on the ground nearby, answering her question and a lifeless body was thrown into the air. She felt rage swell up in her as she realized that the Imperials were still firing at this area. No one could collect the fallen, because to do so would just make more of them. Aren't there supposed to be ceasefires to collect people's remains? She thought, her knuckles widening as she gripped her rifle even tighter. Do the Imperials not even respect the dead? She did her best to swallow down her indignation at the Empire's crimes as she returned her gaze forward once more. However, as they closed on their targets, she found herself struggling more and more to hold in her anger. Ahead, in the distance was a company of Imperial mages firing spells into their Federation allies on the ground below. She knew that every shot was hurting one of the friendly soldiers, perhaps even killing them. Separating mothers from their sons, daughters from their fathers. She found herself choking back tears and desperately wanting to charge, to stop them before anyone else got hurt. It took all her self-control to stop herself as she felt the aching sense of loss in her chest once more. She had to wait for her orders, the others were counting on her. If she attacked now, she couldn't protect her comrades. Or could she? Surely if she attacked first, she could take them out before they could even pose a threat to the rest of the volunteer battalion. She could save everyone and still follow orders. She squeezed her eyes shut and mouthed a silent prayer as she prepared herself, drawing as much mana as she could into herself for the coming battle. First group. Get in one hit then run. You can do this. Commander Drake yelled, finally ordering them forward. Show the Empire our resolve. Mary's body moved in an instant, as though she were an arrow loosed from a bow as she accelerated towards the enemy company in front of her. It was as though Colonel Drake's words had propelled her forward, his earlier attempts to hold the volunteers back and her frustration at not being able to help acting like the drawstring pulling her back. Now he had given her permission though, she'd been set free, she could finally help people. She could finally be useful. And she swore she would do everything to protect both her teammates and the men on the ground. No one else would have to experience the pain she'd been through. She heard an angry cry of protest from Commander Drake as she forged onwards, as well as a worried call from Vivi. She mentally apologized to them, feeling a little guilty for worrying them both. However, a quick glance behind her eased any doubts that she might be making a mistake, and her resolve was bolstered as she saw Damien racing forward to keep up with her. Still wearing a determined look on his face. She returned her gaze forward as she sped towards the enemy mages, readying her weapon as she flew onwards. By now though, the Imperials had seen her approach and had positioned themselves in a line to fire on her, adopting the same formation she and the other cadets had been taught to use when you had numerical superiority over your foe. As one, they fired and Mary saw a flurry of shots heading towards her. She tensed, time seeming to slow as she poured mana into both her barrier and her flight gear. She felt the shots strike, and was surprised with the ease in which her shield was able to absorb the blast. However, the air around her now filled with smoke and gunpowder, obscuring the enemy from her. But it also hid her from them. She'd been prepared for their strikes however, and had readied herself for it, remembering a trick taught to her by some of the other Legadonian exiles before they began to avoid her, one that used the superior agility of the ski-like mage gear. As the shots struck her shield, she quickly tucked in her legs, spun in the air and launched herself upwards, using the kinetic force from the enemy strike to propel her up and out of the smog. She readied her weapon as she twisted back around and readied herself to fire when the enemy returned to her sights, her rifle glowing as she poured mana into the barrel. She squeezed the trigger, letting off a volley into shocked Imperials below, bracing herself for the recoil as she fired. Time returned to normal as 3 explosions ripped through the enemy formation and Mary let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding as she watched the Imperials fall from the sky. She'd done it. She'd finally been useful. She'd stopped them from hurting anyone else and protected her comrades. She felt a surge of pride and relief and quickly turned to find her little flight partner so he could share in her success. However, as she turned to where she expected him to be, he was nowhere to be found. Damien. She called, a hint of worry reaching her voice as she searched the sky for him. Where could he be? Had he been hit when they charged? No, that wasn't possible. She would have known before now if something had happened to him, wouldn't she? Mercifully, she soon found him, unharmed and unperturbed by the skirmish that had unfolded around them. However, she was confused to find him speeding hastily away towards the southwest of the city. What was he doing? It was unthinkable that he would abandon her. She glanced around again, searching for some explanation for his actions but found nothing, only increasing her confusion and worry. She began to call for him, bringing a hand to her mouth to summon a communication formula. However, the moment her lips parted she was interrupted by the sounds of a hail of gunfire and explosions coming from behind. She whipped her head around and froze in horror as she saw 3 of her comrades fall from the sky as another group of enemy mages assailed them from behind. The earlier feeling of triumph evaporated, replaced by a gut-wrenching feeling of guilt as she realized their families too would feel the loss she had so desperately tried to spare them. She'd failed, she should have been there to protect them. I can't let them hurt anyone else. She thought as she turned and began to charge back to the battalion, desperate to help in any way she could, but as she closed she saw something she had been dreading since she had found out that they were coming to this place. It's her. She was still distant, but the silhouette was unmistakable. Rage filled her once more as she watched as more of her squad mates were attacked, and she relived the moment the girl had struck her with her father's gun once again. She felt the ache in her chest grow ever more as the smiling face of her father was replaced in her mind by that grinning devil, and she found herself unable to contain it anymore. The book says you should forgive. The book is the word of God. Damien's voice echoed in her mind, while the devil grinned at her holding her father's gun. I can never forgive you. May 7th, Unified Year 1925, the same time. Roof of Hoffenbrau Beer Hall, Southwestern Salient, Tegenhof. Tegenhof command to all units, this is a general alert. Enemy air wing incoming. Force composed of fighters and bombers, request anyone with anti-air capability to intercept immediately. It looks as though things are getting desperate. Will observed with a wry smile as he listened in on the increasingly dire reports over the radio, sparing a glance over his shoulder at the chaos unfolding around the city. The Federation was squeezing them from all directions, throwing everything they had into a final assault that would doubtless crush the defenders. Lines were at the point of collapse everywhere, with only his position seemingly having much success at holding on. Now there were reports of enemy aircraft approaching, and the ground would soon be replaced by a tide of bombs and other munitions, as well as fighters in the air deployed for the sole purpose of blowing the Empire's mages from the sky. Only a fool would think the Imperial forces could survive this final assault. Tegenhof would fall. Finally, we'll be able to get out of this god-forsaken city. He thought, feeling a strange mix of emotions as he turned back to his own position and the men he would soon be abandoning. On the one hand, he felt relief, despite the terrible situation the Imperial forces had found themselves in. This was precisely the excuse he needed to get Tanya and Sophia safely out of the city. With things looking so bad, even his stubborn commanding officer would have to finally agree that evacuation was the best course of action. With the boat waiting for them at the docks, he could finally be sure that the monster wouldn't be able to take her or Sophia away from him as it had Christina and Houseman. He would save them and beat the creature that took such joy in trying to punish him. For him at least, it would be a victory. However, he couldn't help but feel a stabbing guilt in his stomach as he thought about those who he would have to leave behind. Especially as he watched Sergeant Litz and his men fighting desperately to keep the main Achusway to the southwest of the city clear. And as Captain Weiss and Lieutenant Grants reported their own trials over the radio. All of them, both in his company and amongst the members of the 203rd, had been loyal companions to him throughout this war. And, although at first he had only tried to gain their trust as a means to an end, he'd grown close to all of them during their time together. Leaving them to the whims of communists felt like a betrayal. He was trading their lives to the monster to save Tanya, Sophia, and Visha. Still, he had no other choice. I'm sorry, even a prince can't save everyone. He murmured to himself, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword as the mocking snickers of Ludwig reached the far reaches of his hearing. The Provident might have helped keep him energized, but it seemed the more he relied on it, the easier it was for the spectre to penetrate his thoughts. That he could manifest himself at all while he was in battle was concerning. In the past, the spirit had only been able to appear when he was alone, for the most part at least, so his snickering in the corner of Will's mind worried him. In truth, he desperately wished he could stop using the stimulant just as Tanya had ordered him to, anything to chase away the taunts of the spectre. However, allowing the fatigue to overtake him before he'd gotten Sophia and Tanya away was out of the question. The monster would try to take them from him the moment he dropped his guard, he was sure of it. He would need to continue using the Provident to prevent that, at least for now, even if it caused his tormentor to appear more frequently. I suppose sacrifices must be made. He muttered, doing his best to ignore the spirit as he returned his thoughts to his soon-to-be abandoned troops. He desperately wished he could save them too, but he had nothing more to give in return, and the monster did not practice equivalent exchange. At least their families will be provided for. He added inwardly, making a mental note to have Sophia see Patrick again once they got back to Berlin. My prince. The sound of Sophia's concerned voice next to him snapped him from his thoughts. He'd been so lost in his own mind that he'd almost forgotten that she was standing next to him amongst the shattered rooftops, keeping a watchful eye out for any dangers as he was distracted by his musings. They'd detached themselves from the rest of the company under the guise of assessing the situation, but in truth, there was little need to do so in this sector. A combination of the topography of the area and the enemy's lack of mages had meant that the Federation could only really make a concentrated assault from one direction. Additionally, both his company and the city's artillery were able to harass any enemy units that tried to move into the avenue of attack. They were still heavily outnumbered, of course, and they were clearly massing for another assault, but overall, Will was confident that they would have been able to hold this position almost indefinitely if they had the supplies. Or rather, until the rest of the city fell behind them. It's nothing. He lied, hoping she hadn't heard his muffled words. We'll be leaving things here to Sergeant Litz and his men soon. I see. She replied quietly as Will tried to ignore her silent stare. Sophia had been aware of the escape plan from its inception, and although she hadn't said anything, somehow he couldn't help but feel as though he'd disappointed her. Then again, he probably had. In the past he'd always managed to get them out of rough situations, usually turning them to his advantage. Even when things had gone desperately wrong, like in Letzenbourg or with Canaris, he'd always managed to bounce back and find a way to profit from the situation. He'd never simply run away, despite his deep-rooted cowardice. He'd shattered the illusion and shown what he truly was, a frightened child. You don't need to worry, my prince, I'll give them their instructions before we leave. Hopefully, that should leave them in good stead if anything happens. Will simply nodded as he did his best to control the stabbing guilt in his stomach. Part of him was glad that Sophia would handle that part. His troops at least deserved some direction should they be captured by the communists. Even if the only instruction was to save a bullet for themselves. But a larger part of him felt ashamed. He should be the one briefing them, the one lying to their faces as he told them he'd be fighting with them until the end. Didn't they at least deserve to look into the eyes of the one who would feed them to the void? You're too much of a coward to do it. Aren't you? Will shivered as he heard Ludwig's voice whisper to him once again, frowning as he did his best to ignore him. You always were the sort of kid that left others to clean up your messes. Perhaps I should, he began before the radio crackled to life in his ear once again, cutting him off. He'd been careful to quietly monitor the battalion communication channels so that he was sure of where Tanya would be. He didn't much care what happened across the broader battlefield. He'd already written the city off as a loss. However, he'd still spared a modicum of attention on the transmissions from the other company commanders and knew that Tanya would doubtlessly be doing the same. 03 to 01, Commander, come in. We're detecting Mana signals heading towards the center of the city. They must have slipped through the interception net. I think it's the group we ran into in Moscow. Lieutenant Newman reported urgently, and Will felt a flutter of anxiety enter his chest. The mages from Moscow? Will instinctually span around back towards the city in a panic. There were already enough threats within the city to justify his escape. With a little public spin at least, anything more only compounded the danger. What if the city was overrun before they got to the ship? Or what if the mages attempted to pursue them as they escaped out to sea? The four of them wouldn't be enough to defend the ship until they were safely away. However, one fear quickly overruled all his other concerns as he remembered the unearthly power they felt in Moscow. Is that girl here too? Captain Weiss. Take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th companies and intercept the aircraft. Don't let anything get through. 1st company with me. We're taking on those mages. Damn it. The monster sent them. I'm sure of it. Will screeched inwardly, absently rubbing his wrist as he heard Tanya's determined voice crackle through the radio signal. No. 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 Tanya, you can't. He'll take you from me. Will squeezed his eyes shut as a terrifying feeling of helplessness threatened to overwhelm him. It was like the void the monster had threatened him with before, only this time it was not only going to unmake him, it was going to take everything. It wasn't fair. This couldn't happen, not now. He was so close to getting them out of here. He'd been willing to sacrifice comrades, colleagues, and even a measure of his reputation to get them all to safety. Was this not enough for the monster? Was he that desperate to take someone else away from him? A vision of Houseman filled his mind, his former captain's body broken and bloody on the cobbles of Letzenbourg. The first person the monster had stolen from him in retaliation for not paying his debt quickly enough. Someone who had left behind a wife and child in exchange for Will's life. He felt himself reaching out for his former captain, but before he could even move, a second memory attacked his consciousness and gripped his chest tightly with fear and sorrow. It was Christina, the moment before she'd been shot. Her comforting smile lingering for a moment before being lost in an instant that would haunt him forever. The life draining from her eyes as a trickle of blood escaped her mouth as she too was ripped away from him. It was my fault. I couldn't save them. I couldn't. My prince, are you all right? Sophia asked as she gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saving him from his darkening thoughts once more. He let out a breath that he didn't know he'd been holding and felt himself begin to calm around the woman's reassuring presence. He took a deep breath before opening his eyes once again, only to see her worried eyes looking down on him. He'd never had any problems telling the difference between the twins in the past. But in that moment, he could have sworn it was Christina, not Sophia, staring down at him. The woman whose life had been destroyed by simply being in proximity of him. The one who had lost her ability to walk and all hopes of a bright future. The one who now doubtlessly hated him. The woman who he had lost that day in Tripoli. Then, for a moment, she caught a glimpse of Tanya in her features as his mind began replaying the events of the ambush once again, only this time with her in Christina's place. It would all happen again. I won't lose anyone else. I refuse. I'm okay. He replied shakily, removing his hand from his wrist and back to his sheathed weapon as he began to recompose himself, the lie as much for his own benefit as for Sophia's. Calm down, Will. You need to think rationally. He chastised himself inwardly, he couldn't allow himself to be panicked by this. There was far too much at stake. He'd always been good at wrestling events to his advantage, this would be no different. It might be the monster's plan to use them to attack her directly, but the troops themselves would have a different target, likely something their intelligence had deemed important. That gave him a chance to get her out, it may even provide an opportunity. Rather than be a threat to their escape, they might inadvertently act as a cover for it. And as for the girl with the otherworldly power? She'd been injured in Moscow, Tanya had shot her out of the sky. The chances that she'd be alive were slim, that she would have recovered enough to fight now was. A sudden, familiar, crackle of static electricity filled the air, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. It was the same power he'd felt in Letzenbourg, the one that had brutally murdered poor houseman. The same power that had resisted Tanya in Moscow. Instinctively, he spun around searching for the source, and his eyes were drawn to a group of figures in the distance, or rather a pair of figures speeding ahead of them and towards a group of Major Hofen's mages. He didn't need a detection spell to identify the errant mage leading the charge, he could practically taste the unnatural mana signal emanating from the distant magic user. It was her. It shouldn't be possible, but he was certain of it. Despite the injuries that she had suffered, the monster had sent her. Hofen's mages opened fire, filling the air with fire and smoke, but Will could sense the distant figure charging onwards. He bit his lip nervously as he watched the girl open fire on Hofen's company. Even at a distance he could tell the girl's shots were filled with far more power than the average mage, but Hofen and his men stood firm as she fired on them. He watched in horror as 3 massive explosions ripped through the air where Hofen and his men had been. The mana signals of an entire company fizzled away into nothing in an instant, each man either dead or incapacitated by the girl's ferocious assault. He didn't want to believe it, such a feat should be nigh impossible. The girl had earned the rank of a named mage almost 3 times over in her first volley, and now Tanya was charging towards her. Their time was up, they needed to leave now. Captain, the enemy are assaulting the southwestern boulevard again. Sergeant Litz's voice reported urgently over the radio. By God, there's a lot of them. How did they get the drop on us? I'm not sure if we can hold out, what do we do? Will froze, pinned in place by the events unfolding around him. He needed to go, he needed to grab Sophia and Tanya and head for the ship before the girl from Moscow reached them and unleashed the monster's wrath upon them. Yet part of him felt as though he were being pulled back by his men. He couldn't bring himself to abandon them, not yet. He wanted to leave them with at least some hope of survival, or at least let them know their families would be safe if the worst happened. But there was no time. What do I do? Go. Sophia commanded, her face becoming uncharacteristically serious as she sensed his hesitation. I'll handle things here, then meet you at the Tannenfels. Will glanced between her and the distant mages for a moment, unsure whether to follow her instructions. He didn't want to leave her either, not even temporarily, while he collected Tanya and Visha for their escape. There was too much at stake. What if separating them was part of the monster's plan? What if it was a trick to take Sophia from him too? But then, wouldn't leading her towards that girl be even more dangerous? He wasn't sure, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. If he made the wrong decision here, the monster would certainly capitalize on it. Go. Now. Sophia yelled as she accelerated quickly to rejoin Sergeant Litz and the rest of the close combat company, her commanding tone spurring his body to move without the intervention of his mind. He wasn't used to the younger twin taking charge like this, but then he wasn't usually so indecisive. She didn't usually need to. I don't have time to argue with her, we need to get out of here. He reminded himself, worry still filling his chest as he sped towards the aerial battle on the other side of the city. It wasn't long before he could make out another group of signals approaching the attacking foreign mages, Tanya's included, and he quickly adjusted his course as he saw her engage with the battalion of international volunteers. I need to hurry. He thought urgently as he directed more mana into his flight equipment, desperately trying to eke a little more speed out of his boots. I'll drag her out kicking and screaming if I have to. Then we just need to get to the dock's end. Will didn't have time to register that his barrier had broken, neither did he have time to react to the sudden impact in his side, throwing him off course and tumbling towards the ground. The only thing that saved him from injury as he smashed into the ruins of a building was the instinct to pour mana into his body to protect himself from the worst of the fall, along with a hefty portion of luck that he was able to react at all. He grunted in pain as he smashed through the remains of a wall and onto the cratered cobblestone of one of the city side streets. Smoke and brick dust filled both the air and his lungs as he struggled for breath, and his vision blurred slightly as he tried to focus on his sudden change of surroundings. He cursed as a sharp spasm in his side told him one of his ribs had been broken again. It seemed one way or another that injury would never fully heal, but he could at least spare enough mana for a medical formula to dull the pain. He could find a proper doctor later, he needed to find out what hit him and get out of here as soon as possible. He rolled over and began to pick himself up, his eyes searching for the source of the danger as he shakily brought himself back to his feet. He drew his sword warily as the smoke began to clear, reaching out with a sliver of mana in an attempt to detect any nearby threats. However, what he sensed left him with a cold sense of dread. Impossible. He stuttered to himself quietly, backing away as a small silhouette hovered through the smog. You're dead. It is better you not interfere with them. A voice, eerily similar to Will's own, echoed amongst the dust as his attacker made himself known. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harm you. Truthfully, I only came to save you. Will froze as his doppelganger appeared from the smoke wearing a soft but somehow terrifying smile. And the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time. May 7th, Unified Year 1925-1825. Above Tegenhof Castle, Central Tegenhof. 3 kills confirmed. Reported Visha as the first company of the 203rd smashed into the foe, their hail of fire cutting neatly into the enemy formation as they charged. Had the odds been more in their favor, Tanya might have smiled at how unprepared the enemy was. If anyone in her battalion had been caught unaware so easily, she'd have written the officers off as lacking in the both skill and intelligence necessary to be an aerial mage. At the very least she'd be questioning why someone so woefully undertrained had made it into her battalion. However, as she and the rest of the company charged into the gap, Tanya noted that not everyone in the enemy formation was nearly as incompetent. Indeed, many moved like veterans she'd fought across the different war zones of this war and sported an array of different flight equipment from across the belligerent nations. It was as they'd surmised, this was the international unit they'd run into before. And although it was made up of volunteers, it seemed that at its heart was a cadre of veterans, added in the hopes of whipping the rest of the unit into shape as quickly as possible. This explained how they were able to coordinate the timing of their attack with the communists. Some experienced hands could make up for a lot of weaknesses if they were willing and able to put in the work. A smart move from the John Bulls. I'd always heard they took war and sport too seriously. She thought as she squeezed a trigger once again, targeting one of the veterans attempting to regain control of his squad. Now that they'd fallen under attack, the veterans had moved quickly to get their panicked and less experienced soldiers back in order, but they weren't moving quickly enough and Tanya planned on exploiting it. Cut them off company by company. By the platoon if you have to. We'll take them piecemeal. Tanya declared, doing her best to inject confidence into her tone. She was not usually given to bouts of arrogance or misplaced confidence. But she also wasn't so modest that she could believe she hadn't trained her troops well enough if they faced the enemy in equal numbers that they'd come out on top. Peeling elements away from the main group was the best way to do this, as long as they were careful. Don't let their numbers scare you, it's time for some duck hunting. She led her troops on a tight turn before charging them into the enemy formation once again, firing as they sped through them. By now, however, even the raw recruits amongst the Commonwealth volunteers had realized the danger they were in and had strengthened their barriers and begun evasive maneuvers in an attempt to put some distance between them. It would not be enough, however, as Tanya urged her company to split, with half responsible for maintaining the confusion within the main group while Tanya and the rest of the company descended on the smaller flock they'd singled out with ruthless abandon. It was bullying really, but it was also war, and although Tanya wasn't all that experienced with what was fair in love, she felt she'd had a decent enough education in war to know what was fair in this fight. Several more mages fell as Tanya and her troops plowed through them, and Tanya resisted the urge to smile as the chaos continued within the enemy ranks. They were still outnumbered after all, and the rest of the battalion was still dealing with the Federation aircraft. It was far too early to pat herself on the back just yet. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased with their progress so far as she led her troops out of the confused mess of enemies once again and prepared for another strike. There had been few opportunities for her and her troops to excel so far in this campaign. It was good to attack some targets that could earn them a commendation. However, it seemed her good fortune in finding enemy mages willing to pose for target practice would soon come to an end as her adjutant quickly barked out a warning. Enemy coming in fast. She reported hastily, pointing at a glowing speck fast approaching their position before adding in a confused tone. They're on their own. Tanya glanced upwards, clicking her tongue with annoyance as the distant figure raced towards them. She would prefer to keep harassing the panicked battalion, but she couldn't allow one of them to pester her troops while they were at it. Even a single mage could cause problems if they got behind you, so she had little choice but to swat this annoyance out of the way before she could continue her. You can act as an example for your comrades. I'd like to show them that we can deal with them in the traditional way as well as with superior skill and tactics. She thought to herself with a cruel grin. It had been a demanding few days and these mages had done nothing except make her life more difficult. It was time to get even. If they were going to present themselves as easy pickings, that was their fault. She wasn't about to argue with them. Platoon. Precision fire, 3 rounds. Blow that mage out of the sky. It wasn't often that Tanya's battalion did things by the textbook anymore, at least not strictly. The harsh lessons of this war had taught everybody that it was well overdue for an update and that a certain amount of flexibility was necessary to ensure both survival and victory. However, there were still a few things left in the manual that held up, and Tanya was pleased to see that her loyal war nuts were still able to utilize them when the situation demanded it. Explosions filled the air around the approaching mage, just as the tactic demanded. Some of her men had fired to trap her and limit the mage's movement while the rest had focused fire to bring them down. A simple and effective use of superior numbers, one that should have been employed on her and her company if the enemy commander hadn't been foolish enough to be taken by surprise, and it felt good to show the enemy how a job should be done. Perhaps I should consider a career in education when the war is over, she smiled to herself as she began to return her attention to the rest of the enemy mages. However, it would not last long, as the prickle of mana in the air from the direction of her previous target told her that something was not right. The mage emerged from the smog, seemingly unperturbed by the fire unleashed upon them. Tanya couldn't help but be impressed. It took a great deal of mana to maintain a barrier under such firepower. However, continuing with the ill-advised charge was just foolish. She began to order her men to fire once again, but hesitated for a moment as a huge concentrated mass of magical energy quickly formed at the end of the charging mage's weapon. Her mind froze for a moment as she stared in fascinated horror as the mage fired. The air stilled for a fraction of a second and all sound was swallowed by the build-up of mana, and for a dreadful instant, she felt as though being X had stopped time again. However, that fear was quickly dispelled, only to be replaced with another as the enemy's attack continued to build before a sudden boom filled the air once more and a colossal beam of energy hurtled towards her and her men. She didn't need a detection spell to tell her that this was far more powerful than the average projectile formula. The sheer size alone spoke of immense strength, and it could easily engulf an entire platoon, if not a company. It would most certainly be lethal. She'd never seen a mage wield such power, no one had. Aside from perhaps. Damn you, being X. Move. She ordered, her mouth and body fortunately moving without the intervention of her brain as she darted away from the mana beam, her men following hastily after her. They scattered quickly in an attempt to avoid the mass of power bearing down on her. It was a poor shot, but it didn't matter, its size meant it didn't need to be accurate. She let out a breath, thankful for the self-preservation instincts this war had supplied her with, but even with her instincts and warning, they barely had enough time to avoid the destructive shaft of light. Tanya could feel the warmth from the mana radiation burn on her face as it whooshed past her, and she saw two of her troopers' shields disintegrate in an instant simply from being in close proximity to the beam. It was not over yet, however, as soon the beam struck the ground and tore through the streets of the city below, ripping them apart with no resistance and leaving a deep trench in its wake. Finally, the formula came to an end, but not before erupting in a huge explosion that sent smoke, debris, and shockwaves throughout the city and left a crater where a group of houses had once been. Tanya almost found herself staring in awe at the destruction she'd just witnessed. However, fortunately, once again, her instincts reminded her she didn't have the time to stare as a glance upward told her the mage was still coming. Somehow this monster was not only able to unleash that sort of power but fly through its wake too. Go! She urged her troops to accelerate, wanting to gain as much distance from this beast as possible. What she'd seen shouldn't be possible, at least not without the cursed artifact the would-be deity had given her. Was this his work too? It wouldn't be the first time he had interfered in such a way. She risked a glance back, just in time to catch the mage firing another blast in her direction. The rest of the platoon hasn't formed up on me yet. Is this psycho targeting me directly? She wondered, panic and adrenaline forcing her to roll as she dodged out of the way, leaving the beam to fire off into the distance. She could only be thankful that her enemy had such poor aim. Had she been a better shot, Tanya was sure she'd have been evaporated by now. Your orders, ma'am. Visha called, falling back into position as Tanya desperately assessed their situation. This mage was clearly a major threat, even if their accuracy was lacking. A stray shot of that magnitude might knock out an entire platoon in one hit, possibly even more. However, it seemed this enemy was intent on targeting her. That was something she could use. Ideally, she'd like to use this foolish mage's inaccuracy against them, possibly make them fire on their own allies since they were so numerous. However, they were dangerously close to the enemy's true target, General von Scholz's command center. If this brute managed to get a shot off there, it was game over for the city defenders. But then it would also be equally as disastrous if any of the other Commonwealth volunteers got through. It looked as though she had few options. Damn it! She cursed under her breath before raising her voice to give her command. Serebriakov with me, we'll lure this beast away and put it down. She hated the idea of assaulting anything with so few numbers, but in this case, it was the best course of action. A smaller party was far more agile and would be able to dodge these unearthly attacks far more easily than a larger group. Besides, there was still the rest of the enemy to worry about. Still, she wasn't about to go alone. There was a good reason aerial mages were assigned flight partners, and Visha had proven herself to be very capable over the years. She knew she could trust her to watch her back. The rest of you back to the hunt. She could only hope her words were suitably inspiring for the dire situation they were in. After all, right now Tanya didn't know if she was the predator or the prey. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always thank you for reading. We're finally here. It feels like I've been building to this way longer than I should have, but we are finally at the point where our protagonist, and deuteragonist, are squaring up against their nemesis. Or in Tanya's case, she's squaring up against some insane rando whom she has no idea who she is, haha. I enjoyed writing this one, and although I didn't get it out quite as early as I'd hoped, I still just about managed to get it out a month after the last one, so I'm pleased with that. Does anyone remember when I updated weekly? XD. There are a couple of things I should add to the notes this time. First, apparently the phrase pulled from pillar to post is not well known outside the UK. I thought it was a common English phrase regardless of country, but apparently not. For those who don't know, it means to be constantly forced to move from one place to another. I'm fairly sure most people would get it from the context, but I thought it best to add it here to be safe. Second, the artillery fired into no man's land in Mary's section, making her think the Imperials are not allowing people to collect the dead and wounded, is just a stray shell. She obviously wouldn't know that though, and being as naive as she is, she wouldn't think that way. My beta reader Vickers suggested I clarify it was a stray in the chapter and have Mary go into a rage about them being careless instead, but I wasn't sure about that. I thought it might give too much awareness to Mary. You can decide which of us was right here. Finally, as you know, for the most part, I've been following the anime timeline up until this point as it's more condensed, and I want to finish this story before I die of old age. As such, I've often thrown in lines from the anime and film where appropriate. There was one line in the movie that Drake said as he ordered the volunteers to attack which sounded weird to me. Obviously, this would be a translation thing as not all phrases in Japanese sound right to an English-speaking ear. As such, I changed the line, "Show the Empire the power of our will," to "Show the Empire our resolve" instead. Thanks again to Vickers for the suggestion. Chapter 71, Tegenhof Offensive v. Lost Lambs. Tegenhof Offensive v. Lost Lambs. 40 years after the Great War. Germanian Republic, Tegenhof. Andrew. You finally made it. Andrew couldn't help but smile at the cheerful tone of his former colleague as he stepped out of the taxi. It felt like an age since he'd heard her voice and even longer since he'd seen her face. Their contact had been limited to written correspondence these last few months. Even a large organization like WTN didn't much like paying for international calls. So, it was a happy moment for Andrew when he finally saw his former protégé again. However, his smile soon turned bashful and he found his cheeks reddening slightly as the young woman rushed forward and quickly pulled him into a tight hug. In truth, he was a little surprised by the sudden gesture. It wasn't often that Maggie showed such obvious affection. However, he couldn't say he disliked it. He truly had missed the younger woman's company. "It's good to see you again." "Good to see you too, Mags. It's been too long." Andrew returned as they parted, and for a brief second, he thought he sensed a sliver of reluctance from her as she pulled away, as well as a hint of sadness in her voice. However, he quickly dismissed it as being his imagination as she fixed her with her emerald eyes and a smirk. "Come on now, you act like it's been years," she replied with a mischievous grin and mocking tone. However, friendly affection shone through her smile and Andrew could tell she was genuinely glad to see him. "What's the matter? Are you struggling to manage now that your top researcher has moved on to bigger and better things? Why else would you fly all the way out here to visit little old me? You caught me. The place has gone to hell without you," he replied with a chuckle, holding his hands and briefcase up in surrender. They had been friends for a long time now and such banter was normal for them. Although he was fully aware that in a prolonged battle of words, he'd likely end up hanging his head in defeat. In truth, the new researchers that Mr. Jacob had me take on are awful, barely a brain cell between them. I feel like my workload has doubled since you left. Andrew felt his smile widen as the woman giggled at his complaint. Although he was exaggerating, it was true that things had been more difficult since the woman had left. Sifting through the mountains of information about the Great War was bad enough, but once you added in all the newly declassified files as well, it became a Herculean task to stay on top of it all. Particularly when one took into account everything the government had left redacted. These new researchers had no talent for reading between the lines, and although Maggie was often prone to flights of fancy, she was much better at puzzling out what the government censors wanted to keep hidden than anyone else he knew. "Barely a brain cell, you say? Jacob better watch out, it sounds like they're qualified for his job. I should think anyone could make for a better director of programming." She laughed in reply. However, Andrew could detect more than a little bitterness in her voice as she spoke. Evidently, there was still some resentment about being forced out. Andrew couldn't help but feel guilty that he hadn't been able to protect her from that dolt Jacob and the internal politicking of the WTN higher UPS. "Now you wanted to see the church while you were here, right?" Maggie continued, changing the subject before Andrew could push her further. "I hear you didn't get to come over with the film crews." "That's right, I've had to pay out of my own pocket for this trip, but I couldn't resist coming to take a look for myself before we finish the program," he replied with a sigh as Maggie led them off into the city. Truth be told, he was impressed at how skillfully the place had been restored. It had been left as little more than a ruin by the end of the war, and Germany, much like almost every participating country in the war, had been left destitute by the time peace had been agreed. Yet this city had been built up in the same style as before Europa had crossed swords. with wide boulevards and Baroque architecture rather than the cheaper modern styles that had popped up in the Allied Kingdom in the years following the war. It was clear that those rebuilding the country wanted to recapture some of the beauty from the time before conflict brought it low, and as far as he was concerned they'd achieved it, at least in the city center. It was just a shame the only hotel he could afford was so far away from it. I couldn't afford a fancy suite like yours though, the Times seemed to spoil their reporters a little too much if you ask me. He added in an attempt to tease her a little. She'd been given excellent accommodation in the heart of the old city, something he couldn't help but be a little envious of. She deserved it though, as far as he was concerned, she deserved all the recognition she could get and more. He had expected his reply to garner some sort of reaction from the woman, perhaps a smug grin and a mild boast about how pleased she was to gain such a kingly reward. However, instead, she remained silent for a moment, suddenly seeming tense as she wore a frown and stared at the ground. The Times aren't the ones paying for it, the Eurodla Corporation is. It's supposed to be an apology for delaying my interview with Frau Ansbach again. She began, her expression difficult to read before a familiar bitterness returned to her voice. I was supposed to have spent weeks with her by now, they said I could shadow her, but as of yet I haven't even been allowed into the offices in Berlin. At least you have a nice place to stay. Andrew replied awkwardly, unprepared for the sudden shift in the woman's mood. And there's plenty of time to get more preliminary research done while you wait. You were always good at digging out extra information if you were given the time. Bah! Have you seen the Germanian privacy laws? Drawing blood from a stone is practically child's play in comparison. She snorted, throwing her hands up in frustration. I'm not even allowed to know if she has a family unless she gives me permission, and her company keeps making excuses and telling me to wait until the interviews. Who knows when they'll be? It's so frustrating being left like this. My gut tells me there's something off here, but there isn't a damned thing I can do about it. The pair stopped and fell silent for a moment, Andrew unsure what help he could provide. Sorry Andrew, I just needed to let off some steam. Maggie said eventually with a heavy sigh before turning back to him with a weak smile. I guess I've just been feeling a little lonely being out here on my own. I appreciate you putting up with me. Andrew nodded in understanding. He'd traveled enough to know how isolating it could feel in a foreign land, especially when you were chasing a story and no one was willing to talk to you. He also knew Maggie well enough to know that such a situation would be incredibly exasperating for her. She was like a terrier when she'd gotten a hold of an idea, she didn't like to give up and let go. They stood in silence for a moment more, Andrew waiting patiently for the fiery woman to calm down. Until eventually she brought her head back up and a familiar bright smile began to return to her face. I just realized where we are. She grinned, these are the streets that Prince Wilhelm fought in. The Saint you mean? Andrew corrected with a hint of disapproval in his voice. They'd had this argument so many times and she still refused to accept the evidence against the child soldiers. Sometimes her inability to let go of an idea worked against her far too much. Whatever. She replied waving a dismissive hand. Her voice now sounding animated and excited as she went on to tell the fairy tale of her favorite prince. No one is sure quite where, but it was supposed to be in and around here. Fighting street to street and house to defend the city until the last. Andrew glanced around and found himself unable to get quite as excited as his young protégé. The area looked no different from the rest of the city. Still undeniably beautiful, at least architecturally, but there was nothing remarkable about the area compared to everywhere else. It was just a simple street just outside the town center, with the same apartments and storefronts the rest of the city held. There was no memorial here, not even a plaque to denote the place as an area of historical interest. He trusted that Maggie would be correct about the area, but as far as he could tell, all evidence that the war had ever touched this neighborhood was gone. It was odd considering the great lengths the fledgling Germanian Republic had gone to in order to commemorate the Great War. There were few places across Europa that bore so little evidence of the conflict as these streets. Still, he supposed it was fitting in a way. The saint had simply disappeared after all, why would anyone expect to find a trace of him here? Come on, we better get going. Maggie said eventually with a disappointed sigh, clearly sensing he did not share her excitement about standing in what appeared to be an average city block. Andrew wasn't convinced the saint that had fought here was the same saint that fought in the west or south, he certainly didn't believe he was the young Letzenbourg prince. He and Maggie had spent hours debating the finer points of that argument and it was obvious they would find nothing here to change either of their minds. They soon fell back into step and continued their friendly conversation, making sure to catch each other up on all the news and gossip they'd missed while falling into their regular routine of banter. All thoughts of their previous disagreements were quickly forgotten, and Andrew soon found himself enjoying Maggie's company once again. Almost feeling as though they had never been parted. However, eventually their feet brought them to their destination and although Andrew was prepared for what greeted him, he was struck by the strange contrast in front of him. There, in the middle of a large square, were the ruins of what had once been a grand medieval cathedral, quite at odds with the pristinely restored city around it. Half-destroyed walls flanked the building with so little of the entrance remaining that no one had bothered replacing the doors. He could see rows of stone pews sitting within, with a few locals sitting in prayer at each one despite being open to the elements. While, a well-tended graveyard surrounded the remains of the site, a handful of fresh memorials cementing the idea that this place was far from abandoned. As they made their way closer, Andrew's gaze was drawn to the far wall, by what would have once been the altar. At its base stood countless small stone slabs each with hundreds of names etched into them. However, it was the far wall itself that drew his eye. Unlike the rest of the ruin, it still stood tall, dwarfing the people inside and still held 3 long archways and a large empty circle of what had once been the stained glass windows. It's strangely beautiful, Andrew said to himself, shielding his eyes as the sun forced its way through the clouds and into the ruins via the circular window. He became aware of how quiet and peaceful it seemed here, another stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city built up around them. It was an oasis of tranquility in a chaotic world. Andrew would be the first to admit he'd hardly been the most devout of people during his life. He went to Sunday service if he could find the time, and made sure to attend during the main holy days when not traveling, but he couldn't exactly call himself a model believer. He was fairly sure his attendance was poor enough that his local priest would struggle to even recognize him. Still, despite that he did believe, he'd seen too much not to. However, in that moment, despite standing in the ruins of the Lord's house, he felt closer to God than he ever had before, and a difficult-to-describe feeling washed over him. Suddenly, he found himself quickly regretting all the excuses he'd made in the past for not attending the services. He felt as though he had been missing out on something important. "It makes you want to pray, doesn't it?" he said almost whimsically. "I can see why they didn't want to rebuild it." He'd had the honor of interviewing a famous painter once, on the eve of a great show. He had said that every act of creation is first an act of destruction, a phrase he had politely written down but willfully ignored as overly poetic. However, as he stood in front of this memorial, he felt he might finally understand. Despite the destruction, the building had remained true to its purpose and grown more beautiful in the process. He turned back to Maggie, hoping to share his new appreciation of this place, but found himself stopping himself as he saw her frowning once again, looking almost insulted by the suggestion. "It's been a long time since I felt like praying, Andrew." Andrew quietly cursed his foolishness under his breath. The subject of Maggie's faith had been a sore spot for quite some time now, even culminating in a major disagreement with her parents. He would have been much better keeping his thoughts to himself. "Don't you find it ironic that they made this place a monument?" she continued, a sliver of resentment still coloring her tone. "After all, there were no saints fighting here and all this damage was technically a war crime." "I suppose that's true," Andrew conceded, but none of those who were here wanted to think of it that way. The Soviets weren't bound by any treaty at the time, and from what we can tell there were no civilians left in the city. Besides, some of the damage was caused by the Empire. "Still, it's strange, considering who was here," Maggie replied, shooting Andrew a sardonic grin. "After all, isn't this a place of God rather than the devil?" May 7, Unified Year 1925-1833. Skies above Tegenhof Castle, Central Tegenhof. "Get back!" Drake yelled as he shoved Second Lieutenant Kelly aside, urging her to move moments before an explosion grazed his shield and blew them apart. He steadied himself as he was pushed backwards, coughing as smoke filled the air and unsure if the young officer had survived the blast. He would have no time to check, however, as another volley slammed into his barrier, forcing him to accelerate and take evasive maneuvers to escape the attack. "Shit!" he murmured under his breath as he forced more mana into his flight equipment and dived to one side in an effort to dodge the incoming fire, trusting his instincts to keep him safe as he hastily tried to assess the situation. The enemy had gotten the drop on them and carved into their formation. The volunteers were in disarray, despite the best efforts of the veterans and officers, and although they still outnumbered the enemy attackers, the Imperial veterans were doing everything they could to even the score. If they didn't get back into some semblance of order soon, the rookie volunteers would be slaughtered piecemeal. "Company to me!" he yelled, hoping to get the survivors of the ambush to form up on him so he could try to regroup with the rest of the battalion. However, more fire struck him from above and screams filled the air as the bodies of his wounded soldiers fell to the ground. No one within earshot of his rally cry had made it. "Damn, we're taking too many casualties and I can't get a handle on things while I'm under fire like this." He growled inwardly, returning fire and trying to gain some distance from his attackers as he summoned a communication spell. 01 to 02. "Johnson, can you hear me?" he called to his deputy through gritted teeth, hoping his second hadn't been caught up in this mess as well. He didn't particularly like the American major who'd been assigned to him along with the international unit. He was arrogant and had made it clear that he didn't like that Drake had been assigned to lead the volunteers. He had been gunning for his job from the moment he had arrived. However, so far he'd followed orders and Drake had no reason to believe their current situation would change that. "I'm in the thick of it here." "What's happening?" Drake hissed with frustration. As a rule, he preferred to assess combat situations by himself. Experience had taught him that it was always better to view a problem with your own eyes. However, he wasn't foolish enough to put himself and his troops at further risk to get his own way. Even if he had to rely on a gung-ho American officer. For what seemed like an eternity, there was nothing but static, and Drake began to fear his Minnesotan second-in-command had fallen in one of the initial volleys. However, he soon found himself letting out a small sigh of relief. The radio crackled into life and Major Johnson's distressed voice began to echo in his ears. "Sir! You're alive?" They came out of nowhere. "They cut through us like hot butter." The panicked Major called, and Drake had to bite back a curse. Things couldn't be looking good if his deputy was struggling to keep it together. He'd been worried about this. The Unified States had a small but decently equipped army, although he'd heard that since the war had begun it had started growing rapidly. Unfortunately, due to their isolationist nature, they hadn't had to use it all that much recently. At least not against anyone who could put up a decent fight, and they'd gotten complacent. Especially since they were one of the few major powers able to keep up with the Empire when it came to computation technology. Additionally, they hadn't shown much interest in any of the European wars or skirmishes in the past few decades. The Yanks thought they'd learned everything they needed to know from their civil war and kicking a declining Ispagna out of their backyard. Meaning that, although their officers were full of what old General Kitchener would have called vim and vigor, they were lacking in modern battlefield experience. Drake could only hope that the other veterans from the Allied Kingdom and the colonies were maintaining order amongst the volunteers. "I need to know what's happening now, Johnson," he yelled, firing at an Imperial formation as he accelerated up towards the cover of some nearby cloud, frustration lacing his voice as he heard more and more of his men fall injured or worse. To his credit though, the young American major rallied quickly and Drake found himself wondering if he had judged the man too harshly. "The attack broke our formation, but we've reorganized almost half the battalion. It looks like their plan was to separate us and take us out bit by bit. I wish I could say it wasn't working." Johnson reported grimly, "What's your own status, sir? We thought you were hit in the opening salvo." Drake bit back another curse. He could hardly call the American major out on complacency when he'd led his battalion into a trap like this. He'd known it was too good to be true when they'd detected so many mana signals heading off to intercept the aircraft. His gut had told the other boot still had to drop. But he'd allowed himself to become distracted by Willibrord and Sue's foolish charge, and while he'd been trying to rein them in, the enemy took advantage. "I've been cut off," he replied with a frown, glancing around to take in his surroundings. There was no sign of the two troublemakers, or anyone else from his company for that matter. However, it seemed that he'd managed to give the enemy the slip too. They'd given up chasing him for the sake of causing maximum damage to the rest of the volunteer battalion. Unfortunately, that meant he would have to go through them if he wanted to regroup with the rest of his men. "I can't make it back through the enemy attack." "Stand by," replied Johnson, as Drake heard the muffled sounds of him consulting with his platoon. "We still outnumber them, I'll organize a dot." Suddenly, the air filled with a low boom, cutting off the major's transmission and causing Drake to spin around in search of the new threat. In the distance, a hugely powerful stream of mana filled the air and fired down towards a small group of Imperial mages, causing static to fill the air. He could recognize the mana signal, even without a detection formula. The simple and intractable way that Sue wielded her magical potential was something all the instructors and officers had learned to recognize and often dread. However, he had never seen anyone wield so much power in a single blast. He doubted anyone had. It appeared that it would not have the desired effect on the enemy, however. As impressive as the beam of destructive light was, it was something the Imperial elite were able to easily avoid as they darted away from the concentrated mana. The beam then cut a deep scar in the city below before erupting in a plume of flame and dust and sending a shockwave through the air that rocked anyone who was caught up in it, Drake included. Drake swore once again as he tried to regain his balance, cursing the girl under his breath. She was charging around like a bull in a porcelain shop, heedless of the others around her. That blast might have been impressive, but it was in a contested area. She'd likely caused as much damage to their communist allies as they had the Imperials. Not to mention the rookie mages that could have been knocked off of their gear by the shockwave. The girl was too reckless. But still, she was also beyond the bulk of the attacking Imperial mages. "Sue! Break off your assault and continue towards the target." He sent through a burst of mana, silently praying that the stubborn girl would listen to him. If they were lucky, they might still be able to salvage something from this disaster. However, he soon found himself swearing again as she darted off, chasing after two Imperials as they raced away through the sky. "That's our firecracker." Major Johnson's voice cut through the radio once more as more of the volunteer battalion fell under attack from the remaining Imperials. "Sir! We still outnumber them. I'll organize a counterattack and break through towards you." Negative, 02. This is the Devil's Battalion we're dealing with. We may have numbers, but every member of this group is a named mage. Drake countered, not bothering to disguise either the anger or hint of panic in his voice. The volunteers were still reeling from these attacks, and they'd taken heavy casualties. Drake had wanted the rookies to have a simple first mission, not throw them into the meat grinder. He should have known it'd be like this. the spook from Londinium had even tried to warn him. The Reds had bungled this attack from the get-go, or at least their political class had. They had been pressuring the Russie general to assault the city mindless of the defenses they faced, trusting that their numbers would simply overwhelm them. While this had mostly proven true, it was not without cost, and the casualties had been severe, with some units reporting losing well over 60 or 70% of their combat strength. Sometimes even more. He stared over at the combat-stricken volunteers for a moment. To hell with the Reds, he thought, growling internally at how the communists treated their soldiers. I'm not letting them do the same to us. I'm not letting them sacrifice any more of our troops just to make a point. Pull back and regroup under the Federation AA cover. Do everything you can to protect the rookies, they'll be ripped to shreds by a bunch of named. But sir. Sue just. Johnson began to protest before Drake cut him off. She just bought us some time, that's all. Drake replied grimly, glancing around to get his bearings before accelerating off towards the city. Although he highly doubted she'd even done that. The mages were unscathed by the blast, and as far as he could tell, all she'd really accomplished was the demolition of a few city blocks. I can't get through them, so I'll continue and strike at the target. I'll loop around and regroup with you afterwards. He continued, grinding his teeth with frustration, and if possible, I'll drag that girl and her little friend back with me. He added internally, mindful of the promise he'd made to his uncle. As much as he hated both of them right now, he didn't want them to die needlessly, nor any of the other volunteers for that matter. At least not any more of them. Keep the rookies safe, Major. They shouldn't be in this fight. He grimaced as he charged onwards into the city towards his target. If he could get a good hit in, then perhaps all these casualties wouldn't be for nothing. He just hoped the intel was correct. They weren't sure if this was the primary headquarters or simply a local command point. Regardless, it would hopefully have some effect on the overall battle. If he were lucky, it might even cause those infernal Imperial mages to fall back and leave his rookies alone. There was another blast over towards his right, and even before he glanced over, he knew it was more of Sue's handiwork. Her mana seemed to permeate the air, blocking out the signals of others nearby, and Drake couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about how much magical potential she seemed to possess. Mary's lack of control over herself and her magical ability felt like being around an oversensitive grenade with the pin pulled. The second you loosen your grip on the lever, it would go off, heedless of who was in its blast radius. He swore if he got out of this, he would make sure she learned some discipline. The blast cleared quickly, and Drake noted a trail of mana break off from where Sue was pursuing her target, the second figure hastily banking around and accelerating away from the bullish girl and quickly towards him. It seemed he had caught some unwanted attention, and even Mary's overzealous and overwhelming attack wasn't enough to divert it away from him. Meanwhile, the troublesome girl seemed so fixated on her pursuit that she seemed not to care about anything else. Damn, I should have known it wouldn't be easy. He dove down towards the rooftops, doing his best to use the buildings as cover as the Imperial charged towards him, firing off a few shots at range as they approached. He risked a glance behind and caught a glimpse of long brown hair whipping in the wind, and a feminine silhouette bearing down on him at incredible speed. A girl then? One perhaps a little older than Sue or Kelly. Was there anyone not being drafted for this war? Considering what he knew about who Sue was chasing, he could hardly be surprised. He wasn't about to underestimate her because of her sex, however. If his guess was right, this was the mage codenamed Persephone, the one who'd been with the devil since she'd first appeared on the Rhine, and a contender for the second most dangerous mage in the Imperial army. Just what I need. He muttered to himself as the enemy mage fired off a few more shots, two of them managing to strike his shield despite the cover and evasive action he was taking. If there was any doubt left in Drake that this girl was a named mage, it swiftly evaporated. Things were not looking great for him right now, and he doubted his pursuer would be kind enough to let him attack his target and leave unmolested. He just wished he had a few more advantages in this encounter, or at least some good luck for once. It was common knowledge that Imperial orb technology exceeded the models that Drake and the volunteers were using, meaning his enemy could move faster and fly higher than he could. Technically, the Allied Kingdom-style flight gear, or the brooms as they'd called them in the Royal Mage Marines, should provide a far more stable platform to fire from and should allow him to fire more accurately. However, if the girl could hit him at this range, and while they were moving so fast, his gear was hardly adding anything to level the playing field. He still had a few ideas though. He couldn't call himself a marine mage if he didn't have a few dirty tricks up his sleeve. He forced the back of his broom around as he raised his weapon, using the speed and momentum carrying him to swing around the corner of a street and into cover as he fired off a few shots at the Queen of the Underworld. His foe was surprised by his sudden change of direction, but reacted quickly as she forced herself higher and over the building as she did her best to avoid the sudden blows striking her shield. Drake couldn't help but be impressed. The girl was good. Cagey and cautious without being overly so. She'd easily seen through the trap to provoke her and lure her around the corner, and instantly avoided it by going over the top. Even with her obvious advantage in equipment, she'd not allowed herself to become overconfident, a trait rare even amongst named mages. Now she was gliding gracefully over the top of him and readying her rifle to shoot him in the back. However, he had prepared for this and had quickly brought one hand down to draw his service revolver and aimed it behind him as the girl prepared to fire. By chance, both squeezed the trigger at the same time, but Drake accelerated forward as he fired, feeling his barrier drop as a close-range penetration formula sliced through his shield. His foe, however, was engulfed in an explosion, leaving her stunned and equally without protection as her barrier flickered and failed under the strain. Drake cursed again as he brought his broom around behind the cover of one of the old Tiefenhof guild houses. He had hoped to escape towards the target while the girl was recovering from the blast, however with his barrier down, he was one good shot away from being another statistic. Neither did he think it wise to press his advantage while both of them sat defenseless, a sentiment shared by the young woman as she darted into her own cover, firing to keep him pinned as she went. It looks like shaking this one won't be easy, he thought with a grimace as another huge blast caught his attention not too far away. It seemed that Sue's duel had yet to come to an end either, there would be no help from there and he wouldn't be able to strike at the enemy HQ while Persephone was on his back. He cursed again, sliding a fresh magazine into his rifle as he focused his mana to rebuild his shield. Looks like we'll have to play a little cat and mouse, he murmured wearing a grim smile. I just wish I could say I was the cat. May 7th, Unified Year 1925, the same time. Ruins of Tiefenhof Financial District, Tiefenhof. And the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time. A terrifyingly familiar voice echoed around the smoke and dust. Impossible. Will stuttered as he took a step back, his heavy flight boots feeling like shackles around his feet, pinning him to the ground as surely as the horror filling his soul. He felt the grip on his sword slip as the figure floated towards him, and it was all he could do to keep hold of the cursed blade as the boy's features slowly came into view through the fog of dust and debris. Will froze as Ludwig stared at him through the smoke wearing a soft but somehow terrifying smile. No, not Ludwig, something worse. He saw himself, the same but different, wearing the crooked nose and scars that he had gifted him so long ago in Letzenbourg. However, unlike the scars Will hid behind his uniform, this creature wore his injuries without an ounce of shame, not caring what others might think of him. A sentiment shared by the soulful calm in his voice, and for once Will wondered if this was what it was like for the soldiers who'd fallen to his blade as he'd begged them for peace. His replica paused, and fixed him with his unnerving smile, something about it seemed uniquely wrong. It wasn't threatening, but it didn't seem entirely natural either, as though it were missing some key component present in a normal human smile. In its stead was something that he had only seen in the eyes of a select few people, and even then it had always been tainted with the expectations they had of him. It was compassion. No, something purer than that. It was as though the creature was trying to convey a sense of benevolent affection through the smile despite his sudden appearance and attack. The same look that Christina would give him when he was sick, or Sophia would wear when she was worried about him. No, not the same, he mentally corrected himself. It lacked the part that made such an expression human, there was nothing in those eyes that asked or expected anything from him. It wasn't natural. No one cared about anyone without expecting something in return. He tried to break away from the boy's gaze, but his green eyes drilled into his own, piercing his very being. For a moment Will found himself forgetting about the world around him, there was nothing but himself and the eyes that bore into him. Even his thoughts began to fall away as he was frozen in the face of his doppelganger. All the fear built over his short lifetime fell away from him, and in an instant, and a sense of serenity gradually began to envelop him as he felt calm wash over where the terror had once been. The constant stress he'd felt since his youth was gone, as were the worries he'd accumulated, and his body somehow felt lighter with their absence. He let out a sigh that almost turned into a laugh as a small tear rolled down his face. He felt at peace. For the first time had he ever felt this way? He couldn't remember, but he found himself not caring as a reassuring warmth filled his chest. He was finally at peace. Why had he been so afraid of this creature? Did he really want to harm him? Was it possible that? There was a flicker of yellow in his doppelganger's eyes, something tiny and almost imperceivable, but enough to break Will from his reveries and allow a sliver of fear back into his heart. No, this isn't real. Life isn't like this. People don't care like this. Life doesn't care like this. He told himself, reluctantly resisting the comforting feeling that threatened to engulf him. It's all a lie. Things can never be this easy. God doesn't allow it. He doesn't care. Life isn't fair, life doesn't care. He blinked and the world suddenly flooded back into focus and he found himself back in the ruined streets of Tiefenhof. The feeling of tranquility was violently stripped away from him, and replaced with the familiar and ever-present dread he knew so well, as the memory that he'd tried so hard to bury forced its way to the forefront of his mind. One that haunted his nightmares and left him with an ever-present fear that stalked his every moment. One that snapped his gaze away from the siren's eyes in front of him and forced a glance towards the number emblazoned on the blade in his hand. Deliver unto me 1,000 faithful souls. Will moved instinctively, his fight or flight response driving him back into the shadow and dust, primal fear carrying him into cover despite the heavy shackles around his feet. He couldn't take flight, his terror-filled brain wouldn't allow it. Even simple formulas were beyond his ability as his mind filled with the horrible memory, the feeling, of his existence being unmade. The sensation of his sense of self being stripped away from him by that unearthly power. That was what he was really like, not some benevolent and peaceful being offering happiness. God was a monster. He moved as quickly as his legs could carry him, not daring to look back towards his preternatural assailant. It had all been a trick. The monster had come for him, he had come to collect his debt, and worse still, he had chosen his doppelganger to do it. The same one that had stolen Houseman from him before. The same one that had tried to steal Tanya. The one that he'd only been able to fend off by pure luck and with the help of a girl far stronger and more capable than him. There was a man who had 2 sons. The younger one said to his father, "Father, give me my share of the estate." So he divided his property between them. The boy's voice echoed around the smoky ruins as Will struggled to escape from his otherworldly pursuer. Will ducked behind a broken wall and covered his ears in a vain effort to block out the being's words, his mind still spinning with the memory of almost being erased by the monster. However, the eerie voice echoed strangely around the ruins, its reverberations forcing its way into his head. Worse still, the more the boy spoke, the more it seemed it was his own voice he was hearing, and he could almost feel himself mouthing the words as the boy spoke. Not long after that, the younger son got together all he had, set off for a distant country, and there squandered his wealth in wild living. "Please, I'm not ready. I need more time," he whimpered as the voice drew ever closer to his hiding spot. It wasn't fair. He'd tried so hard to pay the debt, he'd bent over backwards to get himself into this war and had done everything he could to increase the tally. It wasn't his fault he didn't know what the rules were. Why was the monstrous god so impatient? Why did he have to taunt him like this? Why did he always have to take more from him? After he had spent everything, there was a severe famine in that whole country, and he began to be in need. So he went and hired himself out to a citizen of that country, who sent him to his fields to feed pigs. He longed to fill his stomach with the pods that the pigs were eating, but no one gave him anything. Will could hear his duplicate edging closer to him, his voice still echoing strangely around the ruins as he desperately tried to regain enough of his senses to decide on what best to do next. But he couldn't think, not with the unearthly being bearing down on him like this. He felt dizzy, as though the world was spinning around him, and his head began to throb and ache as every word the supernatural imitation spoke felt like a hammer to the head. When he came to his senses, he said, "How many of my father's hired servants have food to spare, and here I am starving to death. I will set out and go back to my father and say to him, 'Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you.'" Will darted out from his hiding place and deeper into the damaged building as a nearby explosion shook fresh smoke and brick dust into the air. He felt nauseous and struggled for breath as he stared down at his shaking hands, the sword rattling as he shook. "I am no longer worthy to be called your son, make me like one of your hired servants." So he got up and went to his father. The words, "no longer worthy," seemed to reverberate in his brain, stoking his fear all the more as he wondered what message the monster was trying to convey. Was this his way of telling him that he was not worth the lives he had given him? What more could he give to satiate it? He needed to run, to get as far away from the clone as possible. If he could only escape. Not just this thing attacking him, but the entire war. He could have the ship take him to some far-off land, away from Letzenbourg and the Empire, and he could hide away from the monstrous god and his servants. He should take the happiness he deserved. But while he was still a long way off. The boy paused as the ground shook, interrupted by the sound of a distant explosion. Will risked a glance from his hiding spot, still shaking slightly as he struggled to regain control of himself. His doppelganger had stopped his sermon for a moment and was staring off in the direction of the blast, his eyes now glowing a sickening shade of yellow. However, for once, his expression seemed almost human, a frown full of concern staining his features. A second blast rang out and the ground shook again, loosing more dust into the air, and Will found his own eyes following the boy's gaze as he wondered what had distracted him. However, a second unearthly sensation of incredibly powerful mana from the direction of the blasts told him all he needed to know. It was Tanya, and she was under attack from her own unearthly assailant. Fresh waves of panic washed over Will as he ducked back behind cover. He'd almost forgotten, the girl from Miska had been moving in to attack Tanya. Had they engaged while Will was being tormented by his double? No, no, no. This couldn't be happening. The monstrous god wasn't just content to collect on his own debt, he wanted to take Tanya too. Punish her for whatever implied slight she had inflicted upon it. Or perhaps just punish Will twice by taking her from him. He had to get her away from here too. She didn't know he had a way out of the city. If he could reach her, they could all escape before the monster took them. He could even take her with him when he fled the war. Sophia too, she was probably already waiting for him at the docks. But first, they had to get out of here, and now that his duplicate was distracted, it was the best chance he would have to escape. Will summoned a surge of mana into his flight boots, struggling to concentrate as his mind fought his fears so that he could use his orb to control the formula, and quickly accelerated into the air. He needed to move, and fast. If he could just stay ahead of the replica he could reach Tanya and Visha, get them to the boat, meet up with Sophia and they escape the city. But what about Sophia? A treacherous thought reminded him, causing him to glance back towards where he had left the younger twin. Had she left yet? Was she still fighting with the other Letzenbourgers? What if she were in danger too? The monster was taking everything else from him, what if he had targeted her too? How could he be sure that they would all get to the ship without risking everything? He would have no time to figure out an answer however, as the air exploded above him creating a shockwave that sent him tumbling towards the ground once more. He didn't hit the ground as hard as he had last time. There had been no wall to crash through as he had landed in the remains of what might have once been a bank vault, its reinforced walls split open by a bomb during one of the Federation air raids. However, it was enough to send fresh shooting pains along his side, reminding him of the broken rib he had suffered not long before. He yelped in pain, cursing as he tried to focus so that he could perform another first aid spell. It was clear from the sting in his side that his temporary patch had come undone, as well as likely he'd suffered further injuries. However, his mind was still too befuddled to properly focus on the formula, particularly since the wound was making it increasingly difficult to breathe. He groaned and brought a hand to his side in a vain effort to cradle his injury while he used the other hand to push himself onto his knees. However, he soon froze as a dreadful realization fell over him. He'd dropped his sword in the fall. He glanced around urgently as he searched for the blade. As much as he despised the thing, it was his only way to count the debt, not to mention one of the few tools he had to defend himself. He couldn't afford to lose it. His hand darted towards his holster, his pistol. If he at least had his pistol, he'd have some defense. However, the fearful dread only grew more as he found that it too was missing. He was completely unarmed. It's much better that we not interfere with them. The clone spoke behind him as he once again reappeared through a gap in the fallen masonry, causing Will to fall on his back as he whipped around to face him. This time the voice seemed subtly different from when he had been preaching, as though he were no longer reading from a script, and with an inflection seemed to hide a slight twinge of uncertainty as he spoke about the other fight. Was this the doppelganger's true voice? Will would not have time to reflect on this however as the boy fixed his gaze on him once more, eyes burning in a golden light as he began to speak in Will's own voice once again. But while he was still a long way off, his father saw him and was filled with compassion for him. He ran to his son, threw his arms around him and kissed him. Son said to him, "Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son." Will scrambled backwards, aches temporarily forgotten as he again desperately tried to put some distance between himself and this true saint. "I shouldn't have run," he thought as the clone's eyes burned ever more fiercely, each golden orb emitting a power that fixed Will's soul to the ground. "There's no running from this." Tears began to form in the corners of his eyes as his back struck the wall of the ruined room, putting an end to his futile escape attempt. There was nowhere else to go, he was out of choices. "I shouldn't have run," he repeated to himself, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "He'd follow me anywhere, wouldn't he? Take away everything no matter where I am. This is the end." But the father said to his servants, "Quick! Bring the best robe and put it on him. Put a ring on his finger and sandals on his feet. Bring the fattened calf and kill it. Let's have a feast and celebrate. For this son of mine was dead and is alive again, he was lost and is found." So they began to celebrate. Will's head dropped as his hand fell from his side and onto the floor. Despair had replaced the pain from his injuries, and he no longer had the energy to keep it cradled. He squeezed his eyes shut once again. He didn't want to look at his executioner. It was bad enough that the wretched facsimile insisted on taunting him, repeating the words of the god that Will had learned to hate. Or rather, making his own voice repeat them. Meanwhile, the older son was in the field. When he came near the house, he heard music and dancing. So he called one of the servants and asked him what was going on. "Your brother has come," he replied, "and your father has killed the fattened calf because he has him back safe and sound." Will's finger brushed something on the ground beside him, something cold and metallic. Reluctantly, despite the overwhelming feeling of hopelessness, he opened his tear-filled eyes and glanced over at the object, and suddenly he felt a sliver of hope once again. It was his pistol. It must have skidded away when he'd fallen. He grasped the handle and shakily aimed the gun at his approaching double, the weapon rekindling a small flame of defiance in his chest. "I might not be able to run, but if I have a weapon I can still fight," he told himself as he squeezed the trigger. Bullets had felled this monster before, and although he had somehow recovered from such wounds, Will was sure they could do it again. Will fired the gun, his aim sitting perfectly between the two glowing orbs bearing down on him, and he felt a moment of jubilant relief as the weapon fired. The creature in front of him might have been able to recover from the multiple wounds gifted to him in Letzenbourg, but no amount of magic could save him from a bullet to the brain. And at such close range, the doppelganger's barrier would be useless. His elation was short-lived however, as the copy ducked out of the way, moving with inhuman speed, even for someone magically enhanced, before dashing forward in a blur. Will had no time to react as the clone appeared in front of him, using the butt of his gun to strike his pistol, knocking it from his fingers once again. Then, in a slow and deliberate movement, leant forward until his face was mere centimeters from his own. The older brother became angry and refused to go in. So his father went out and pleaded with him. But he answered his father, "Look. All these years I've been slaving for you and never disobeyed your orders. Yet you never gave me even a young goat so I could celebrate with my friends. But when this son of yours who has squandered your property with prostitutes comes home, you kill the fattened calf for him." The copy almost growled the words at him as his golden glowing eyes bore into him anew, the sickening glow and overwhelming power fixing him in place once again. For the first time, Will heard aggression in the creature's voice as he spoke, and Will shrank away fearfully. Until now the clone had spoken with unflinching calmness, even after his escape attempt. This sudden change only served to make the creature more terrifying. The replica paused for a moment as it stared into Will's soul, and Will found himself all but praying for this ordeal to be over. It was too much, he couldn't think, he could barely breathe, and the messenger from the monstrous god was stood over him ready to deliver the final blow. Will had no options, no defense, he was entirely at the mercy of this thing. Of the true saint. The doppelganger studied him for a moment more before seeming to return to his previous calm demeanor. The glow in his eyes began to diminish, and it felt as though the pressure that kept him pinned in place began to lessen. Then the boy smiled and began to speak once again, only this time there was no anger, instead, it was replaced by a more friendly tone. "My son," the father said, "you are always with me, and everything I have is yours. But we had to celebrate and be glad, because this brother of yours was dead and is alive again, he was lost and is found." The copy placed his rifle on the floor before offering Will his hand, the caring smile and emerald eyes that had enraptured him before returning. "You have been lost, Brother Wilhelm," the boy said, speaking in his own voice as he looked at him imploringly. "Will you allow yourself to be found?" May 7, Unified Year 1925, the same time. Skies near St. Uda's Cathedral, Tegenhof. Tanya swore angrily, growling under her breath as she forced more mana into her flight boot, glancing back at the pursuer that hurtled towards her. Her attacker was fast, far faster than they had any right to be, and worse still, faster than when she'd last seen her in Moscow. Despite doing everything she could think of to improve the acceleration of her flight gear, Tanya still found herself struggling to stay ahead of her, let alone gain enough distance to allow herself some breathing room. And considering the sickening familiar feeling Tanya got from the girl's mana signature, she dearly wished she had the luxury of time to regroup. There was a sudden prickle in the air and Tanya quickly jinked sideways, just in time for a white-hot beam of mana to surge past where she had just been. Hastily, she launched herself upwards into the sky as another huge explosion ripped through the ground below her. It was unthinkable. Despite the superior quality of the Imperial flight gear, and the ingenious design of the Type 97 orb, her clumsy assailant was still managing to not only keep up with her but was gradually gaining. Even managing to maintain an advantage in altitude. Worse still, she was also able to fire off some of the most destructive optical formulas she'd ever had the misfortune of being on the receiving end of while doing it. Her attacker was also unusually persistent, at least in her single-minded goal to overwhelm her. Before she'd been forced to send Visha away, Tanya had her adjutant attempt to distract her attention in the hopes that between them they could confuse the beast long enough to take her out. However, the aggressive mage had barely taken any notice of the lieutenant, even when the girl had scored some solid hits on her barrier. Instead, Tanya had only found herself weathering yet more blasts of mana with renewed enthusiasm. She found herself wondering if this was what it was like to have a stalker. She slid a fresh magazine into her machine gun, preparing herself for an opportunity to return fire, doing her best to suppress her growing anxiety. It was fortunate her attacker was a lousy shot and easy to provoke. She just wished that she wasn't the only one around to deal with her. She'd been forced to send her only backup away to deal with the second mage who tried to sneak past them and towards General von Scholz's headquarters. She cursed her carelessness. The John Bulls had used the exact same trick in Moscow, send their overpowered ox to distract while the others found an opening to engage. She'd been so focused on taking advantage of what appeared to be an exposed enemy she'd failed to see anything else at play. Fortunately, Visha was no slouch. She'd been with her since the Rhine and knew how to play defensive. She trusted her adjutant to protect the command post and more importantly her reputation. Not that the general's well-being is my primary concern right now. She thought as another beam of mana sped past her, this time exploding in the sky, causing her to dodge sideways to escape the shockwave. Down, I need to use the city as cover. She thought, quickly assessing her options and diving back down towards street level. I'm not sure the buildings will do much against all this power, but it will at least throw off her aim. It was too much. Optical formulas like this took an insane amount of mana and this mage was firing them off as though it was nothing. It shouldn't have been possible, not with Commonwealth orbs and Entente flying deer. It didn't matter how powerful you were as a mage, it was impossible to breach the limitations of the technology you were using. At least not without outside help. This was without a doubt his work. Curse you being X. This is cheating. She cursed as another terrifyingly powerful beam whizzed past her, the heat and static from the mana radiation prickling her skin despite the protective barrier around her. The girl's aim was getting better as she became accustomed to her unnatural power, and the destructive shafts of light were becoming thinner and more refined, cutting through the buildings rather than exploding on impact. She'd start running low on mana soon, wouldn't she? Even when using that cursed relic of being X's, she had a limited supply to work with before she came back to her senses. This monster had to run out eventually, right? Then again, if being X was willing to continue to assert his malign influence on this world as a way to make a point, she couldn't be certain that he would hold this mage to the same standards as he did her. He might even be the true reason behind her improving aim. Her dealings with being X thus far had proven that the false deity didn't like to play by the rules. That bastard might keep this beast's mana stocked up just out of spite. She thought, feeling another twinge of anxiety as she searched for an opening to strike back. She darted around a building and flipped onto her back, readying her weapon for her attacker. The pursuant skier followed her, sliding around the corner with an enraged scream, preparing another blast. But Tanya was prepared and opened up with a full volley of enchanted armor-piercing rounds from her machine gun. The girl's barrier lit up in an instant, surrounding her in a bright lattice of light as her shield struggled against the onslaught. Tanya moved quickly to press her advantage, summoning her own optical spell to overwhelm the girl's defenses. However, she barely had a chance to begin the formula before another beam of light escaped the shield and tore into the building beside her, leaving a trail of smoke and debris in its wake. Tanya's eyes widened in surprise. Any normal mage would be dead after that, but her blows hadn't so much as slowed this monster down. The beast was still coming and bearing down on her with all her might. Coward! The girl screeched as she prepared to fire once again, close enough now that evading the blasts was becoming increasingly difficult. Tanya returned fire instinctively and managed to catch the girl's formula just as it fired off, causing it to explode violently directly in front of the Entente mage. The reflexive reaction had saved her life, but she was still too close to the blast and the shockwave ripped through her barrier before knocking her sideways into the wall of a building. Tanya's brain moved fast, a mixture of self-preservation and combat instinct kicking in to protect herself from the worst of the impact. In an instant, she tucked her legs in, rolling herself into a ball as she poured mana into her body to soften the blow, moments before she smashed through the masonry and into the upper floor of what had once been someone's home. Her shoulder hit the floor and she tucked into a roll, the momentum carrying her onward, before she pushed away with her feet, launching herself forward and smashing through a window on the other side of the building. The blast had momentarily stunned her foe, but it had done little else to dissuade her from her pursuit, and the skiing mage soon smashed through the remainder of the building, leaving it to crumble to dust. Tanya's eyes widened in a mix of astonishment and panic as the beast tore through the debris, screaming like a berserker as she charged through. "Just die already!" Tanya yelled, her voice alarm straining her voice as she fired again, hoping to keep the beast at bay for a little longer as she considered her options. It seemed a battle of attrition was completely out of the question. Even if she hadn't already been approaching exhaustion, this enemy seemed to have a limitless supply of mana. Similarly, attempting to keep her at range was proving increasingly more difficult. Besides, it seemed they had the upper hand when it came to firepower. "I'll have to deal with her up close then," she thought, less than happy about the prospect as she struggled to keep her cool under the weight of constant assault. "At least Wilhelm has given me plenty of practice in that regard." As though reading her mind, her foe surged forward once again with another enraged scream, raising her rifle like a club as she charged. Tanya readied herself to fire again, but somehow, the Entente girl's fury only served to feed her acceleration, and it was all she could do to raise her weapon in time to block the taller girl's blow. Tanya winced as she felt the Legadonian mage's strike land, pouring all of her strength into blocking the mana-infused blow from knocking the gun from her hands. She felt herself being pushed back, the girl's acceleration carrying them both as Tanya desperately struggled against her, and Tanya felt a sliver of fear as she felt herself unable to do anything to break free. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" the girl screeched, tears falling from her eyes as Tanya got her first real look at her attacker. Until now she'd been a distant blur screaming profanities, even back in Moscow, at least until she'd started emanating that unearthly power. However, even then she had never really gotten a close look at her, and if not for this encounter, she could have been just another in 1,000 faces she'd had the misfortune to run across on the battlefield. However, even with so little to reference, she could tell the girl was different this time, and the overwhelming power and wrath she wielded was enough to burn the girl into her memory. She was perhaps a year or two older than her, although still younger than Visha, and wore the standard uniform of the Commonwealth Volunteers, despite the difference in their standard flight gear. Her hair had been cut short at the back, with only 2 short braids at the front as evidence that it had ever been worn long. However, it was the eyes that caught her attention the most. Not simply the unnatural glow that emanated from them, she had experienced that before. Not least by another homicidal Legadonian. It was the unyielding torrent of rage and hatred that seemed to flow from them, a turbulent sea of irrational emotion aimed directly at her. That was when she realized why the girl seemed so terrifyingly different since they'd met in the Federation capital. This was not the face of a soldier fighting a battle, not even one giving their all in self-defense or duty. There was not even a trace of professionalism here, just unbridled rage and loathing. To her attacker, this wasn't a job, this was personal. What the hell did I ever do to you? The words fell out of Tanya's mouth without the intervention of her brain as terror filled her soul. The hateful yellow eyes burrowing into her own with a burning desire to cause her harm. She'd only seen that sort of expression once before, and even then only for a split second. And that short moment was all it had taken. Panic took her, the desire to escape that nightmarish stare triggering her flight response as she struggled to back away from the girl. However, the Entente mage drove at her further, growling like a rabid animal as she tried to unleash her unrestrained wrath on her. Tanya's eyes darted around, desperately looking for an avenue of escape as she tried to prevent all of her rational thoughts from surrendering to fear. It was perhaps this hyper-awareness of threat that saved her, as at the last moment she understood the reason for the possessed beast's charge. She was about to be ground into a nearby building and there was little hope she could shield herself from such a brutal kinetic blow while defending herself from this monster. However, it was the unconscious mind that forced her body to react, as she abruptly ceased her resistance against the mage's blow, forcing her attacker to tumble forward and strike the wall first, smashing the masonry aside and kicking up a cloud of dust. Again, Tanya's body moved without the input of her conscious mind, fear urging her to speed away from her stunned enemy under the cover of the smoke. She ducked behind some rubble, desperate for a moment's respite and a place to hide from her unearthly pursuer. Those eyes! She whispered to herself as she collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and shaking slightly as she tried to calm herself down. They lacked all the logic and rationality of even the most unhinged human being. They were those of a lunatic or a feral animal, they couldn't be reasoned with, or even understood by a rational being like herself. They were a complete anathema to any free-thinking person and to see them direct such violent emotions at her was horrifying. Worse still, they were familiar. They were the same eyes that had shoved the Solariman onto the tracks and ended his life. Tanya would never say she was fearless. She viewed a healthy sense of self-preservation to be an essential trait in a well-balanced person, and although she outwardly tried to project an image of bravery and dedication to duty, she would readily admit that if the opportunity arose, and she could get away without repercussions, she would be the first to flee the battlefield. However, she had never found herself truly terrified by the desperate situations she'd found herself in. Not in this way. Even when facing being X she had felt more indignation than fear, at least after his initial threat to simply delete her had passed. True, the creature appeared to have the power to destroy her if he wished, but he also seemed intent on making a point, meaning he couldn't do so directly without proving himself wrong. In a twisted way, she could understand being X's attitude, much like Wilhelm, there was a hint of logic in how he behaved, even if it was irrational and flawed. However, the eyes of that man as he had consigned her past self to this end truly terrified and confused her. To this day she still sometimes awoke in a cold sweat thinking about him and the look he had given the Solariman as he tumbled onto the tracks. The look that girl had given her was the same but 1,000-fold, all her personal feelings distilled into pure animosity towards her, and she didn't even know why. Personal feelings on a battlefield? It's just insanity. Inhuman. She shuddered, sitting up and sheltering against a nearby wall as another anguished screech announced the presence of the feral beast nearby. She was hunting her again. The Type 95? What other choice do I have? She thought in a panic, reaching into her pocket for the cursed object, but she paused for a moment as she saw her reflection staring back at her in the bejeweled orb. She had long become accustomed to seeing a little girl when she looked in the mirror. Part of her was aware that her past self would have thought that laughable, but he was just a memory now, and Tanya had grown used to her new self in this world. However, the discolored face that stared back at her from that orb did not look like her somehow. The reflection looked fearful and desperate, and reminded her of someone else she knew. It was the same thing she saw when she looked deeply into Wilhelm's eyes. A face driven as much by his erratic emotional state as any sense of logic and reason, fear and worry replacing rational thought even when seemingly calm. She looked ragged and on the verge of despair, more like a cornered animal than a rational human being. Could this really be her? If this is how she looked, was she really all that different to the beast attacking her? Another blast and scream of anger echoed somewhere behind her, but she ignored it, continuing to stare at her reflection as she thought of her troublesome little prince. She thought of him as her bellwether for what the effects of being X would have on a person. She'd often assumed he was far more mentally fragile than herself, certainly more foolhardy and reckless, and she thought she would see the effects of being X's torturous tricks in him long before they manifested in her. She'd even hoped to prevent some of them, in some way at least. But he'd been afflicted all along, long before they'd even met. Being X had been content to simply stand back and laugh as Tanya struggled in her early years, but had the same been true of Wilhelm? Perhaps, what she thought of as normality in Wilhelm were the symptoms she should have been looking for. Perhaps the prince had been a warning for her all along. Desperation, that was what being X wanted, the Solariman had even told him so. Unless driven into a corner, people won't cling to religion. A distant voice that had once belonged to her echoed in her mind. She cursed her foolishness. That was why the false deity had brought her here in the first place, the reason he'd placed her in a position where she was guaranteed strife. He wanted to make her desperate because it was the only trick that he knew. That same desperation had twisted to unhinged anger in that monstrous girl's eyes, caused by the false deity and whatever perceived slight she had brought with her to the battlefield to use against her. Desperation, no being X, had robbed her of her humanity and made her a feral beast. Wilhelm was on the same path, his eyes reflected the glimmer of the same thing that the girl had. The same thing the salaryman's former employee had. It had been a warning and she had foolishly dismissed it as Wilhelm's eccentricity and irrationality. Worst of all, as she looked at herself in the orb, she could see the beginnings of it in herself. Simply because she had been shown those very same eyes that had sent her here. She'd even almost used being X's own cursed relic to defend herself from it, something she already knew she could lose herself to. I refuse. She murmured with a growl, stuffing the orb back in her pocket and closing her eyes as a flicker of anger and indignation replaced her fear. She took a deep breath, forcing her emotions to calm through sheer force of will. Personal feelings on a battlefield? I must be going mad. But I will kill you, she added to herself internally, glancing back towards the direction of the berserker hunting for her. Not because of fear or desperation, not because of duty and certainly not because of being X's influence. But because I have free will and it is my choice to do so. She allowed herself the smallest smile. After all, when a beast starts attacking indiscriminately, the only rational thing to do is put it down. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and as always, thank you all for reading, reviewing etc. Once again, I have to apologize for how long it's taken to update. Some may think I was perhaps demoralized by many of the latest reviews, but that is not the case. I mostly thought they were funny, and I have no idea who Johnny is and how I gave him character development. Nevertheless, I appreciate these reviews as there were a few good points made. One particular is how close to the canon, at least the anime/movie canon, the last few chapters have been. This is a fair criticism because they are following it quite closely with a few additions here and there. This is, in part, because these events are necessary for what I have planned next and because where my story diverges more is in Tanya's character growth as she interacts with Wilhelm. Will can't hope to affect the wishes of an all-powerful deity and his cabal of angels, but he can affect Tanya, or at least how she sees things. Hopefully, that is starting to shine through as I believe the Tanya in this story has gradually been growing into one different from the canon. Although admittedly, as the writer, I see things from a slightly different perspective than you. A good chunk of the blame for my lateness can be given to my beta reader, however, he's had a few things going on lately, so don't be too harsh on him. The rest is my fault because it turns out writing nothing but action scenes, I'm counting Wilhelm's section here although I admit it's a bit of a generous term, is both difficult and exhausting. So much so that I had to add a more chill section at the beginning of the chapter to give myself a break. Speaking of which, I know some of you absolutely hate the Maggie and Andrew stuff, and I promise I'm not just putting it in to annoy you, no really. You'll have to trust me that it will be important later. In the meantime, feel free to continue to complain about it as much as you want. You are allowed to hate things. In the Drake section, I am leaning into the trope of Europeans disliking overconfident Americans and sticking to the real-world thing of you guys not actually having an especially big army until post-war due to isolationism. I hope to have Drake learn to respect Major Johnson later, unless I decide to kill him off, so please don't take it personally. Also, I chose Minnesota at random and could not think of a decent Youjo Senki version of the name. The last two sections are the parts I'm most pleased with, Will's part especially. Did this part go the way you expected? Again, I must thank my beta reader Vickers, for helping me with the biblical stuff. I know a little, but he's far more knowledgeable than me on that front and he was a great help with the parable. Ideally, I would have liked to take more pieces from several different Abrahamic religions, rather than just Christianity. However, I don't know anyone else well enough to go into great detail on that front and I don't want to insult anyone's beliefs inadvertently by just bumbling through. Ultimately I think it worked quite well though. The Tanya bit again is admittedly similar to the movie plot but I have tried to subtly add my own spin to it. Some might not like that she is scared of Mary in this version, but I say why wouldn't she be? She's the opposite of everything she stands for and understands, completely alien to Tanya, and insanely powerful. Wouldn't that be terrifying? I also wanted to relate it to the salaryman's life. Tanya experienced his death after all, I'd like to think there'd be some lingering trauma. Most of all, of course, I wanted to relate it to Wilhelm. Not only the look in his eyes, what Tanya perceives as his irrational behavior and how they relate to her, but to juxtapose their situations because they are experiencing very similar troubles right now. Chapter 72, Tegenhof Offensive 6, Fallen Angels. Tegenhof Offensive 6, Fallen Angels. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. Although most of the great powers had taken great lengths to tap into the potential that magic had to offer during times of war, the philosophy of utilizing mages was not universal. At the beginning of the war, the Federation was still vehemently against the use of magecraft, viewing its users as holdovers and enforcers from what they viewed as an evil and oppressive regime. Indeed, they had invested a great deal into programs boosting other areas of science and technology instead of magecraft. Adopting the philosophy of their state's founder Vladimir Ulyanov that science would always triumph over superstition. This, in part, led to the Battle of Tikhonov being described as a clash between the ideals. With the Empire relying on its highly mobile and skilled aerial mages to supplement their already formidable ground troops, while the Communists relied on their advanced aircraft, artillery, and superior numbers to counter them. Looking back, some might be tempted to scoff at this attitude, particularly when nations lacking magical support, like Dacia, had already fallen easily to the imperial war machine. However, it is important to note that the Federation had already had some success in various border skirmishes with Qing and Akitsushima in the past, despite their lack of magical troops. And that their initial advance into the Empire had been so startlingly fast it seemed as though mages were indeed unnecessary in modern combat. At the time, this philosophy must have seemed to have merit. However, this isn't to say that the Allied nations did not field any mages in the city. Indeed, a Commonwealth-led international volunteer unit fought valiantly during the siege, dueling with the imperial elites and named mages, even while the Federation aircraft were being brutalized by them. These plucky young heroes would go on to achieve many great deeds throughout the war, and some scholars believe they came close to tipping the scales in the battle for the city. However, no one in the Federation command could have predicted how quickly the strategic picture would change along the front, and ultimately, that was where the fate of Tikhonov was being decided. May 7, Unified Year 1925. Skies near St. Yuda's Cathedral, Tikhonov. Mary let out an anguished scream into the smoke and fog amongst the crumbling ruins, her voice the only outlet for the anger and frustration bubbling over in her chest now that she'd lost sight of that devil. The coward had slithered away at the last moment, causing Mary to take the brunt of the impact as she'd attempted to smash the demon into the building. She swore she would find her, however, she couldn't let a monster like her roam free, not now she was so close. Not after everything that monster had done. Not after what she'd said. What the hell did I ever do to you? The words echoed in her mind, forcing fresh waves of grief-stricken rage to flow through her body. Every syllable uttered by the demon girl acting as a knife through the heart. Those words had to be a lie, a way of provoking her, or maybe some other trick from the evil monster that a normal girl like her couldn't possibly understand. It was unthinkable she didn't know about Papa, impossible that even a creature as evil as her couldn't understand the pain she'd brought her as she'd ripped him away. Someone who'd caused such atrocities like the Rhine, Irene, and Moscow must realize the suffering their actions caused. If even half the stories Mary had heard about her were true, she even reveled in it. However, the look of confusion and surprise in the demon's eyes had caught her off guard and left a sliver of doubt in her mind. It didn't seem right. Throughout their fight it had been the only fragment of emotion she'd seen on the demon's face. It was as though she didn't feel anything at all. A terrifying possibility crept into her mind, one that grew even more painful the more she thought about it. What if the devil really didn't care about what she'd done to Papa? What if she was truly unmoved by all the anguish she'd caused and simply believed all life was simply beneath her? God had unconditional love for humanity after all, but was the antithesis really hate? Or was it simply the same dispassion and disregard for human life that the demon showed? Maybe it wasn't that this girl took joy from her bloody work, it was that she was simply incapable of caring about anyone else. If that were so, she truly was a devil. No human could live that way. She spun around quickly, opening fire and yelling once again as a flicker of movement in the corner of her eye caught her attention, the ensuing explosion causing yet more smog and dust to pollute the air. How dare she? How dare she? She thought as tears formed at the corners of her eyes, memories of her father filling her mind once again and leaving the familiar sharp pain tearing through her chest. Was this girl really so callous that she saw no value of the lives she took? When she'd taken her father, this demon had also destroyed the lives of everyone else in her family, ripped all love from their hearts and left them with nothing but an empty and longing ache. Yet the devil girl had the gall to pretend as though she didn't know what she'd done, didn't care about the damage she'd caused. No. It was a trick. She was certain of it, another way for the devil to torture her and all the others she brought pain to. Just the thought that anyone could be so cruel made it feel as though her skin was on fire, the sense of righteous indignation fueling her monoreserves all the more as she fired once more into the mist. She had to stop this monster, it couldn't be allowed to live. She believed that God had gifted her the power to fight against the devil. Given her strength so she could bring her to justice and prevent anyone else from feeling this way. It was the right thing to do, the only way to bring meaning to all the lives the demon had taken, the only way she would ever truly find peace. The devil deserved no mercy, no matter what Damien said. The thought of her friend calmed her a little, if only for a moment. The boy was kind, perhaps too kind, and despite all the horrible actions caused by the Imperials during this war, still called for peace and forgiveness of their enemies. It was difficult for her to understand, but he truly did believe that the Imperials could be redeemed, even after all the evil they'd brought to the world. Part of her loved him for that, even though she knew what he wanted was impossible. Although he had never said so aloud, she was certain he would be disappointed with her attitude, her desire to avenge her father and the others so unjustly taken from their families. But he couldn't understand the unbearable pain she and so many others had been put through by this devil. No one could, aside from those unfortunate enough to already be her victims. He couldn't see what needed to be done so that both she and the world could start to heal. The smoky haze was now beginning to clear, but she still saw no sign of the blonde fiend. She must have gone into hiding, Mary realized with a frown, but she had no intention of letting the demon escape. She growled under her breath, reaching out with her mana as she summoned a detection spell to search for her foe, a lattice of information spreading out before her. She wouldn't have to wait long. A blip appeared suddenly across the glowing filigree in front of her, alerting her to a sudden spike in mana nearby. She spun towards it instinctively, allowing the detection matrix to fall away as she raised her weapon to fire upon the target, only to have her own barrier light up in a sudden hail of munition. She grunted, raising an arm to shield her eyes from the flash, but as the light began to fade, she saw the demon floating calmly in the air above. The devil girl was still some way distant, but even from this range she could make out her face. Gone was the overconfident sneer she'd worn in Moscow, so too was the shocked and confused expression from their earlier clash. Now she wore a simple, cold, calculating, and apathetic mask, one laced with the same dispassion echoed in her earlier words. It was a stare that cut directly into Mary's soul, exposing her anguish anew, rekindling the fiery rage once more. A frenzied scream filled her lungs as she launched herself into the air, the desire to charge the demon overriding all other thoughts in her head. Anger once again burned in her breast, crawling just beneath the surface as though her very soul were desperate to leap out of her to attack the source of the contemptuous dispassion. As though every ounce of her being wanted to strike out at the inhuman monster before her. Part of her knew it must have been a trick, a way to goad her, but she didn't care. She needed to wipe that expression from the devil girl's face, force some offering of remorse from those icy blue orbs. Do something to avenge the soul's suffering at the demon's wrath. The devil hastily fled from Mary's charge, content to resume their game of cat and mouse around the rooftops of the city. However, Mary's patience with the cowardly monster had worn thin and she fired another optical spell, pouring all of her turbulent feelings into the blast. She cursed as the monster jinked to one side, feeling another spike of rage as she watched the devil of the Rhine calmly dodge the beam once more. Everything this creature did was choreographed for the express purpose of mocking her and the memories of those she had hurt. She fired again, only to have her barrier light up once more as the demon girl returned the gesture, launching herself higher into the air to avoid her blast. Mary cursed again, struggling to reorient herself to keep up her rate of fire on her hated enemy. However, the devil was fast, refusing to stay still long enough for Mary to land a proper hit, and her frustration grew ever more while fresh shots peppered her shield. Just one hit. One hit is all I need. She told herself, firing near constantly in an attempt to bring the fiend down, frustration and anger building more and more with every shot. But time and time again the devil seemed to dodge and weave, constantly repositioning herself so that she was always in the most difficult position when Mary fired the next shot. Suddenly the devil seemed to blur before splitting into three, a decoy spell Mary realized. She growled once again, summoning fresh wells of mana from her reserves as she prepared to fire once more, a wider, more destructive spell this time. It didn't matter how many of them there were, or how many tricks the devil girl tried, she would see an end to her. Light filled the sky, dazzling even her as the beam of mana tore through the air, and for the first time in the fight, Mary felt a noticeable dip in her energy reserves as she poured all her feelings into the blast. Not enough to affect her ability to fight, not yet at least, but with a quiet prayer on her lips, she truly felt as though she were giving everything she had to her righteous cause, and she could feel the energy being drawn from every corner of her being. Time seemed to slow and silence filled the air as the beam of mana drew even the sound from the sky as it passed. She let out an excited breath as she watched, and a moment of pure elation filled her heart as she watched her optical spell finally strike true. Crackling light washing over the demonic figures, illuminating their silhouettes for a moment before the blinding light swallowed all trace of them. Mary paused in midair, peering up into the still dazzling light expectantly, despite the spots in her eyes from the second sun now engulfing the sky, her heart stopping as she prayed that her assault had had the desired effect. Her hopes that the devil had fallen were quickly dashed though, as a fresh barrage of shots fired on her from beneath her, and Mary turned to see the Rhineland fiend hovering just above the cathedral below. Her previous jubilation transformed back into white-hot rage as she realized she'd been duped. The demon girl was still playing with her. All three of the figures had been decoys, the evil Imperial had used them all as a distraction to gain more distance. "I won't let you get away!" she roared as she charged once more, closing on her quickly as she squeezed the trigger of her rifle to launch a fresh explosive formula at the devil girl. However, anger quickly transformed into horror as the demon deftly sidestepped the strike once again, allowing the explosion to rip through the church roof, filling God's house with molten lead and falling flames. Mary screeched in anguish as her momentum took her into the cloud of smoke above the destruction she had created. The devil had tricked her again, forced her to do her dirty work and attack one of the temples of God himself. The only solace she could draw was that there would have been nobody inside. The Imperials had long evacuated the city, the warmongers preferred not to have witnesses to their crimes. She halted to get her bearings, letting out a silent prayer for forgiveness as the smoke filled her lungs, coughing and spluttering as both ash and shame burned her chest. The cathedral tower loomed over her, blocking out whatever light the smoke allowed through the haze. However, despite this, Mary felt her breathing ease as she gazed upon the ancient architecture. She felt sure that God would forgive her, he would forgive anything, if she could rid the world of the devil truly responsible for such carnage. Her prayer for another chance at the demon was soon answered, as another flash of movement caught Mary's eye and darted behind the tower. Without a thought, Mary summoned up her mana into another optical spell, pouring the fresh shame and anger into the attack. She squeezed the trigger, unleashing a solid ray of light. However, this time she whipped her rifle around as she fired, using the beam like a blade that sliced through the tower with ease. More smoke and masonry dust filled the air, making it difficult for Mary to tell if she'd landed a hit, but she would not have time to wonder as a low rumbling sound cut through the expectant silence in front of her. She brought her eyes up to the shadow in front of her, realizing in horror that the tower was falling forward towards her. However, what was worse was the reason for it. Up, near the top of the spire was the little devil girl, still wearing her dispassionate glare, as she shoved her weight into the toppling tower. It was her that was causing this, she was trying to crush her. There was no time to react as the ancient stonework slammed into her shield, pushing her down towards the flame-filled cathedral below. She struggled to slow or turn away the falling spire, but to no avail, and she quickly found herself trapped between the tower and the cinder-filled ground beneath her. She let out a fearful cry as her shield shattered as it was squeezed from both sides, leaving her all but defenseless as the antiquated building collapsed on top of her. She curled up into a ball instinctively, letting out another prayer as she allowed all her mana to flow into her body, hoping that with God's grace, it would toughen her enough to survive the pressure from the crumbling building falling on her. Her body erupted in pain as the rubble struck her, and all her senses overwhelmed by the crushing weight and thunderous roar of the collapsing tower. For a moment her consciousness faltered, her brain unable to cope with the agony it was processing. It felt like the fall in Moscow all over again, only this time there was the crumbling stonework pinning her to the ground, adding to the shame of being outwitted by the demon once more. The sounds of the collapse seemed to stretch on for an eternity as each of her limbs sent agony-filled signals to her brain protesting their treatment, tears mixing with blood as they fell down her cheeks. She could hear her father calling her, telling her it was time to come home, and for a moment she could almost feel his hand on hers, leading her gently away. "Papa," she whispered, wishing it were true, the ache in her heart returning once more. It wasn't true though. She knew there was only one way she would ever meet him again, and as much as she dearly wished to see him, she was not ready for that yet. There was still something she needed to do. Finally, the crashing thunder began to fade and some of the stonework trapping her began to fall away, exposing her face to the air. Reluctantly, and through gritted teeth, she forced her eyes open, and light began to penetrate her world once again, the ruined roof of the cathedral now letting in the sun's rays from outside. She could derive little comfort from this, however, as her enemy still hovered above the temple, radiating the same disgusting impassive aspect as she calmly surveyed the destruction she had wrought. She became aware of an intense heat surrounding her, and through the fog in her brain, she began to realize that the flames from earlier were edging ever nearer to her, already close enough to begin burning her skin. However, she barely registered the lick of the flames as she stared at the distant devil glaring down at her. She soon realized the pain from the tower too was growing ever more distant, replaced again with the white-hot rage brought by the devil above. She watched the demon slowly descend into the remnants of the Lord's house, perhaps deciding to finally finish off her quarry, an act that only served to bolster Mary's indignant rage. By now, all the pain of her injuries had all but disappeared, replaced by the anger wrought by the empty ache in her chest. With strength she did not know she still possessed, she shoved aside the rubble trapping her body, the stiffness in her arms and legs surrendering to her fury-driven will, even as the flames and smoke threatened to swallow her. She could no longer feel the heat from the blaze surrounding her as she got to her feet, only the righteous desire to put an end to the evil devil on the other side of the wall of flame. Her gear was destroyed, smashed during the crush, and her flight suit was ripped and singed from the punishment she had suffered. However, her weapon was still intact, and she gripped the scalding hot rifle as though it were a gift from God himself as she began taking purposeful steps forward through the fire. She stared into the fire as she strode forward, her brain void of anything but the desire to punish the creature that had caused so much suffering. Gradually the silhouette of the diminutive demon began to appear through the dancing flames, weapon, her poor father's gun, held casually in her hands, mocking her as she too looked into the fire. The ache in her chest grew ever more as the flames gave way and revealed more of the devil's features. Every new sign of dispassion in her expression and stance twisting like a knife through her heart, wrenching the emotional wound open even more. She still wore that damnable uncaring look on her face, one she had no right to wear after all the suffering she'd caused. However, as Mary stepped out of the flames, she won a minor victory as the devil girl's expression shifted suddenly. There was shock in those eyes now. There was fear. She screamed, launching herself at her enemy before the demon could react, wielding her rifle like a club to strike at her hated foe. The devil's newfound fear spurred her on, vindicated all her actions up until now, and she poured all her strength into her blow, knowing that this time it would strike true. The girl's barrier offered almost no resistance, shattering immediately as Mary's rifle butt passed through it, before striking the demon's arm with a sickening crack and causing it to bend in an unnatural angle. It was not enough to slow the strike, however, as her strength carried it onwards into the girl's rib cage, a yelp escaping the girl's lips as the surprised demon choked up a mouthful of blood. Finally, the devil's magically fueled resistance gave out completely and she was knocked from her feet and sent tumbling across the rubble-strewn stonework floor. The demon girl let out a pained groan as she coughed and spluttered on the ground, but Mary barely registered the noises as her feet took her towards the fallen devil. She moved automatically, her entire body seeming to know precisely what to do, every part of her being subservient to the desire to punish the devil of the Rhine. She soon found herself standing over the struggling form of her stunned and broken enemy, feeling nothing aside from cold rage as she used a boot to force the wheezing demon onto her back. The devil's mask of indifference faltered for a moment, earning Mary another small victory as she saw the flicker of contempt in her eyes. Perhaps even shame. Good, she thought, but you deserve far worse. In a daze she fell to her knees, straddling the disorientated demon, using her legs to pin the girl's arms in place. She felt her hand ball into a fist, the slight creak of her leather gloves barely audible over the ragged breathing of her enemy. She raised her arm to strike, staring down at the devil girl once more, all of her frustration, anger, and shame flowing from the void in her chest as she stared into those loathsome blue eyes. She let out a yell as she allowed her fist to come crashing down on the stricken girl, the blow landing on her face with a wet thud. She felt her left hand raise itself and repeated the gesture again and again, all her negative feelings escaping her bit by bit with every hit. It wasn't long until the girl was bruised and bleeding, but Mary's body continued to pummel the little mage, acting completely on instinct, as though her actions were guided by another. The devil struggled to shield herself from the blows, desperate to break free, but Mary kept her tightly pinned as she continued to deliver punch after punch onto the evil being that had caused so much misery. Until eventually, the struggling ceased and the devil ceased moving. Even the whimpers of pain from each blow fell silent as her already swollen eyes fell closed. Mary shakily got to her feet, swaying slightly as a dizzying sense of euphoria overwhelmed her. She'd won. She had beaten the devil of the Rhine. She let out a small laugh as she stood over the fallen demon, her former rage fading away as she gazed down at her triumphantly. Only moments ago their positions had been flipped and the devil had worn a look that had filled Mary with hate and anger, but now she almost felt numb as the emotional weight fell from her body. It was finally over. No, not yet. She corrected herself as she looked around for a weapon. There was still one more thing she had to do. She could no longer see her rifle, she had lost it in the chaos, but she didn't need a bullet to finish the unconscious demon. Awkwardly, and with stiff and protesting muscles aching from overuse, she reached down and picked up a large stone from the fallen tower, grunting with effort as she lifted it over the girl's head. The weight would easily crush her skull, it would be over quickly. However, despite the weight, Mary paused as she stared at the girl's unmoving body, suddenly unable to move as she prepared to throw her strength behind the rock and complete her vengeance. It was strange, now that she lay unconscious, the girl seemed so small and fragile, not at all like the monstrous creature she knew her to be. She felt a knot in her stomach as she tried to force herself into action but still could not move. This didn't feel right, not at all how she had imagined. Simply killing an unconscious girl, even one as evil as the devil of the Rhine, didn't feel like justice. It felt more like something she would do. It felt like murder. No. It's another trick. She thought, anger at her own weakness flaring up once again as she tried to think of her father, the man the devil had robbed from her. However, his face would not manifest in her thoughts, causing more doubt to creep into her mind. Was this really what he would want? She tried again to grasp the hate she had for this creature, feeling the need to focus on it for the first time in an attempt to drive herself onwards. After all the pain she had put her through, how could she waver now? Yet still she could not move, and rather than the face of her father, she saw the saddened face of Damien fill her thoughts. Not angry or disapproving, simply disappointed, and she knew she was the cause of it. She spared one final glare at the devil, tears filling her eyes as she felt the various emotions in her chest fighting each other for supremacy. Before finally, she tossed the rock aside with a furious yell, squeezing her fingers tightly into a fist as she held herself back from attacking the unconscious demon once more. You don't deserve such an easy punishment. She growled to herself, part of her still wanting to pick up the rock again and pummel the girl until there was nothing left. But that was not justice. I'll drag you to every one of your victims to make you understand what you've done. You shouldn't die until you know how they feel. She turned away from the devil girl once more, unwilling to look at the object of her long-held hate any further, and stared at the altar behind her. She almost laughed as she saw that the statue of the saint was still standing upright and watching over them. It made her feel as though she had made the right choice. By now the flames had begun to die away, while bright soothing sunshine began pouring through the open church roof. It seemed that with the devil defeated, the world had already begun to heal. That was a miracle truly deserving of thanks. May 7, Unified Year 1925. Above Tegenhof Castle, Central Tegenhof. Visha bit her lip nervously as she ducked back behind a nearby rooftop, narrowly avoiding the hail of fire sent by the volunteer mage that had so expertly stripped her of her shield. Her foe was good, clearly a veteran, and he had a whole host of nasty tricks for fighting other mages. It had been all she could do to keep him away from the command centers so far. Driving him off or bringing him down completely seemed like an almost impossible task. It worried her. Their duel was dragging on for too long and the magical backwash from all the fighting was making communication difficult, effectively cutting her off from the major. There had been more of those freakishly strong blasts fired by that scarily strong mage since she'd broken off to engage the new attacker, and she wasn't even sure the commander could survive being hit by something so powerful. The major would need all the help she could get to bring that monster down. She couldn't leave her without support. However, she'd been ordered to prevent this guy from reaching General von Schultz's headquarters. She couldn't even consider leaving while he still posed a threat. Major Digirekov had trusted that she could do this, and she didn't dare let her down. She could only imagine how furious the major would be if she failed. Worse still, after days of almost non-stop fighting, she was reaching the limits of exhaustion. She hadn't felt this tired since the 203 RDS intensive training course in the Pannonian Mountains, maybe even when she'd first served under the then First Lieutenant Digirekov on the Rhine and nearly collapsed. She knew she couldn't win a protracted fight like this. She risked a glance out of her cover just as the Commonwealth mage darted out of his own. Hastily, she brought about her weapon and fired, scoring several more hits on her target, forcing him to hide behind another damaged building as his own magical barrier began to waver under the pressure. Her enemy was being cautious, moving from rooftop to rooftop, gradually edging himself closer to the command center. He was completely focused on his mission, much like the major, and he wasn't allowing himself to be distracted by Visha's attempts to slow him down. That concerned her. She was certain that if the major had been in his position, she would have been considering whether it was worth continuing to split her attention between Visha and the command center. She would put some serious consideration into whether it would be easier to deal with Visha's resistance before making her strike instead of trying to push through. If that were the case, she might be on the receiving end of a far more determined attack. Could she beat him if he switched focus and targeted her instead? She wasn't sure. Even if he decided against it, it wouldn't do much to help her situation. If he continued his gradual advance along the rooftops, he would eventually reach the general's refuge, and there was no telling how much chaos he could cause if he were allowed to score a hit. She needed to do something quickly or the major would have her head. She frowned apprehensively. She wasn't used to fighting like this, her training strictly focused on operating in a unit, flight pairs at a bare minimum. Only artillery observers flew alone, and they were usually under orders to flee at the first sign of trouble. She'd always been taught flying alone was dangerous and foolish, an idea drummed into her head 100 times over by the major when they'd been on the Rhine. Although she'd built up a reasonable amount of combat experience serving alongside Major Digirekov, it was all built on the idea that the pair of them would watch each other's backs. She had almost no experience fighting one-on-one. This sort of duel just seemed reckless for someone like her. People like the Major or Prince Wilhelm were far better at this sort of fighting, the Prince especially. He often surged ahead and fought almost completely unsupported. He'd even managed to triumph over the Major in a friendly duel. Although admittedly it had been a close-run thing. He would doubtless have hundreds of tricks to beat mages like this. I doubt I'd be able to pull off something like that. I don't even have a sword. Besides, the major is always lecturing him about how reckless he is. She thought, butterflies in her stomach betraying how nervous she was about facing this mage head-on. What would she do in this situation? She risked another glance out of cover, trying to judge the position of her enemy. Ideally, it would be best to force him out of cover with an artillery spell. However, it was dangerous to fire off an explosion in the close confines of the rooftops. If her aim was off, even by a little bit, it could trigger prematurely and she might get caught in it. What she needed was height and distance so she could force him out of his cover and attack once he was out in the open. Her orb and flight equipment had an advantage over the Commonwealth-style gear when it came to speed and altitude. Once he was out in the open she would be able to press that advantage. However, she was sure to be fired on the moment she broke cover. This mage didn't seem like he would give up the opportunity to take her down if he was given the chance. A buzzing in her ears and a feeling of static in the air broke her from her thoughts. Someone was sending a transmission, she realized, an impressive feat considering all the magical interference caused by all the fighting. It must have been from someone relatively close by, within the city limits at least. The monowash from the freakishly strong mage the major was fighting would scramble anything from outside. Unfortunately, the signal was encrypted and she couldn't listen in, only serving to increase the unease in the pit of her stomach. Even the major had expected the enemy to finally cut through the city defenses eventually. Was this the enemy signaling to their allies that they'd succeeded? She was running out of time, she had to act now. She took a deep breath before drawing from her well of mana, mentally processing the calculations as a clone of herself flickered into life in front of her. The major put a great amount of stock in decoy formulas. She'd often heard her joke that it was better the enemy waste their ammo on a fake version of her rather than the real thing, and she'd made sure that all of them in the 203rd were well versed in their use. The only downside was that she always warned that a decent mage could easily see through them. Fortunately, Prince Wilhelm had offered a solution to that problem during his and the Major's practice bout. One that even someone as shrewd and professional as the Major had not been able to see through immediately. She allowed the decoy to slip over the top of her, wearing it like a second skin over herself. In this form, it would offer no protection or even a distraction, at least not until she sprung her trap. However, it did give her the best chance of throwing the Commonwealth veteran off his game. She launched herself upwards, accelerating as fast as possible as she readied an artillery spell and searched for the hiding place of her foe. As expected, she immediately came under fire from the Albion mage, her barrier lighting up as he took advantage of what must have seemed like a reckless break from cover. However, she now knew his exact location, and would have enough height to safely rain down an explosion on him. All she needed now was to be sure she wouldn't be taken out herself before she could take her shot. She reversed her acceleration, feeling the G-forces pull at her stomach as she came to a screeching halt. Meanwhile, the decoy that had been covering her carried on flying upward, drawing the fire of the Commonwealth mage as his training bid him follow what had once been her trajectory. Shots passed through the hologram as the man fired on the fake, giving Visha enough time to power up her explosion spell and squeeze the trigger. The Albion mage realized his mistake almost immediately, taking evasive action even as the artillery strike erupted as it hit the half-broken chimney he'd been hiding behind, sending shockwaves and debris through the air. She switched gears and began firing penetration formula at him as he struggled to keep his balance and attempted to outrun the worst of the blast, his shield cracking under the weight of fire before finally collapsing completely. She felt confident that she'd managed to outwit him, certain that a few more well-placed shots would be enough to put the mage out of commission. However, the Albion evidently still had one more trick up his sleeve and did the one thing that Visha had not expected any normal aerial mage to do when faced with such a situation. He charged. Visha forced down the sudden panic as fresh fire struck her shield, a mix of mana depletion, fatigue, and the man's previous attacks causing it to shatter almost instantly. She hastily returned fire, readying herself for the possibility of hand-to-hand combat as the mage raced towards her and she scored a glancing hit that left a streak of blood leaking from his arm. However, he jinked nimbly aside and moved too quickly for Visha to land a killing blow. Her rifle clicked as the magazine emptied and she reflexively reached for her combat knife as the Albion closed, expecting her foe to do the same. However, Visha found her eyes widening in surprise and alarm as a grenade appeared in the man's hand. She began accelerating away, trying to gain some distance as she scrambled to re-raise her barrier. Due to a mage's mobility, grenades were all but useless against them and were usually only carried as anti-personnel weapons for supporting ground troops. She could only think of one reason why one would be used in mage-to-mage combat. It was a suicide run. He was going to let it explode as he charged. However, much to her surprise, he quickly tossed it at her, pouring a little mana into the throw to give it extra distance, causing her to yelp as she increased her speed to escape the blast radius. The grenade exploded and a blinding flash filled her vision. It hadn't been a normal fragmentation grenade, but a flash bomb. Another one of the Albion's nasty tricks. One that now left her uniquely vulnerable as she was left temporarily blinded in the air. She braced herself for the next attack, too fearful to move while her vision was impaired but painfully conscious she was out in the open. She funneled as much mana as she could into her shield, offering a silent prayer that she wouldn't be quickly overwhelmed while she was out of action. She had never experienced anything like that, she hadn't even considered anything like that was possible, let alone against an aerial target. She'd underestimated him, the Major would doubtlessly chastise her for her carelessness. Her eyes began to readjust as she waited fearfully for the next blow, white spots appearing across her vision. However, it never came and instead she heard the whir from his flight gear begin to grow distant as he sped away. She turned in the direction of the command center, rubbing her eyes in an effort to hasten her recovery. However, she could see no sign of him as she searched both skies and rooftops for him. She looked around in confusion before finding his shrinking silhouette disappearing into the distance, heading away from General von Schultz and the command group. He was no longer targeting them, or even her. He was heading towards the Major. May 7, Unified Year 1925. Ruins of Tegenhof Financial District, Tegenhof. You have been lost, Brother Wilhelm. The boy whispered softly, offering his hand as he looked at Will imploringly. Will you allow yourself to be found? The world seemed to fall silent as Will stared at the outstretched hand, still shaking with fear, expecting the offered appendage to strike him at any moment. He struggled to comprehend what was happening, his throat was dry, his head throbbing painfully. He felt dizzy and nauseous, and far too weak to defend himself anymore. He had been certain that the final blow was coming, the one that would put an end to this miserable existence. So why had the reflection hesitated? Slowly, he raised his gaze towards the face of his attacker once again, only to be greeted by the same unnatural and beguiling smile that the boy had worn before he started preaching. The power that had pinned him seemed to retreat, still close, as though lying in wait, but some of the unearthly weight was lifted from him and the sickening yellow was now absent from the boy's eyes. Replaced instead by the jade orbs that had enraptured him before, studying him with a hopeful expression. Confusion fought fear for dominance in his fatigued and overwhelmed mind. What was happening? What did this thing want? Why hadn't it killed him? The questions swirled around his already befuddled thoughts, making the dizziness feel all the worse as his brain desperately searched to make some sense of the situation. The confusion feeding the sickening fear that already felt as though it were eating him from the inside out. You can be saved, Wilhelm. You can be found. The boy said as he knelt in front of him, bringing himself level with Will's face. The boy reached out further and Will tried to shrink away, but rather than hurt him the boy gently wiped a fearful tear from Will's cheek. Sins cannot be forgotten, but they can be forgiven. Both Will's head and heart ached as the boy continued to speak in riddles. Saved? Sins? Be found? What are you talking about? What is this? Will felt like screaming those words as he tried his best to process what he was being told, but he couldn't find the energy to break his gaze from the doppelganger. Again, his expression lacked any hint of malice, not even a sliver of violent intent, only a calm expectation as he waited for an answer from him. All this only served to further compound Will's confusion as he processed the boy's words. He couldn't even understand what he was being asked. It almost sounded as though he were being offered another way out. You can be forgiven, Wilhelm. The repentant can always be forgiven. The boy repeated as Will stared at him dumbly. Was it really possible that the debt collector was willing to negotiate for his life? Was he being offered a stay of execution? Only moments ago, he would have dismissed the idea out of hand. The boy had shot him out of the air to prevent his escape, how could he possibly believe he would show any mercy? Yet here he was, kneeling face to face with him, offering the tiniest sliver of hope. But it must be your choice. He continued, his face turning more serious as he spoke. He gifted you that freedom so that you could make such a decision for yourself. My choice. He mouthed in a whisper as the boy's eyes continued to fix him in place. He felt like a drowning man who'd been given a breath of air and a lifeline to pull himself to safety. For a moment, the fear began to dissipate as the boy's words replayed in his mind over and over again and his heart began to calm in his chest. It didn't need to be over. He could have more time to pay the debt, he could still gain his happiness and freedom. Gift that same happiness to those he cared about. He could still get what he desired. What he deserved. He just had to reach out and take it, accept the deal that God's debt collector was offering. But ask yourself, my dear brother, what are you willing to pay? A new, familiar, voice echoed around the ruined bank, the sound of a sadistic smile coloring its tone. Or rather, what are you willing to give up? No, no. Not now. Will cried internally as a rush of panic returned to him. I can't deal with you as well. Will did his best to ignore the cruel laughter of Ludwig's spectre as it echoed around the brick dust and ruins, not willing to risk taking his eyes off the debt collector to search for his once brother. He couldn't keep the alarm from his face however, and the boy's expression seemed to change for a moment, his soft smile hesitating as a glimmer of concern reached his features. You had to pay 1,000 lives just to get this far, do you really think he'll be generous when it comes to a reprieve? The spirit continued, his silhouette emerging from the shadows behind the boy. Will felt a lump in his throat. He didn't want to listen, but he knew the ghost was right. He'd already made himself a murderer to pay the evil deity's tally, the price for a stay of execution would no doubt be high. In truth, he wasn't sure if he could even manage to pay the cost of the original debt. He'd never really understood the rules and a death did not always increase the number on the sword. But what choice did he have? He had to pay the debt to survive, and if he had to accept the little bailiff's offer for the same reason, so be it. Wilhelm. The boy pressed, seemingly unaware of the vindictive apparition behind him. Will found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes away from the spectre as he loomed behind God's messenger. Despite the fear he had of the boy in front of him, Ludwig's presence was somehow worse, his vicious mockery eating away at him with every word. 1,000. Such hubris, little brother. Ludwig continued, spitting out the familial word with venomous contempt. Do you really believe that a monster like you is worth all that? I'm worth 1,000 of them. Another life's memory echoed through his mind and fresh tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. He had believed that once, before the war had started, before the rules of the debt had been called into question, before he'd seen the faces of those he was forced to kill. Now he wasn't so sure, particularly since all his worth in this world was based on a lie. You oversold yourself and can't hope to pay the price. The ghost laughed mockingly, leaning over the debt collector's shoulder, causing Will to flinch once again. Any future deal would mean quality over quantity, yes? Something special. How else could you guarantee payment? The unnatural messenger broke his stare for a moment, glancing over towards the phantom with a frown, before returning his gaze back towards him. Will cursed himself inwardly. The ghost was a manifestation of his stress, there was no way the boy could see him, he must have noticed him glancing towards the apparition. He desperately wished Ludwig would disappear, or at least be quiet. He forced his eyes to focus on the debt collector once more, desperately trying to ignore the spectre and hoping that his foe brother hadn't destroyed his only chance of survival. However, as always, Ludwig would not allow him his moment of peace, and after a quick glance towards God's bailiff, he shot Will another baleful grin before taking a step to his side, causing the features of both his demons to overlap strangely in front of him. Now Will was greeted by a new horror as their faces twisted and merged in his eyes. The soulful, concerned eyes of God's negotiator worn on the same face as the sadistic cruel grin of the ghost that mocked his every step. But who would be equal to the hefty price of your soul? Ludwig continued contemptuously, the words now seeming to come from the messenger's mouth. Christina? Damaged beyond repair because of you. Sophia perhaps? What about your little friend Digirekov? You've become quite fond of her, haven't you? Shut up. Will whispered, squeezing his eyes shut in an attempt to block out the terrible chimera staring down at him, yet a treacherous part of him knew that Ludwig was right. The monstrous god had never shown him any kindness, there were always consequences. Everything had come at a cost. The monster had already forced him to sacrifice Letzenbourg to the Empire, taken Houseman, and maimed Christina. It had already tried to take the others too, the remnants of his happiness. They were the only thing a vicious god like him would want from him. After all, he wanted him to suffer. Please, Wilhelm. I only want to help you. You can be saved. The boy pleaded, shaking him gently by the shoulders, forcing his eyes open once more. Again, the soulful eyes bored into him, forcing the spectre out of focus for a moment as they radiated concern and empathy. Part of him desperately wanted to believe him. Until the cruel smile of Ludwig reappeared on his face, adding the words, for a price. Something inside Will snapped in that moment, the constant strain on his mind finally taking its toll, as pure unrestricted rage flashed through his mind. His brain surrendered all rational thought as pure primal instinct took over and, with a feral snarl, he leapt forward at the twin faces of his tormentors, knocking God's bailiff to the ground. The debt collector yelped in surprise as he fell onto his back, raising his previously outstretched hand in front of him to shield himself as Will savaged him with his bare hands. Will moved without thought as the sea of red rage puppeted his body, driving him towards barbaric violence. Scratching, biting, and even clawing at the little bailiff in a show of crazed anger. He almost was nothing more than a spectator in his own body as he attacked the boy like a wild animal. Fear and rage driving him onwards as his rational self retreated into the corners of his mind, however, he still maintained enough of himself to focus his blows. Balling his hands into fists as he began hammering at his doppelganger's face. His own face. He couldn't stand to see it anymore, he needed to get rid of it. Smash the mirror that held those sorrowful eyes and terrible smile. He smashed his fists into the clone again and again as his foe desperately tried to shield himself and push Will away from him. Several of the blows were turned away in the struggle, with one causing Will's fist to instead shatter his hand against the concrete floor with a sickening crack. He did not feel the pain of the broken hand, however, nor his previous injuries, as the rage-induced adrenaline bid him to keep up the assault, and slowly, but surely, the face of the boy beneath him became a mangled and bloody mess. The boy's guard weakened and Will saw an opening around his copy's neck. In a flash, Will had his remaining good hand around the collector's throat and squeezed with all his might, heart burning with the desire to rid himself of God's messenger once and for all. The boy began to struggle more fervently beneath, using his hands to try to push him away, but Will redoubled his efforts. Finally feeling as though he had the upper hand against the supernatural beings that had tried so hard to break him. Will, Helm. Ease. The boy wheezed, only causing another flash of white-hot anger to flow through Will's body. He quickly shifted his position, bringing himself closer to his tormentor's face and releasing his grip for a moment, only to replace the pressure on the boy's windpipe with his forearm instead. Using all his body weight to crush the boy's larynx. Will stared into the eyes of God's messenger once again, feeling a shred of triumph break through the red mist as he realized how thoroughly their positions had reversed. He was now the one in charge and now the divine pawn was the one who needed to beg for mercy. However, a small flash of yellow reflected in those hated irises stole it from him in an instant, and panic quickly caused Will to direct every ounce of his strength towards the messenger's throat. He could not allow this thing an opening, not again. Gradually, the boy's struggles became weaker and weaker as the light began to fade from his eyes. Rather than the despised yellow glow that Will had learned to dread, only the soulful green remained, gradually becoming duller as the life drained away from them. The anger began to recede as the boy's body lost its strength beneath him, his rational mind returning to him while the life of God's bailiff slowly decayed before his eyes. He became aware of how quiet it was. The fighting was distant, the thudding of the guns seeming quiet compared to the sounds of muffled strangulation echoing strangely around the ruins. He stared into the eyes once more, feeling suddenly afraid now the shield of rage had receded. He felt cold and had to suppress a shiver as a strange sharp pang of grief filled his chest. The sorrowful eyes continued to bore into him, slowly dimming but losing none of their power. Part of him felt as though he had lost something. I am sorry. The boy whispered with his last gasps, tears forming as he stared up at him remorsefully before finally, the last spark died in his eyes, his eyelids falling closed soon after as the struggling finally ceased. Will shakily removed himself from the body and leant back against the wall of the bank, trembling slightly as he realized the enormity of what had just happened. He'd won. Killed the monstrous god's debt collector and earned himself more time without having to resort to another Faustian bargain. He may have even annulled the debt completely. After all, this had been the monster's pawn and he hadn't stepped in to retaliate against him. Perhaps he'd given up. Am I free? Have I won? He whispered to himself dreamily, half laughing despite the sharp pain from his side. A soft gurgle from the body of the doppelganger broke him from his reverie, stopping the insidious thought in its tracks as it sent a sudden surge of panic across his battered soul. He wanted to believe it was nothing more than a death rattle from the clone. He'd seen enough dead bodies to know that they made all sorts of unpleasant noises after the body ceased living. A noise like this shouldn't be out of the ordinary. However, this was not a normal being. He'd seen Tanya fill this monster with lead and he had kicked and beaten his seemingly lifeless corpse before leaving him for dead in a river, yet he'd still returned for him. He needed to be sure this time. It was the only way to save everyone. The only way to be free. His eye caught a glimpse of a soft shimmer at the far side of the room and, after a moment of allowing his fog-filled brain to focus on it, he recognized the hilt of his sword protruding out of a pile of rubble. For the first time since receiving the cursed blade, he found himself smiling when he saw it. Had he not been so opposed to the evil deity, he might have thought it a gift from God. Who'd have thought I'd ever be happy to see you? He chuckled internally as he struggled to get to his feet, grunting with effort as his body protested at the movement. He staggered across the room, fixated on the blade despite the shooting pain and ragged breathing that racked his body. Feeling a moment of excited anticipation as he wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the weapon and freed it from the rubble. The muscles in his arm ached as he lifted the sword up to his eyes expectantly, a flicker of hope that the number would be forever erased providing the energy to move. He studied it a moment before his smile vanished and his arm fell, causing the blade to clang loudly against the concrete floor at his feet. It was still there. The monster still expected payment for the debt. Fine. He thought, a fresh twitch of anger boiling in him as he turned to look at the fallen form of God's bailiff once again. Perhaps it was too much to expect that the monstrous god would leave him alone completely, but at least he'd earned a reprieve. He was about to make sure of that. He began to haul himself back towards the boy, staggering slightly while the sword scraped along the ground leaving a mark along the concrete. He focused on the fallen seraph searching for signs of life, fearing the unnatural creature might suddenly return to life in front of him, but the boy remained quiet and unmoving. Finally, he reached his target and for a moment, he felt a pang of sadness as he stood over the boy, but he quickly pushed it aside, smothering it with the hatred he'd built up over the course of his young life. This was his debt collector after all, he deserved this. Faithful souls. He said to himself feeling a caustic and humorless grin pull at his face as he raised the blade over the boy's chest, taking care to aim directly over his heart. I wonder if this monster's only worth one. He raised the blade, ignoring the ache in his arm as he prepared the death blow, feeling a moment of vindicated euphoria as he finally had the chance to gain a measure of retribution against the monster for everything it had put him through. Do you really have the right to call anyone else a monster after that little display? Will whipped around instinctively, a fresh surge of fear-filled adrenaline blocking the pain as he readjusted the grip on his sword and brought it up defensively. His frown deepened. He'd hoped that voice had died along with the divine messenger at his feet. All that scratching and screeching. Wild beasts have more finesse. If you were a dog, they'd think you rabid and put you down. Ludwig chuckled as he perched upon the rebel that Will had liberated his sword from. The ever-present cruel grin plastered across his face while his icy blue eyes pierced into him like a knife. It was not the same as when he had shared the face of the boy below, the eyes showed no kindness this time, instead, he wore the same gaze as he had in life, cold and disdainful. Unlike in life, however, the ghost didn't try to hide it and never turned his gaze away from him. Shut up! Will growled at the spectre, his fingers widening as he tightened his grip on his sword. Out of the two tormentors, it was his false brother that he'd prefer to plunge his blade into. However, unlike the boy at his feet, Ludwig had not learned the trick to resurrection. Part of him wished he had. It was a pity the regent could only die once. It's your fault. You're the one that provoked me. Then shouldn't you be thanking me? The spirit chuckled derisively. You were cowering on the floor before then. Didn't my intervention save you from a dangerous and terrifying threat? The cruel grin grew further and Will found himself shaking with indignation. Perhaps it was the fatigue, but he was finding it much more difficult than usual to ignore the spirit, and it felt as though his words were cutting deeper, each verbal barb twisting in his chest. A child armed with kind eyes and an open hand. How frightening it must have been for you. Fortunate no one was around to see the saint's true cowardice. Will bit his lip, silently cursing Ludwig and catching a retort in his throat as another white flash of anger shot through him at the man's words. He knew there was no point arguing with the spectre, but it didn't make it any easier not to rise to his ridicule. He always had to twist the facts, belittle his efforts and taunt him for any perceived failure. It was maddening. He took a breath and tried his best to ignore the grinning man as he turned towards the messenger and raised his sword once again. He might not be able to silence Ludwig, but he'd be damned if he was going to give the monster's pawn a chance to walk away from here once again. He stared down at his unmoving mirror, unable to move as the blade hovered over his chest. Despite the injuries the boy had taken, Will could still see his own face lying motionless before him. The thought of stabbing him only made his nausea worse as he imagined their positions reversed, and he felt a phantom pain in his chest at the thought of it. He couldn't bear to look at him. He squeezed his eyes shut, expecting another bout of mockery from the spirit as he prepared himself for the strike. However, Ludwig remained silent for once, and the only noise that could be heard was Will's own labored breathing. Part of him wished the ghost would speak, if only to refuel his rage and make this easier on him. For some reason his earlier fear and anger had fled from him, fatigue beginning to consume what was left. With a grunt of effort, he plunged the blade downwards, wincing as he heard it pierce the messenger's chest, before ripping it free and collapsing to the floor in exhaustion. He did not bother to look at the boy, he didn't even bother to open his eyes. He was too terrified of what he would see. He tried to take a breath to calm himself, trying his best to ignore the sharp pain in his side. It was done, he'd won. Quiet here, isn't it? Ludwig commented idly. Will did his best to ignore it. The fighting must have moved on. Who do you think won? Will reluctantly opened his eyes, fog clouding his mind as he stared at the clouds passing overhead. He was both mentally and physically exhausted and had no interest in further entertaining the spirit's games any further. However, something in the specter's words clawed at his brain. It was too quiet. Far quieter than it should have been. He hesitantly turned his head to stare at Ludwig once more, the man's grin still frozen as he stared casually back at him, and a cold dread began to creep through Will's body. There had been a reason he'd been rushing in the first place. A reason he'd been ambushed. The sickening power that he's felt from across the battlefield. There had been another one of God's agents in the air, and he hadn't been the target. Tanya. May 7th, Unified Year 1925. Ruins of St. Yuda's Cathedral, Tegenhof. Tanya's eyes flickered back into focus as she wheezed and struggled for breath, feeling blood bubbling in her lungs as the injuries the berserker had inflicted took their toll on her body. The beast's beatdown had been savage and feral, each strike carrying the madness in her eyes and delivering it with each blow. She cursed herself for allowing herself to be taken off guard by the deranged mage. She'd had a responsibility to see that this mad dog was put down, but the sight of the creature striding from the flames had stunned her into inaction and she'd gotten careless. It was all Tanya had been able to do to stay conscious, but fortunately being X's pawn had made an unforgivable mistake. She hadn't finished her task. Tanya was still alive. Her body was awash with pain, and it took all her willpower to ignore it as she reached behind her for her combat knife. The berserker had left her for dead on the floor and was now staring dumbly at the statue of one of Being X's avatars atop the altar, perhaps giving thanks to the creature that had cursed her. Tanya tried to force herself up, wincing as fire erupted down her side and silently cursing as her left arm refused to move, instead hanging limply at her side. Again, she pushed aside the agony of her wounds, instead focusing on her target as she launched her knife at her, embedding it in the beast's shoulder with a wet thud. She cursed as she got back to her feet, swaying slightly from both fatigue and injuries, feeling as though her body was ready to fall apart at the seams. It had been a decent shot. Knife throwing was not exactly one of her best skills, and certainly not something she'd felt the need to practice since passing basic training. However, it was still a satisfying act of defiance against the rabid beast, and it was pleasing to see the blade biting so deep into her foe. It hadn't been a kill shot, however. Fortunately, that did not matter, it had gotten the beast's attention. The untaught barbarian turned back towards her, no trace of pain on her face as she returned her glare back towards her. She was too far gone to feel it, however, there was a look of confused shock stained across her features. Their eyes met for a moment, Tanya's pain-filled eye conveying the contempt she felt for the berserker that her injured body could not, while the creature continued to stare back at her like a vacant dumb animal. Finally, the monster's overriding illogical self retook control and the crazed brute's expression contorted into that of a vicious beast once more. A yellow glow returning to her eyes as she let out a ferocious scream and began to charge anew. Tanya raised her pistol. One shot, one bullet directly between those venomous eyes was all she needed. She doubted that even Being X could save someone from a bullet in the brain, and the beast's instinctive and irrational charge had left her unprotected and without time to react. She hadn't even bothered to re-raise her protective barrier. It was over. She squeezed the trigger, but in the moment before the weapon fired, the world seemed to explode around her. The doors behind her suddenly blew apart, forcing her to whip her head around in alarm as they ripped themselves from the hinges, bursting into a cloud of razor-sharp splinters as a great force struck them. Masonry too was shattered and rubble scattered across the chamber, the violent entry into the temple tearing the bricks from the archway with incredible force. At the epicenter of the devastation was a figure engulfed in the familiar bright lattice of light, a magical barrier. A figure that had clearly been moving at great speed before it struck the entrance, causing the fresh destruction around her. The figure's shield stuttered and crumbled under the pressure of the impact, their flight faltering before failing completely, causing them to crash violently onto the stone floor. The mage skidded across the ground, smashing into a row of pews to her side, tearing a great gash through the chapel as they scraped along the floor before finally coming to a stop by the feet of being X's puppet in a cloud of dust. Both she and the Entente beast froze for a fraction of a second, surprise at the sudden intrusion overriding the thoughts of both her rational mind and the corrupted feral instincts of her attacker. It took a moment for her brain to catch up with events, but soon it was clear that she recognized the stricken figure groaning on the floor. A mix of confusion and concern hit her, closely followed by the familiar sense of annoyance that usually accompanied the boy's presence. She opened her mouth to question him but was again shocked as the sound of her bestial assailant's voice echoed around the hall instead. Damien. Surprised, Tanya raised her head back towards being X's pawn, her aim still trained on her target, and for the first time, she saw something other than dumb confusion or wild rage in the girl's face. The unnatural glow in her eyes flickered for a moment as she stared down at the collapsed form of the little captain with undisguised confusion and concern. It was as though she knew him. Tanya squeezed the trigger once more and the sound of the gunshot echoed around the ruins of the church before falling silent. The Entente mage remained motionless for a moment, not seeming to notice the impact, as she stared at the boy at her feet. However, finally, blood began to stain her uniform, creating a slowly growing pool on her chest. Tanya swore internally, cursing her mistake as she quickly began firing again, emptying the clip into her foe. Wilhelm's interruption had caused her aim to slip as she'd instinctively turned during his entrance. As a result, a quick and clean death had turned into an inelegant mess as the rabid creature took shot after shot to the torso. Tanya couldn't risk pausing to readjust her aim, however. She wasn't sure if being X's influence would allow her the luxury of the time, and it was entirely possible the berserker could recover if given even such a small opportunity. Again, the mage did not seem to react to the hail of fire unleashed on her, however. Instead, her eyes stayed fixated on Wilhelm as he groaned in pain at her feet, still struggling to recover from his dramatic entry. Tanya heard a soft click from her weapon, signaling that her magazine was empty, and only then did the wretched mage seem to notice her injuries, looking down as the multitude of wounds peppering her body oozed more red ichor down her battered and ragged uniform. She looked back at Tanya in shock, blood beginning to trickle from her mouth as she took a single, shaky step forward. It was too much for her shattered body, however, and her legs no longer held the strength to carry her, causing her to collapse to her knees in front of the groaning little captain. Tanya staggered forward, ignoring the aches and pains from her wounds as she struggled to slip a fresh clip into her pistol. By now she felt dizzy. The combination of her injuries and fatigue, along with the acrid stench of fire and sulfur, had started to catch up with her. However, she still had a job to do and she was determined to see it through. Damn, Ian. The girl whispered as Tanya carefully took aim at the fallen berserker's head once again. The girl's eyes staring almost blankly at the stricken form of Wilhelm as he tried to recover from his crash. Evidently, the girl had mistaken him for someone else, and part of Tanya couldn't help wondering about who it might be. The mere thought of this Damien had brought this feral beast back from the haze of madness, if only for a second. Somehow it felt right that this wretched creature would be free of being X's baleful influence at the end. Even this monster deserved that much. Then the world exploded again. This time in a kaleidoscope of colored glass as yet another intruder entered the cathedral, smashing through the stained glass window above the altar. The figure fired at her as he charged, and Tanya hastily re-raised her barrier to protect herself from the new threat, uncertain if she had the energy or time left to protect herself from the fresh onslaught. She would not get the chance to find out, however, as Wilhelm, finally recovered from his abrupt entrance, leapt forward and knocked her to the ground, clear from the hail of fire. Tanya swore in pain as her body protested its treatment, the impact enough to send fresh waves of agony throughout her abused body. She knew she didn't have time to waste, however, and she quickly shoved the boy aside and attempted to prepare herself for another attack from the new challenger. More gunshots rang out, from outside of the cathedral this time, as the figure hastily scooped up the fallen berserker and sped through the open roof and off into the sky. Tanya fired off a couple of shots at the retreating enemy, already knowing it was all but futile, however by now she was too fatigued to do anything more to prevent their escape. She grimaced with a strange mix of relief and frustration washed over her. She was in no state to give chase and she was more than happy to be out of combat. Besides, although there were no rules about gunning down a fleeing enemy, the laws of war looked down on the killing of injured soldiers. At least the Commonwealth ones that were subject to the pre-war treaties. The sound of monofueled flight gear filled the air as Vish's silhouette appeared in the great arch that had been the window, her eyes searching for the same intruder that had so rudely interrupted them. Evidently, it had been her firing on the Entente monster's rescuer. She must have succeeded in keeping the enemy away from the command post. At least there's some good news to come out of all this, she thought, wincing slightly and leaning on one of the ruined pews as the pain from her injuries began to overpower the adrenaline that had been keeping it at bay. She was going to be very sore soon, she was certain of it. The lieutenant glanced up at the escaping Commonwealth mage, ready to give pursuit, but paused for a moment as she noticed her and Wilhelm below. Fortunately for Tanya, the girl had never developed quite as much bloodlust as the rest of the 203rd, and her first instinct was to report back to her commander, rather than chase after the wounded enemy. Sorry ma'am, he gave me the slip. Should I start pursuing? Visha began nervously, as she lowered herself to the ground to give her report, pausing with wide eyes as she closed. You're hurt. Prince Wilhelm too. I'll call for a medic straight away. No time. Wheezed Wilhelm, using his sword to help himself stagger to his feet, Tanya getting a decent look at the boy for the first time since he had arrived. Blood trickled from an ugly wound on his head, the matted knots of dried ichor and discoloration of his silvery blonde hair telling her he'd been nursing the injury for some time before his crash. Meanwhile his flight suit, not unlike her own at this point, was ragged, singed and dirty, showing obvious signs of recent combat, as well as tears along one side caused by his ignominious entrance. He also cradled his side awkwardly, breathing raggedly as he spoke. It was clear the little captain had been through an ordeal of his own since they had last met. He looked almost as wretched as she felt was, not to mention exhausted. However, it was his eyes that attracted her attention the most. At first, they seemed hazy and indistinct, further proof that the boy had suffered some sort of head injury. However, as his gaze swept over her, a flicker of shock and worry snapped them back into focus, and a familiar, fearful spark returned to the depths of his stare, causing her an involuntary shiver. His eyes contained the same desperation and pain that she'd seen and discounted in him time and time again. However, her recent brush with being X's insane pawn, and realization that had come with it, meant that suddenly she couldn't help but be unnerved by it. She now realized it held the beginnings of the same cruel and unbridled hatred worn by the man whose irrational actions had brought the Salaryman to this world, as well as by the beast who'd just tried to end her life in it. We need to leave. The boy growled, the spark of fear in his eyes growing into an inferno for a moment as he hastily sheathed his sword and grasped Tanya by the hand in an attempt to drag her away. Now! A flash of terror ran through her and she jerked back from him instinctively. Surprising even herself as she snatched her hand away, despite her body's protests against the sudden movement. She couldn't be afraid of Wilhelm, could she? True, they'd had a complicated history, but it was impossible that he could affect her so. Even if he did wear those eyes, this was Wilhelm she was dealing with, not being X or the Entente beast. It was a simple autonomic response. She told herself, her true, rational self forcing down this strange new discomfort. Something about considering Wilhelm a threat on anything but a theoretical level was oddly distressing. Likely exacerbated by my injuries and the high tensions of combat. It's entirely natural considering how overworked I've been. She tried to force herself to be calm once again, wincing as the pain in her side reminded her of her untreated wounds. Now was not the time to be worrying about this nonsense, they had a job to do. Besides, the boy shouldn't even be here, he was supposed to be holding the southwest salient for the breakout attempt. Wilhelm? What the hell are you? She began, almost pleased to return to the familiar pattern of rebuke that dominated so many of their interactions, but she paused as she saw the new expression worn on his face. He looked hurt. Not through the pain of his injuries, although it was clear he was only managing to keep that from his face through gritted teeth, but a look of pained heartbreak now replaced the fear that had burned in his eyes. Again she found the boy's eyes deeply troubling as a feeling she couldn't quite describe welled up in her stomach. In some ways, it was worse than when he'd worn the maddening expression of the salaryman's former employee or Tanya's Entente enemy. That at least she'd begun to understand. This, however, was something different. The boy's hurt expression lingered for a moment more and Tanya found it increasingly difficult to meet the disappointed gaze. However, it was Wilhelm who broke their stare first, his eyes moving towards the floor as his face contorted into a frown. Although the traces of both the hurt and the pain of his injuries still stained his face. We need to get out of here. He repeated, quieter this time as he stared at the cold slab at his feet. He closed his eyes for a moment, as though steeling himself for something before opening them once more and turning to face Visha, who had until now been watching over their interaction awkwardly. Visha, help the major get airborne, I'll arrange for a medic to meet us en route. But Prince Wilhelm. She began to object, beating Tanya to a far less polite interjection. However, the boy ignored them, turning and limping away as he summoned a communication spell. Bluebell 1 to Bluebell 2. Christina, come in. He called, strain in his voice betraying how much he was struggling as static echoed around the ruins of the temple. The area was still awash with magical interference from the battle, even if they'd been in the best of health, cutting through it would have been difficult. However, as always, luck seemed to favor the little captain and a reply forced its way through the garbled wash of signals. My PRI. I've. TR. NG, contact. Captain Zerbest's voice returned, struggling to cut through the interference. They, broken through. The Reds. Wilhelm replied, fresh panic cutting through the pain and fatigue in his voice. No, my prince. Came the reply, the transmission becoming clearer as the connection stabilized. An Imperial and Letzenbourg force has broken through the Federation lines and the enemy is in full retreat. The siege is broken. Author's notes. Everyone and as always thank you for reading, reviewing, following and favoriting. It has been a long old time since I've updated and I apologize for that. Aside from the various midwinter and New Year's celebrations causing some disruption, the only real excuse I have is that I got a little stuck with this chapter and really struggled with it. It turns out putting so many action bits together is difficult and making them not seem too samey more so, especially when the plan was to have some of them be similar enough to juxtapose them. The upside of this is that in order to soldier through, I skipped ahead a little bit and started working on the next chapter, which is now almost finished as well, so hopefully should be out soon. Any delay on that front can be blamed entirely on my beta reader, Vickers, not that you should do that, of course. Originally I wasn't going to have a section written from Mary's POV as I thought it better leaving blind rage mode without sharing her inner thoughts. However, writing it all from Tanya's POV seemed too much like rewriting the movie without adding to it, so I relented and changed it to Mary instead. Overall I think I like how it turned up. I believe my version of the character is a little more chill than the movie version, so hopefully it works okay. The Wilhelm part is the part I'm most happy with, even if it seems like I'm torturing the poor guy at times. I'm especially pleased with the overlapping Damien and Ghost Ludwig giving him mixed message and freaking him out. I know much of the rest is still fairly close to canon. I've done my best to add my own spin on certain aspects and share how my characters have had a subtle effect on the characters and events around them, but I understand why it might be frustrating for some. However, most of Tiefenhof needed to happen this way as it sows the seeds for things that happen in the coming chapters. Especially with Will. In other news, I have decided to take a leaf out of Vickers' book and make use of the nightmare that is Twitter/X, and Bluesky for those who have already escaped, to keep you all up to date with the Saint and any other writing projects I decide to play around with. So please feel free to follow Lord_Solus, no underscore on Bluesky, if you wish. I will also be adding the art that I have from the Saint once I've gotten permission from the artists. Chapter 73, Tiefenhof Offensive 7, Siege Lifted. Tiefenhof Offensive 7, Siege Lifted. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The daring counter-offensive launched by the Imperial forces to relieve the embattled forces trapped in Tiefenhof is considered one of the great tactical victories of modern times, with some military scholars calling it a textbook example of striking when the enemy is at its weakest. However, all historians agree it was an extremely risky gamble considering how depleted the Imperial lines were along the Eastern Front after weeks of Federation attacks, with some calling it downright reckless. What makes the success of this counterattack all the more impressive is that unlike other great Imperial victories, such as Operations Revolving Door or Iron Hammer, it was launched with almost no foreplanning. Indeed, credit for the implementation of the attack goes to the infamous General Ernst Vogel, then only a colonel, and his mixed unit of Imperial and Letzenbourg forces that pushed deep into Federation-held territory as soon as the opportunity arose, trusting that the Eastern Command would move to reinforce him. This cavalier attitude was a hallmark of Vogel during the Eastern Campaign, and his leadership of the Letzenbourg forces are often topics of debate. However, the attack was undeniably effective and the exhausted Federation lines soon fell into disarray, allowing Imperial forces to rapidly advance upon the surrounded city. With the enemy hastily approaching, Federation Commander General Dmitry Pavlov found himself suddenly in danger of being surrounded and was forced to retreat his forces, effectively ending the siege. Records kindly provided by the Russie government show that the general oversaw the evacuation personally, staying in his headquarters until the very end and ultimately falling to the approaching Imperials, for which he earned the title Hero of the Russie Federation. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. May 7, Unified Year 1925-1940. Skies above Tiefenhof, outskirts. Mary was falling again, her body feeling numb and weightless as she tumbled from the sky. She could feel the wind whipping through her hair, yet there was no chill to it. Instead, a warm and welcoming light shone over her, swaddling her like a blanket and shielding her from the cool air while the soft singing of a choir touched her ears. She could not move, not even to open her eyes, but she felt no fear in that moment. Neither did she fear her descent. She wasn't sure why, but even as she felt herself plunging through the air she was certain that she was safe. It seemed as though her very soul was telling her that it was so, and her hazy, fog-filled mind was in no position to argue. All her worries and pains were gone, as was the agonizing longing that had so long filled her heart, and for a moment it felt as though she had been transported back to a time before the war. Before the loss of her father. She could not remember how she had gotten here, nor could she recall what had caused her fall, but somehow that didn't seem to matter. Her world was as it should be. Joyous and peaceful. The heat from the swaddling light seemed to retreat, only to be replaced by a paternal warmth as she felt a strong pair of arms cradle her like a babe. The feeling of safety only grew as familiar odors filled her nostrils, the mixture of boot polish, soap and aftershave, along with a slight musk that no amount of washing or fragrance could fully disguise. It was the smell of a man whom she had known since the day she was born, one whose presence had always brought her comfort. Always made her feel safe. Papa. She whispered, barely able to force the syllables from her lips as she tried to open her eyes, desperate to see him again. She was no longer falling, instead, she was being carried, held tightly by her father as he cradled her and protected her from the outside world. She could not find the energy to open her weary eyes and her eyelids remained fixed shut, as though held by a heavy weight. Although no longer in free fall, she still had no strength to move and her joints and limbs were beginning to ache as they hung from the comforting arms of her father. She let out a small whimper, wishing she could force herself to open her eyes and embrace her father. It had been so long since she'd seen him, she could barely remember his face, scarcely recall his touch. A scratching in the back of her hazy mind told her something was not right. New aromas began to reach her nostrils, ones that did not smell like the papa she remembered, copper, sulfur, and gunpowder. She could still feel the wind buffeting her, pulling at her braids, but it wasn't because she was falling she realized, it was because she was flying, and the more she began to awaken from her daze the colder she seemed to become. The paternal warmth no longer protecting her from the cold that crept into her body from both inside and out. Shit. Don't try to speak, kid. Stay still. The man holding her said softly, sounding distant despite being so close. Confusion washed over her as her mind processed the voice. It was familiar, but it was not Papa, and a wave of panic struck her as her peaceful and joyous world was quickly swept away, only to be replaced by fear and uncertainty as she tried to understand her situation. Gradually she became aware of her struggled breathing and a wave of agony engulfed her body as her brain was informed of a surfeit of injuries across her stricken form. Papa. She repeated again, pain and fear coloring her voice as she struggled to force out the words, but she knew he would not answer. The familiar ache had returned, the festering wound in her heart caused by his loss. Damn it! The man whispered under his breath, a mix of frustration and concern in his voice. Don't die on me now. I'm getting you to a medic. Painful memories came flooding back. The demon in her damnable uncaring gaze, the burning, agonizing rage filling her chest, the desire powering her on to defeat the devil. Then came flashes of pain as she recalled the falling building, the crushing weight of tons of fallen masonry and the vicious flames surrounding her. She could see the devil girl in her mind's eye, first unconscious on the ground, then gun raised, ready to consign her to the same fate as her father. Finally, she felt the bullets strike her chest, ripping into her torso causing fountains of pain with each blow. I'm sorry, Papa, I'm sorry. She croaked, feeling tears rolling down her cheeks as her body screamed in agony from her wounds. She had failed to put an end to the devil of the Rhine and despite defeating her, she had allowed the monster to get away before she could receive God's justice. She hadn't been able to give the demon's victims the peace they deserved, she hadn't been able to lay her father's spirit to rest. She hadn't been able to soothe the ever-present ache in her soul. Darkness swallowed her and the creeping cold seeped deeper and deeper into her bones. Her aches and injuries screamed at her and the final traces of energy fled her limbs. She could no longer feel the arms of the man carrying her, she was alone and frightened, and the anguish in her heart felt as though it were burning her away. She was falling again, but this time there was no warm light, no heavenly choir and no comforting embrace from her father. There was nothing but pain in her body and heartache in her soul. She couldn't go on any longer, she wasn't strong enough. She just wanted it all to end. Be strong and courageous, do not be frightened or dismayed, the Lord is with you wherever you go. The words seemed to enter her head without the intervention of her ears, chasing away the freezing shadows that threatened to consume her. Again there was something familiar about the voice, but her pain-addled mind struggled to place it, even as the voice drove it away. Much like the light, it felt warm and comforting and although it didn't quite fill the void in her chest, it made it feel bearable once again. If only for a moment. Damien. Her lips moved mouthed almost wordlessly as she realized who the owner of the voice had been. Those were the words he had said to her when she had fallen before, he'd found her and taken away some of the pain from her. Except he hadn't really been there, had he? He had said so himself. Yet, both then and now, she was certain she had heard his voice. She summoned up what little strength she could muster and finally managed to force her eyes open, searching for her friend. Above her, she could make out the blurry silhouette of the man carrying her, a familiar frustrated scowl coloring his face as he carried her on his broom-like mage gear. Colonel Drake, she realized, barely able to move her head to search her surroundings. But what about Damien? She croaked again through cracked lips and dry mouth, struggling to keep her eyes focused as she watched the clouds pass by above her. She had heard him, she was certain of it. This time her soft questioning words didn't go unnoticed as Colonel Drake glanced down towards her, a mix of surprise and concern marring his usually severe features. She caught a glimmer of sympathetic pain cross his gaze for a moment, perhaps the most emotion she'd ever seen in his auburn eyes. He's missing, I couldn't find any trace of him. He murmured grimly, expression quickly returning to his usual cold and emotionless self as he looked away and concentrated on his flight spell, although a hint of sadness still remained, despite his attempts to hide it. The message behind his words was clear however, even through the woolly haze in her pain-riven head. Drake thought he was dead. No. It can't be. She thought, unable to find enough energy to speak aloud as a rush of panic filled her. I heard him. Another rush of garbled memory flooded her befuddled mind. Damien had been there, just as the demon girl aimed her pistol at her head. He had burst into the temple and crashed in front of them. He had tried to save her. Even that heartless devil had given pause on his arrival. Somehow he'd known she was in trouble and he had come for her. Need. Go back. She forced the words through her lips once more, trying to reach back towards the ruined church. He was still there, they couldn't leave him alone with her. They had to go back for him. She'd seen him writhing in pain on the floor, he'd been injured. She couldn't leave him behind. I'm sorry kid, he's gone. Drake replied grimly as Mary struggled futilely in his arms, trying to force him to turn back for her friend, causing the man to almost lose his balance. No. She protested weakly, feeling tears forming in the corners of her eyes, but the commander remained unmoved. The man swore under his breath, although for once he did not admonish her. Instead he placed a hand softly on her head and whispered softly as he carried on towards friendly lines. Sleep. She felt a sliver of warmth where Commander Drake's rough hand touched her skin, and she recognized the familiar sensation of mana spreading through her, bringing with it a sense of drowsiness that threatened to overwhelm her already battered and exhausted body. He had cast a spell on her, and although she was doing all she could, she was too tired to resist the call to slumber. No. We need to go back. She could feel the dark shadow of unconsciousness threatening to swallow her again as what little energy she possessed was stripped away from her. Tears were flowing freely now as she felt her eyes become increasingly heavy, and once again she felt as though she were falling. No. Please. The ache in her chest opened up anew as sleep came to swallow her, a fresh wound carving into her heart. She'd failed to stop the devil from taking anyone else, and worse still, the person she had stolen away had been her friend. She had failed Damien. She was falling, it was dark and she was alone, yet her mouth moved instinctively as slumber claimed her, calling for the person she wished was there with her for the most, the one who had always been there to chase away the nightmares. Papa. May 7, Unified Year 1925-2010. Federation 7th Army Group Headquarters, in Sturberg, 35 kilometers east of Tegenhof. It was unusual for Captain of State Security Serge Krugov to find himself unnoticed when he entered a room. He was taller and broader than most of his comrades, making him an intimidating sight even on the rare occasions he wasn't wearing his immaculately kept olive and navy uniform. Although in his youth, his brother had often commended him on how silently he could move when they'd hunted prey in the woods, as he'd grown older, he'd found that the sound of a few heavy footfalls announcing his presence went a long way towards furthering the goals of the General Secretary and the Council of People's Commissars. Particularly those of his superior in the Commissariat of Internal Affairs. It was exceedingly rare that his approach was not heard, even in crowded and chaotic environments such as this. Unlike many of his junior colleagues, his position meant that it was important he be both seen and heard. He was a symbol of the Secretary's authority, an enforcer of his will. It was not appropriate for him to be lurking in the shadows. However, the pandemonium within the command center obscured even a man like him at times like this. That was why he allowed himself a moment to take in the confusion unfolding around him. Panicked men revealed a great many secrets, even if they did not mean to, and it was rare that anyone revealed them to him willingly. He watched as junior officers rushed around carrying reports to one another seemingly at random, unsure if the information they carried was useful enough to interrupt the troubled eyes of their superiors. Meanwhile, the middling officers barked contradictory orders at their underlings, only serving to compound the madness as they attempted to show even an ounce of competence in the eyes of their comrades. Every one of their commands only serving to delay any viable tactic being employed by the heroes still holding the ground at the front. Their incompetence only adding to the ever-mounting list of names to be etched on the monuments at the Marsovo Poly. Finally, in the center of all this pandemonium stood the senior officers by the map table, an eye of silent inaction at the heart of the storm around them. Occasionally one of the adjutants, or a young lieutenant colonel attached to General Pavlov's staff, would offer a quiet word of desperate encouragement to their commanders, a speck of silver lining amongst the darkening clouds. A commendable attitude for a patriot, but ultimately futile. It was clear to everyone within the inner circle that it was all over. Pavlov's assault on Tegenhof had failed, and all those deemed responsible would soon be punished. Comrade Captain. A voice at his side politely cut in, breaking a sliver of his attention from the scene. His subordinate was awaiting instructions. Lieutenant Kolyukiev, see to it that the Commonwealth detection equipment is safely evacuated, and bring me the reports of its operators. He replied, resisting the urge to spit as he uttered the name of that island and its pathetic little pseudo-empire. As much as he was loath to admit it, their technology had been useful in informing them of the disposition of the enemy mages. It was unfortunate that Pavlov had been too incompetent to properly capitalize on that information. And the general and his staff. The lieutenant added expectantly, following Krugov's gaze towards the defeated-looking man at the far end of the room. The map no longer held any interest for him, instead, his attention was fixed solely on a small photograph and pendant on a chain in his hand, a sad shimmer in his eyes informing Krugov of far-off thoughts and an aching heart. I will deal with them. Krugov replied, waving his subordinates away, bidding them to proceed with their task, eyes lingering on the general a moment longer. He strode into the anarchy before him, his presence suddenly noticed by the gaggle of panicking officers who now parted before him. A new, different sense of fear washed over the room, one he was more accustomed to, and one that returned a semblance of order to the command center, albeit a warped one. He said nothing as he took the place that rapidly opened up at the end of the map table. He knew he did not need to. Instead, he continued to stare at the general responsible for this disaster, ready to act as judge and executioner in the general secretary's stead. Pavlov seemed unmoved, however, and continued to stare at his photograph as he quietly contemplated his brief future, a stark contrast to his earlier behavior when brought before the council. Krugov resisted the urge to let out a sigh. He'd seen this before in broken men. Fear left them when they realized there was nothing more to hope for. It made things difficult for men in his profession. It was difficult to use a man as an example if he was ready to accept the inevitable. Comrade Krugov, the general said eventually, his voice hoarse with restrained emotion as a shaky hand carefully placed the photo and chain into his breast pocket, tired eyes bringing themselves to meet his own. I regret to inform you that the enemy has broken through our lines and reinforced the city. In order to prevent encirclement, I have ordered our forces to fall back. Because of this, we will be unable to carry out the wishes of the General Secretary. Krugov had a reputation of being stone-faced, rarely allowing emotion to reach his face. However, even he found himself raising an eyebrow at the general's report. He had expected a string of excuses. People did not usually admit their faults to Krugov, at least not willingly. Rarer still was it that they held his gaze like this, even with the resigned look on the general's face. Despite the man's many failings, Krugov couldn't help but be impressed. At last, the man was acting as a true officer of the Russian Federation should. I request the party allow my officers to oversee the safe withdrawal. He added, swallowing nervously. Their commander is the one at fault and I, my successor, will need their experience in the battles to come. Again, Krugov was surprised by the general's nobility in this matter. He had taken the man as nothing more than another simple toady who had slithered up the ranks in the wake of Comrade Iosif's purge. He had certainly acted that way until now. It was a shame. In other circumstances the secretary might have been lenient with a man who showed such character. He was a benevolent and merciful leader after all. However, the secretary's will was law and Krugov was an instrument of that will. Krugov's instructions in this matter were ironclad. Failure could not go unpunished. Leave. Krugov growled to the assembled officers, not taking his eyes off Pavlov. With the general's confession, he could grant the general's request and allow the other officers to go about their duties, for now at least. Comrade Loria would likely want them questioned later, but that could wait. The command center quickly emptied, no one willing to witness what was to come, and a grim silence fell over the previously chaotic room. If Krugov were one for levity, he might have found it funny that the administration of an army could evacuate so seamlessly when prompted, particularly since he'd already been told it would take several hours to relocate the command center. However, Krugov wasn't known for laughter and the man in front of him had his complete attention. If I'd had more time, or more freedom to attack how and where I wished, I could have. Pavlov began, defiance swiftly giving way to despair as the words fell out of his mouth. No, we shouldn't have been here at all. We should have continued pushing towards the Imperial heartlands, starve out the forces here. I never wanted to pointlessly throw men at the city like this. Are you making excuses, Comrade General? Krugov replied quietly, studying the broken man while keeping his hand close to his holster. Sometimes a man was more dangerous without the eyes of his comrades to keep him honest. Just my professional opinion, Comrade Captain. Replied dryly, a hint of defiance returning to his voice causing Krugov to rise to tense up instinctively, readying himself for any sign of foul play. I'd like it on the record that I objected to this operation. You have that right. Krugov growled in return, noting a slight shake in the man's hands as he spoke. It had taken all the courage he had to say this to him, he realized. A last gasp of misbegotten pride before the end. Will it matter? The general asked, barely in a whisper. No. Krugov wasn't going to sugarcoat the truth, especially not for the sake of a condemned man. The man's words would simply be added to the list of evidence proving his anti-party leanings. It was unlikely that his objection would go any further than himself or Loria. The party censors would erase everything else. His protest was meaningless. However, Krugov could forgive the man for wanting to stand by his convictions in his last moments. Even if they were misguided. In that at least, he'd earned his respect. What happens now? The general murmured, reaching back into his pocket for his treasures, staring at the photo as though he were afraid its contents would disappear if he took his eyes off it for too long. You already know the answer to that. Krugov replied, straightening as he rose to his full height. It was almost time to deliver the sentence, a sentence that held only one punishment in times of war. Traitors to the party and the Comrade Jugashvili could only expect one fate. And my family. The general added, voice cracking as he spoke. Krugov paused, his face darkening at the question. It was another foolish thing to ask. Everyone in the country had been warned of the new measures introduced since the beginning of the war. The Commissariat for Internal Affairs had made sure the message was clearly delivered in the wake of the attack on Moscow. The stricter measures were an unfortunate, but necessary, measure to keep the peace. It was possible some innocents would be caught up in the aftermath as a result, but sacrifices had to be made to secure Comrade Jugashvili's vision of the future. The families of those guilty of anti-communist activity will be sent to the loggery. There we can keep an eye on them while they continue to work for the interests of the motherland. Krugov replied, mentally reading from the script prepared by Comrade Loria's clerks as he tried to push aside his frustration at his own words. Pavlov was a fool, and deserved punishment for his failures, but he was no anti-party activist. However, Loria had told him the charge was a quick and convenient excuse to expedite his execution without the need for an official trial, even one of the private ones that the commissariat usually prepared. His family would, unfortunately, be caught in the crossfire and would suffer a slower execution as they worked off Pavlov's societal debt in the camps. That was the way of things, more anonymous martyrs of the revolution. He watched as the general's shoulders slumped further, expecting some final act of rebellion from the man in response to the threat against his family. Guilty or not, few men would stand for such threats against their loved ones. However, instead, he simply closed his eyes, fighting back his tears as he murmured a silent apology at the photograph. Krugov felt another flash of annoyance, one brought by himself this time as an old memory, that he'd long thought buried, dug its way into his conscious mind. A reminder of a mistake he'd once made that still weighed on him. He'd offered mercy to a man, sent him and his wife into exile instead of seeing that he suffered the punishment he deserved for siding against Comrade Jugashvili, a man whom he'd respected and cared for deeply. I should not allow myself to make the same mistake again. He thought to himself, watching the general's face as he accepted his fate. It was the same expression worn by his brother, so many years ago. But still. Such a sentence only applies to the families of those deemed enemies of the state. He said eventually, taking his pistol from its holster, placing it on the table and sliding it in front of Pavlov, cursing himself internally for his lapse. His betrayal of his ideals and Comrade Jugashvili. It is difficult, even for those of us in internal affairs, to call a man a traitor if he dies for the motherland before we can render judgment. He turned away, not bothering to check if Pavlov took the gun, cursing the fresh bout of weakness that had caused him to act this way. The uncomfortable feelings about his brother had resurfaced lately. Memories of hunting with him in the woods as boys, his icy blonde hair almost melting away into the snow. Of when he'd tried to follow in his footsteps, joined the party, only to be turned against its true leader by Davidovich and his worldwide revolution followers. Those thankful jade eyes when he'd allowed him and his wife to escape the country instead of delivering him for punishment as he should have. Ever since he'd seen those damnable mages in the capital, these memories had been eating away at him, breeding a sense of doubt and unease that he thought he had long dispelled from himself. He didn't want to be reminded of his failure. His brother had been a traitor and he should have faced the firing squad. And yet, it was that false Tsar's fault, he was certain of it. His declaration in Red Square was a direct challenge to every one of his cherished ideals, his presence in the heart of the Federation an insult to the very foundations of their communist principles. Loria may have been obsessed with his precious fairy, but it was the loathsome royal that was the true enemy, his kind always would be. After all, if someone like Krugov could be so affected by him, how would the common citizens of the motherland feel? He and all his minions would need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Alas, their opportunity to do so had slipped through their fingers for now. He let out a sigh and returned to his work, reaching for the general's briefcase stored carefully under the map table. He clicked it open and carefully riffled through the file provided by the deplorable Commonwealth spy, checking that all the information remained where prying eyes could not find it. He'd spent quite some time studying his own copy of the information since the repugnant false diplomat had provided them with their information on the Empire's infamous elite. It was irritatingly short on details considering the Allied Kingdom's supposed brilliance at information gathering. Much of the data was from second-hand sources investigating after an assault, or analytics from their monodetection equipment that contained concepts he had little understanding of. There were some interesting observations on their capabilities, however, they'd already witnessed many of those firsthand. Of the battalion itself, little was known about its background aside from the number V601. Of the pasts of its members, nothing had been found at all. Particularly frustrating was the lack of information on the so-called pixie at their head, with only distant pictures taken from computation orbs to prove she existed at all. The only member of the group with a decent amount of known information was the little Tsar from Letzenbourg, the so-called Saint of Letzenbourg. It seemed he truly was the Letzenbourg prince, a fact the Commonwealth agents had spent a great deal of resources proving to themselves despite the boy's regular appearance in the imperial press. The file even included clear images of him, parading around with the same self-importance all tyrants do. It made his blood boil just looking at him. A gunshot rang out behind him, accompanied by a heavy thud of something hitting the table. Krugov let out another sigh and placed the files back into the briefcase before turning and retrieving his pistol from the general's lifeless hand, doing his best to avoid the blood spreading across the floor. He caught sight of the photograph gripped tightly in his other hand along with the pendant he'd valued almost as highly. He frowned as he recognized a patriarchal cross. Perhaps he had been wrong about the general if he needed to carry such a vile trinket around. The opium of the people was not something a loyal soldier of the Federation should possess. Still, Krugov had implied certain assurances before the man's death. As long as the rot went no further than the general, he would overlook it this once. He let out a sigh as he carefully removed them, placing the photo back in the man's breast pocket and pocketing the cross before rising and heading out of the room. There was still a lot to do. It had been a mistake to entrust the capture of the Imperial mages to someone like Pavlov. Even Loria, as devious as he could be, was unsuited to such a task. It needed planning, patience, and when it came to the final strike, a singular purpose. The memory from his childhood filled his mind once again. The feeling as he stared down the sights of his rifle, face to face with a wolf as his brother waited next to him, silently giving his encouragement as the icy cold air froze their faces. The elation as he pulled the trigger and put the predator down for good. Pavlov had been a poor choice if Loria really wanted to capture the Imperial mages who'd shamed them in Moscow. This task did not require a soldier, it needed a hunter. May 7, Unified Year 1925-2010. Welho Village, 10 kilometers south of Tegenhof. Miss Mills let out a frustrated sigh as she watched another group of Federation soldiers loot everything of worth from a small Germanian cottage, making sure to hide her presence behind a building despite the obvious preoccupation of those she was observing. It wouldn't do to be noticed after all. Professional pride aside, she doubted any soldier ransacking a house would have any gentlemanly intentions towards a woman dressed as an Imperial Army nurse. All sense of order in the Federation ranks had collapsed since the Imperial breakthrough, and it seemed that even the threats from the Communists' thuggish enforcers were not enough to keep their soldiers in line as they fled the field with their tails between their legs. She wasn't sure if it made her want to laugh or cry. She'd heard that men at war became nothing more than beasts once discipline broke down, but she had never thought she'd witness it with her own eyes. One could only hope that the soldiers in Her Majesty's employ were better behaved. The soldiers left by the Federation to cover the retreat had obviously seen the writing on the wall and decided to do what they could to make some personal profit from the situation. A notion she found most ironic considering they came from a nation that supposedly rejected capitalist ideology. Unfortunately for them, short-term personal gain was not necessarily the best course of action on the battlefield, or at least that was how it seemed to Miss Mills. It neither furthered the goals of your own side nor hindered your enemy, and stealing from the locals wasn't likely to win you many popularity contests either. For once, they would have been much better practicing the so-called collectivist spirit their communist paymasters were so proud of and working together to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Looting the locals also didn't do much to improve your odds of survival, something these men would soon find out. A company of Letzenbourgers were fast approaching their position. She'd only narrowly avoided them a few streets away and knew they were heading in this direction. She understood that they held very strong opinions on criminal actions carried out by occupying forces. After experiencing it for themselves, they'd developed a rather low tolerance for it. Even the foreign volunteers who'd never lived through the short-lived conquest of their little nation had developed a healthy disdain for any misbehavior by would-be invaders. Especially those simply robbing what they could from innocent people's homes. Still, she couldn't wait around to watch these fellows get their just desserts. Being seen by either side before she'd finished her task would be less than ideal. After all, old Habergram had given her another little job to do before she could continue with her primary mission. John was right, they really do like to overwork us. She grumbled to herself, searching for another route toward her target. It's bad enough having to tidy up these messes at home, it would be nice if our new friends could learn to clean up after themselves. She let out another sigh before smoothing her dress and heading in the opposite direction of the Federation looters. Her Germanian nurse uniform was not exactly built for stealth, certainly not in the middle of a war zone, but she hadn't had the luxury of changing into something more practical for this operation. She would have to keep her distance and take the long way around if she were to remain undetected. Honestly, they know I'm supposed to be heading further into the Empire now. I only have a few days before I'm supposed to rendezvous at the military hospital in Berlin. Could they really not find anyone else to do this? She complained to herself as she moved silently through a side gate and along a long wall leading down an alleyway behind some houses. Although she would have to vault garden walls to get to her destination, she could take a more direct route this way and it was best to stay off the roads. At least until she was ready to be found. Despite her inner protestations, Mills was proud of her work and knew that she would not have been given this operation if the higher UPS didn't believe she was capable of succeeding. However, this mission didn't sit well with her, not in the slightest. The Reds had happily sat on the sidelines of this conflict for years before finally seeing sense, even offering favorable trade concessions to the Empire in the process. It took them too long to realize the danger of an imperial hegemony, and when they finally did decide to take action, they bungled the attempt at a quick death blow and wasted all their energy attacking an unimportant target. Now, because they were unable to properly maintain order in the ranks, it fell to the Allied kingdom to bail out their allies while they fell back to better positions. Specifically, she had to make sure that the Imperials didn't gain any useful information from the various command posts they were about to overrun. Even with so few forces along the Eastern Front, the Empire could easily force a rout if they were to get a hold of the Federation's withdrawal plans and order of battle. Unfortunately, the Russie soldiers seemed to be very careless about leaving them as they fled the field. She heard a flurry of gunfire behind her, along with angry shouts and frightened screams. It seemed the Letzenbourgers had found the looters and were delivering what passed for justice. They'd caught up quicker than she'd expected. It was odd. By all accounts the little country's tiny military should be considered second-rate at best, particularly when compared to their imperial counterparts. Yet reports liberated from her communist allies claimed they fought like devils, inspired by the heroics of the so-called saint. Haber Graham, John, and the other girls thought they were just stories, but Mills was beginning to suspect there might be more to it than they thought. Either way, she would need to hurry if she were to finish her task before they arrived. She soon reached a tall garden wall by an old sycamore tree and paused for a moment to get her bearings, listening carefully for any signs of activity from the other side of the aged stone. She reached inside her medical bag for her map, one of several items she would need to dispose of before the day was done if she were to maintain her cover. She hadn't had time to properly memorize it for this operation, another inconvenience brought on by her superiors scrambling to cover the tracks of their new Federation allies. A quick glance confirmed her location. There would be a road on the other side of this wall and beyond that the village hall that the Federation had occupied as a forward command post, her fourth and, thankfully, final target for the day. She clicked her tongue thoughtfully as her ears revealed little in the way of activity beyond the wall, or at least the not-so-distant commotion from the Letzenbourgers was too loud for her to accurately tell. However, it would be risky to vault the wall without being sure no one on the other side would notice, there was too much at stake to go in blind. She wasn't about to chance lifting her head over the wall to check though, if there were any guards left in the command post she might find herself a good deal shorter if she were spotted. She would have to get creative. She searched her bag once again for her compact mirror, not exactly a medical item she knew but an essential item for a lady on the go. Then, after a little effort, she freed a long branch from the tree and tied the mirror to it with some of the bandages from her pack. All too aware that time was quickly running out if she were to stay ahead of the approaching Letzenbourgers. The delay had been worth it however, as the makeshift periscope revealed a soldier hastily piling equipment and documents into a truck, fearful glances towards the nearby sounds of shooting revealing he too was concerned about the approaching enemy. It seemed that at least some of the communists were trying to perform their duties properly. Unfortunately, the enemy was too close. He would never have the time to properly evacuate everything before they arrived and she could not risk him leaving anything behind or getting captured on the road. He appeared to be the only guard left at the command post however. It seemed they had long since fled, or they were indulging in the same loathsome behavior that had drawn the ire of the nearby Letzenbourg vigilantes. That made her job easier at least, although it was also frustrating knowing that the local commander hadn't enough control of his troops to evacuate in an orderly fashion. She wondered where he was. Had he fled already? Or perhaps his own men had turned on him when it seemed the day was lost. Either way, it was more reason not to trust these new allies her homeland had found, in her humble opinion at least. She'd rather have a reliable enemy than an untrustworthy friend, at least you knew where you stood with an enemy. She drew a pistol from her bag as she waited for the man to re-enter the command post. She would need to dispose of that too before she disappeared into the approaching Imperial forces. Nurses were not usually armed after all. Besides which, there was always the danger that the weapon could be traced back to the Imperial lieutenant who had graciously donated it on her way here. She'd rather not have to explain how he ended up face down in a ditch. Hurry up and go back inside. She grumbled to herself as the man lingered for a moment, clearly wondering if it were better to flee or continue the evacuation. It would make her job far more difficult if he took the truck and tried to escape now. There would be no guarantee the truck wouldn't be caught by the Imperials. Fortunately, duty won out and he darted back inside. As soon as he was out of sight, she hastily ripped the mirror from the branch and stowed it away in her bag before scrambling over the wall, cursing again as her dress caught on a jagged rock, putting a sizable tear in her otherwise pristine uniform. The Imperial Army didn't have wall climbing in mind either when they designed their medical uniforms. She grumbled internally, once again lamenting the lack of preparation that had led her here. She wondered if asking for a pay rise when she was back home in Blighty would be considered unpatriotic. She propelled herself across the road as soon as her shoes hit the cobbles, racing towards the command post. As she closed, she skidded to a stop by the entrance and pressed herself to the side of the doorway to mask herself from anyone inside and readied herself for the soldiers' return, mindful of the approaching Letzenbourgers. She would not need to wait long as the young soldier soon reappeared, maps under one arm and a field telephone slung under the other, as he raced to clear as much as he could from the near abandoned building. He was doomed to failure, however. Mills couldn't risk the chance of him or his cargo being captured, the enemy was too close, so she brought down her pistol heavily on the back of his head with a crack, dropping him to the floor. She murmured a quiet apology as she gathered the charts and rifled his pockets for codebooks or anything else of any import, tossing them onto the truck for later disposal. The soldier was young, barely 18, and wore a hand-knitted red scarf around his neck that had the telltale signs of a garment crafted by a concerned mother or grandmother. She took it without a second thought, thinking she might be able to use it later, then quickly dragged the boy's body towards the truck, feeling a moment of guilt as she stole the treasured item. It was unfortunate, Mills didn't much like needlessly upsetting poor mothers, even those from the Federation. She stepped over the smashed telephone before hastily entering the hall, taking care to remain as quiet as possible as she probed further into the command post. She moved silently along the corridor, ears straining as they listened for any further sign of life, but the inside seemed almost as deserted as the outside. With the only sounds she could hear being a low snore from a small room just off the main hall and increasingly louder shouts from outside as the Imperial allies approached. The mystery of both the snoring and the missing commander was quickly solved as Miss Mills peered around the doorway into a makeshift office. A graying middle-aged major was face down at a map-strewn desk, a bottle of vodka in one hand, along with several more empty ones by his feet. It seemed that he too had decided the fight here was lost, but unlike the looters in the streets or the diligent young soldier, he had abandoned his duties in favor of drowning his sorrows away with alcohol. An approach to difficult situations that did nothing to improve Mills' estimations of their new Russie allies. She carefully made her way into the office, taking in her surroundings as she entered, although judging by the amount of alcohol the man had consumed she doubted she needed to be especially quiet. As suspected, there was still a great deal of equipment, half-decrypted ciphers, discarded codebooks, and maps strewn about the place. The latter of which were surprisingly accurate, a fact that would doubtless be of great interest to the Imperial High Command. The slumbering major also held a pair of decoded messages in the hand not laden with his favored vice, both of which easier to dislodge than the bottle in the other. A quick study of both almost made Mills laugh out loud. She could scarcely believe that even the Federation was so painfully disorganized. It's hardly any wonder this fellow was driven to drink. She thought, rolling her eyes as she tossed the two messages in the center of the table. The man had been given contradictory orders from two different sources. An orderly evacuation to secondary positions from the general in charge and a directive to take no step back from a local representative of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs, both of which with thinly veiled threats if there was any sign of insubordination or surrender. Drinking oneself to death was probably preferable to being shot by his own side for following orders. She took the scarf from her bag, wrapping it around the muzzle of her pistol to dampen the noise as she put a bullet in the man's brain, paying little attention as she finished the work the alcohol had started. There was a great deal of material to dispose of here and very little time to achieve it before the enemy arrived. Fortunately, the expired major had given her a handy solution to that problem. She removed the half-filled bottle from the man's hand and began pouring its contents about the place, the cheap booze burning her nostrils as she took particular care to drench the maps and codebooks on the table. She added the few pieces liberated from the expired private outside before producing a small purse containing cigarettes and an oil lighter. Smoking was a dirty habit she knew, and certainly one that mother wouldn't approve of. However, it was one that proved very useful in her line of work. Not only was it always handy to have an innocent access to a flame, but people had a tendency to be much more chatty when sharing a fag. Smoke breaks provided an opportunity to obtain a wealth of knowledge, not to mention a moment of respite during a particularly irksome job. She lit herself a cigarette, took a drag and discarded the warm ash on the vodka-coated documents, only waiting long enough to be certain the fire had caught before making her way back out of the building. By the time she reached the exit, smoke was already beginning to escape the building. It would not take long before the blaze tidied up the mess inside for her. That only left the truck and its contents outside to deal with. A quick glance as she exited revealed the Letzenbourgers had yet to catch up with her. Perhaps they'd found some other Russie looters to punish before they finished liberating the area. Taking advantage of this, she hastily crossed to the truck, cigarette still in her mouth as she searched it for a spare fuel can. She had to give the Federation some credit. Its soldiers had been well supplied as they entered Imperial territory, and despite different gauges of railway causing chaos with their logistics and constant harassment from mages and aircraft as they advanced, they had done a decent job of keeping their supply lines open. As such, extra fuel was not difficult to find, and after a repeat of her earlier cleaning inside, she simply had to stand back and watch both vehicle and building be consumed by flames. Finally, I can get back to my own business. She thought, looking down at her disheveled uniform with a frown. It appeared she would have to adjust her cover story slightly. She had originally meant to slip onto one of the trains heading for Berlin, posing as one of the plethora of personnel that was being shuttled back and forth across the empire in the anarchy left in the wake of the Russie invasion. The Albion asset already inside the military hospital in the imperial capital had already tampered with the files and arranged for the transfer of Frau Müller to the psychiatric wing, thus setting the foundation of her cover. However, a torn dress that smelled of smoke and gunpowder didn't exactly fit the mold of the naive Germanian country nurse traveling to the capital to serve her country. At least not in the manner they had originally intended. It was fortunate so many imperial citizens had been caught behind Federation lines following the invasion. It gave her options. It was once again time to be creative, and the approaching Letzenbourg soldiers would aid her. She reached into her bag to toss her pistol away under the burning truck, confident that she wouldn't need it anymore, but paused as stared down at the soot-covered scarf still covering the barrel. It was a rather nice scarf. It reminded her of one her grandmother had made for her when she was a child. A handmade trinket like this would go a long way towards making her cover more believable. Perhaps she could still make use of it. Miss Mills wrapped it around her neck, hastily hiding a smile as the first of several Letzenburgers rounded the corner towards her position. However, it was Frau Müller who rushed towards them, thankful that her noble saviors had scared off the brutish Federation occupiers who'd so recently prevented her from reaching her post, safe in the knowledge that they would deliver her to safety behind Imperial lines. After all, they had very strong opinions about that sort of thing. May 7, Unified Year 1925-2015. Ruins of St. Uda's Cathedral, Tegenhof. Sophia couldn't hide the worry from her face as she cleaned the vicious-looking head wound on the forehead of her young prince. It would need stitches, she was sure. The bleeding had slowed, but blood continued to slowly seep from the deep lesion, unwilling to fully close or clot despite the first aid spell she had used. The blow that had caused it must have been severe. It was a miracle that he had remained conscious at all, particularly with how exhausted she knew he must be. Yet this wasn't the sum of his injuries. His eyes kept flickering in and out of focus, his dilated pupils telling her that the head wound had likely caused a concussion. His left wrist was bruised and swollen, along with several of his fingers, making both difficult for him to move without discomfort. He'd likely suffered broken bones in each of them, although she would need a doctor to confirm her suspicions. And once again he appeared to have broken several ribs, or at least badly bruised them, causing him trouble with his breathing. Likely the result of the bones weakening after being damaged so many times before. She suspected there may be internal injuries too, but unlike her sister, she only had a rudimentary understanding of basic field medicine, not to mention limited equipment to make anything close to a real diagnosis. In truth, most of the care she'd given the young prince was based on nothing more than guesswork and a few bits of half-remembered knowledge she'd picked up from Christina over the years. She knew she wasn't up to the task of making him better. She was out of her depth, feeling all but useless in the face of all the punishment the young boy had taken, and she wished her sister were here to help her. She had always been better at this, always known what to do. No, she thought, feeling a frown tug at her face. She should have been there to prevent him from getting into such a state in the first place. She should never have left his side. If only I'd paid more when Christina tried to teach us medical magic. She chastised herself as she tried to concentrate on treating his wounds, dabbing the cut with disinfectant as she cursed herself for not listening to her older sister. Neither she nor the prince had ever shown much interest in learning any magical-based field medicine. They'd always been preoccupied with other matters. It was exceptionally rare for any aerial mage to employ magical healing, even in the midst of battle. Healing spells were difficult to master and required a good deal of medical knowledge to safely make use of. Additionally, it used a lot of mana, something most mages could rarely spare in the heat of battle. Even the Imperial Army only ever employed specialists in the role as a result, with medical mages even rarer and more sought after than the rest of them. It had only been at Christina's insistence that they'd learned anything at all, and even then, it had been little more than a few techniques to numb the pain and temporarily patch some small scrapes. The prince had always laughed off the idea of learning anything more than that, claiming that it was unnecessary. After all, Christina would always be there to take care of them if either of them were too careless, or, that was how it was supposed to be. His bold declaration seemed foolish now, and she wished she'd sided with her sister in the matter, but at the time, the young prince's confidence had been infectious. He had made her feel as though they were unbeatable. He always had. "There isn't too much I can do, Your Highness. I can patch you up, but you'll need to see a proper medic," she said as she knelt to replace his dressing and began to bandage his forehead, bringing her to his eye level. She knew he wouldn't be pleased with the idea of seeing a doctor. He still harbored a deep mistrust of anyone in the medical profession and treated a stethoscope with as much suspicion as most would an unholstered weapon. Other than Christina, it had been years since he'd allowed any doctor anywhere close to him. It was surprising that even she had been allowed so close to him. She understood he'd already refused treatment from the medics that Lieutenant Serebriakov had called for before she had arrived. "Later," he said quietly, sparing her a pained look, sharing his displeasure at the prospect before returning his gaze towards the other side of the cathedral, his brow furrowing as he became lost in thought. She followed his stare to the young major perched on an upturned pew at the foot of the altar. She was being treated for her own injuries, a fatigued medic working diligently on her even while the young officer received news from her adjutant and other arriving subordinates. She looked to have taken as much of a beating as the young prince, although she conceded she was not especially qualified to tell who had come out worse. Visha stood over her nervously, seeming unsure where to put her hands as she resisted the urge to fuss over the young girl like a mother hen. Meanwhile, Captain Y seemed to be alternating between giving a report and apologizing for not dealing with the Federation aircraft quickly enough to reinforce her. It seemed like they too seemed rattled by the sight of their injured commander. Seeing someone as gifted as Major Digirekov beaten so badly had revealed cracks in the pristine image of the Argent, and nobody quite knew how to feel about it. It was an experience she could relate with all too well. It was the problem with geniuses like the Prince and Major, their intelligence and maturity elevated them far above children their own age, even many adults. When they seemed sure of something they could dispel any doubts normal people like her might have. Being around them made the impossible suddenly feel possible, and as a result, made the pair seem both invincible and infallible. This, along with the increased strength and toughness imbued by magical ability, fooled you into believing that they were older than they really were. And both had achieved things that would have been inconceivable to anyone serving before the war, especially for anyone so young. But despite how it might seem, they were still children and suffered many of the faults and frailties their age brought, overconfidence among them. You'll also need some time for rest and recuperation. We should head back to the capital for a while once you've been treated. She continued carefully as she moved on to put a splint around his arm. By now she was all but certain it was broken, the swelling was only getting worse and his fingers had begun turning an ugly black-purple color as the bruises began to show. I suspect Major Digirekov will need some time out of the combat rotation too. She risked another glance at the young prince, expecting some argument from him on the point. Prince Wilhelm had always been restless and always preferred to keep busy with one thing or another. Even when he'd been injured in the past, he rarely allowed himself much time to rest, sometimes it seemed he was incapable of staying in one place for very long. She'd always assumed it was due to being cooped up when he was younger, the so-called medical treatments inflicted on him by the former regent meant he was often left bedbound in his room. Who wouldn't want to escape that once they had the chance? However, the longer she and Christina served at his side, the more she became convinced there was more to it. It was as though he were striving towards something he hadn't even shared with her or her sister. Moreover, she suspected he'd been close to achieving it at times, or at least he had thought he was, but it had been ripped away at the last moment. Something in his eyes told her it must be so, and she worried it was taking its toll on him. Although she didn't know what this goal was, she was certain it was the true reason he so desperately wanted to stay at the front, even now the danger from the former regent was gone. Whatever it was the reason she could never persuade him to retire from this war. No matter how much she wanted to keep him safe, until he'd overcome this secret obsession, he would never accept retreat. She felt another pang of concern as the prince remained silent, not even acknowledging the thought of an extended break from the front lines. It wasn't like him to be so quiet and subdued, even with his injuries. She would have almost preferred to hear him argue with her, declaring he had no need for a break despite the obvious evidence to the contrary. This silence felt wrong, as though he were not himself. I understand it was a Letzenbourg unit that spearheaded the breakthrough. I hear they were calling your name as they charged in. I'm sure they'd like to see you if you feel up to it. She continued, changing the subject in the hopes of eliciting some reaction from the boy. She'd been trying to give him good news from home whenever she could, even though he often didn't want to hear it. She wanted to dispel the misapprehension that the people of Letzenbourg hated him. As much as she wanted the young prince to rest and heal, she still wanted to prove to him that it wasn't just she and her sister that loved him, the people back home did too. Maybe that way he could finally forgive himself for what had happened in the city. And for what had happened to Christina. Again she was greeted by silence as she moved to put his arm in a sling, his gaze still fixed on Digirekov on the far side of the room. She waited a moment more for a reply, wondering if he had even heard her, when she realized the boy was shaking. I couldn't, she nearly died. He whispered almost to himself, disbelief fighting with childlike fear in his trembling voice. Tanya can't, she can't. Sophia stared at the young prince, a knot of anxiety filling her stomach as she watched the usually unwavering confidence of her charge crumble before her eyes. She cursed herself for her selfishness. She had been so absorbed in how the confidence of herself and the 203rd had been rocked by the injuries the pair of geniuses had taken, she hadn't stopped to think how it might affect the young prince. He had been following Major Digirekov's career since she earned the Silver Wings back in Norden, he idolized her and had modeled much of his military career after her. He'd even attended the formation ceremony of the 203rd before their initial deployment to Dacia. Christina had told her over and over again how excited he had been to see them fly overhead in perfect formation. It would be no exaggeration that he was as enraptured by the heroic tales of White Silver as everyone else had been. Even after they met in person, Prince Wilhelm's admiration of the Major and her deeds had not diminished. If anything, it had only grown stronger as he grew closer to the girl behind the legend, and she knew that the boy had come to care deeply for her. Tanya Digirekov was as much of an inspiration to the prince as he was to so many others. Perhaps deep down he believed she was as infallible as she and Christina saw him. If witnessing Major Digirekov receive such a beating had rattled even her closest subordinates, how could it not affect the boy who worshipped her as a hero? Especially while in such a state of exhaustion and injury. The way she looked at me. He continued, his hoarse voice dripping with guilt-ridden hurt as he seemed to get more and more distant. His eyes suddenly looked empty and lifeless. It was like I should have gotten here sooner. Her chest ached sympathetically, after all, she felt the same way about him, but more than that she felt her anxiety grow further. She'd only seen the prince like this once before, back in the south when Christina had been injured trying to protect him. Much like with Letzenbourg and Houseman, he had blamed himself, but unlike with the city, the shock caused him to break down and send everyone away from him. He would only put himself in further danger if he did the same again now. You shouldn't blame yourself, she replied, gently taking his uninjured hand in hers. You can't control everything that happens, the battlefield is too chaotic. There was nothing more you could have done. She felt hypocritical saying those words. Her own absence from the fight that had caused him so much damage made her feel just as responsible for his own injuries. But she knew things weren't as simple as that. They'd both done what they thought was best at the time. It was something he should have known too. He had been the one to teach her that it wasn't worth dwelling on such mistakes. It wasn't like him to second-guess himself like this. He paused and broke his gaze from Digirakov, fixing her with a strange look as he pulled his hand free from hers. She felt the knot in her stomach tighten as his eyes tried to focus on her. It almost seemed as though this was the first time he had truly registered her presence since she had arrived. I could have been there sooner. I should have been, he replied, frustrated certainty in his tired and pain-filled eyes. If it hadn't been for... He paused, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes as he let out a hiss of restrained anger through his teeth before falling silent. She heard him wheeze as he took a long pain-filled breath, balling his good hand into a fist as he tried to control the trembling across his body. Sophia felt her stomach tie itself further in knots as she worried what he might say next, but gradually the shaking began to fade away and he began to relax his fingers. I'm tired of being on the defensive, he said eventually, opening his eyes once more, a spark of defiance returning to his emerald orbs. Sophia wasn't sure if she should be elated or troubled by them. He had sounded just as certain after the attack in the south. She could not allow him to send her away again. It was too dangerous for him. I have too much to lose. Prince Wilhelm, she began, placing her hands on his shoulders as she forced a stern tone into her voice despite the unease in her stomach. She was all too aware that the boy would find a way to send her from his side if he took the idea into his head, regardless of what she did to try and prevent it. She needed to nip this problem in the bud now. The only way you will lose anything is by being reckless. I know you're good at making spur-of-the-moment choices, but we're safe for now. You don't need to make any rash decisions. Give yourself time to heal. She wasn't sure what he had meant by being on the defensive, or what he might have had in mind, but she was certain that it was something better dealt with after he had recovered. At the very least he wouldn't make another panicked decision based solely on his concern for those he cared about. The boy raised a tired eye in confusion, looking at her with bemusement. She'd done her best to emulate Christina. She had always been the voice of authority in their little family, at least in cases like this. She had been better at finding fun things for them to do, like smuggling them both into the kitchens for a late-night snack or into secure offices to find out interesting information. She supposed it must have seemed odd for him to hear a reprimand from her. Still, she had to press on. I know how it feels to see someone you care for hurt, and I know how terrifying it is to think of it happening again. She continued, pulling the boy into a gentle hug. But you don't need to try doing everything on your own. A moment of silence passed between them as the young prince stood stock still, stiff and silent in her arms, and not for the first time did she wish that she knew what was going through the young boy's mind. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, she felt his arm on her back as he leaned in to reciprocate the gesture, his body relaxing a fraction as the tension began to lift from the air. Thank you, Sophia, I could not do this without you, he whispered by her ear, a rasp in his voice telling her the embrace might not have been helping much with his struggled breathing. However, the words soothed her worries as they released each other, and the little prince treated her to a weak but loving smile. She could tell his words were genuine. You're right, we'll need to rest up. Even I can see that, he continued, slowly breaking the embrace as playfulness, along with a glimmer of his usual cunning self, returning to his eyes despite the obvious pain he was in. But that doesn't mean we have to sit completely idle. Sir? She questioned as the boy turned back towards Major Digirakov, his aura of confidence returning once more, in spite of his battered state, while a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. She could almost see the cogs turning in his brain as he considered their next move, a sense of calm calculation overriding the boy's earlier despondency. Have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs completed their investigation of what happened in Moscow? He asked in a low voice, his gaze not shifting from the young major. They have, my prince. She began, not bothering to disguise the confusion in her voice wrought by the sudden shift in topic. They're undeniably angry. They know that any sort of a political solution or even just a ceasefire is unthinkable after what we did to the Federation capital. They would love to have a scapegoat, but they know the General Staff would be vehemently against punishing anyone over this. After all, Major Digirakov was only following orders. It would be insane for anyone in the Foreign Office to attempt to throw Digirakov under the bus. Even if it were possible to use her punishment as a way to placate the Russie government and pave a way towards peace talks, it would destroy morale amongst both the soldiers and the general populace. The military would never accept it. I don't suppose you have any dirt on anyone in the ministry that could change their minds. The boy added hopefully, however, he didn't sound as though he held much hope. Nothing that would convince them to commit career suicide. She replied, unhappily. She'd been stoking the fires through some contacts as per the prince's orders, and she still had a share of Canaris's secrets about certain politicians that she could use, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. The horses had been led to water, but she couldn't force them to drink from an obviously poisoned trough. What if someone gave them the impression that the general staff would support them? The prince questioned, voice sounding far too innocent for the deceit he was proposing. I hear that even that old bull Rudersdorf thinks she went too far. It was a lie, in the completest sense of the word. All her contacts in the general staff had confirmed that they were taking a united stance against any backlash from the civilian arm of government, especially the foreign ministry. As far as she knew, General Rudersdorf, although acknowledging that the 203rd had been a little overzealous, was pleased to see the enemy so thoroughly humiliated. Of everyone in the general staff, it was probably fair to say he was the least bothered by the results of the attack. However, it was the exact thing the foreign minister wanted to hear, and she could easily persuade some of her contacts to feed that information to him. However, she still had her doubts it would work. But what about the political fallout, the morale of the people and the troops? She replied, her confusion growing as the knot of anxiety crept back into her stomach. She wondered whether she should put a stop to all this for now, at least until the prince had some time to sleep and recuperate. The foreign minister might be appointed by the emperor, but no politician would risk angering the public like this. Yes, I'm sure all parties would prefer the hearing to be private. The boy said distantly, still watching as the major sipped on a cup of coffee brought to her by her adjutant. Fortunately, the general staff will take care of that for us. They don't want it to get out either. His eyes flickered for a moment and he glanced back towards her. Can you do it? Yes, my prince. She began, shifting uneasily in her boots. But I have to ask. What do you stand to gain? Even with all this, the outcome will be the same. There is no way the general staff will agree to punish Digirekov. Good. The boy returned, turning and fixing her with a wide grin. I don't want anything to happen to her. But then, why all this? I told you, I'm tired of being on the defensive. He replied, his grin darkening as fire burned in his eyes. Just like the Empire, it's time we went on the attack. Author's notes. Hi all, and as always thank you all for reading, reviewing and favoriting. It took a little longer than hoped to get this one ready, but that is mostly because I left the country. This chapter is a bit of a wind down from the previous ones, but that is to be expected after we reached the climax of the arc. However, because of this I wonder a bit if it feels a little slow or like it's just getting us from A to B. That said, we need to get from A to B so we can continue, so I probably shouldn't worry about it too much. I think at some point I had a lot to say about this chapter, but my brain is still in vacation mode and refuses to work too hard, so I'll let you judge it without my usual excuses. As a reminder, I am now using Twitter/X and Bluesky to keep people up to date with the Saint and other writing projects, although I haven't been doing an especially good job so far, but will try harder. So please feel free to follow Lord_Solus, no underscore on Bluesky, if you wish. I will also be adding the art that I have from the Saint once I've gotten permission from the artists. Chapter 74, Reorganization, Snows Always Melt. Reorganization, Snows Always Melt. 40 years after the Great War. May 9, 2045, passenger safely disembarked in Letzenbourg, Norden. End of log. Excerpt from the log of SS Tannenfels. May 9, Unified Year 1925-2230. SS Tannenfels, Letzenbourg Port, Norden. Captain Ignacy Borek stared at the blank page of his log in dismay as he tried to figure out what he should fill the empty space with. Despite belonging to the merchant fleet, and as such a civilian rather than a naval officer, his ship and crew had been requisitioned by the military several times, and he had enough experience working with them to know they often like to keep certain details from the official records. However, usually they were a little less oblique about what they wanted him to omit, and considering the nature of his cargo, he was worried about his future job prospects if he were to get this wrong. And what am I supposed to make of this? He grumbled to himself, feeling a knot of anxiety as he picked up the nearby telegram at his desk and reread it for the 1000th time. Captain Borek, SS Tannenfels. Prince Wilhelm arrived safely in Berlin. We thank you for your service. General Staff Offices. He sighed, dropping the message once again as he felt a migraine building behind his eyes. He knew that wasn't true, it couldn't be. The boy had disappeared almost as soon as they'd landed at the Norden ports. At first, he'd thought it was some sort of a mistake, likely an overworked clerk sending a standard message without knowing any details of the boy's surreptitious journey. However, when he had pushed the subject, he had only gotten instructions not to contact them any further. Now he wasn't sure if there had been a mistake or if he was receiving strict instructions to remain silent. Once more, they had already seen pictures in the newspaper of the boy back in the capital, even though it was impossible for him to have traveled back so soon. He suspected they were part of a cover-up operation, something that would be much less worrying if he knew exactly what he was supposed to be covering up. He let out a frustrated groan as he stared down at the sheet again before turning the pages back a few days to when the prince had just arrived. Maybe he could take some inspiration from his earlier records. May 7, 2000 hours, the passenger arrived and was seen by the ship physician. Ship immediately set sail for Holsens. Tom Kylie's ordered by Jen von Schultz. He ignored the remainder of the brief note, knowing that the observations about the weather and wind speed would offer him little help with his task. Everything in the log was technically true, but it also severely undersold what had actually happened, and his understated account had already been weighing on his conscience. The crew had already been worried far before the prince had arrived. Who wouldn't be sitting on an old tub like this in a war zone? They had been extremely fortunate not to have been hit during the Federation bombing raids, and the closing gunfire and explosions had told them that the city's defenders had all but lost the fight. So when a bloodied child had come staggering through the smoke, clothes torn and covered with injuries, they had been all but ready to mutiny rather than stay a moment longer. They hadn't even realized it was the little Letzenbourg prince at first. They had taken him for a refugee missed during the evacuation, such was the severity of his wounds and the damage to his uniform. It had only been the ship's cook, Beck, who had noticed the resemblance to the boy they'd seen in the newspapers. Although they all knew that he was not truly one of the great aces, only a propaganda fantasy like white silver, Beck had been collecting the cigarette cards the government put out in the ration packs and recognized him. It had horrified them all to see the boy had been left in a real war zone. Looking at the lad's injuries, they could only thank God that he had survived. They should have evacuated him earlier. Ignacy murmured to himself disapprovingly, thinking of the moment the boy had collapsed on the gangplank barely able to breathe. Hell! A kid shouldn't be in a place like that at all. I don't care how inspiring people think seeing a young lad in uniform might be, it's not worth risking the poor kid's life like that. They had never found out what had happened to him, or his escort for that matter. There was no way the Emperor's young nephew would be traveling around a place like this without a guard, not that it had done him any good. Ignacy bit his lip thoughtfully as he turned his attention back to his log. Putting that the prince had been seen by the ship's physician was a phrase that stretched the truth to its limit too. Despite the exempt status of those in the merchant navy, their previous ship's doctor had chosen to join the war effort and was serving in the Imperial Navy. They had not yet been able to properly replace him, not that it stopped Ignacy from charging for the extra crewmen if the government was paying, of course. This had meant that the cook, Beck, who also doubled as the doctor's assistant in an emergency, had been the only one aboard with any experience with medicine. The man was more accustomed to slicing meat than sewing it back together, though, and Ignacy had been worried that he was doing more harm than good leaving him in his care. Still, the kid was a tough little soldier, barely even making a noise as Beck patched him up, despite the lack of anesthetic on board. All they'd really heard from him were quiet prayers as he grit his teeth through the pain, although the cook had told him that he suspected that may have been the loudest he could speak at the time. His windpipe and larynx were all but crushed. Still, if this truly were part of a cover-up, he couldn't add such detail. He was worried enough about using the boy's name, despite the 2 telegrams in his possession that held the information. Did the military want him to get rid of them too? He wasn't sure, and he wasn't willing to risk destroying them without their permission. It might affect their compensation for the mission. He sighed again and skipped a few pages of course corrections, weather observations, and U-boat sightings before letting his gaze fall on the next entry relating to the young prince. May 9, 1406. Additional warnings from OCBY Naval Command suggests increased activity from Federation U-boats, commerce raiders, and disguised merchant vessels attacking ships along our course. We are assured that the High Seas Fleet is being deployed to protect shipping, but with recent sightings so close by, we are considering course change to take refuge in a closer port. Addendum 1418. Passenger suggests stopping at northern ports rather than those along the northern Germanian coast. Weather and U-boat reports, see below, confirm this is likely safer course. Ignacy rubbed his temples once more. The prince's suggestion had been little more than a hoarse whisper after he had gotten out of bed and staggered his way to his cabin, almost scaring the life out of him in the process. He'd rushed the boy back to his bed, fearing the exertion itself would finish him off, before double-checking the reports again for himself. It was as though both the weather and Federation vessels had parted for them, leaving a clear path towards Letzenbourg, a small harbor in occupied Legadonia. He'd changed course immediately, thanking God for a safe way through, but even now he couldn't help but wonder how the young prince could have known. Then again, that isn't the weirdest thing that happened with that kid. He mumbled to himself, feeling uneasy as he flicked back to the blank page with today's date atop it. Sailors had a reputation for being superstitious. Long days on the open seas played tricks on the mind. Ignacy had always thought himself better than the average seaman in that regard, but this incident had left him uneasy. After all, how can you explain a prince disappearing without a trace? He had been aboard when they made port, of that he was absolutely certain. He had checked in on him personally before visiting the harbor master and explaining their unexpected arrival. The kid had been fast asleep, as he had been for the majority of the journey, and he showed little sign of waking up any time soon. Seeing that he was resting, and knowing the rest of the crew also needed to go ashore, he had locked the young prince in his room to be sure he was neither disturbed nor had the chance to wander off while he went ashore. He couldn't have been gone for more than 20 minutes, but by the time he had returned, he had found the room empty, despite the closed room. He couldn't understand it, the porthole was too small for even a young lad like him to fit through, but even if he had found a way out, where did he go? He'd asked around the docks and village, but no one had seen him leave. He'd had the crew scour the entire ship, top to bottom, but with no luck there either. He'd even considered, with mounting panic, that he might have fallen overboard, but the tide would have pushed him ashore by now, no matter what state he was in. He'd simply disappeared, like a ghost. Then there's that. He grumbled, looking toward the telegram again, not filling his stomach. Everyone was saying the prince was back in the capital. Could it have been he wasn't aboard at all? Then who had they transported? A decoy? Was the government so heartless as to use innocent kids as decoys for the royals? Or had the crew suffered some strange shared delusion that he had been aboard? And what do I put in the logs? He thought, holding his head in his hands. To hell with it. He cursed, scribbling a few lines and snapping the book closed. He wanted to forget all about this incident and knew a local bar that would help him do so. No matter what the log said, as far as he was concerned, the saint had never been on this boat. May 19th, Unified Year 1925-1930. Belitz Sanatorium, Belitz, outskirt of Berlin. Sophia studied her young prince carefully as the car pulled up to the entrance of the military hospital, searching for some sign that he might have changed his intentions. He'd initially been cheerful and chatty during their short journey from the general staff offices, riding high off of the plans he had been putting together against the foreign ministry. Although she was still a little unsure what he aimed to gain from his scheming, she was happy to see him return to his old self again, and equally pleased that the expected victory had restored his confidence. However, as they reached the outskirts of the capital, and made their way along the smaller roads towards their destination, he had become increasingly quiet and withdrawn. As though mere proximity to the sanatorium was draining his freshly regained energy and feeding the worries that had only just been dispelled by their changes in fortune. It became increasingly difficult to pry words from him as they passed the woods that protected the quiet little medical facility on Berlin's periphery. Eventually, their conversation faded away completely, leaving her watching as the young boy sat silently staring out of the window of the car. "Would you like to come with me this time?" she asked hopefully, following his gaze towards the entrance of the ward, the tall red brick building looming over the car and casting an eerie shadow in the dusk light. "I know she would love to see you." The boy said nothing, remaining silent as he watched a wounded soldier struggling out of the door to the building, a crutch in each hand keeping him upright. He was missing a leg, an injury far too common amongst the common soldiery, especially along the Rhine. Judging by his difficulties, he had yet to get used to the new limits his injuries had imposed on his mobility, and he swore loudly as he hobbled his way towards the stairs in front of the hospital, despite the ramps that flanked either side of the building for those who could not manage them. The young prince tensed as the man, with slow and deliberate movements, lowered himself down the first step, angrily waving off the help of nearby orderlies as he began his descent. It seemed that even with injuries such as his, the man refused to give up his independence, and she could almost feel the determined sense of defiance the man seemed to radiate. The young prince must have felt the same, and the young boy's shoulders relaxed slightly as the man carefully made his way towards the bottom. Sophia felt her own tension ease and a sliver of hope filled her chest. She knew the prince still blamed himself for Christina's injuries. Worse still, he had convinced himself that she would do the same. Despite surviving the attack in the south, the news that Christina would never walk again had hit him just as hard as if they'd lost her that day. He had never said so aloud, but she had heard him murmuring in his sleep. He believed Christina's injuries had ended any chance of her living a fulfilling life, and he was utterly convinced that he was completely to blame for it and that she would despise him for it. Perhaps witnessing the injured man on the stairs push onwards might help dispel him of that notion. Her sister would always make her way in the world, she was too headstrong to let something like this get the better of her. Hopefully, the prince would see that too one day. She knew it was too much to ask that he might forgive himself for her sister's injuries, at least for the moment, but perhaps he could open himself up to the idea that Christina had forgiven him. Maybe one day he would accept that she had never blamed him at all. Suddenly, the prince let out a hiss and jerked forward, barely stopping himself from rushing from the car as the man tumbled down the stairs. The orderlies were there in a second, but the fall had been enough to exacerbate the poor man's wounds, and he was quickly ushered inside. However, Sophia's attention remained on the prince as his shoulders slumped and a fresh aura of despondency seemed to wash over him. "No, I don't think it would be right just now," he said eventually, not even turning to look at her as he made his excuses. "I have to prepare for the hearing tomorrow. Maybe next time." Sophia suppressed a disappointed sigh and shook her head as she opened the door and lifted herself from the car. It had been nearly 2 weeks since they'd returned to the capital, and despite all the work they had to do, she had done her best to make time to visit Christina every day they were back here. The prince had quietly approved the idea, and she had hoped that meant he was finally willing to see her unconscious sister. However, although he accompanied her on the ride here on almost every one of her visits, he had always made some excuse to avoid seeing her once faced with the doors of the hospital. Her brave little prince had terrified himself with what he thought waited for him inside. Part of her wanted to drag him from the car, force him to see Christina, force him to see things as they really were rather than what he believed them to be. If he would just see her, perhaps she would finally wake and he could hear from her that she didn't blame her. Everything would be alright again and they could go back to normal. However, even contemplating such an act felt like a betrayal, not only to him but to her sister too. She felt certain that Christina would not want him to come until he was ready. If he's ever ready, I'll send the car back for you. He continued, not daring to look her in the eye as the car pulled away, not even looking out of the window as the car disappeared into the trees. She felt another knot of anxiety pull at her stomach. He was only the first of her worries today, the other lay immobile on a bed inside. She made her way inside, nodding a greeting to some of the now familiar staff members as she made her way towards her sister's room. Despite being a military facility, the prince's name held a great deal of influence here and, with the help of a generous donation, they had been able to secure a private room for Christina, away from the larger wards filled with fresh patients from the front. Sophia murmured a quiet thanks for that as she suppressed a shiver and fixed her gaze firmly on the floor, doing her best to ignore the groaning from one of the shared rooms she passed. Much like the prince, she was no great fan of hospitals and she'd resolved to try her best to ignore the unpleasantness around her, focusing on the sound of her echoing footsteps instead. At least until the sound of a second pair forced her to raise her head. Matthias! She called, looking up as she recognized the 203 RDS second's bootsteps. He looked tired as he exited her sister's room, dark bags under his eyes showing even at a distance. He must have come straight after his duty shift again, she realized, feeling a warm and appreciative smile tug at her lips. He's probably been here most of the day. Although his and Christina's courtship had been short, with little time to spend with one another away from their duties, he had remained steadfast and loyal to her, visiting her even more regularly than she had when time allowed. It was something she would be forever thankful for. She hated the thought of her sister being alone in a place like this for too long. At least she knew Christina would be well looked after while she and the prince were away. Sophia. He replied awkwardly. He hadn't quite grown used to addressing her so informally. He claimed the major's training made it seem unnatural. However, they had decided to discard the ranks and etiquette when they were visiting Christina. As far as Sophia was concerned, Matthias had earned the right to be a little more informal. He was practically family after all. Here for the night shift? Yes, sorry I couldn't come any earlier to keep you both company. She replied, feeling genuinely apologetic. She knew it was difficult to be here alone. However, she'd been busy most of the day with preparations for their next deployment with the Close Combat Company, not to mention accompanying the prince to his meeting with the foreign minister. Any change? Weiss smiled sadly and shook his head. She hadn't really been expecting anything, although the doctors thought she might wake any day now. Neither she nor Weiss had seen much to echo their optimism. Hope was all they had for the moment. However, she sensed there was something else to the man's glum expression. The doctors said we should try talking to her. They think she might be able to hear us. He replied, sensing that she had noticed his unease. I wanted to talk about what we could do when she was well, maybe visit a jazz club again or one of the beaches on the Ostsee. But everything I said always seemed to end up back at the war. Sophia nodded in understanding. She felt the same whenever she tried to talk to her slumbering sister, like she should try to focus on something more pleasant and hopeful. But they were soldiers, most of their experiences were of combat, making it difficult to think about anything but the war. Even now they were back in the capital, everything revolved around it. From the news, to the choices of food or clothing you could buy, even the race courses using dogs because they had been robbed of all their horses for the army. The war affected everything, it was impossible to escape it. This felt doubly true for Sophia. Most of the news she wanted to share revolved around the prince and his plans. Telling Christina about all that would no doubt worry her, especially since there was no way she could help them right now. Still, she knew her sister would be furious with her if she tried to hide anything from her. Don't worry about that. She replied, putting a friendly hand on his shoulder. She would hate to feel like she was being left out of the loop. It would only worry her more if she didn't know what we were up to. A weak smile passed between them. Both knew the words were true, but it didn't make it any easier to force themselves to believe them. You should head home and get some rest. She continued, shooting him a reassuring smile. And maybe a drink, although don't go too crazy or Christina will make you regret it. You know that's not fair. She's the only woman other than the major that could scare me into staying sober. He replied, and they shared a moment of laughter before bidding each other farewell and parting ways, leaving Sophia alone in the corridor. She steeled herself as she reached for the handle to Christina's room, taking a deep breath as she prepared to enter. She may have visited several times by now, but it didn't make it any easier to see her sister like this. Finally, she gathered her determination and turned the handle only to find the door suddenly swinging open and the face of a surprised-looking nurse holding a wash bowl staring back at her. Frau Muller, my apologies, Matthias didn't tell me you were here. She apologized, quickly stepping aside to allow the woman to pass. No need to apologize. The nurse replied with a bow, her red scarf falling from her shoulders slightly. I'm all done here, so I'll leave you two alone. Have a good evening, Captain Zerbest. Sophia watched as the nurse departed and made her way up the corridor before disappearing around a corner. She had met the woman a week before, a new recruit from somewhere out in the sticks apparently. However, there was something about her that irked Sophia and she couldn't quite figure out what it was. Perhaps I've just inherited the prince's mistrust of doctors and nurses. She told herself. After all, the only doctor we ever needed was Christina. She sighed again and took a step through the door, feeling a knot in her stomach as she saw the unconscious body of her sister lying on the bed. Despite the treatment she had been receiving from both magical and non-magical specialists, she looked pale and gaunt, her comatose body only able to take in nutrients supplied from the 4-bag plugged into her arm. Her body remained so still that the only sign of life was from the small movements of her chest rising and falling with each breath. Sorry I'm late, sis. She said, putting on a smile for her sister as she closed the door and took a seat next to her bed. I have a few things to catch you up on. You'll never guess what the prince has planned. May 20th, Unified Year 1925, 9:30. Conference Room 1, Offices of the General Staff, Berlin. Colonel Erich von Rirugen had always prided himself on his ability to maintain a professional demeanor, regardless of the situation. Like most war college graduates, he valued a logical approach to the rigors demanded of an officer serving in the General Staff office, and a clear and cool head was vital to do the job. Although he was aware he wasn't always able to hide all his inner misgivings, especially from those he worked closely with like Rudersdorf and Zetter, generally he never had any trouble maintaining the outward impression of a model imperial officer. However, some days it was much more difficult to maintain that professionalism, particularly when stress-induced stomach pains threatened to overwhelm his composure. Stomach pains that only ever seemed to manifest whenever she was involved. He spared a glance at the girl sitting directly to his left, and not for the first time he marveled at the walking contradiction that was Major Tanya von Digerekov. If he hadn't known precisely what she was, he might have thought it odd to see the small girl perched at the desk beside him. Many had described her as like a doll dressed in the garb of a soldier, and, even with the injuries she had so recently suffered marring her porcelain-like skin, she still wore her pristine uniform as though she were born into it. Or rather, as though she were created to wear it. He had heard many observers call her cute, thinking that she were simply a child imitating the adults around her, playing dress-up as a soldier. Although none who had the dubious pleasure of meeting her would make that mistake twice. Looking at her, it was easy to see why they would make such an error in judgment. Even now, her small stature prevented her feet from properly touching the ground as she sat in a chair made for someone many years senior to her. Although she was now in her early teens, she had grown very little and she looked tiny compared to her surroundings. It made her seem like a life-sized toy, a harmless plaything that should be out of place in the austere halls of the General Staff offices. Yet, Rirugen did know what she was, and although she indeed didn't belong in this place, it was not because she was not mature enough to be here, indeed she would thrive here like no other. She had a mind like a razor, able to cut through sticky problems with vicious and ruthless efficiency, and the intricacies of both strategic and tactical warfare came naturally to her. Like the other General Staff officers, she used logic in the same way a surgeon would wield a scalpel. However, unlike many of their colleagues, she was completely unaffected by the ethical dilemmas raised as part of the job. She felt no emotional attachment, she only cared for the cold hard facts, just as she had been trained to. In a sense, those who had dismissed her as nothing more than a child imitating their parents hadn't been incorrect. After all, the only parent she had ever known was the military. She had learned cold calculated violence while others her age were playing dress-up. She'd learned to move soldiers around a battlefield as others would play with dolls. Perhaps that was why she lacked empathy, why her morality seemed so dreadfully skewed. He and the rest of his colleagues had needed to learn how to put their emotions aside for the good of the country. She had learned to throw them away before they even had time to form. The military had raised a most perfect daughter, that in and of itself was horrifying. Yes, her calculating mind meant she would thrive in the General Staff offices, but she was still out of place. Her military upbringing meant her true habitat was the battlefield. There she existed as an unmatched apex predator, and right now, that predator was radiating the same hateful fury she usually reserved for her prey. Rirugen couldn't help but feel uneasy, despite his hypothetical immunity from her wrath. Or perhaps because of it. Of all the people in the General Staff, why did she ask me to represent her? I've always been her greatest detractor. He wondered internally, swallowing down his disquiet as he tore his gaze from the malevolent being at his side and back to the courtroom. Then again, even I couldn't find fault with her this time. He shook his head and suppressed a sigh. This whole situation was ludicrous. The list of charges brought against Digerekov by the Foreign Ministry weren't really charges at all, mostly just a list of grievances about her conduct during the Moscow raid, along with complaints about the impossible position her actions had put them in. He could understand their anger, and agreed that compared to what any normal person could have expected, her actions during the attack were far too extreme and needlessly humiliated the Russie regime. The chances of bringing them to the negotiating table for any sort of settlement was near zero after the blow to their prestige. Without some victory to present to their people, or a defeat to truly cripple them, the Federation could not afford the loss of political legitimacy. Even suggesting such a thing could be destabilizing for them. However, even he could not agree that Digirekov should be held responsible for the diplomatic mess that had been unleashed. She had been ordered to attack military targets within Moscow in order to force the enemy to redirect some of the forces assailing the front lines. Due to the definitions the communists used to classify such things, she had seen the headquarters of their political organizations to be fair game. The General Staff agreed on this, if only because they assumed these buildings would be too well defended to even attempt a meaningful attack, let alone destroy them. That she had gone above and beyond all expectations was something that should be lauded, even if it created a major headache for the diplomats. If there was any blame to be assigned, it was with the General Staff itself, himself especially. He had spoken in support of her raid and the General Staff had approved it. The only fault was that everyone had underestimated what Digirekov and her battalion were capable of and not planned accordingly for her success. Even then, the General Staff could hardly be held accountable for adhering to its raison d'être. The military had done everything their duty demanded of them, and now the Emperor's appointed bureaucrats were attempting to sanction one of their most highly decorated officers because they were unable to do the same. It was a slap in the face to every imperial officer, an attack on the honor of the Empire's great army itself. And yet, some part of him really did feel as though they would be better off if Digirekov were punished, if only for her monstrously cold-hearted attitude towards the lives of others. Better she was removed from a position where her malign influence could continue to seep into the General Staff and where she could no longer satiate her bloodlust at the front. He'd often thought it would be better to place her in an office somewhere in the ranks of the service corps. As long as she weren't in personnel where her attitude would poison others, or directly involved in war planning where her vicious nature would endanger lives, her cold logic would stand her in good stead in any of the administrative areas of the military. No, someone like her would never accept that. He thought to himself glumly, judging by her behavior during training she'd likely threaten her colleagues over even the slightest infraction. Turn even the quietest office into a work camp. Besides, I doubt wild horses could drag her from the front. Or rather, that was what he would have thought until recently. After hearing from her own mouth what she planned to do at the conclusion of this hearing, he wasn't sure what to think. He was certain he hadn't misjudged her, which only made her plans all the more terrifying. He did his best to push his worries aside and turned his attention to the now nervous foreign minister sitting at the desk to his right. A large, aging man who was sweating profusely and wearing a frown that was quite at odds with the self-assured smile he'd worn less than half an hour ago when he had been delivering his list of charges. Ryugen could understand the former, even if he couldn't understand the madness that had driven him to perform the latter. It was becoming increasingly clear to everyone that the tribunal was heavily weighted in his and Digirekov's favor. Before the hearing, and despite bordering on improper conduct for the judicial officer, Zetter had intimated that any objection or point he raised would be looked kindly on by the court, and despite his reticence in being Digirekov's defense counsel, he'd found that the old general was true to his word. Meanwhile, the usually quiet and scholarly general had barely let the minister begin speaking before berating and interrogating him on every point of his argument, leaving the poor man both confused and no doubt worried for his future. It seemed far more like he was the one on trial rather than Digirekov. Ryugen suspected that the only reason the case hadn't already been dismissed was the attendance of the other members of the Supreme High Command. The watchful and tired eyes of the Chancellor, Prince Adalbert, ensuring the military showed the full force of its displeasure to their superiors. They could not stand their officers being used in political games by the cabinet, not even the diplomats in the Foreign Office. The Chancellor would have to act after this. He hated that it had come to this. In an ideal world, this trial would be held in the open and Digirekov's innocence proven fairly for all to see. However, the war, troop morale and public opinion meant that no one could risk this being out in the open, and the General Staff did not want this to drag on unnecessarily. There was too much risk that news of an officer being prosecuted for following orders might filter through the ranks. As such, and in a style consistent with the generals in charge of proceedings, they planned to deal with the problematic foreign ministry with a swift and decisive blow. All this, and we haven't even called witnesses yet. He thought, turning towards the small desk set up for their intended guest, struggling to keep the displeasure from his face as he watched the young boy cheerfully take his place, wincing slightly as he caught his bandaged arm on the witness box. He should put the final nail in the coffin, so why does this make me feel so uneasy? He'd been pleased when Prince Wilhelm had offered to testify in Major von Digirekov's defense. Although he still held some concerns about how close he was with the young major, and the effect she might have on him, his reputation and character were unimpeachable. No one could doubt the testimony of an officer like the Saint of Letzenbourg. Add to this that he was a prince of the realm, who had not only witnessed the entire incident firsthand but was sporting injuries from recent engagements, and you had an account that couldn't be questioned. Strangely, Digirekov had been against it, preferring to rely on the accounts of her direct subordinates instead. Perhaps that was where his unease had been born. He could make no sense of her reluctance. However, her wishes hadn't mattered in the end, the foreign minister had called him instead. But why call a witness that was so obviously hostile to your case? He thought, considering the possible implications of the prince's testimony. He had already interviewed the boy, he knew what he would say. His entire statement was gushing with praise for the girl, unashamedly proposing she be given multiple commendations rather than any sort of censure. He could think of nothing that would paint Digirakov in a negative light, it would utterly torpedo what was left of the minister's case. What if that was the plan all along? He thought, sparing another suspicious glance at the girl radiating rage at his side. The prince and the major had spent plenty of time together before the trial, had she persuaded the impressionable young boy to give the minister a false testimony? Bait the trap by purposely refusing to have him testify on her behalf so that he would believe the prince had something unflattering to say about her? He wouldn't put it past her. Despite the obvious bias of the trial, it was clear she was still deeply offended by the accusations brought against her, and she had the right sort of personality to be both cunning and vindictive enough to use a dirty, immoral, tactic such as this. Additionally, he was certain she would have no scruples with risking the poor prince's reputation should he be found lying, and the boy trusted the girl enough that she could easily convince him to take such a risk. Even if to do so was against his usual conscientious character. He felt the pain in his stomach worsen as he tried to wrap his head around the uncertainty of this situation. He couldn't raise an objection against his own defendant, even if she was risking the prince's reputation, but he didn't much like the idea of the whole court, the general staff even, being manipulated by her in such a way. Just how much of a hold does she have over that boy? He would have no chance to further consider how much Digirakov's perfidious influence had corrupted the innocent young prince, however, as General Zetter brought down his gavel, bringing the room back to order. My apologies for the delay, we now bring this hearing back into session. He called from the front of the room, flanked by the two other officiating officers for the case, General Rudersdorf and Rirugan's former superior from personnel, Colonel von Kordel. He surveyed the room with the same quick glance that Rirugan had witnessed him use on the battle maps in the planning room, however, he didn't doubt for a second that the man had assimilated every iota of information he would need. Minister von Jago, the witness is yours. He began, leveling an icy glare on the diplomat before him. However, may I remind you that this officer, despite his youth and the question regarding his country's status in the Reich, is a prince of the realm and a member of his Imperial and Royal Majesty's family. His account is to be considered fact, and we will not look kindly on anything that might question his or his family's honor. Understood. Rirugan felt his stomach lurch again as the minister murmured his agreement. Zetter had all but decreed that the prince's testimony would decide the trial. He too must already know what the prince would say, and that it would be favorable to Digirakov. He wouldn't risk such a stunt otherwise. Not after all the effort he'd put in to skew the trail in her favor. Regardless, it did little to improve Rirugan's digestive distress. They were dancing along to Digirakov's tune, and it seemed that Rirugan was the only one who realized it. Prince Wilhelm, are you ready to begin your account? Zetter continued, greeting the prince with a far more friendly smile than he had the prosecutor. Of course, Your Honor. The boy returned, flashing an innocuous and cheerful grin to the court, despite the obvious discomfort from his injuries. It is important that everyone here knows the truth of the matter. May 20th, Unified Year 1925, 10:40. Approach to Gen Hans von Zetter's office, General Staff Offices, Berlin. This was nothing but a waste of time. Don't they realize we have a war to fight? Zetter resisted the urge to smile as he listened to his friend's complaints as they strode back towards their offices and the mountain of work required for the orchestration of the latest phase of the war. Rudersdorf was infamous for his lack of patience when it came to the political aspects of their duties within the general staff. He'd always had a clear view of what the separation between the military and civilian arms of government should look like, and despised when either got involved with the other's business unnecessarily. However, unlike his mustached friend, Zetter looked at things in a slightly more practical sense, along with a healthy sense of cynicism. Working within the service corps meant he had regular contact with the country's bureaucrats, at least those involved with supplying the war effort, and he was all too aware of the strain that the imperial war machine had on the civilian economy and infrastructure. It was hardly surprising that certain people took an interest in how the general staff ran things. They were lucky the majority of the government allowed them to continue relatively unmolested. Politicians were usually looking for ways to one-up one another, and historically, the battlefield had been a good place to score a few extra points in that regard. I hear enough complaints from the finance minister to know that they realize we're at war, but sometimes I wonder if they know whose side they're on. He replied, only half joking. This latest interference from the diplomatic class had surprised even him. Not in his wildest dreams had he expected the foreign ministry to so foolishly attack Digirakov's actions, and by extension the military itself. It was something he had found both baffling and worrisome in equal measure. He could understand the trouble the raid had caused the Foreign Office. Part of his duties involved understanding how their battlefield actions looked in the diplomatic realm. However, it had been an unprecedented success and had drawn precious air power away from the front, allowing the Eastern forces time to reorganize and dig in. From a military standpoint, it was a perfect strategy that may well have prevented a full collapse of the front lines. It was no exaggeration that Digyurakov's raid may have saved the Empire from an embarrassing defeat. This had all been reported to the Supreme High Command, and the dire situation they had been facing was explained in great detail, but they didn't seem to understand. The demand for an inquiry was proof of that. It was as though they were still acting with a pre-war way of thinking, as though they still believed the war would be quick and end with a simple exchange of lands, a handshake, and a stone arch to commemorate the victory. Perhaps that was the true reason they had been so content to let the General Staff deal with the war unmolested so far. They simply didn't understand the reality of what was happening on the front. He couldn't help wondering how the military, and the Empire itself for that matter, would fare if they did. That would be why he gives me those dirty looks when I smoke my good cigars during meetings. Rudersdorf chuckled as he reached into his pocket for his favorite vice. You've told him I pay for these out of my own pocket, haven't you? I haven't mentioned anything, but it wouldn't surprise me if he thinks you're smoking half of the operations budget. The pair shared another soft chuckle as Rudersdorf lit his cigar, filling the corridor with thick smoke. How unkind of you. Perhaps we should ask Prince Wilhelm to speak to him for me instead? He made quite the case for Digyurakov. The mustached general observed with a smirk, taking a moment to study him for a reaction. Again, Xander stifled another smile. It amused him to think that his old friend suspected his involvement with the young boy's testimony. It proved how well the man knew him that he thought he would stoop so low to get the outcome that the General Staff needed. However, it had not been necessary. The boy had come to him. He found himself rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he considered the young prince. Unlike Digyurakov, he did not know the boy especially well. He had heard several reports describing his sterling reputation and that, like Digyurakov, he was exceptionally gifted for his age, writing a diplomatic thesis that predicted the outbreak of the war, but he'd had few meetings with him face to face in the past. When the prince met with him to discuss the hearing, he had acted as kind and conscientious as he had been led to believe the boy was, wanting to do all he could to support Digyurakov while being hesitant about causing too many problems for the country's diplomats. However, it had bothered him that the boy already seemed to know exactly what to say, and when, so that he could cause the maximum amount of damage to the foreign ministry's case. He'd needed no coaching at all. It was all very convenient, and an old cynic like him couldn't help but feel suspicious. Despite what his eyes and ears told him, his instincts sensed something different about the boy, the same instincts that had led him to trust Digyurakov in the first place. Well, I suppose we better get back to discussing deployments. Rudersdorf continued, sensing that he would gain nothing from Xander on the matter of the young prince for the moment. Now that we've finished the operations in the north, we can focus on the coming counter-offensive in the east. All that's needed is to decide where to concentrate our forces. And where to use our trump cards. Xander watched the cogs turn in his friend's eyes and felt himself smile. He was already concocting another big play, he was sure of it, but then Rudersdorf had always been the sort of fighter to follow one punch with a stronger one. It was how he'd faced every problem in his life. And they call me a slave driver. Xander replied, shaking his head at the man's words. I think it best we show some consideration when deciding where to send Digyurakov next, at least for now. We've put her and her troops through quite a lot of trouble of late. Are you sure she'll agree? The mustached general observed, gesturing his cigar at the trio of officers waiting further down the corridor, at the entrance to his office. It seems she might have other ideas. Xander regarded the group with a raised eyebrow. Despite the pristinely kept uniforms, they made for a peculiar sight. He had expected to see Colonel von Rirugen and often invited him to join their meetings. He trusted the man's opinions on several subjects and was certain he'd go far in the general staff. He also liked that despite usually being so taciturn, he could read just enough of the man to judge his inner thoughts. It made him honest, and Xander liked to use him to gauge how much the men would accept. What was unusual was how uncomfortable he seemed at this moment, especially since he towered over the two officers next to him. His glance slipped downward to the familiar young girl beside him, standing stone-faced and at perfect attention as they approached, her cap held firmly under her arm, along with a bundle of documents. He had to confess feeling a slight twitch of excitement seeing her here despite her unexpected presence. She always seemed to provide interesting and fresh insight into the problems of the day, and he couldn't help but wonder what her gifted mind had already come up with. Perhaps that was why she was there, perhaps Rudersdorf had been right and she had already chosen her next deployment. Maybe the other generals were right to nickname her his hunting dog. Finally, his eyes slid to the last little officer, who stood a respectful step back from his superiors while wearing a friendly and welcoming smile quite at odds with the two officers next to him. Prince Wilhelm had reputedly developed a habit of sticking close to Degrachev since being assigned to her battalion, giving rise to the unflattering nickname of Silver's Puppy amongst those foolish enough to speak badly about the boy. His loyalty to her was unquestionable, however, yet once again Xander sensed something amiss about his assessment of the little prince. As if sensing his gaze, the prince's smile widened slightly, confirming what Xander was already beginning to suspect. As the man who had tricked an entire nation with Operation Revolving Door, he knew a con when he saw one. The question now was, who was the mark? Gentlemen, Major. He greeted them, waving away their salutes. We were about to discuss your deployment, perhaps you have some suggestions. Thank you, General. Durgarekov returned in a cold tone that left little room for pleasantries. I came here for that very reason. Xander bid them enter his office and make themselves comfortable at the sofas by the coffee table he habitually used for informal meetings such as this. As usual, Rudersdorf eschewed the offer of a chair and chose to stand by the fireplace, while Colonel Rirujen took his usual sofa where he could see both generals. Meanwhile, as Xander eased into his leather chair he kept at the table head, Durgarekov took a place in the chair opposite him, fixing him with an unreadable stare as she waited for him to begin the meeting. He found himself smiling. Even in an informal setting like this, she still acted like the perfect soldier. Finally, the prince found himself somewhere to make himself comfortable. However, to his surprise it was not at the table with the rest of them. Instead, he took up a perch on a cabinet near the corner, far behind Durgarekov, and Xander couldn't help but feel another pang of unease. Disrespect to his superiors aside, his placement was not that of someone who planned to join in with the meeting, it was one where he could observe. As if sensing his discomfort, the prince flashed him a bright, friendly smile once again. However, this time it only served to increase the feeling rather than assuage it. Sirs. Rirujen began carefully, bringing Xander's attention back to the meeting at hand. He seemed ill at ease, even more so than he usually was around the young major, and he could see the telltale signs that something was weighing his mind. It was enough to make Xander's own enthusiasm sour a little as he wondered what had upset him so. I apologize for bringing Major Durgarekov to this meeting uninvited, but, well, perhaps it is better I leave her to explain. Ah, so she is upset about the hearing. He thought with a groan. It was understandable, no officer liked to be caught in the crossfire of politics above their pay grade. She likely wanted a chance to vent her frustration before they moved on to more important matters. This was usually something he could leave to Rirujen, but considering all that had happened it was probably better he handle it himself this time. Yes, sir. The girl began taking her file from her lap and passing a piece of paper along the table. I have taken the liberty of drawing up papers for my transfer. Xander blinked, wondering if he'd misheard her. A transfer? After all the trouble she'd put her through during its formation? Not to mention the number of complaints at even the slightest hint of separating the unit. She wanted to transfer away from her 203rd? He took the paper and scanned it quickly with a trained eye, feeling his blood run cold with confusion, then anger as he read it. She didn't simply want to transfer to a different combat unit, she wanted to transfer away from the front lines completely. In wartime. Right after arguably the worst invasion the Empire had ever experienced. The Devil of the Rhine wanted to abandon her post. He sat, stunned for a moment as Rudersdorf took the paper from his hand. Fortunately, his old friend would save him from voicing his feelings as the old attack dog reacted to the news as quickly as ever. Coward! He roared, bringing a fist down on the mantel, not hiding even a speck of disdain in his voice as he spoke the words Xander longed to say himself. You would flee as your comrades fight and die at the front? Abandon your duty to the Vitur lad. His own feelings echoed his friend's, but could Durgarekov really be called a coward? She had won the Silver Wings with oak leaves for valor. She had led men on missions that would be considered suicidal for most and come back with results that far outstripped all expectations. By any measure she was a hero who had always thrived on the battlefield. What could have changed? He studied the girl carefully, feeling a strange yet familiar discomfort as he processed the difference between his eyes seeing the sweet little girl and his mind observing the ruthless soldier he knew her to be. She seemed unmoved by Rudersdorf's enraged outburst, if anything, she seemed almost perplexed by it. She had delivered the request so matter-of-factly, as though she was a child asking for a snack before dinner but not understanding why her parents had refused her. Did she truly not see the problem with a transfer request like this during wartime? I have no intention of abandoning my duty, General. The girl continued calmly, not even a sliver of emotion showing on her face or in her tone. Due to personal reasons, I feel that it would be better for me to perform it away from the front lines. There was a snigger from the corner of the room, quiet enough that it was likely missed by the others, especially in the wake of Rudersdorf's tirade. A glance revealed the prince ignoring the scene at hand, instead finding a sudden interest in a globe set on one of the bookshelves. Yet it was clear to Xander this was an act. He had known this is what Durgarekov had been planning, although whether she had told him or if he had guessed her intentions he couldn't be sure. The question was, what did he plan to do with that information? Speak freely, Major. He cut in before his friend could berate her further, forcing his voice to be calm. He had a suspicion there was more to this than initially met the eye. Consider this an informal meeting. Why would a highly decorated combat veteran like you want to avoid the forward-most lines? He caught sight of Rirujen's eyes widening in surprise from the corner of his vision. From his earlier discomfort, he could conclude that he too had been informed of the young major's request and had likely expected the reaction from Rudersdorf. He hadn't expected his own calm response, however, although Xander could hardly blame him for that. To be frank, sirs, it is clear my superiors do not trust me to adequately obey orders. The girl commented, allowing a level of cold frustration to enter her voice for the first time. I was ordered to attack the Federation capital, I obeyed, yet an inquiry was opened against me. I can only assume my ability to command has been called into question. Xander stared at her in disbelief. Surely after that farce of a trial she didn't believe they doubted her judgment? He studied for a moment but could find no sign of dishonesty. She really did feel as though she had lost the trust of her superiors. Major, although unfortunate, this incident hasn't. He began trying to take a conciliatory tone but was quickly interrupted as Digirakov pressed on. And this isn't the first time. There was the inquiry regarding the Albion submarine after the fall of the Entente and the false charges leveled against me by Vice Admiral Canaris. She continued, her eyes turning cold as she aired her grievances. At this point I feel that if even one officer doubts any of my military actions, then perhaps I lack the aptitude to serve in operations. He heard an intake of breath from the boy in the corner as he prepared to interject. It seemed even he was surprised by her declaration that she lacked the talent for frontline service. However, the major shot a quick glance his way and he remained silent. Meanwhile Xander stared at her dumbly. It was an absolutely ludicrous thing to say. No one who had seen her record could possibly make such a claim. Yet Digirakov seemed absolutely convinced. She truly believed what she was saying. Still, it was difficult to argue with the girl's words from a logical perspective. He could see why it might seem as though she were under constant scrutiny, and it was understandable why she would be so frustrated by the Foreign Ministry's attempt to make her a scapegoat. However, compared with the rest of the army, she'd been given an immense amount of freedom and barely any oversight. Additionally, the general staff would always protect her from any political fallout from her actions. They'd proven that over and over again. This feels almost like a child having a tantrum and screaming that it isn't fair she can't have both cake and ice cream. He found himself thinking before catching himself. She was still a child. As clever and skilled as she was still young enough that she should still be in school. And you want to send her back out to the battlefield? He reminded himself, feeling a familiar pang of shame before suppressing it once again. But what choice do I have? She is one of the most effective weapons we have. So not only do you wish to avoid combat in the east, you want to avoid the fighting in the south and west too. Rudersdorf growled, sounding like an enraged bear, cutting his thoughts short. We have a war to fight. Are you really so quick to shirk your duties? Again, General. I have no desire to abandon my duties, simply perform them in a different capacity. And I don't see how being stationed on another front would solve the original problem. She continued, her voice returning to the level and professional tone she usually adopted. As always, the childlike voice sat strangely juxtaposed to the content and intonation of the words. As to my replacement, I would suggest Captain Weiss. He may still be comparatively green, but I believe bringing in anyone from the outside would compromise the battalion's performance. Xander set his mind to quickly explore the possibilities. Allowing Digirakov to retire to the rear was unworkable at this juncture. She was too valuable as a field commander, too good at reading both the tactical and strategic situation, even in the heat of combat, not to mention the intentions of her superiors. Her reports may have always painted Captain Weiss in a positive light, at least after some initial hiccups, but he couldn't hold a candle to her. Despite her young age, Digirakov had far too much combat experience to be transferred to a position in the rear. At least permanently. He glanced back towards the corner and caught Prince Wilhelm smiling in his direction and once again wondered quite how he fit into all of this. However, without more information, he was forced to press on regardless. I will consider your request, Major. He replied thoughtfully, causing his mustached colleague to choke in surprise, while Ryugen stared at him in bewilderment. But I would like your opinion on a few things first. Of course, sir. She replied, a hint of pride reaching her voice as she somehow managed to find a way to sit even straighter in her chair. I'm honored you value my opinion. First, assuming we retake all our territory, do you believe an early peace with the Federation is possible? Xander asked, leaning forward in his chair and bringing his hands together in an arch in front of him. Out of the question, sir. I think it's pointless to even consider it. She replied immediately, eliciting another almost imperceivable snigger from the corner. Xander ignored it. And why is that? He asked with a raised eyebrow, interested to finally hear what she might have made of the whole situation. Because there is no logical reason for the Federation to have started this war in the first place, at least none that we know of. She began, bringing her hand to her chin thoughtfully. That means we cannot negotiate under the current paradigm. We have no concept of what the enemy wants to gain or what we have to negotiate with. Some of our colleagues think that if we turn away the initial attacks, they may be willing to come back to the table. He continued, injecting a note of optimism into his voice, but Digirakov shook her head before continuing doubtfully. A ceasefire would be death to the Federation. Their flawed political system means their government cannot readily accept failure. They will continue to fight for the foreseeable future. Xander nodded. He had come to a similar conclusion despite some optimism from his colleagues. Still, he had hoped that he might have been mistaken on that front. A protracted war with the Federation was not something he could see either side benefiting from. He glanced at the prince in the corner once again, wondering if he might gain some further insight into what he was thinking. But he was surprised to see that rather than pretending to flick through his books or otherwise hiding that he was listening in, he was staring at Digirakov with undisguised admiration. It was clear he not only agreed with her assessment, but was also pleased that they shared the same conclusion. You do not think that your raid on Moscow made negotiations impossible due to loss of face, as the foreign minister did? He continued carefully. It wouldn't hurt to remind her that the general staff had just done a great deal to aid her. No sir. This time the young major's response elicited a loud, derisive scoff from the corner that no one could ignore. However, by the time all in the room had turned towards its source, the young prince had returned to studying a book on Mark Antony, and Caesar in the lead up to the Roman Civil War, acting as though the outburst had never happened. He wondered if his choice of literature was deliberate and what his thoughts on the future might be. Since there is no logical reason for the Federation to attack us, we can only assume that the motivation for such was fear. She continued, reluctantly pulling her gaze back from the young prince. With this in mind, it's clear that no subsequent attack would affect their rationale for continuing to fight. Not while this fear persists. In fact, it only increases the chances it will escalate further. If fear is the motivator, then why didn't they attack while we were tied up on the Rhine? When we were weakest. Rudersdorf cut in, fist still clenched with frustration. Meanwhile, Zetter allowed himself a moment to study the prince once more. Although he was still pretending not to be listening to the conversation, his face had contorted into a frown as he processed her words. If Zetter was to judge, he would guess he agreed with her on this point, although he clearly wasn't happy about it. On that at least, he could find some common ground with the boy. Fear is precisely why they didn't attack when we fought the Francois, and why they had to attack once they fell. She explained, the smallest hint of a despondent smile reaching her lips. While we fought the Republic, their fear allowed them the luxury to sit and wait at the sidelines. Much like the Allied Kingdom did for most of the Western conflict. No matter who won, they would not like the shift in the balance of power, but they didn't have to decide what to do about it at that time. However, since Revolving Door led to such a hasty collapse of the Republic, they faced with an even more powerful empire on their doorstep. Since they were acting on irrational fear, they chose to attack regardless of the consequences. I think you wrote something similar in your paper, didn't you, Wilhelm? She turned back towards the little prince, flashing him a strange smile as some unsaid message passed between the two. The prince managed to return the gesture, his lips curling politely. However, his eyes sent a different message, one that Zetter was not able to fully decipher. He decided to push that mystery aside for the moment and focus on the issue at hand. He wasn't sure if he completely agreed that the raid didn't have any bearing on the possibility of negotiations, but the rest of Digirakov's observations seemed sound, even echoing some of his own fears, especially those about the war escalating further. Digirakov's predictions that this war would eventually engulf the world had haunted his sleep for some time, and it seemed every day that passed brought them closer to that unthinkable reality. One final question, Major. Deciding it was finally time to give words to some of the other concerns he had about the unfolding war in the East. Given that the 203rd was formed to act as a quick response unit, and taking into account both the current threats we face from the Federation and the possibility of the war expanding further, do you believe the 203rd will still be capable of this role? He watched as the Major blinked with surprise, obviously not expecting the sudden shift in questioning. However, she quickly rallied and her expression became distant and thoughtful as she considered his words before finally, she began to speak once more. It is my belief they would still be effective in strikes at specific targets such as command posts and enemy headquarters, although such strikes are likely to become more difficult as the enemy learns our tricks. She began, starting slowly but soon speeding up as her confidence in her words grew. However, I believe broader strategic and battlefield effect will be extremely limited, especially in the East. The front is too large for such a small force, even elite mages such as mine, to have a significant effect in the large-scale maneuver battles we expect in that theater. And how would you overcome this problem? Again, she blinked with a moment of confusion before turning serious once again as she became lost in thought. This was why Zetter liked talking to Digirakov. You could feed her problems and she would immediately start to work through them, churning out potential solutions like a machine. He could almost see the cogs in her head turning as she worked on an answer. Perhaps some combined arms unit? With mages and armored units at its core. She said distantly, still considering the pros and cons of the idea. It would need to be an ad hoc arrangement though, brought together quickly for certain situations. Interesting. Rudersdorf murmured, echoing Zetter's own thoughts as he broke his gaze from the girl, leant back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. It was certainly an intriguing idea, one that deserved looking into, but was it something he could use to soothe the temper tantrum of rusted silver? They couldn't let a young talented field officer return to the rear permanently, not with the war hotting up. However, with the initial Federation advance blunted and the Grand Army making its way east, they had some time to reorganize the forces that had been deployed elsewhere. A temporary stay, one to research her new idea, was something he could sanction. And something that a mad dog like Digirakov could sink her teeth into. Very well, your troops are well overdue for leave anyway. He declared, getting to his feet and strolling towards the window before either Rudersdorf or Rirugen could voice an objection. I'll give you 2 months, by then I expect a fully written proposal for this mage-driven combined arms force. You are dismissed, Major. Thank you, sir. The girl replied, sounding neither pleased nor displeased as Zetter glimpsed her reflection get to her feet and salute smartly before turning to leave the room. She had almost reached the door before she paused to stare at the prince once again, gesturing with her head for him to follow. However, the boy simply smiled at her and got to his feet before adding, I'll catch up with you later, Major, I have something to ask the generals myself. He caught a brief and uncharacteristic moment of panic from the Argent as the boy strode towards the rest of the officers, and for a moment it looked as though she might turn back. However, she soon thought better of it and quietly exited his office. Are you sure about Rudersdorf began, but Zetter raised a hand to quiet him. They could argue about his decision later, once the prince was out of the way. Your Highness, what can we do for you? He said politely, turning away from the window and meeting the smiling boy's gaze. I was hoping you'd had the chance to take a look at my proposal. The one utilizing the Francois tactics. Zetter felt his blood run momentarily cold, unable to stop himself as he glanced towards Rudersdorf. He seemed similarly affected by the boy's words, looking slightly pale as he no doubt contemplated the prospect of a possible leak in the General Staff offices. Impossible. Hardly anyone has even seen those plans. How could he have known about them? I believe His Highness is referring to the proposal to adopt the Francois tactic of dedicated mage-killing units. Rirugen interjected quickly, clearly sensing the confusion, and Zetter let out a breath that he hadn't realized he had been holding. The ones encountered by Major Digirakov during her first tenure on the Rhine. Yes, of course. Zetter replied as he inwardly cursed his foolishness for jumping to conclusions. He seemed to recall seeing the boy's request slide across his desk, but there had been little time to consider it between everything else. I'd like to volunteer my close combat company for the task. The boy continued, raising a questioning eyebrow at the general's reactions, but it seemed he was savvy enough not to ask any questions. We've just been stood down with the rest of TA, Major Digirakov's troops, but we're technically an independent unit, leaving us free. Deploying us as mage killers should help maintain the advantage in mage numbers in the east. At least, for a little longer. Zetter took a moment to consider the boy's words. It was true that the mage disparity was one of the few solid advantages they had in the east. Despite their successes across the front, there was little for those in the general staff to be optimistic about when they looked at the long-term state of the eastern battlefields. They were confident that they could force the enemy to give ground, but even with the Grand Army and with the atrocious casualties suffered by the Federation, Imperial forces were still outnumbered by a significant margin. Additionally, their best estimates suggested a nearly 2-to-1 disparity in both tanks and artillery, although since Tegenhof the numbers of both were being revised. In the air, the battle seemed to be even. If not for the clear superiority they had in magecraft, things would be very dire indeed. However, he was all too aware that they couldn't rely wholly on their aerial mages to bring victory. Especially when the Allied Kingdom was already deploying their own magic users to make up for their communist allies' deficiencies. Deploying a dedicated unit to help keep their numbers down could go some way towards maintaining their advantage. Usually such an idea would be unworkable due to the plethora of other tasks the Empire used its magic users for. Even pulling a company from elsewhere for the task would normally cause major headaches for local commanders. However, as the prince had so eloquently pointed out, his company had now found itself with nothing to do, and officially it was not part of the 203rd, so could be deployed separately to their parent unit. Still, he felt slightly apprehensive about the proposal. Perhaps it had been his observations of the boy that made him overly suspicious, but he felt as though he weren't seeing the entire picture. Then, there was the fact that they had been trying to persuade the boy to forfeit his combat duties since he joined the military. This would involve throwing away their best chance to achieve. I could certainly use some mages to cull the enemy numbers. Rudersdorf interjected with a puff of smoke. All of your troops are veterans, and letting 2 aces retreat to the rear is just wasteful. What do you say, Hans? I'm for the idea. Zetter raised an eyebrow at his friend, unsure whether he truly didn't care if they sent the boy back to the front against the wishes of the royal family, or if this was simply some petty revenge for robbing him of the chance to use Digirakov's battalion in whatever operation he was planning next. Likely both. He had never liked waste and could be extremely petty at times. Zetter still had his doubts, however. He couldn't help but feel as though he were being played, and he hated to think that he was dancing to someone else's tune. Captain. I'd like your opinion on Digirakov's assessment of the war situation and chances of possible negotiation. He began carefully, using his military rank rather than his social title as he studied the boy's reactions. Do you agree with her? The boy's near-perpetual smile shifted slightly as he met Zetter's gaze, however this time he could see a hint of the earlier admiration he'd seen when the prince had been looking at Digirakov, along with a hint of sly cunning in his eyes. He'd been right to think there was more to the young prince than his saintly reputation suggested. The question was, how much of his behavior was a front? Once more, the glimmer of playful understanding in the boy's eyes told him that he knew Xander had figured this out, but he did not seem threatened by this fact. If anything, he seemed pleased. Lady Digirekov's assessment is almost perfect as always. He began, his tone brimming with adoration for the young major, but now that Xander had peeked behind the prince's mask, he found himself searching for meaning behind every syllable. She's very good at that sort of thinking, I've learned a lot from her. Almost perfect. Rirujan interjected, sounding almost hopeful as he joined the conversation. Indeed, Colonel. She overestimated how fragile their political system is. Had the major been less enthusiastic with her raid, the Russi would be at the table the moment we pushed them back to their borders. He continued with a sigh as he returned to the globe in the corner and began spinning it idly. They would tell their people that traitors had infected the military and forced them into war, while the brave comrade Jugashvili did all he could to halt hostilities and bring our nations back to peace. The squeak from the spinning globe filled the room as the officers watched the boy expectantly. They'd believe it too. Their propaganda people are much better than ours, and I'm told that people who speak out against them have a bad habit of disappearing. He stopped the globe over the Europa and let out another sigh. All we would need to do is accept status quo ante bellum and the war in the East would be over, at least for a year or so while they licked their wounds. Not that any of that matters anymore. Major Digirekov mentioned fear motivated the attack. Rirujan cut in, still looking hopeful that the prince could see some end to this mess that none of the others present could even dream of. Surely that would keep them in the fight, just as it does now. It's true that fear is a powerful motivator. The boy conceded, his voice sounding strangely distant for a moment. But fear of loss is what drives people to act more than anything. The raid robbed them of that, it confirmed what they already feared. That we want to destroy their regime. Xander watched the boy as silence filled the room for a moment, no longer able to read any meaning behind his expression before suddenly the smile reappeared on his face and he continued as though nothing had happened. In the medium term, negotiations are likely though, especially if we offer the olive branch. The closer we make it to Moscow, the better the terms will be, as long as you do a decent job occupying what you take. You'll probably have more problem with Dot. For God's sake, Hans. Stop bullying your officers into thinking up strategies for you and do it yourself. Rudersdorf interrupted sharply, clearly growing impatient with his questioning. He never did have the patience for this sort of thing. He thought with a sigh, realizing he would get no more answers today. We have a war to fight. Are you going to let the lad go or not? Very well, you and your company are now detached from the 203rd and put under the command of the General Staff. He replied, leaning back in his chair. As the enemy deploy more mages, we may need to rethink this, but for now you better get packing. Do you have any ideas how you'll hunt them down? Thank you, sir, and yes, I have a few ideas. The boy bowed, wearing a wide grin. I plan to use Project Shroud. Xander raised another questioning eyebrow. Much like with Dr. von Skigel's V1 rockets, Project Shroud had found limited use outside its initial deployment. Both needed a lot more thought and skill to use effectively, and Shroud conferred many disadvantages to its users when it came to its unique form of gemming. Most commanders preferred not to use them for this reason. It would be interesting to see what the prince planned to do with it. Good. Rudersdorf cut in once again, distracting him from his thoughts. But it wouldn't be proper for a mere captain to be detached from Eastern Command like that. We'll have to promote you. For the first time the prince seemed genuinely surprised, perhaps even a little panicked by the mustached man's words, causing Xander to furrow his brow further as he wondered on the reason behind it. Thank you, sirs, but that won't be necessary. I would prefer to stay a captain if possible. The boy replied quickly, struggling to mask his embarrassment over such a strange request. You see, that rank was a gift. For the first time Xander saw what he thought was a genuine smile from the boy. In fact, it's the only gift she's ever given me. Chapter 75, Part 4 Epilogue, Early Inheritance. Part 4 Epilogue, Early Inheritance. May 20th Unified Year 1925 12:30. Kaiserkersenplatz, near the Imperial War College, Berlin. Tanya wore a wide smile as she strolled through the green and peaceful park by the parade ground in front of the Imperial War College. The day was bright and warm, with clear skies and a light springtime breeze keeping the temperature comfortable as she casually made her way along the path. The brightly blooming flowers surrounding her filling the air with a calming, refreshing scent that perfectly punctuated the peaceful atmosphere. She let out a content sigh as the sounds of songbirds touched her ears, completing the pleasant experience of her lazy constitutional. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed so distant here, the war even more so, almost all noise from outside muffled by the oasis of natural beauty created in the heart of the city. All save for the not-so-distant sounds of bells echoing around the trees, that is, the proximity of the church at the perimeter of the park made it impossible for the natural beauty to drown it out completely. However, for once she did not mind melodic chimes in the air, it seemed almost appropriate considering the nature of her visit. There had been a time, in her past life, when she would have barely taken any notice of a place like this. Although he had been aware of the function of a public park, the only uses the Solariman had seen in vast public spaces like this was to show the prestige of the local province and perhaps offer a place for professionals like himself to eat his lunch when weather permitted. Neither of which seemed worth the tax burden required for maintenance, nor the effort needed to keep the undesirables at bay. However, since she'd been dragged across the ugly reality of the battlefield, Tanya had gained a new respect for places like this. There was a sense of peace and freedom here that aligned perfectly with her views of the world. It needed to be cherished and protected. It was odd that it had taken a war for her to realize it. She slowed her pace, determined to enjoy as much of the peaceful atmosphere as possible as the park opened out into a large plaza, the natural feel of the trees and flowers giving way to immaculate topiary and man-made sculptures and monuments. Before long, she came upon a large stone pedestal in the center of the garden with a bronze statue of the empire's first Kaiser atop it, and she found herself pausing to regard the long-dead ruler as he stared down from horseback. Her lips tugged into a smirk as she noted the proud expression on the statue's face, matching the resplendent depiction of what would have been ornamental armor, even at the time of its construction. Although the elderly man on horseback had few characteristics that matched her own troublesome little royal, the prideful expression certainly marked them as related. Was a look of insufferable self-assurance a genetic trait common to his entire dynasty? Or was it just an odd trick of fate that Wilhelm had inherited a physical trait from his forebear that suited him so perfectly? Regardless, she could hardly hold a resemblance to the annoying little captain against the man. The creation of a nation such as the Empire was something to be proud of, especially considering how rational and scientific it had remained despite the chaotic interference of being X. She should be thankful to this man. After all, he had laid the foundation for her victory over the foe deity. Who knows what fate might have befallen her if she had been born in one of the Empire's less enlightened neighbors. She tossed a smart salute to the statue, a grin still pulling at her face. She felt a little silly saluting an inanimate object, but her jubilant mood made it difficult to resist expressing her appreciation. In truth, it was all she could do to stop herself from breaking into a cheerful skip as she continued her journey through the park and towards the time-worn stone tower at the far side of the plaza. By now the bells had fallen silent and she felt her lips pull her smile even wider as she closed on the familiar building, feeling her heart flutter with uncharacteristic trepidation as she approached. Usually visiting this place was nothing but an inconvenience, a way to keep up appearances and manage the societal expectations expected of an imperial soldier. However, today she was here of her own volition and for once, she was very much looking forward to it. She paused as she reached a pair of large dark wooden doors that marked the entrance of the building, taking a moment to regard the architecture. There were far more impressive churches dotted around the city, including the hideous domed cathedral visible from the general staff offices. This church was one of the older and simpler ones she'd been forced to frequent in the past. Rather than the ornate arches or intricately carved buttresses and facades she'd seen on some, this building was relatively plain, with little decoration marking the aging stone. In truth, it almost looked less impressive than the ruins she had fought that lunatic in a few weeks before. However, it had become habitual to visit this smaller, more secluded chapel whenever she was forced to maintain the appearance of piety expected of an imperial citizen. It was embarrassing enough having to participate in the nonsensical rituals and tedious chanting being X's followers indulged in. The least she could do was see to it that there weren't too many witnesses to her reluctant compliance. During her time at the War College, she had also heard rumors that it was the favored place of worship for some of the senior officers who taught there and had hoped at the time she could utilize it for networking. That had turned out to be nothing more than a rumor, a joke at the expense of the church's favored saint, but she still found it useful to have a quiet place where she could go being X if she felt the need, especially if her faux piety painted her in a positive light. She may not have been sure when being X was watching, but at least she knew where she could find him. She turned her gaze from the building and made her way through the dark wood portal, cheerful grin still pulling at her features. Usually, she might be filled with dread entering the domain of her most hated enemy, ready to escape at the first possible opportunity, but today she was ready to savor every moment. Miss Dikirekov? Is that you? An elderly voice called as she entered the vestibule leading into the main hall, causing a whispered curse as she marshaled her expression to greet the speaker. It's been some time since we last saw you. It's Major now, Father Calvin. She replied, turning toward the voice and greeting the man with a nod, hoping she had hidden her annoyance. She had hoped to avoid the priest during this visit. The old man was not nearly as troublesome as the fanatics being deployed on the battlefield, but he was a nuisance nonetheless. Especially since he always neglected to refer to her by her proper rank, a gesture she knew she couldn't return without appearing disrespectful. She could still feel the sting of the lash from the nuns as lessons on that topic. Hopefully, she could get the man out of the way for the duration of her visit. I've been away from the capital, first on the southern continent and then over on the eastern front. There hasn't been time for a visit up until now. Tanya had to suppress her returning smile as she saw the old man frown at her words. He had never liked the idea of her joining the military, a sign she took as evidence that being X would also disapprove, and Tanya took great pleasure in anything that could earn his dissatisfaction. The feeling only lasted a moment, however, and he quickly rallied, his irritatingly serene smile returning. Such a patriotic and dutiful girl, I'm glad the Lord delivered you back to us safely. He returned, causing her face to redden in another inward curse as he placed a hand on her head and messed up her hair. This was another thing that annoyed her about the old priest, even the nuns had never treated her in such a childish and familiar way, it was humiliating. She didn't much like the sentiment either, he couldn't have been more wrong if he tried. The only thing he had to do with my safety was the attempt to rob me of it. But as usual your sense of timing is terrible. He chuckled as Tanya tried to tidy her hair, wishing she had a mirror as she adjusted her silver hair clip. We've just concluded services, somehow you always seem to just miss them. A pity, but my duties keep me quite busy, I'm rarely allowed any time for myself. She replied, again doing her best not to let any trace of triumph reach her face. She had purposely dithered in the park for this very reason, if she could just persuade this foolish priest to hurry up and leave everything would be perfect. She had always done her very best to avoid as many church functions as possible wherever possible, especially those where direct participation was necessary. Societal norms in her career might require her to pay lip service but she wasn't going to give being a moment more of her precious time than necessary. A sip of wine and a wafer wasn't nearly enough to encourage her to prostrate herself to that thing in one of those absurd ceremonies, although the nuns had forced her to on several occasions before she'd joined the army. Such diligence is commendable in one so young. I'm sure the absences of a dutiful young lady like yourself will be forgiven, but do try to pop in and see us from time to time. Tanya forced herself not to roll her eyes as Father Calvin smiled at her in a way she was sure would have been reassuring if she had any care about what he was saying. She was getting increasingly impatient with him. Come, since you're here, I can take confession for you if you like. He continued, gesturing for her to follow him inside. Hell no. Tanya thought instantly, although she managed to keep the sentiment from her face. The last thing she wanted to do was feign repentance to humor some old fool, she had much better things to do. Besides, what had she ever done wrong that she might need to confess? The only sin she had ever committed was suffering fools like him too lightly. Thank you, Father, but no. She replied quickly, trying her best to look contrite. I've only just returned from the front and I wanted a quiet place to reflect on everything that has happened before I share my experiences. She allowed her voice to trail off and watched as the priest's smile soured and his expression turned sorrowful. I've been hanging around Wilhelm too long, she mused as she now began to struggle to keep the smile from breaking out on her face once again. I'm picking up his penchant for overacting. Of course. It must have been very difficult for you, take as much time as you need. He continued with a pained expression, the man clearly didn't have the stomach for war. We'll be here when you're ready. She nodded a thanks, not trusting her voice to maintain the deception as she began to move away. However, she was again stopped as the priest cleared his throat to get her attention. Miss Dikurekov, I know the recent months have been difficult for you, but you are safe here. The weapons won't be necessary. She paused mid-stride, cursing inwardly, this was the other reason she had hoped to avoid the priest during her visit. She would prefer to keep hold of her weapons while inside being X's domain. She didn't expect an attack from him, not at the moment at least. To do so would be as good as an admission of defeat, something she was certain a poor excuse of a deity could never stomach. Besides, she doubted even being X was stupid enough to accost her in sight of his own followers, however, she'd never liked the idea of being too far away from a way to defend herself. That said, she was painfully aware that it was socially unacceptable to carry weaponry in certain places. Although she'd managed to persuade the owners of a few of her favorite cafes to allow her to carry a gun, she'd only ever gotten away with it here when there had been no one else around. My apologies, Father Calvin. She replied, turning back towards the irritating priest, feigning concern as she gestured her submachine gun and pistol. But I can hardly leave these unattended. She watched the man's face again as it contorted into another pained-looking frown as he wrestled with her words. Even she would concede it was unlikely that any of his parishioners would take her weapons if she were to leave them at the door, only the most fanatical of being X's followers were that insane. However, even he must realize that leaving them inside of a park frequented by young children was hardly the act of a supposed responsible pillar of the local community. I can store them safely in the back for you if you like. He said eventually, clearly disliking the idea of handling the weapons at all. She could respect that at least. His faith may be irrational nonsense, but he at least had the good sense to know that any civilized person should be wary of firearms. She looked forward to the day when she would not need to carry them anymore. Thank you, Father. She replied, reluctantly handing over her weapons before politely disengaging and leaving the priest to worry over her weapons. At least she wouldn't need to be concerned about him interrupting her again. He'd probably not dare let the weapons out of his sight. Finally, I'm rid of him. The church felt cool in comparison to the park outside, the ancient stonework blocking all the warmth from the early afternoon sun. However, it remained bright, the great stained glass windows still allowing the light into the temple, painting rays of color in the air. She ignored both as she strode purposefully towards the altar, grin returning as she approached the gilded cross that sat in pride of place upon it. She halted, ignoring the golden trinket and stared at the statue behind, a rendering of the woman holding a baby. Not for the first time, she marveled at the audacity being X had to depict himself in such a way. Although neither of her lifetimes had furnished her with a stereotypical example of one, she was aware that a mother was supposed to be a loving, caring and protective figure, qualities being X had never shown towards anyone in either of the worlds he had claimed as his domain. Still, it was better than the image of self-sacrifice on the altar she supposed. She knew being X was more than willing to sacrifice his pawns, but she'd seen no evidence he was willing to risk his own existence. The rarity of his time-halting visits was proof enough of that. Besides, her own reincarnation had proven that a regular death was no threat to him, his so-called sacrifice was nothing but a con. She took a careful look around, making sure there was no one else around who might overhear her before returning her gaze to the statue in front of her, grin pulling even wider. It must be humiliating to lose so completely. She began, her goading voice echoing softly around the hall. I'm still alive, I've secured a safe and comfortable job in the rear, far from any danger. I'll have my own office in the general staff, my loyal adjutant will be by my side and I'll even retain command of my battalion, at least until I've prepared Captain Weiss to take over for me. She paused for a moment, staring at the statue and willing it to reply, but it remained stubbornly silent. It seemed being X was too much of a coward to face her in her moment of triumph. I've achieved the safe and comfortable job I wanted, the one you believed I couldn't have without begging for your help. I didn't need to grovel in prayer. I didn't need your so-called faith. She spat with cheerful venom at the unmoving effigy. I did it myself and proved once again that a rational mind and human perseverance far exceeds the divine providence of a so-called god like you. She felt her elation build with every syllable as she was finally able to share the feelings she'd been bottling up since the trial. It had been risky to provoke Generals Ruttersdorf and Zetter, going against the wishes of a superior was always a nuclear option for even the most mistreated of employees. However, since the High Command was willing to charge her with any number of wrongdoings for simply following orders, she had felt there was no other option but to confront the issue. The risk had been worth it though, and she'd gotten precisely what she'd always wanted. I've won. She threw up her head in laughter, spreading her arms out wide and spinning happily, knocking over the golden cross on the altar as she finally let loose her barely contained delight. She'd done it. There was no way for being X to harm her now. All that was left was a long, healthy, and happy life. Even if the war went poorly for the Empire, her new position in the rear meant she could easily arrange to stay out of harm's way and prepare herself for a successful career post-military service. Even further interference from being X was barely a threat, it would only be a pointless gesture of spite on his part that only further proved her right. She was victorious. I've won. I've won. I've won. She continued happily, feeling her body move on its own as the desire to express her joy took over, more fits of laughter leaving her lips with every step and twirl. She froze mid-rotation as she heard a quiet snickering from somewhere behind her, feeling the color drain from her face as she realized there had been a witness to her immature behavior. Someone's in a good mood. A familiar voice chuckled and she felt her heart hit her stomach. If only it had been being X, she found herself groaning inwardly as she slowly brought her hands down. She would have relished the chance to mock the faux deity. She would even have preferred the priest or another passerby, although she would still have been embarrassed beyond belief at being caught in such a compromising position. But of all the people she absolutely didn't want to walk in on her at this moment, he was at the top of the list. Suddenly all the joy of her victory was stripped away from her, only to be replaced with the sort of humiliation that only that troublesome little wretch could deliver. I thought you said you weren't very good at dancing. He continued, his cheerful, melodious voice twisting like a knife in her gut as it echoed around the drafty church. Care for a waltz? Maybe you won't kick me so much this time. She hastily rounded on the voice and quickly found its owner leaning casually on one of the worn stone columns nearby, wearing a smirk that made him look like one of the gargoyles standing vigil outside. She wasn't sure how long he had been watching her, but judging by the amusement on his face, it had been far longer than she was comfortable with. What are you doing here? She questioned, struggling to keep the panic from her voice, feeling her face redden with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. How had he known she was here? It wasn't as though this were a particularly well-known haunt of hers. Had he decided to follow her here? But why? Hadn't that embarrassing display at the hearing been enough for him? You left so quickly. I didn't have a chance to properly congratulate you. Wilhelm replied breezily, smirk never fading as he injected a mocking faux innocence into his explanation. Rallying slightly at his irritating display of overconfidence, she replied with nothing more than a snort of derision and a roll of the eyes. The boy had spent the entire trial watching her with that irritating fake smile of his. Then, during his tenure as a witness, he presented such an exaggerated account of events in the Federation capital, that it almost made a joke of the entire proceeding. If not for the fact she was sure he didn't want to go through a similar ordeal with the charges she might bring against him, she might have thought he was purposely trying to undermine her defense. It was fortunate that he ended up making a fool of the prosecution instead. And before you ask, you aren't terribly difficult to find. You always make sure Visha can reach you in an emergency. He continued, bowing and extending a hand to dance, just as he had so long ago in Letzenbourg. This time however, he wore a cast on his wrist and a slight, almost imperceivable, wince on his face showed the pain he felt as he bowed, something that only served to make her frown deepen. His injuries should have mostly healed now, just as hers had. A good medical mage could speed up the healing of broken bones to a mere week or so with a few visits. She now only wore a few bandages to keep her remaining wounds free from the elements and possible infection. Wilhelm wouldn't struggle to gain access to a decent doctor. The fool had obviously been avoiding treatment and was suffering as a result. You should be visiting a medic instead of bothering me. She replied irritably, batting his hand away, for once taking care not to use too much force with her rejection. As annoying as the bratish iatrophobe could be, she didn't want to aggravate his wounds. And congratulate me? Don't make me laugh. Why are you really here? Tanya felt another twinge of irritation as the boy made a show of looking offended by her rejection. Talking to him could be so frustratingly tiresome at times. Why he continued to play these games when he knew she could see right through him was beyond her. She could only conclude that the aim was to annoy her, but why he continued to take such pleasure in that she would never know. Like I said, to congratulate you on finally being transferred to the rear. He declared, smirk still staining his lips despite the pretense of being hurt by her tone. It may only be temporary, but I'm sure we can make sure it becomes more permanent. Tanya narrowed her eyes at him. His words, his tone, he sounded as though he believed he had something to do with her recent success. But that was impossible, wasn't it? He'd been making a nuisance of himself during the trial, a fact that even his warped perception couldn't confuse, and aside from a bout of uncharacteristic silence when she had confronted Generals Ruttersdorf and Zetter, he hadn't contributed anything to the conversation that had won her prized position in the rear. However, Wilhelm wasn't one to take credit unduly, especially when being underhanded. Had he and his agent Captain Zerbest been up to something behind the scenes? And to say goodbye, of course. He finished, causing Tanya's thoughts to halt in their tracks as she stared at his frustratingly smug face. I won't see you for a few months after all, and I don't know if I'll get to see you again before I leave. What are you talking about? She asked quickly, blinking at him in confusion. The general staff couldn't have made a decision on what to do with the 203rd yet. The transfer hadn't even gone through. She hadn't even had time to tell Weiss she was recommending him for promotion. You aren't going anywhere, the battalion has been stood down for now, you're on standby until further notice. His smile widened in a way she had learned to dread as he returned to his place leaning up against the column, the colored lights of the stained glass illuminating him in a way that made her stomach feel strangely uneasy. Has he gotten taller? She found herself wondering automatically for a moment before pushing the unbidden thought aside. That may be true for you, but the Letzenbourg Close Combat Volunteer Mage Company is no longer part of the 203rd. He replied cheerfully, delivering the news as casually as if he were talking about the weather. I'll be heading back to the front soon. What? She snapped, her words echoing around the hall as she felt an odd rush of anger and panic at the boy's words. I didn't approve that. No, but General Zetter did. Wilhelm replied casually, his ever self-satisfied smirk not wavering in the slightest despite her outburst. He quite liked the idea of imitating the Francois-named killers you faced on the Rhine. I hear they were quite effective before you came along. It was true that she expected to part ways with her battalion sometime in the near future. It didn't make sense for the general staff to keep a group of elites guarding her in the rear after all, but she had been determined to keep them together. However, she hadn't really thought about what would happen to Wilhelm and his troops. She had wanted to keep him close so she could keep an eye on him. In truth, she'd assumed that he would remain with her, no doubt causing a minor irritation in her otherwise peaceful life. However, in hindsight that was likely impossible. His troublesome nature and desire to stay at the front would always drive him to disobey her, not to mention the ever-present need for skilled mages for the war effort. Still, she had hoped to have a little longer before he tried something, especially something like this. How dare you go over my head like this? You promised not to undermine me. She growled internally, gritting her teeth as a flash of anger and betrayal ripped through her chest. I will appeal this. You aren't going anywhere without my say-so. She retorted darkly, fixing him with a hateful glare, and for the first time since he'd arrived, his smile began to waver, his eyes showing growing concern as he began to realize he had crossed a line. You wouldn't risk your new position over me, would you? He replied, shrugging theatrically as he tried to maintain his conceited attitude, despite the hint of uncertainty shining through his emerald orbs. Not after I gave you the credit for the idea. What exactly did you say to him? She growled, closing on him, feeling a slight moment of triumph as the fear spiked in his eyes once he realized he'd left himself pinned against the pillar, unable to easily escape from her gaze. I just reminded him of your report about them on the Rhine. He replied hastily, holding his hands up in surrender. I simply volunteered for the job. Why? So you could try to cause trouble again? Prolong the war? I told you I had no intention of letting you out of my sight. She snarled, angry that he had used her name to forward his schemes. She wasn't about to be dragged from her happiness by his carelessness with her name. I was against being too aggressive towards the Russie, remember? He bit back, his own frustration bubbling up at her challenge. Are you really going to accuse me of making things worse? How do you always manage to provoke me like this? She groaned inwardly, forcing herself to take a step back from the boy and a deep breath to calm herself down. For once, she had to admit he was right. He had been pushing for restraint against the Federation from the moment they were redeployed to the east. Even before that, he had kept his promise of not doing anything to further drag out the war. In truth, since the events of the South, she had come to believe that if not for his so-called debt to being X, he wouldn't be on the front lines at all. What she used to think was pleasure at the violence he caused had started to look more like desperation and fatigue. Still, she wasn't willing to give up on this without a fight. You're injured, you can't be deployed anywhere. I will not have it said I send unfit officers to war. She continued, this time managing to keep her voice level as she fixed him with another cold stare, her tone telling him there was little room for argument. However, Wilhelm pushed on regardless. Fine. I'll visit a quack before I leave. He threw his arms up in exasperation, causing an almost indiscernible wince, before adding quietly to himself. It's not as if I don't hear enough of that from Sophia. A moment of silence fell between them as Tanya continued to bore her gaze into the boy, unwilling to give an inch on her argument. She could tell he was lying about seeing a doctor, she could see it in his eyes. Or rather, in the way he turned his eyes away from her when he spoke about it. Why are you so against me leaving anyway? He continued sulkily, still not turning to look at her. I thought you'd be happy. This way we both get what we want. Why am I against it? She wondered to herself, pausing for a moment to collect her thoughts as a few strands of hair fell loose, partially covering one of her eyes. Again he was right, they would both be getting what they wanted. She, her comfortable and safe life in the rear, he, his chance to pay his blood debt. She'd already established he wasn't lying about not exacerbating the war, and although he was still as underhanded and untrustworthy as he'd ever been, she didn't believe that would change any time soon. So why did she need to keep him close at all anymore? Why did he need to continue being her problem? True, she was angry with him using her name to get himself transferred out, not to mention the audacity of going over her head and failing to consult her first, but it would be irrational for her to use that as a reason to stop him from leaving. It would be unprofessional to be so petty. So why do I feel so hesitant about this? She mused with a frown, bringing up her hands up the clip once again to fix her hair. The clip he gave me, a smaller voice added as her fingers brushed the silvery trinket. Fine, you can go. She said eventually, hoping she wouldn't live to regret her decision as she pushed aside her misgivings. But you will see the medic before you do, I'll drag you there myself if I have to. Wilhelm raised his head to look at her, studying her for a moment as though he were looking through the fine print of a contract. Eventually, a smile returned to his face, however, rather than the usual smug smirk, it was one full of genuine appreciation and relief. Somehow though, it did not help soothe her disquiet about the decision. I'd better get to that right away then. He replied, a slight quiver in his tone telling her he was far from happy about the prospect. For a moment, she wondered if she should take pity on him, say something reassuring since he was following an order she knew he wasn't especially thrilled about, and without much fuss for once. However, her thoughts of encouraging him quickly evaporated as a small mischievous smirk began to return to his lips. Are you sure you're okay with me leaving? I might have beaten your score by the time we see each other again. Could you live with being second place to me? He grinned, the confident, bombastic brat returning in full force now the tension between them had eased. For once it didn't bother her, however, part of her even wanted to laugh at the little captain's quick return to form. Second to you? We'd both have to overtake the minstrel first, and you have a long way to go before you're even close. She snorted dismissively at the boy's idle boasts. True, he was considered one of the great aces, arguably third in the rankings amongst the Empire's mages. However, he still lagged behind her by a reasonable margin, let alone the top spot. She doubted he was serious though. It had always been a joke amongst the ranks that every mage wanted to attain the same achievements as the minstrel, even her prodigious kill count was dwarfed by his. As for my count? Why should a dutiful desk worker care about one of those? All I need to worry about is keeping up with my paperwork. Tanya felt a measure of her earlier elation begin to return as they shared a grin. Wilhelm was right, this was for the best, now they could both truly get what they wanted. Silence returned to the temple once more, but this time it was a comfortable one as they shared the moment of happiness together. Well, as much as I'd love to hear your long tearful farewell, I had better be going. Wilhelm said eventually, breaking the tranquil quiet as he turned and began making his way towards the door. If all goes well, I may even have a gift for you when I return. Tanya snorted, suppressing a chuckle as she shook her head and wondered if the boy truly thought she was the sort to burst into tears over a simple goodbye. What could I possibly want with a gift from you? You still wear the hair clip. He reminded her, pausing for a moment to look back at her, grinning like a Cheshire cat. And the pin on your lapel. Tanya turned away, feeling her face redden once again as she realized the boy was right. Come to think of it, she also habitually used the leather satchel and canteen he had given her too, not to mention the coffee and grinder. Now it came to it, she also was finally in a position to wear the civilian clothes he had gifted her too, at least on her day off. Damn it! Why did he have to buy gifts that were so damned useful? They're too well made to simply discard. Get out, Wilhelm! She called, cursing inwardly as the boy chucked to himself. I'll miss you too, Tanya. He laughed as he exited the church, leaving her alone with her thoughts once again. Miss you, hey. She murmured to herself, letting out a sigh of relief as she collapsed onto a nearby pew. She took a moment to regard the statue of Being X once again, absently reaching into her pocket for the Type 95 and holding it up to the colored light of the stained glass window. This thing must have corrupted me more than I thought. Author's notes. Hello everyone, as always thank you for reading, reviewing, favoriting and following. Sorry, it has been a little while since I updated. I wanted to get this part of the story wrapped up as best as I could and move on to the next arc, but unfortunately, there ended up being a lot more than I thought, so I had to separate it into 2 chapters. This was even after some pretty vigorous cutting. I suppose I could have cut the Sophia at the hospital scene if I really wanted to, but I didn't, and it's my story, so I get to make as many dumb decisions as I want. I also ended up writing these chapters completely out of order, with the church scene first, my favorite of the lot if I'm honest. This was another reason I couldn't upload before now, I couldn't put the epilogue before the actual chapter. That said, aside from the church, I don't think it's my best work, despite the time I've put in. I don't know if it's partially because it's an end of part / section and it's all a bit of a come down after the action of previous chapters, or whether I just tried to cram too much in, but I can't say I'm 100% happy. I do however think I couldn't do more to fix it without going back. I also am aware that some may have preferred if I'd written Tanya's hearing, however I was almost certain that would have involved another chapter and I really didn't want that. I want to get into the next part of the story as I can see the end in sight now, still pretty distant TBF, and as I've said before, I really want to finish this story. Despite all this, I hope you still enjoyed the chapters. As a reminder, I am now using Twitter /X and Bluesky to keep people up to date with the Saint and other writing projects, although I haven't been doing an especially good job so far, but will try harder. So please feel free to follow Lord_Solus, no underscore on Bluesky, if you wish. I will also be adding the art that I have from the Saint once I've gotten permission from the artists. Chapter 76, Bonus Chapter, Calm in the Rear. Ongoing Operations, Calm in the Rear. June, Unified Year 1925. Major Tanya von Degerekoff's temporary office, General Staff Offices, Berlin. Tanya couldn't help but chuckle as she scanned the latest issue of Illustrated Zeitung. Its gushing coverage of Wilhelm's progress in the East was so complimentary that she was beginning to wonder if he'd paid them off. Either that or they were trying very hard to score brownie points with him and the imperial royal family. She shook her head as she tried to wade through the sycophantic drivel. Usually, she did not bother with magazines such as this. Zeitung was one of the worst and most crude of the empire's propaganda rags, filled with colorful pictures and simple language that targeted the lowest common denominator. It was not something that a thoughtful and studious person like herself would usually consider reading, especially since this particular paper had been the one to embarrass her with that awful photo shoot. However, she'd recently been persuaded to add it to her list of newspaper subscriptions in deference to Visha. The older girl had taken a liking to photography, and even Tanya had to admit that the brightly colored photographs emblazoned throughout the magazine were rather impressive. They were nothing compared to the digital graphics utilized by publications during her past life, of course, but for this period's technology, and especially during wartime rationing, the magazine was likely the best in its field when it came to colored print. Unsurprisingly, it also seemed to be the paper most likely to feature Wilhelm's escapades, and although she fully expected the stories about him to be exaggerated, it was an efficient way of keeping tabs on him. As long as she sorted through the hyperbole to find the few nuggets of truth within the articles, that is. Not that I want to keep tabs on him, of course. As his former commander, it's only right and proper that I check in on his career progress from time to time. She silently corrected herself as her eyes drifted towards another picture of Wilhelm grinning for the camera. As usual, he was playing up the part of his saint character for the press, brandishing his sword as he posed like one of the pictures of the long-dead heroes and conquerors that lined the corridors of the General Staff offices. He was clearly loving all the attention. In this particular issue, there were several exclusive pictures from the front, each of them featuring obviously staged photographs of the little captain, along with an extraordinarily complimentary article describing the valor of him and his men. They had also included a fairly humorous cartoon featuring his caricature kicking the Allied Kingdom's John Bull and the Federation's Yvonne the Bear out of the Vaterland. Something even she had to admit was a rather pleasing image, even if it was a little childish. It was all nonsense, of course. Wilhelm's contribution was negligible compared with Eastern Command's counterattack and General Rudersdorf's sledgehammer-like deployment of the Grand Army. But then again, propaganda didn't exist to tell the truth, only to spread a favored message. Although she would much prefer a free press with which to get her news and form opinions, she could see the advantages of keeping the general public in the dark and the advantage of having someone like Wilhelm be one of the faces of this war. She chuckled again, shaking her head. In a way, Wilhelm had achieved his goal of becoming a writer, although not quite in the way he had envisioned. Right now, he was selling fiction to the entire nation, and for reasons she didn't truly understand, it was a bestseller. It seems like he's doing pretty well for himself. She noted as her eyes drifted towards his purported score of kills. This at least she knew would be somewhat accurate information. The military disliked inflating the number of kills of its magical aces and actively hounded its propaganda papers if they reported too inconsistently. She'd heard some of the brass voice concerns that reporting the higher estimates might seem too fanciful or set impossible standards for new recruits. It seemed that the little captain was diligently scoring kills day by day though, something she was sure he would be thrilled about. At this rate, he really might overtake me. Despite the laughable coverage, she couldn't help but feel pleased for the boy. Even through the grain of the newsprint, she could tell he was happy with how things were going. The fear and madness she'd seen in his eyes during Tegenhof was completely absent, and for once the self-satisfied grin he usually wore brought a smile to her own face rather than simply grated on her nerves. It felt good that they could both share the feeling of success, even while so far away from one another. It was just as he had said, they both had gotten what they wanted. And although part of her was struggling to reacclimatize to the quiet and peaceful atmosphere of office work, it was a problem she was glad to have. If he was here, I doubt it would be nearly as peaceful. She mused to herself before quickly shaking the thought away as Visha appeared and poured her a fresh cup of coffee. There's some good pictures of the prince in this issue, Visha observed, following Tanya's gaze towards a photo of Wilhelm and his company standing defiantly on top of a captured Russie tank. Maybe I should take some clippings for my scrapbook. Tanya nodded and gratefully sipped from her coffee cup. She swore that one day she'd find out what the girl did to make the warming beverage taste so good. I wonder where he finds the time to pose for photos. She replied as she enjoyed the warm, bitter taste on her tongue, finding herself unable to draw her eyes away from the boy's smile. Normally I'd say he must be slacking and showing off for the camera, but if there's even a sliver of truth in these reports, he's working hard for once. He does always seem full of energy. Her adjutant replied with a chuckle, I swear the only times I've ever seen him sleep were at the party and in the window of your old office on the Rhine. Tanya felt a flicker of concern at the older girl's words. She'd always had problems convincing Wilhelm to get enough sleep. He was always making excuses, claiming insomnia because of nightmares or drugging himself up with stimulants to avoid his regular rest periods. It would be just like that little idiot to overwork himself and put himself at risk just because he refused to allow himself time to properly recover. Could she really trust that he would be taking care of himself? If you like that picture, I could clip it for you. Or I could contact the magazine for a copy of the original. Visha cut in, giving her a smile and a pointed look. Tanya blinked with confusion for a moment, as she looked up into her subordinate's smiling face, wondering what she was talking about. However, a glance at the clock on the wall made her realize where the time had gone. She had zoned out whilst staring at the magazine. She realized, she'd been glaring at his picture for nearly 5 minutes. Visha must have been wondering what was going on with her. Ahem. No, that won't be necessary. She coughed awkwardly, wondering why she was feeling so embarrassed about her lapse. It wasn't as though she hadn't become lost in thought around Visha before. Shouldn't you be getting ready to go? I thought I gave you the afternoon off to meet with your friend. As a general rule, Tanya wasn't keen on allowing her subordinates time off for personal visits and errands during work hours. However, Visha had been working hard aiding her with her research paper and had missed out on a lot of the downtime enjoyed by the rest of the 203rd during their tenure in the capital. The least she could do was allow the girl some time to catch up with one of her old classmates. Besides, rumor had it her friend Ara was doing analysis for the newly reformed intelligence branch. Allowing her adjutant the odd afternoon off was a small price to pay to obtain some future networking opportunities. Yes ma'am, you did, but I wanted to check if you needed anything else for your meeting with Colonel Rirugen before I go. Tanya nodded with understanding. The research paper for General Zetter was not the only task assigned to her while she was back in Berlin. The general staff liked to get the most out of their subordinates, and although they allowed the officers in the rear the luxury of lunchtime without the interruption of machine gun fire, it instead made use of its personnel's time in a myriad of other ways. Every day she had been bombarded with additional paperwork from other officers keen to share some of their workloads. From mundane reports on train scheduling to theories about new tactics and strategies, all needed to be properly processed and answered if she were to keep her position in the rear. One such secondary duty she had been tasked with was the position of impromptu assistant to Colonel von Rirugen as he went about his duties relaying Rudersdorf's commands from within the operations department to the Eastern Army. A task for which he had been entrusted with an awful lot of authority when it came to assigning specific units and officers. This meant she now spent most afternoons helping deal with the man's weighty list of tasks. It was difficult work, but rather rewarding. Until now she'd only really been on the receiving end of orders and she hadn't realized quite how much back and forth there was between departments before the written orders reached their destination. Additionally, the colonel had to liaise with the service corps to make sure that all the supplies were in place so that the operations department's orders could be carried out. Not to mention a plethora of other tasks the two generals enjoyed lumbering him with. It felt as though they were kindred spirits of sorts and she was pleased to be assisting the man. He was intelligent and diligent in his duties and it was clear that he was well respected here in the general staff. Most definitely a connection worth cultivating if she were to succeed here. As a result, they met several times a week and surprisingly Colonel Ryugen had insisted she host the meetings in her office. She could only conclude that he wanted to make her feel comfortable as she settled into her new role and although she was professional enough not to feel intimidated by the new position, she was thankful for his consideration. He truly is an excellent role model for a superior officer. The coffee in the pot should stay warm enough and if not, I'm sure I can remember how to make another myself. Tanya replied with a smile as she waved the girl away. She appreciated her adjutant's attentiveness but she had no intention of becoming the sort of superior who couldn't manage to tie her own shoes without her assistant. Visha nodded, dropping off a stack of papers that she'd already prepared on her desk before excusing herself and leaving Tanya alone with her thoughts. A quick glance around the office told her that despite her protestations that she could look after herself, Visha had already prepared everything else they would need. At least, almost everything. I still have a few more minutes before the colonel arrives, she mused as she glanced up at the clock, feeling a small rumbling from her stomach. He mentioned that rationing was getting stricter nowadays, it'll start getting more difficult to get a hold of luxury goods. She took a moment more to consider as her gaze drifted towards the bottom drawer of her desk, wondering if she were willing to part with her treasure. Perhaps I can curry a little more favor with Colonel Ryugen by sharing some of my chocolate during our meeting. She hesitated for a moment before leaning down towards the drawer, fishing a key out of her pocket as she went. Her supply of pre-war and fine imported chocolate had been dwindling for some time now, with almost everything she had obtained of late containing less and less cocoa and more of the unpleasant ersatz alternative. As such, she had been carefully rationing the good stuff and had even hidden her last few bars from Visha. Not that she didn't trust her adjutant of course, but she knew all too well how things could seemingly go missing in an office environment. It was better not to leave it lying around to tempt her sweet-toothed subordinate. Besides, hiding it made it more difficult for her to succumb to her own temptation to snack on it. It was all too easy to absently break off a square and eat it while she was busy concentrating on her work. She unlocked her bottom desk drawer and removed a stack of documents from inside before reaching for the mechanical pencil she habitually kept on the table. Next, she carefully maneuvered the point to a small hole on the underside of the drawer and pushed, revealing a false bottom. She pushed it loose, feeling a small sliver of delight as she revealed the carefully wrapped package. She smiled as she took the package and carefully replaced the false bottom and documents. She knew hiding her treats like this was overkill but it was a habit she'd picked up in the orphanage. Privacy had been a luxury there, sweet treats rarer still and she'd quickly learned that many of the other orphans were not as honest as she was. Besides, the ability to keep certain things unseen was a skill that may come in handy someday. If the fortunes of war ever changed, she might have to make a swift career change, that would require hiding more than a few bars of chocolate. She began unwrapping the package, smiling with anticipation as she removed the brown paper but paused as she realized something seemed off about the weight. It was heavier than it should be. A sudden sliver of suspicion washed over her and she hurriedly ripped off the rest of the wrapping to investigate. That little. She growled under her breath, feeling her blood boil as instead of her chocolate the paper revealed a small paperweight with a carefully written note attached. Tanya. You graciously advised me to keep my energy up and look after myself while I was away. So I have taken the liberty of helping myself to some of your chocolate. Hope you don't mind. I'll replace it all when I get back in a few months. Kind regards. Will. She felt a flash of anger as she screwed up the note and tossed it across the room before returning to her chair. At least she could take solace that he hadn't taken her coffee too. How had he found out about her hiding place? And more importantly, how did he always manage to frustrate her so much? He was probably over 800 kilometers away right now and he still managed to find new and creative ways to annoy her. She slumped back in her chair and glared at the picture of the self-satisfied little brat as he mocked her through the photograph from halfway across the continent. Another spark of anger flickered through her and she grabbed her pencil once more, this time wielding it like a knife. Thieving little bastard. XXXXXX. Colonel Erich von Ryugen winced as he felt the familiar lurch of his gut that signaled his impending meeting with Major Tanya von Digerekov. Understandably, they had become more frequent of late and he had been forced to change his diet to help ease his gastronomic distress. He had hoped that regular contact with the monstrous young officer would help build his tolerance and ease his bouts of stomach cramps. However, so far, this had not been successful and he could never seem to shake the ever-present sense of unease when he was around her. He let out a sigh before reaching into his desk drawer for the medicine the staff doctor had given him to help his condition. This is getting ridiculous, he told himself, opening the bottle and swallowing a pair of pills. I shouldn't be intimidated by a little girl, not even a monster like her. He washed the medicine down with a glass of water before glancing over at the wall clock, letting out another long sigh. He only had a few more minutes until his meeting. It was depressing that he could now set his schedule to the timing of his intestinal troubles. Still, he had a job to do and putting it off would do nothing to aid his duodenal discomfort. He rose from his seat, carefully loaded a bundle of files and reports into his satchel and headed off to Digirekov's office, fortuitously located on the far side of the building from his own. One lesson he remembered keenly from his time at the military college and subsequent postings, was that, although it is important to give all you can to a fight, it was always important to leave yourself an avenue of withdrawal. As much as it shamed him, this was the reason he had asked Digirekov to host their meetings rather than invite the monster into his own office. Foolish though it was, he feared her way of thinking would somehow infect him if he did not have some place to retreat to, somewhere free of her malign influence. He still worried that she was somehow poisoning the minds of the general staff, and although he may not be able to prevent that, he could at least prevent his own conscience from being corrupted. Perhaps I'm worrying too much. She's been nothing but polite and professional during our meetings so far. He tried to reassure himself, trying to quieten the acidic rumble from his insides. She's been just as helpful and dutiful as any officer. Perhaps even more so. This at least was true. She had been extraordinarily helpful when it had come to assisting him catch up with all the extra work gifted by General Rudersdorf, and she'd gone above and beyond with both helping him write up orders and liaising between the departments to get what they needed. She'd also thoughtfully arranged refreshments at every one of their meetings and had begun to relax more around him, even making what might count as small talk about the various treats she and her adjutant occasionally provided. He was beginning to wonder if she was going out of her way to try to impress him, a thought that was uniquely terrifying in itself. That would mean she had some hidden agenda for him. No, I'm being paranoid, he chastised himself inwardly as he nodded a greeting to some passing officers. Maybe Zetter and Rudersdorf are right? Perhaps she has changed and matured during her frontline service. She hasn't shown any of the brutal nature I witnessed back in the military academy. Aside from the rage emanating from her during the hearing, something she could probably be forgiven for under the circumstances, and her worrying tendency to refer to the Empire's soldiers as human resources, she had exhibited very little of the behavior that had so worried him in the past. She'd even seemed to show a sliver of concern for the men they sent to fight the Federation, commenting on some of the more worrying casualty projections with something akin to lament. The cynical part of his brain wanted to brush this off as simple pragmatism on her part, a desire not to see resources wasted when they could be used elsewhere. However, he knew himself to be biased when it came to matters surrounding rusted silver. Perhaps there really is some compassion in her and I've just been too blind to see it. He frowned as he considered the possibility. If this were true, he had made an unforgivable mistake for a staff officer, particularly one that had served for so long within the personnel department. There had been many soldiers who had started off as bad apples but grown into model imperial officers. There were even stories about Generals Zetter and Rudersdorf being problematic early in their careers, and now they were practically running the entire war. If his thinking were so inflexible to assume that Digirekov was incapable of change, then what kind of officer was he? There was no place in the general staff for inflexible thinking, particularly not in wartime. And yet, I should at least give her the benefit of the doubt. He told himself as the door to her office loomed in front of him, doing his best to force his apprehension aside. He took a breath, politely rapped on the door and waited for the girl or her adjutant to answer. There was no answer. He paused for a moment, shifting his weight from one foot to the other before knocking again. This was unusual. Digirekov or her adjutant had been practically waiting at the door for every other meeting, welcoming him in almost the moment his fingers struck the aged oak. Had she forgotten about their meeting? Surely not. Of all the faults he could find with Digirekov, organization and punctuality were not among them. He waited a moment more, surreptitiously trying to listen for signs of life through the door while trying not to appear too obvious about it. Despite appearances of military professionalism, and the obvious need for secrecy in all military matters, the general staff offices could be a hub for gossip at times. A superior officer lurking listening by the door of a much younger subordinate would doubtless set some tongues wagging if he dallied here for too long. Straining his ears, he could hear what sounded like movement, but it was difficult to be sure exactly what or to whom it belonged through the thick oak doors. There was nothing for it, he would have to go in and investigate. Major von Digirekov, I'm coming in. He called, knocking once more as he pushed the door open. He stepped into the office and froze as he saw the monstrous little girl in front of him, momentarily reliving the moment 3 years before when he had witnessed her threaten another cadet with a lobotomy. The major was seated at her desk, wielding a pencil like a knife as she violently stabbed it into a newspaper. She moved with unrestricted savagery, as if her very soul desired the destruction of the page, and her eyes burned with the same venomous bile that had so unnerved him back at the military academy. Perhaps worst of all, and in Rirujan's opinion the most damning proof that the young major was still as violent and unhinged as he had always believed, was the evil grin accompanied by the soft mantra of, "You little bastard," as she repeatedly plunged her pencil into the picture in front of her. Perhaps this is a misunderstanding," he told himself, not truly believing it but reminding himself of his bias and vowed to appraise her more fairly as he tried his best to tear his gaze away from her hateful gaze. She had not yet noticed him and was still engrossed by her attack on the unfortunate soul who had enraged her in the newspaper. "I'm supposed to be giving her the benefit of the doubt. Major Digirekov? Is everything all right?" he called again, mustering all his will to keep his voice level. The girl froze, dropping her writing implement cum weapon as she hastily switched her spiteful gaze from the paper towards him. There was an awful moment where her face didn't seem to know what expression to present and she seemed to go through several all at once before her familiar mask of professionalism returned and she stood hastily and saluted smartly. "Colonel Rirujan, sir. I didn't hear you come in." She greeted him quickly, the barest hint of panic reaching her face. She made a brief attempt to surreptitiously hide the paper as she moved to the opposite side of her desk, pulling out a second chair and gesturing him to join her. "There's nothing wrong. My apologies, I must have lost track of time." "Not to worry, Major. It happens to the best of us," he replied uncomfortably as he reluctantly took his seat while the girl returned to her own and offered him a drink. He nodded, his throat feeling suddenly dry in the face of such a strange sight, and he watched silently as she poured him a cup of coffee, hands still shaking slightly with rage. "Benefit of the doubt, remember?" he reminded himself as he did his best to push aside his anxiety and reached into his briefcase for his files. "We had better get started," he continued, the practiced experience of hundreds of such meetings finally breaking through his discomfort as he passed a file over to the young major. He felt on steadier ground when talking about work. "I've brought a number of reports from the Eastern Front that I'd like your opinion on." She took the reports gratefully and immediately began poring through them with the same alacrity he had come to expect from her. Meanwhile, he found that curiosity had gotten the better of him. He could see the corner of the paper peeking out from under some of Digirekov's research notes and he decided to find out exactly what or who had upset the terrifying girl so much. He took a sip of his coffee to cover his actions, although the major seemed too engrossed in her work to notice him. Then he carefully teased the newspaper out from underneath the pile of documents with the tips of his fingers until eventually, the colored newsheet was revealed to him and he hastily scanned the headlines. "Saint supports Eastern mages. Plucky Prince hunts perfidious Commonwealth volunteers. Will the Saint become the next top ace?" His eyes darted to the tattered pictures and he felt his blood run cold. Every single image containing Prince Wilhelm had been defaced, in most cases, literally. The girl had taken to attacking every photograph of him with the same single-minded devotion she did while obliterating enemy units down to a man. Not even the caricature of the boy evicting the Federation Bear and Commonwealth John Bull had been spared her wrath, and he could not help but fear for his safety. Especially since these reports, they were written by Captain Hozollern, were they not? He heard Digirekov ask, her voice struggling to hide a growl. Rirujan suddenly felt as though he had entered a lion's den with his pockets full of steak. His Highness has been in a unique position to travel up and down the lines almost at will. He and his troops have been able to observe a great deal about the enemy's disposition. He replied quickly, feeling the need to defend the young prince. He had thought his observations helpful, particularly since they had been offered voluntarily by the boy while he was busy in the east. He'd assumed Major Digirekov would feel the same, especially since they had served together for so long. He certainly hadn't expected a reaction like this. Could it be that she's jealous of his success? He wondered, trying to puzzle out her true thoughts. Aside from the few times he had witnessed her deranged true self show itself, she usually wore a stone-like expression that hid whatever was going on in her mind. However, after interrupting her ritualistic destruction of the newspaper, she seemed uncharacteristically rattled, and her mask was starting to show the odd crack. Is she already regretting getting herself temporarily transferred to the rear? It's good to hear he's making himself useful. She replied carefully, and Rirujan was certain he saw her eye twitch as she tried to force back her anger. She is jealous. She fears losing her position amongst the aces and blames the young prince. He realized as he studied her expression further. She may have been trying to hide it, but the set of her jaw, the slight furrow of her brow, the fire in her eyes. There was murderous intent there, he was sure of it. Poor boy. He thought as he glanced down at the mutilated photographs of the young boy. He has no idea what his efforts and good service have earned him. He spared another glance at the raging girl in front of him and felt another spasm from his stomach. Part of him envied the young prince. At least he didn't have to face the girl right now. When it came to facing Digirekov, it might be safer on the front lines. Author's notes. Hello everyone and thank you for reading. I'm very sorry it has been a long time since updating. There are a few reasons for this, including mild burnout, lots of work, a busy beta reader, and this bonus chapter. After the last chapter, I had a lot of kind reviews saying they liked the more mundane, day-to-day stuff, and I got the impression that some of you wanted to see a bit of the downtime while Tanya was in the rear writing her paper. This surprised me a tad, and I had originally planned just to time skip forward a bit to where the plot starts to pick up again. However, I thought I would try to compromise a bit and decided to write a little bonus section about how Tanya is getting on without her annoying little prince by her side. I had originally thought to write a bit more and make this a full chapter, but I really wanted to move on. I will finish this story. Even if it kills me. I hope you can forgive me for that. Chapter 77, Operation Shrouded Web. Saint of Letzenbourg, Part 5. Operation Shrouded Web. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. Defeat at Tegenhof effectively put an end to the Federation invasion of the Empire, and the land seized in the initial assault marked the apex of their gains until the very end of the war. However, with the element of surprise no longer on their side, their forces pushed to the brink by the losses sustained in Tegenhof, the defeat in the north and their inability to push through the mountains in Dacia, they were not to hold on to these gains for long. The Imperial counterattack was swift as it was brutal, and within a month the Federation found itself back at its own borders and defending its territory from the Hun. This was, in large part due to the disparity in magical troops, the Federation having eschewed their use in favor of technological alternatives. Scholars argue exactly how important this advantage was for the Imperials, with some claiming it was only the loss of so many fighters in Tegenhof that led to such a weakness in their forces. However, what is certain is that without a solid counter, both the skies and the battlefields below were quickly dominated by Imperial aerial mages. Thus it fell on the Allied Kingdom, its Commonwealth, and its volunteers to help defend their beleaguered ally. Prime Minister Chibol offered full support. Shipments of weapons and tanks, both domestic and purchased from the Unified States, were sent within days, and additional mages were pledged to help the forces of General Secretary Jugashvili repel the now invading Imperials. For a time the forces of Albion were the only mages defending the Russie skies, a time not remembered fondly by Albion or Russie alike. For it was during this period that the shift in the Saint of Letzenbourg's character seemed to shift the most, as he and his forces began a campaign to harass the volunteer mages sent to support the Federation. Of the whereabouts of the Devil of the Rhine, we know nothing. However, some have speculated that the high casualty rate of the Allies during this time is evidence that the Devil took on the Saint's moniker during these months. Although as to why they might do this, no one can say. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. July 6, Unified Year 1925, 10:45. 8 kilometers from Brest-Litovsk, Russie/Imperial Disputed Zone, Russie Federation. Will stifled a yawn as he stared up at the sky from his hiding place amongst the rubble of a ruined farmhouse, paradoxically doing his utmost to remain silent while the sound of his recorded voice echoed through both the air and airwaves. He had always thought that waiting was the worst part of any ambush, at least when he was on the attacking side. It felt like he was wasting too much time, and that was a resource he could rarely afford to squander. Still, now that the trap is baited, waiting around is all I can do. He sighed inwardly, reaching into his pack for some chocolate, hoping that the sugar might help him wake up a little. It was the good stuff, liberated from Tanya's secret stash before he left the capital. He could have paid for his own instead of pilfering hers, of course, but knowing that the girl would doubtless be furious once she found his IOU brought a smile to his face and gave him almost as much energy as the sugar and cocoa. Shame I couldn't have been there to see her expression though, he thought, allowing himself a smile as he imagined an enraged Tanya cursing his name as she paced her new office in Berlin. And that she'll never know exactly what I did for her. It had been a month and a half since the hearing, but Will was still fairly pleased with how everything had panned out. He had learned from his previous mistakes in Letzenbourg and on the Rhine and had decided that trying to manipulate Tanya directly was a fool's errand. She was far too intelligent and second-guessed everything he said or did. Tricking her was almost impossible. Even if he and Sophia had arranged something sneaky to get her transferred to the rear, he was certain her suspicion would lead her to believe it was a poisoned chalice. Besides, getting her to agree to him leaving her side was always going to be difficult without support from the higher UPS. As such, he decided the best way to get her away from the front, and him back to it, was to get her to ask for it herself. Will knew all too well by now how to upset her. He'd been on the receiving end of her bad moods more often than he'd been on her good side after all. So he had a fairly good idea of how she would react if she felt she was being unjustly blamed by her superiors. Since the Foreign Office was already looking for a scapegoat, all he and Sophia had needed to do was set things in motion, as well as arrange for a transfer for himself once the dust settled, of course. It was a little like setting up dominoes to watch them fall. From there, things had more or less handled themselves. Although he was certain that she would deny it, Tanya was just as good at manipulation as he was when she wanted to be, at least when it came to the professional realm of the military. He'd known that if she were upset enough, she would do something she would consider desperate, asking to be reassigned to the rear, using the General Staff's past actions as justification. The investigation from the High Command was more than enough to achieve this, especially since she took any complaint about her performance to heart. The whole affair had made for an entertaining show. It always amused him how she considered asking directly for a transfer to be a last-ditch move. It wasn't as though she wasn't qualified and she'd done more than her share of frontline duty. If handled correctly it could have happened long before now, even if it meant some sideways promotions to the regional army groups. He would have been happy to help her along as well. However, she seemed to think such things would reflect badly on her career and feared she would somehow be given a job worse than the ones she usually ended up with. Perhaps even destroy her career entirely. It might have been funny if she didn't so earnestly believe it. As though I'd ever let them do anything to ruin you. He chuckled to himself. If not for her rabid distrust of him, he would have had her moved somewhere safer long before now. Especially since he no longer needed piggyback on her battalion to stay at the front. She does so like to make things difficult for herself. He wondered if his actions might have counted as breaking his promise to her. He had technically gone over her head after all. Besides, encouraging the Foreign Office to bring her up on jumped-up charges would likely be interpreted as a hostile move even with the proper context. Then again, she had never been in any real danger. Even if they'd had a stronger case, the Foreign Office couldn't have succeeded. The General Staff would not have allowed the punishment of one of their officers on political grounds, and the Chancellor and Supreme High Command could not risk angering the military. They'd already given them too much power, and any backlash would be disastrous for the country and the war effort. That too might have been amusing if it hadn't been another warning he'd left in his paper before the war. Each part of the imperial government lived in its own little world, quietly working towards its raison d'etre while ignoring the others. In peacetime, this had caused problems, but it was workable. As the war dragged on, they were starting to work against their own goals. If not for the powers bestowed upon the military at the war's outbreak, the whole system would have collapsed in on itself by now. It wasn't as if his uncle or cousin were capable of stepping up and taking the reins after all. They were lucky the General Staff remained so vehemently loyal. Realistically, they could take over any time they liked. Not that I'll need to worry about that for too much longer. He mused, breaking off a cube of chocolate and slipping it into his mouth as he allowed his mind to wander. As long as I can pay off the debt, I can either work to reverse the damage or escape somewhere safer before things go sideways. I'll also need to make sure the others get out safe too, so they don't end up like. He did his best to shake the thought away, feeling a familiar stab of guilt return to the pit of his stomach. He frowned as he rewrapped the chocolate and carefully stowed it away in one of the pouches on his flight suit. The chocolate somehow seemed bitter all of a sudden, and the ache in his chest meant he wasn't in danger of falling asleep any longer. I should stay focused on the mission. We should get a bite soon. His plan to mimic the Francois mage killers was going well so far, despite the scarcity of targets on the Eastern Front. Since the Federation fielded almost no mages, Imperial forces had been able to use its own mage units to strike at strategic positions as well as ground-based artillery and their spotters with ruthless abandon. Meanwhile, the Russie fighters that were supposed to protect them were being routinely intercepted by the Imperial Air Fleet, leaving the mages almost completely unchallenged. As such, the Federation had been forced to rely on the Commonwealth's ever-growing volunteer army to defend them from magical threats, deploying them in important sectors to prevent them from being overwhelmed by Imperial mage power. Although they were being overworked, and spread fairly thinly across the massive front, it had meant that Will could predict where they might be deployed with reasonable success, and he routinely deployed with his own company to intercept them. Breaking up their formations and picking off the stragglers had been child's play after that. The Commonwealth commander had figured out he was hunting them very quickly, of course. It only took a day or so before he felt detection waves tuned into his specific mana signature wash over him while he was out on patrol. The international volunteers learned caution exceptionally quickly, and if they got so much as a hint of him or his company's presence, they either formed up tightly or kept their distance after that. Fortunately, he had planned for this too and had persuaded the commanders of the Eastern forces to use Project Shroud to cast fake signatures of himself and his company all across the front. Additionally, he had prepared some recordings of himself to be broadcast to give more credibility to the ruse. Now the Commonwealth commander had no idea where he was hiding, while Will could still make educated guesses about where they would be sent. All he had to do was lie in wait and strike at his forces as they revealed themselves. It wasn't an exact science, but he was managing to whittle away at them with ambushes and hit-and-run attacks. So far it had been fairly successful, and, although part of him felt bad about the underhanded nature of his attacks, not to mention the otherwise dishonorable way of targeting soldiers directly rather than obtaining tactical and strategic objectives, every death had contributed to the tally on the sword. Unlike the communists, the monstrous god valued these poor souls. He let out a sigh as he resisted the urge to draw his sword and look at the number once again, knowing the number couldn't have possibly changed since last he checked it. He knew he was making progress, frustratingly slow progress, but he was creeping closer to his goal. I just wish the damned Tommies and their volunteers would give me a few more chances. They're far too cautious for my liking. He grumbled internally, part of him hating himself for his impatience. To think the evil deity had him anxious to murder the unsuspecting and unprepared for its sake, that thing really was a monster. Especially that one. Where is she? I only have a few more weeks before I have to return to the capital to make sure Tanya doesn't get sent back to the front. He'd made it a personal goal to hunt down the mage that had injured Tanya so badly in Tegenhof. It had shaken him to his core to see her in such a way, and he had vowed not to let it happen again. He may have succeeded in ridding the world of his otherworldly doppelganger, but it had been the Entente mage from Moscow that had almost taken Tanya from him. Although she had been defeated and injured by Tanya during their duel, Will had no doubt that the monstrous god had spared her life. While she lived, Tanya would always be in danger. Perhaps she's yet to recover. He mused, shifting slightly as his leg began to fall asleep in his flight boot. Probably for the best, it would be better if Sophia were away when I face her. At the very least I'll have to keep her with the reinforcement platoon. Despite the mage's terrifying strength, he did not believe he would have too much difficulty taking her down. He knew he would likely lose in a prolonged fight, especially if he took her head on. In terms of raw power, she easily outclassed him. However, he had no intention of allowing her or her commander to seize the initiative. Surprise counted for an awful lot when it came to defeating a stronger opponent, and while his ambush tactics persisted, he would have that advantage in every engagement. Besides, I beat Tanya, didn't I? He grinned to himself, remembering the little trick he'd played on her during their journey to the south, frowning a little as he also remembered the black eye that he had received as a result. Not that I plan on kissing this one, of course. An urgent, rhythmic clicking in his ear broke him from his thoughts as he recognized the signal embedded in a communication spell. As an additional precaution, he'd had the company adopt radio silence until they engaged, with the only exception being this prearranged nonverbal warning when a suitable target was approaching. Sergeant Litz was on observation duty today. He must have spotted some prey. Will readied his gear, getting to his feet and preparing himself for a hasty activation of his gear, but decided to risk a sliver of mana to summon up a detection spell and display. It was risky, even a small increase in his mana signature might reveal his presence, but he needed to know who he was dealing with. 6 signals. An expanded platoon, damn, that beast isn't with them today either. He grumbled internally as he let the glowing lattice fall away and got to his feet, drawing his sword and reading himself. No matter. He thought, staring up at the clouds, searching for the distant targets as he listed for Litz's next signal. He would attack as though she really were here. There would be no escape. Click, 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 K. High speed, 6,000 feet, entering engagement zone. He mentally translated as the sounds filled his ears. He moved his hand to his orb as he sent power to his gear and felt the sudden but familiar lurch as the reactivation of the flight boots left him hovering just above the ground. He did not allow it to distract him, however, and his body tensed instinctively as the distant figures began to come into view. Click, click. He took a deep breath, composing himself and summoning his own communication spell as the final signal came. It was too late for the enemy to escape now, it was over. Now. July 6, Unified Year 1925, 11:30. Pishchevik House, 15 kilometers outside central Moscow, Russia Federation. Colonel Anatoly Michael shifted awkwardly as he adjusted his uniform, tightening his belt a notch as he waited uncomfortably under the gaze of the pair of NKTV officers. It had been a long time since he'd been permitted to wear the livery of his homeland, and, although he had spent much of his youth wearing some variation of it, it now seemed almost alien to him. Not to mention several sizes too large. I've lost a lot of weight during those years in the loggery. He thought with a shiver, trying his best to push aside the memories of freezing Siberian weather and hard labor. My old self would barely recognize me as I am now. I can only hope the kids still can, and that I can do the same with them. He risked a quick glance at his surroundings, careful not to let his gaze linger on the guards as he swept the room. He was sat in the corridor of an old dacha that had likely once belonged to a deposed noble. The walls had been stripped of anything of value and the windows were darkened by dirt. He suspected this building had been abandoned until relatively recently. A scowl from one of the guards forced his gaze back towards the marbled floor, conditioning from years of abuse making him act without thought as he automatically fell into his accustomed subservience. Unbidden, the memories of the camps flooded back into his mind. Despite being among those who had sided with the new regime during the revolution, he and almost every other magically gifted soldier had been imprisoned in the years following the fall of the Tsar. Memories of how the old despot had used mages to repress the populace left them mistrusted by everyone, and fear that they may lead a counter-revolution had placed them at the top of the list when Jugashvili had begun his purge of the military. Stripped of his gear and orb, he'd been sent to the loggery, a series of labor camps meant to make use of the state's enemies. Their families too had been taken, ensuring they could not rebel for fear of reprisal against them, and the chance that they might have a chance to see them again was dangled in front of them as a reward for good behavior. That never came, however. He had not been allowed to see them for nearly 3 years. Many more had been tortured and executed. The Commissariat of Internal Affairs had no qualms about making an example out of anyone they saw fit for it. Anyone considered a troublemaker had been dealt with soon after their arrival. Within days, everyone knew that even daring to complain about the cold or lack of food was enough to have you removed from the barracks forever. Within months the will to resist was extinguished completely. Nowadays he could not even summon up anger towards his captors. He had been resigned to his fate, fully expecting to die in the camps. What he hadn't expected was a summons recalling him to duty in the Red Army. He certainly hadn't expected it to come from that bastard Krugov, and not at the recommendation of her. He glanced sideways at the officer next to him as she sat with arms crossed and wearing a deep frown. Major General Ilya Zinaida Sokolova was a bit of an oddity within the Federation army. Unlike most mages, she had avoided the purge by selling out her comrades, and it was rumored that by doing so she had gained the fickle favor of the General Secretary. At 31, she was young for someone of such rank and the only woman to ever reach such heights, but Michael knew from experience that it had not been skill that had earned her the position. She had always been adept at clinging to other people's coattails and stealing credit. Her piercing brown eyes and pretty smile had likely helped as well. He'd heard the General Secretary had an eye for the ladies. "You've come a long way since you served as my lieutenant," he thought, marshalling his features to keep the cold spite from his expression. She was one of the few people still capable of drawing out such an emotion in him, however, he knew better than to show it on his face. "Was it worth selling us all up the river? Damned bitch! Stop fidgeting," she whispered without turning to look at him, absently fiddling with the computation orb at her throat. "It isn't just your neck on the line here. You should be thankful I put you forward for this, it's the only chance you have of getting out of that." She paused, twitching uneasily under the watchful gaze of the NKTV guards as she hastily recomposed her words. "Out of that place," she finished lamely. Michael said nothing but allowed himself a sliver of satisfaction in the knowledge that if anything went wrong, she too would find herself in hot water. However, he also had to admit she was right. This was the first time in years he'd been allowed out of the loggery. Although he didn't know why he was here yet, that he'd been bathed, deloused, and his uniform had been returned to him was quite an improvement compared to hauling timber or iron ore in sub-zero temperatures. It looked like he was getting a second chance. If he were lucky he might be allowed to see his wife and children again. It would be foolish to squander the opportunity, even if he would miss the chance to gain some measure of revenge on that bitch Sokolova. No, it could never be so simple. He thought as a resigned gloom fell on him once more. Jugashvili would never release him out of the goodness of his heart. "There'll be a price for this, I only hope it isn't worse than the camps." The pair returned to their uncomfortable silence as they waited, Michael doing his best to ignore the itchiness of the freshly laundered material on his skin. His traitorous former subordinate was not willing to follow her own advice, however, and tapped her foot restlessly as they waited. The rhythmic noise of her boot the only sound permeating the room as she sat staring at the door opposite. A soft knock interrupted the quiet and one of the guards opened the door slightly to take a message from the occupants in the room beyond. Then a moment later, he stepped forward and bid them both to enter, watching them carefully as they rose from their seats. "She's worried," Michael observed as he watched Sokolova's hand absently move up her orb once again. Despite holding a device that would allow her to easily overwhelm both the guards and the occupants of the room, she was still struggling to keep her composure. "Then again, so am I. We are meeting with the man responsible for imprisoning or killing almost every mage in the country. I can't say I'm looking forward to it." The last time Michael had been given the dubious honor of meeting Captain Krugov, it had been in a dark room with nothing more than a chair and a lamp to act as decoration. However, this time they were ushered into a brightly lit stateroom with a large heavy ornate desk that must have once belonged to the house's former occupant. Like the rest of the building, it didn't look as though it had been inhabited until relatively recently, however, it seemed to have remained curiously untouched by whomever had looted the corridor outside. Here, sheets still covered much of the furniture and a thick layer of dust sat atop them, while boxes of files were strewn around the room waiting to be organized. If the rumors he'd heard were to be believed, the offices of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs had been severely damaged during the attack on the capital. They must have been forced to relocate here. What surprised him the most, however, was that there was no sign of the huge intimidating mage killer he had been expecting to be sitting at the desk. Instead, there was a small, fat, balding, bespectacled man carefully combing through a stack of paper and photographs. "Comrade Loria." Sokolova breathed in surprise, tensing even further as she too noticed the man at the desk. "I wasn't aware that you were handling this matter personally." "Loria." Michael felt a stab of dread in his gut. He had never met the head of the Jugashvili's enforcers, he had never been considered important enough to be anything more than one of countless names on a list. However, everyone knew the man by his reputation. Khrushchev was a cruel bastard, especially towards mages, but Loria, he was a monster. "General Sokolova, Colonel Michael. Please take a seat." He gestured with a slimy smile as he placed the papers back on the desk in front of him. Michael suddenly became aware of a looming presence behind him as the door swung shut and a glance over his shoulder revealed that Krugov had been behind them the entire time, hand resting on his pistol in case of trouble. He had no doubt that the man would use it either. He could still recall the day the man had disarmed him and his men after arresting them. Krugov had dared them with his eyes to disobey. He had wanted the excuse to murder every mage in the vicinity. Sokolova tugged at his sleeve urgently, ushering him to take his seat opposite the little bald man as the giant form of Krugov behind him made his way to his side. "Tea? Cake?" he asked conversationally, pouring each of them a cup without waiting for a reply. "Try it with some jam, it was a present from the General Secretary." He grew them himself in his garden. Michael stared at the victuals with a mix of suspicion and yearning. It had been so long since he'd eaten anything other than bread or gruel, just the smell of the tea and jam was enough to get his mouth salivating. However, this was Loria he was dealing with, could he really assume he would offer him refreshments out of simple courtesy? At best this was an obvious attempt to try and soften his attitude towards the enforcers after years of imprisonment. At worst, it was likely drugged. He doubted they'd put anything in it would kill him, however, if they wanted to do that they would have done so already, but he wouldn't put it past them to spike it with something that would leave him weaker and more lethargic. He spared a brief glance at the mage killer behind him, the gorilla of a man was still glaring at him with undisguised suspicion and disgust. Meanwhile, Loria continued to smile at him, pretending not to notice his reticence. I should do as he asks. He thought, reaching for the jam and taking a honey cake. They won't relax unless I appear cooperative, and even if it is drugged there's little I can do about it, with Krugov breathing down my neck. He nodded gratefully, spooning some jam into his tea before taking a sip, trying not to show too much apprehension as the pair of enforcers watched him with differing types of interest, Krugov with suspicion and Loria with the strange and unpleasant smile. His tongue seemed to tingle as the sweet flavor found its way to his long-dormant taste receptors. Whether drugged or not, he was thankful to be able to enjoy such a simple pleasure once again. Good, isn't it? Loria smirked as he sipped on his own tea, pausing only to take a bite of honey cake. The General Secretary is a keen gardener and enjoys sharing the fruits of his labor with his comrades. I understand your family grew their own fruits and vegetables before you joined the Mage Corps. Perhaps you have a shared interest. Michael remained silent. He'd encountered two types of political officers during his career and tenure in the loggery, the brutes and the talkers. The former, like Krugov, were easy enough to deal with, if they wanted an answer they would beat it out of you. The talkers, however, would pounce on every word, tease extra details that they would use against you later. If you offered them even the smallest shred of information it could put everything at risk. Fortunately, Loria did not seem to care or notice his failure to answer. He's often complained about weeds though, and I have endeavored to help him clear them whenever I can. He continued, tidying some of his paperwork before he fixed them both with a smile once more. More recently though, he's begun to appreciate some of the wild flowers that he would otherwise have me remove. Yes, they are technically weeds, but I have convinced him that as long as they are well tended, they will no longer be a threat to his garden. Yes, Comrade Commissar. Sokolova replied, straightening in her seat as Michael stifled a groan. This was the other problem with political officers who liked to talk, they wrapped their messages in metaphor and dared you to misunderstand them, punishing any who did. Fortunately, he understood what the man was trying to say. You are reforming the Mage Corps, Comrade Commissar. He replied, ignoring the glare from the Traitor General at his side. She likely thought it a stupid question, him being deliberately obtuse at best. However, the growing smirk on Loria's face told him that he had already figured out what words Michael had left unsaid. But we need no mages, no superstition. Only science. Those had been the words used as an excuse for their disbanding. What had changed? Indeed. Just as the occasional wild flower can add to the beauty of a garden, so too can every worker strive for the good of the motherland. That is what the General Secretary believes. He returned, gesturing expansively. Michael couldn't help but notice a low growl from the giant at his back. Just because our fighters and anti-air guns are a counter to Imperial magecraft, does not mean we should discard our knowledge of the subject completely. So you've been caught with your pants down by how strong the enemy mages are and how ineffective your countermeasures are. Now those of us you locked in labor camps are your only defense. He translated inwardly but knew better than to speak aloud. Instead, he simply nodded and pretended he believed the face of the man's words. General Sokolova here will be in overall command. She, along with Captain Krugov, will ensure the new generation of mages will be properly trained and loyal to the party and the motherland. He continued, gesturing towards the woman at his side. He wasn't sure if she looked honored or terrified by the thought. They're serious about this, he thought, feeling nothing but dread as he studied the bespectacled man in front of him, but Loria still showed nothing of his intentions other than the slimy smile. They're rebuilding the mages from the ground up so that they're loyal to Jugashvili. But what does he want from me? I am glad to hear that, Comrade Commissar. I have always heard they are both loyal to the General Secretary. He replied, keeping his voice as neutral as possible and taking great care with his words. He was expected to lie, no one here would believe that years of imprisonment would garner anything other than discontent, but they also knew that he did not dare speak openly against them. That is why he had chosen to speak the truth instead, although he was smart enough to omit his true feelings about it. A small and petty victory he knew, but it was one of the few he knew he was still capable of. However, as I'm sure you realize, it will take many months before these new mages are ready. Which puts us in a rather awkward situation, comrade. Loria continued, pretending not to notice his subtle defiance, instead pausing to clean his glasses on his jacket. As you may have heard, our new friends from the Allied Kingdom have sent volunteer mages from both themselves and other nations to aid in the defense of the motherland. Alas, even with our advanced fighters and anti-aircraft cannons they are taking heavy losses and we fear such a small and weak country may struggle to shoulder such a burden alone. Michael suppressed another groan as he mentally translated the secret policeman's words from party politics into plain Russie. You thought they could do without us mages when you attacked but have been quickly proven wrong. Now you're panicked and having to rely on Albion for mage support but you're worried that if they suffer too many casualties, they might withdraw their troops to defend their own island. I'd hazard a guess I'm not the only mage being released. That is why we are asking you and some of your former comrades to temporarily pause your retirement for the defense of the motherland. Form a new battalion to aid our overworked allies. Loria's smile darkened and Michael knew in an instant that despite his words, this was not a request. We have chosen you to be the commander of this unit. Retirement? Is that what we're calling it? Michael thought bitterly, doing all he could to keep his thoughts from his face as he felt his body ache. The fact that the little man was playing this game with him was almost insulting. Krugov would have at least had the decency to simply beat him until he agreed. Loria hadn't even threatened him yet. It would come soon though he was sure. The smile and sweet words were just the veil he could pretend to hide them behind. Fine, we can both play that game. It is an honor, Comrade Commissar. But why choose me? Surely someone younger like the general here would be more suitable. He replied innocently, taking a great deal of joy from the sudden panic on Sokolova's face. The man's eyes darted between them for a moment and Michael was sure he saw a flicker of understanding cross his smile. As I mentioned, Sokolova is needed to usher in the new generation. However, she speaks very highly of you and your record before your stay in Siberia is most impressive. Loria's smile broadened as he lifted up one of his papers and glanced down at it. I understand you also studied in Albion before the revolution, that will be most useful, I'm sure. Although we will of course be providing officers from the Commissariat for Internal Affairs to aid in translation. Captain Krugov will also visit from time to smooth things over. We choose you because you are disposable, and we are sending our own people to watch over you so that you don't cause trouble. He mentally interpreted, fighting the urge to slump his shoulders in a defeated sigh. Talking to this man was as depressing as it was exhausting. You will of course be rewarded for your faithful service and willingness to return to serve the motherland. He continued, picking up another paper from the pile and Mikkel's heart stopped as he saw a picture of his family on the page. He watched, feeling slightly ill as the bespectacled man licked his lips. We have already moved your family to somewhere more comfortable. Such a cute daughter you have. How old is she now? Michael felt a spark of fury, something he'd thought had been long extinguished in the cold misery of the camps. Not only because of the implied threat to his family, the Commissariat of Internal Affairs had used them as a tool to assure his cooperation even before he had entered the loggery. Even if he still despised it, he'd grown used to the idea that their lives depended on his actions. But also, the indignation that they thought his loyalty to his country needed blackmail to ensure it. He and his comrades had joined the military with the desire to serve and protect their nation. It did not matter who was in charge, be it the Tsar, the Council of Commissars or the General Secretary, a soldier's job was to fight for his country and he had always believed himself loyal to it. He might not have agreed with his nation's leaders, but he could damn well fight to keep invaders out. Now with the Federation's foolish attack repulsed and the Empire pushing into the motherland, he and his comrades would have gladly fought in its defense. But it wouldn't even cross the mind of men like this to appeal to his loyalty. Threat was the only language they knew. She will be 10 at the end of September, Comrade Commissar. He felt himself shaking slightly as a sliver of anger began to slip through his neutral tone. But I have not seen her since she was 6. Ah, they are adorable at that age. The man replied, still staring at the picture, eliciting another stab of rage from Michael. This time it did not go unnoticed, however, he could feel Krugov tense behind him while Sokolova tugged on his sleeve urgently under the table. Loria's gaze moved away from the page for a moment, flicking between the three attendees with quick and calculating precision, pausing on Krugov for the longest before returning to Michael. The smile returned and Michael fancied he sensed a little something more from it than before, however, he was uncertain of what it might mean. That won't do. You must see your family again before you are deployed. He replied breezily, carefully placing the paper back on the pile and returning his full attention to the meeting. I will have them visit you while you assemble your troops. I shall even bring them to you myself. Thank you, Comrade Commissar, but please don't trouble yourself. Michael replied, feeling uncomfortable under the man's stare despite the joy he felt at the possibility of finally seeing his wife and children again. He felt the need to draw his attention away from his family as quickly as possible. It will take some time to get our people up to speed. We haven't flown or used magic in several years now. You will be allowed a month to get yourselves in order. Loria replied, his eyes drifting towards the photograph once more. We do not wish to risk upsetting our Albion friends by taking any longer. It is important we prove our commitment in this regard. And what of our orbs and flight gear? Michael shifted uncomfortably, wishing he could do more to keep the disgusting man's attention away from the papers. Surely they will be outdated by now? If they have even survived in storage. No need to worry about that. Our Albion partners have donated new equipment, both domestically made by themselves and stock purchased from the Unified States. It will of course be inferior to the designs our scientists are working on, but I'm sure you'll find them acceptable for the time being. The bespectacled man grinned before waving them away. You had better get to work, there is no time to waste. Michael wanted to object, but the imposing figure of Krugov began to move, placing a hand on his shoulder that told him that the conversation was now over. Oh, one more thing, Colonel. Loria continued as Michael and Sokolova were shepherded towards the door. Krugov may have some more specific tasks for you from time to time. See that you give them your undivided attention. Michael took the opportunity to take one more look at the little man. His grin widening and his eyes burned as he dropped the photograph and stared off into the distance. If you succeed, you will make me a very happy man. July 6th, Unified Year 1925, 1300 hours. International Volunteer Battalion Temporary Headquarters, Dalagi Village, Russie Federation. Mary watched the rain run down the mess hall window dispassionately, the rhythmic beating of the water against the glass the only distraction from the tedium of peeling potatoes. Commander Drake had assigned her to help in the kitchens, a mixture of light duties while she recovered from the wounds and punishment for disobeying his orders in Tegenhof. The work itself wasn't so bad, it wasn't too different from cooking with her grandmother back in the Unified States. However, that didn't make her punishment any more bearable, not while she knew her comrades in arms were fighting and dying while she wasted away down here. Just the thought made her heart ache. Once again she had been made powerless to protect those she cared about. Until Commander Drake gave the okay for her to return to active duty, she was of no use to anyone. She let out a sigh and brought a hand to her chest. The devil's gunshot was all but healed, she still felt weak, and she tired easily, but the medical mages had done their jobs well. The meticulous treatment of both them and the Federation doctors had meant there was nothing more than an ugly scar where the demon girl's bullet had so narrowly missed her heart. Yet the wound ached every day, echoing the near-identical pain whenever she thought of her father, and more recently Damien. An unwanted flash of memory broke through her thoughts. She barely recalled most of her struggle against the devil girl, and what she did remember only seemed like fragments of pain, shame, sorrow, and rage viewed through a foggy lens of confusion. One thing she remembered vividly though was the look in the devil's eyes as she aimed her pistol at her head. Then the sudden crash and bewilderment as Damien burst into the church, distracting the devil for a brief moment, disrupting her aim and preventing her from taking the kill shot. If it hadn't been for him, she thought, a tear reaching her eyes as she saw the injured boy lying at her feet in her mind's eye. He had saved her that day, she was sure of it. Despite how hard she had fought, despite her success in downing the evil creature, the devil had risen up once more and would have surely killed her if not for his sudden intervention. And now he's gone. She fought back a sniff as tears rolled down her cheek, forcing her to pause her food preparation as she wiped her eyes on her sleeve. There had been no news of what had happened to her friend since that terrible day. Colonel Drake had claimed he hadn't even seen him as he'd scooped her up and evacuated her from the church. The boy had been lost to the confusion of the devil and her flames. Neither had they heard anything about him being taken captive. Other Allied Kingdom and Commonwealth officers whom the Empire had captured had been allowed to send letters home via the Waldstadt Confederacy so that they could let their friends and loved ones know that they had survived. However, they had heard no such news from Damien, and none of the others who had sent letters back had seen him either. Mary feared the devil had simply murdered him. She hadn't thought twice about attacking the people of Arene or Moscow. Mary doubted she would have any qualms executing an injured boy at her feet. Her knuckles whitened as her grip reflexively tightened around the handle of the knife in her hand. The more she thought about these things, the more the anger built in her once again, and the more frustrated she became at not being able to act on it. But she also found herself feeling dreadfully exhausted. Healing had left her feeling drained, as though what energy she had left had been spread out like butter scraped over too much bread. Although magical-induced medicine could speed up healing dramatically, it could not replace the nutrients that would otherwise be needed for the body's usual healing processes. Water, vitamins, sugars, fat and even muscle tissue were burned at an alarming rate while the physicians forced the body past its limits to heal itself, especially for severe injuries such as the ones the devil had inflicted on her. As a result, she had been left feeling even weaker and more pathetic than ever before. Something that only served to compound her feeling of uselessness. Even with double rations and special exercises, she did not feel as though her strength was returning. Besides, getting extra food made her feel guilty. Mages already enjoyed greater rations than everyone else, and she knew all too well that normal people both on the front lines and back home were making do with far less. It felt as though she were taking the food from their plates when they needed it the most. She sighed again, trying to force her mind back to her task, her anger subsiding slightly as she felt her fatigue grow. Her concentration did not remain fixed for long, however, as the sound of urgent voices from outside reached her ears, pulling her gaze back towards the rain-soaked window once again. Oh no, not more injured. She thought, a knot filling her stomach as she rushed to the door in time to see one of the flight wings return from their support mission. They looked battered and bruised and far fewer in number than when they had taken off earlier that day. It was becoming a worrying trend amongst the volunteer forces, and despite fresh faces arriving via ship every week, the number of people in the battalion seemed to dwindle day by day. Even from a distance, she could see that several of them had returned with nasty wounds, and she felt the sense of dread and uselessness gnaw at her stomach even more. She swallowed, trying to steel herself as she rushed out into the pouring rain, not caring if she would get another reprimand from Commander Drake for abandoning her duties. Surely even he couldn't complain about her helping her injured squad mates. However, as she closed, she felt her knot of unease grow further as she recognized the grave faces of the wing in question, and felt her heart sink further as she saw a familiar figure being carried by a young Aquilonian second lieutenant. Vivi! She cried in horror, feeling tears at the edge of her eyes once again as the copper-skinned woman carrying her placed the unmoving girl on a stretcher so she could be seen by one of the waiting medics. Vivi's skin was unnaturally waxy and pale, looking more like a mannequin than the bright and cheerful friend she knew and loved. She was covered in blood, the deep ruby ichor staining both her navy uniform and auburn hair, making both seem almost black against the whiteness of her face. A deep and vicious cut lay across her chest from shoulder to hip, looking so deep that it almost seemed to slice her in half. But the worst part was the shocked look in her near-colorless eyes. Peggy! What happened? We were ambushed. The Aquilonian native replied awkwardly, shaking slightly as she looked down at her own blood-soaked uniform. Neither girl knew each other very well, nor did they often talk with one another. However, she had been Vivi's flight partner and wing commander for some time now, and she had no reason to believe she would hide what had happened to her friend. Vivi, she pushed me clear, but... Her words drifted off as the medic caught their attention. He gave them a serious look before shaking his head and brought a sheet over the unmoving girl's face before moving on. The world seemed to still for a moment, with only the quiet patter of raindrops breaking the silence as both Legadonian and Aquilonian stared down at the sheet with a mixture of sorrow and disbelief. No. Not Vivi. Not her too. Mary fell to her knees as another spasm of pain stabbed through her chest. She could no longer hold back the tears and wept openly as she once again felt as though her heart were being ripped from her chest. She felt cold, sick, and unable to move as her eyes remained fixed on the sheet in front of her, water and blood mixing and staining the fabric where Vivi's wounds touched it. First Papa, then Damien, now her too. It's too much. Her mind screamed between sobs. This isn't supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be able to protect them. I should report to Commander Drake. Peggy said eventually, slowly turning away from her and leaving Mary alone with her friend. Meanwhile, Mary simply continued to sob quietly to herself, ignored by the busying medics around her as the rain continued to fall and the ground began to turn to mud beneath her. She didn't know how long she knelt there, it felt like both an eternity and a fraction of a second at the same time. None of it felt real, and part of her desperately hoped she would awaken and find that this was nothing more than a nightmare. It was no dream, however, and eventually, some orderlies came to remove the bodies of the fallen, including her friend, and she wondered if she could find the energy to follow. Tears mixed with rain until the rain abruptly ceased over her. Reluctantly, she pulled her gaze from her friend to see the sorrowful yet reassuring smile of one of her few remaining friends, Lieutenant Lilia Ivanova Taneka, the Federation attaché. Her hand holding an umbrella over her, sheltering them both from the rain, while the other proffered a steaming mug of soup. Mary, you should get out of the rain. You are still not recovered and will catch cold. She said, her accented voice holding a measure of rebuke as well as concern as she knelt to pass the soup to Mary and help her to her feet. Mary swayed slightly as she rose, the tumultuous storm of emotions swirling inside her head and making her feel dizzy and unsteady. Thank you, Lilia. She murmured, her voice hoarse as she began to stagger towards where the orderlies were taking Vivi. I should stay with her. Leave her to the corpsmen for now. The political officer replied quickly, a firm hand catching her arm and preventing her from following the medics. It is better you rest for now. Part of Mary desperately wanted to resist, she wanted to stay by her friend's side a little longer. After losing another loved one, it felt like the least she could do, however, something in the older woman's tone made her pause. Lilia was all she had left, and as silly as she knew it was, part of her feared she might be abandoned if she defied her. She couldn't bear to be left alone, not now. Not with all this emptiness. I should have been there for her. She said shakily, reluctantly pulling her eyes away from her fallen friend as the political officer gently led her back towards the barracks. I know losing comrades is difficult. I have lost many too. The older woman replied kindly, and Mary found herself immensely grateful for the woman's presence. She truly did not know how she would cope without someone to help her through this. But you should not blame yourself for their loss. We will remember their sacrifices. I should have, if I'd have been there, maybe I could have. Anger and frustration began to bubble up inside her once again. Why was she always so helpless? She'd tried so hard not to have to feel this way anymore, yet history was repeating itself once again. And why? Because she was stuck peeling potatoes instead of helping her friends. It wasn't fair. But you were not. You are injured, Mary, there is nothing you could have done for her. No. Mary protested despite the small voice that feared Lilia's potential rejection. I'm well enough to fight and I'm stronger than anyone else in the unit. I could have saved them. I could have saved her. Her voice trailed off as her grief gave rise to another round of sobbing. She wished Damien were here, even when things seemed at their lowest his unshakable faith helped her feel strong. Right now she was struggling to believe that God could allow something so terrible to happen. She needed to know that justice would come for those who had caused so much suffering. She needed reassurance that they hadn't died for nothing. Damien's absence only made her doubts multiply, and made the void in her heart feel that much worse. Now that Vivi had been taken from her too, she felt as though it might swallow her completely. You believe you are healed enough to fight? Lilia asked, holding Mary gently by the arm once again as she paused in her stride. Her eyes bored into her for a moment, studying her with an expression that Mary could not quite place. Mary felt her confidence flee as she considered her impulsive declaration. She desperately wanted to believe that she was ready to fight, but she feared the weariness across her body proved her words false. She was certain that things would have been different if she had been by Vivi's side, but the doctors had said she was too weak to be allowed back on active duty. Colonel Drake had forbidden her from even taking a replacement orb until she recovered, muttering the words injured soldiers only had one duty. What if they were right? What if she were nothing more than a burden right now? The political officer continued to study her for a moment longer before a small reassuring smile returned to her face. Mary couldn't help but feel a little of her resolve return at the warm gesture. Your Lieutenant Colonel Drake is a very cautious man when it comes to the welfare of his troops, she said, eventually releasing the grip on her arm. It is as you say. You are much stronger than much of the unit, maybe even him. It is laudable that he treats you as he does everyone else, but even we communists know equality is not the same as equity. Mary stared back at Lilia uncertainly as the woman continued to smile at her, unsure of what she was trying to tell her. You were born with great strength, therefore it is only fair you take more responsibility to use it for the sake of your comrades. She explained, sensing her confusion. You should ask the commander to be allowed back on active duty. Mary looked back at her doubtfully. Commander Drake didn't much like her and he hated when she questioned his orders. She wasn't sure if he would ever let her rejoin her teammates. Do not worry. He may not show it, but Colonel Drake cares for his troops. Lilia continued, her encouraging smile forcing her doubts aside. I'm sure he can be made to see reason. I'll even speak on your behalf. She's right, Mary thought, turning away from the barracks and towards the small wooden building that housed the lieutenant colonel's makeshift office. I need to see him now. Mary strode off back into the rain, filled with renewed energy and purpose, not waiting for Lilia to catch up with her. What the political officer had said was true, she had been given greater strength, but it wasn't that she'd been born with it, she had prayed for it and she had squandered it. No more. I don't care if he says no. God gave me this power to protect everyone. I will use it no matter what. She vowed as she marched through the mud and into Drake's office, not stopping as his adjutant moved to try and prevent her entry. However, her newfound confidence was quickly put to the test as her commander's voice reverberated around the cabin he used as his makeshift quarters. 4 more. Damn that little bastard! He bellowed, kicking his chair over with frustration, causing both her and the uncomfortable-looking Peggy to flinch in the face of their commander's wrath. He hides in plain sight, rips us up piecemeal, and there's not a damned thing we can do about it. Mary was stunned into silence as she listened to the colonel rage against the patrol's attackers. She'd never seen him so angry. Usually, he came across as a grumpy and dour old man, despite only being in his 30s. He'd always seemed to care little for what she or anyone else thought or wanted from him, and although Vivi had always insisted he cared for their well-being, Mary had not seen much to prove it. However, it was clear even to her that the recent losses had upset him. If we could focus on him for even a few days we could drive him off. He growled bitterly, face set in a grim scowl. But we're practically the only mages on the entire front, and both the Reds and the Brass in Londinium seem to think we can be everywhere at once. He seems stressed, she realized, considering the man's position for the first time. It was true that almost all magical support tasks for the entire Russie front had fallen on Drake and the volunteers' shoulders. They'd been requested for every sort of mission from artillery spotting to recon in force, and although Lilia had told her that mages were mistrusted amongst the Russie soldiers, since the Imperial counterattack they had found themselves in increasing demand. As the highest-ranking mage around, the Drake had been making all the choices about where they would deploy, but she'd heard there were far more missions than the Commonwealth and volunteer mages could handle. All the more reason I should be back fighting instead of peeling potatoes. Excuse me, Colonel Drake. She called, doing her best to keep hold of her determination as Drake's glowering face turned and he noticed her for the first time. What are you doing here, Sue? He replied bluntly, a measure of his usual level tone and stony expression returning to his face. You're supposed to be on kitchen duty. She opened her mouth to reply, but to her surprise it was Peggy who spoke first, interjecting on her behalf. Mary helped out when we touched down. the Aquilonian said quickly, making Mary feel a little guilty for how much she needed to bend the truth about her contribution. She was there when we got the news about Lieutenant Kelly. I see. Drake replied, his expression softening. Don't you dare feel sorry for me. Her mind screamed, unsure if her conviction to get back to the front lines would stand up to his sorrowful sympathetic gaze. It was a look shared by the Aquilonian girl too, it was a look she'd seen all too often after the death of her father, Damien too. She hated it. Sir. I want. No, I need to be put back on active duty. Mary ignored him, unwilling to let his pity dissuade her from her task as she fixed him with a determined glare. Please. I can't let this keep happening. Sue, I know you and Kelly were close but there isn't anything you could have. That's not true. And I'm tired of hearing it. She blurted, her voice rising with frustration as she interrupted her superior. I know I could have done something to protect her. To protect all of them. She saw Drake's eye twitch with a familiar stab of annoyance and she could see he was working hard not to simply just explode at her again. Part of her was equally annoyed by that, it was another sign of his attempts to be patient with her after the loss of her friends. Another sign of him treating her like a child. I can't put you back on duty. He said eventually, voice straining with effort to remain calm. Our doctors say you haven't recovered. I shouldn't have to remind you that you are lucky to be alive. You can return to duty once you're healed up. Understood. But sir. I'm well enough to. Mary began to protest but this time it was Drake's turn to cut her off. That's enough, Second Lieutenant. He barked, stunning her to silence, this isn't a debate. Now return to your duties in the kitchen. Mary felt her heart drop as she realized he wasn't going to let her argue her case but resolved herself to at least let her displeasure show on her face. Why did he have to be this way? He might have been trying to be considerate of her in his own way but he was completely ignoring her feelings. It wasn't fair. He looked as though he were going to continue to berate her, he was likely irritated by her attitude, and he often seemed to see her protests as her being disobedient. However, his gaze shifted to her side and his eyes narrowed as he stared past her. Lieutenant Taneka. He said eventually, carefully bringing his voice back under control. Is there something I can help you with? Mary glanced back and saw the political officer carefully shaking the rain off her umbrella as she entered Drake's office. She hadn't heard the woman come in and she felt a little embarrassment and shame. She had likely heard the argument with the commander, at least the part about her still being confined to kitchen duty. I'm sorry for the interruption, Lieutenant Colonel Drake, I know it is not my place but I am confused as to why you are denying Lieutenant Sue's request. She replied, striding in confidently with a smile. You were only telling me yesterday that you are chronically short of personnel. Mary felt a sliver of hope return as her friend spoke in her defense. Although Lilia was a much lower rank than the colonel, she was a representative of an allied nation, their host at that, surely he would have to listen to her. However, a flicker of doubt remained as Drake's frown deepened. Magical officers are a finite resource. We don't throw them into combat when they are injured. He replied, the hint of a growl returning to his voice. However, if Lilia noticed the thinly veiled hostility, she chose not to notice. Until the company doctor gives the okay, she stays on light duties. I admit I am no medic but Miss Sue seems fine to me. The Russie woman replied, smiling brightly in the face of Commander Drake's displeasure. And your Dr. Phillips is very busy, he has little time to perform check UPS. I could arrange for more of our medics to see to your men, I'm sure they would proclaim Miss Sue fit for duty. I'm sure they would. Drake muttered darkly, barely audible to the other officers, and fell silent for a moment as he seemed to consider her words. She feared the worst when his frown intensified but Lilia's smile and quiet support gave her some hope that she still might get her way. The Commonwealth and volunteer forces gratefully accept the Federation's offer to supply more medical personnel. He replied eventually, almost through gritted teeth and much to Mary's surprise. It never ceased to amaze and confuse her how much Commander Drake seemed to mistrust the Russie forces, at times it felt like he respected the Imperials more than he did his own allies. As to the other matter, there is no need. I will speak to Dr. Phillips myself and have him check Sue over. If he agrees, Sue can join me on one of the patrols at the end of the week. Mary felt a rush of relief, as well as a healthy dose of vindication, as he heard his words. She and Lilia had won. However, she did her best to keep it from her face, fearing that Colonel Drake might change his mind. All she needed to do now was convince the doctor she was fit enough to fight. Thank you, sir. She replied brightly and with renewed energy. But no heroics this time. We can't afford to be reckless. He retorted quickly, however, her enthusiasm was undimmed by his reprimand. Yes, sir. I promise. Drake only replied with a grunt, gesturing that she and Peggy were dismissed. She turned and allowed herself a small smile of triumph. I promise that this time I'll keep everyone safe. Author's notes. It feels like it has taken an age to write this chapter, and if I'm completely honest, I'm glad to finally get it out and done with. My beta reader, Vickers, Feels this chapter is lacking a bit on the excitement front end, although I initially disagreed with him, after rereading I can somewhat see what he means. However, I intended this to be more of a catch-up / set-up sort of chapter since we have skipped forward a month or so, and I figure that if you are this far into the story, you probably don't need a dramatic hook to get you invested. Besides which, it isn't as though nothing is happening. Will is hunting mages, the Federation is starting to train their own to counter the Empire, and Mary has lost yet another friend, Rip Vivi, and is out to put a stop to the one responsible. But what about Tanya? I hear you ask. Well, we'll hear from her next time. She's still happy, chocolate deficiency aside, in the rear for the moment doing one of her favorite things, paperwork. What could go wrong? The will part was fun to write, especially the chocolate theft. I'd decided on that before I had written the bonus chapter, and I thought you would like to see both characters' views on it. Thinking of ways he'd try to outwit the Commonwealth mages has been fun too. I feel like I've been lazy with much of his plotting in the past and explained too much away with he's smart, so explaining how he actually has thought things out to get his way is nice. The Colonel Michael part was a little challenging, but then again all the communist stuff seems to end up that way. He is canon in the LN, not sure if the manga has got to him yet, at least the translated parts, and he never came across as angry to me, just sort of resigned to his fate, so I wanted that to come across in his section. I thought he should have a little spark left though, so I allowed him a bit of anger when his family was threatened by Loria and some bitterness with Jen Sokolova. Speaking of her, it bothered me that there wasn't really a proper command structure for the Russi mages in the LN and that they just seemingly picked all their mages out of the camps and let them get on with it. Hence why I wanted to explain it all away in this section. Also, the idea of a turncoat who sells out her own comrades to save her skin and gain favor is always a good trope, although, TBF, I don't know if I needed to add any more communist characters for you readers to hate, haha. Finally, the Mary part, insert booze here. As much as some of you would like her to just be beaten and out of the story, and the canon, for good, she still has a part to play in this story for the moment. So, unfortunately, she has to get better. I always feel as though I don't write her especially well. I've tried to make her a little more sympathetic than she often comes across in the other media, but I think the main problem is that her motivations are far simpler than the other characters. I know this is the point, she is supposed to juxtapose Tanya's logic with her feelings, and ultimately, unlike Tanya, and in this story she is emotionally still a naive child. Because of that, it's a little tricky to walk the line between naivety and stupidity. It's interesting in a way because I think if Youjo Senki were written entirely from her point of view, you would have a fairly solid shonen/shogi plot. That being said, I'm doing my best to make her losses mirror other characters in a way and make her hatred seem a little more reasonable in the more complicated world of not WW 1.5. Chapter 78, Operation Shrouded Web 2, Tangled Web. Operation Shrouded Web 2, Tangled Web. 40 years after the Great War. Dear Andrew, I hope this finds you well. I have great news. I've finally gotten a meeting with someone in the Ansbach Corporation. Their head of public relations, a MRS Wilhelm Glans, has invited me for a tour of their headquarters here in Berlin, although I have to say, you would have thought the head of public relations would have seen me before now under the circumstances. Hopefully, this means I can finally have my interview with the elusive Ms. Ansbach fairly soon. The delay is becoming intolerable. Don't worry though, this doesn't mean I'll stop any of my research for your program while I'm here. In fact, I've attached a copy of a little nugget that was recently sent to one of the local museums here. How a letter from one of the Allied mages along the Russi border got here I can't tell you, but it looks as though it was never posted as the censors haven't blacked out the most interesting parts. I've checked the name against the lists we have of the International Volunteer Unit your friend General Drake led back then, and it seems to match up, so there is a good chance it is genuine. It might be worth passing it on to him to see what he makes of it. I look forward to seeing you again soon, hopefully, when I have my big story. Kind regards. Maggie. XXXXX. Dear Mum and Dad. How are things back in Korcake? I hope you and Alice are managing to keep Sullivan out of trouble without me. Sounds like he's been getting into mischief again. Tell the daft Ejet that if I hear about him trying to join up with one of the Republican gangs again, I'll come back and give him a smack around the head. To be honest, I'd rather be there helping you with him than out here. This isn't the grand adventure I imagined it to be. Things have gone from bad to worse since we were in Tiganhof, and it's all the fault of the Saint of Letzenbourg. The stories they tell about him are all wrong, Ma. He's not a noble warrior wishing for peace, he's a monster, just as bad as the devil of the Rhine. Only he sneaks about and ambushes you when you least expect it. At least the devil has the decency to attack you head on. The worst part is his voice though, it's everywhere. I hate it. It's like he's following you. And he keeps begging us to surrender but doesn't even give anyone the time to do it. He just appears out of nowhere and kills anyone in his way. He's not so much a saint but an evil spirit, like the tales of banshees you told us about when we were small. In truth, I've never really seen him properly, something I'm very grateful for. All I saw was a blur when he attacked one of our patrols, by the time we moved in to help, he was gone. Peggy said we were lucky to get away, but I worry what will happen next time. The good news is, my friend Mary is finally starting to look better, and even after all she's been through she's eager to get back out there with us. I split the shortbread you sent with your last letter with her, and she told me to let you know they were delicious and she would like to know the recipe for her grandma. I told her it was a secret family recipe, but I'm not sure she'll accept no for an answer. Best send some more to keep her satisfied. Hopefully, we'll get some leave soon and I can come back home and visit. Until then, pass on my love to everyone and tell Sullivan I can and will fly all the way back to Ara if he doesn't behave himself. Love you all. LT Vivian Kelly. July 20, Thunifeed year 1925 11:30. Offices of the General Staff, LT Gen Hans von Zetter's office. Well. The mustached general rumbled, radiating impatience as he awaited his colleague's assessment from his habitual haunt near the fireplace. Fortunately, Zetter had long become accustomed to Rudersdorf's rude interruptions and made allowances in his schedule to facilitate his visits. Not to mention, give his long-suffering aide fair warning of when the hurricane of a man would sweep through. Zetter ignored the man's restless glare as he stared at his old friend's proposal with a familiar set of mixed feelings, his mind falling into the practiced habit of considering the pros and cons of such an assault. As with many of Rudersdorf's plans, it pushed the limits of what even the most ambitious commander might think possible, but it took full advantage of the Empire's strengths, especially its speciality in maneuver warfare. The man would follow his pugilistic desire to strike while the enemy was still reeling, punch deep into their center before surrounding and destroying them utterly. It was a plan akin to its creator, blunt and straightforward. He would beat the enemy into submission in the same way he dealt with all of his problems. Zetter couldn't help but smile at that. He knew many of his colleagues would see the attack as foolhardy, too simple to work, or lacking the finesse and detail they preferred to see when planning large-scale maneuvers. After all, forcing an enemy out of your own lands was very different to assaulting pre-prepared defenses within enemy territory, and staff officers had always been encouraged to examine the minutiae of a plan when practicing their craft. Indeed, it was the same way that Zetter approached warfare, with careful study and planning, encouraging the enemy to make a mistake rather than seeking an opening himself. There were few officers in the general staff that employed Rudersdorf's seemingly brash and impetuous style. Few dared throw their full weight behind every strike. However, Zetter had known the mustached general long enough to know that the simple and aggressive nature of Rudersdorf's operations was often their greatest strength, and the freedom he afforded his commanders allowed for a great deal of flexibility on the ground. Indeed, it often brought the best out in his officers, allowing them to shine in ways no one could have expected. It was a level of confidence Zetter could rarely replicate with his own subordinates. There were only a select few that he could trust to act without at least some guidance and supervision from him. He was also cunning enough to see through the outward appearance of the plan to the genius that lay underneath. Its goals were straight out of Digerekov's playbook, one designed to follow up on the victory at Tegenhof and cause as many enemy casualties as possible. An all-or-nothing gambit to destroy what was left of the enemy field army before the Russie could mobilize further or bring in troops from the east. Another devastating blow that would leave the Federation reeling. He reached into his breast pocket for his cigarettes, absently taking one from the half-empty case and lighting it as he played out the possibilities in his mind, ignoring the impatient huff from his friend. He couldn't deny either the tactical or strategic value that success in this scheme would offer them. Defeat of the enemy's primary field army would put an end to any future enemy offensive actions for the foreseeable future, and the projected territorial gains meant they would have a buffer zone between the Empire's heartlands and the front lines, protecting the agricultural areas of the east. Not to mention putting them tantalizingly close to important cities like Moscow, Josefgrad, and Petrogorsk. Seizure of such territory would also give them a better hand when it came to peace negotiations, although whether it would be enough to coax the Federation to the table after the Moscow raid was anyone's guess. It also capitalized on the high morale their troops had enjoyed since they'd pushed the Russie forces back to the border, something they would do well to use before it began to diminish under the weight of the inevitable casualties. On the face of it, it seemed like a safe bet to gamble on such a scheme. However, as the man responsible for supplying the war materials to the troops, Zetter couldn't help but have some misgivings. I don't doubt the significance of the potential gains here, but supplying this operation is going to be difficult. Especially now that we're working in enemy territory. He replied thoughtfully, frowning slightly as he considered what would be required to move the immense amount of materiel required for Rudersdorf's endeavor. Plan 315 is useless to us now. He watched as Rudersdorf's face darkened, as it always did when the topic of logistics was brought up. Until now, the Empire had been able to rely on its interior line strategy, Plan 315, when dealing with the eastern invaders. However, the interior line strategy was just that, a strategy that was only really designed for operations within the Empire and its immediately adjacent regions. It had been designed with defense in mind and relied heavily on the Empire's extensive and meticulously run railways to deliver men and materiel to wherever they were needed. This, along with the Empire's penchant for strict organization at every level, meant that while operating in friendly territory, Zetter could more or less guarantee that every unit received enough supplies for any operation. Colonel Ogre had once joked that they could assign an artillery shell at the factory and not only know which gun would be firing it, but also which unit it would strike, before it even reached the front lines. An exaggeration of course, but Xander was proud of the well-oiled machine he had wrought in his time in the service corps. Outside the Empire's borders, however, that well-oiled machine was all but useless. Organizing the supply lines in enemy territory meant organizing everything from scratch. Have you not had any luck implementing the former Republic's war plans? Rudersdorf rumbled in reply, waving dismissively, causing a flicker of annoyance in Xander. As much as he could respect his tactical brilliance, the mustached man had no head for the logistical side of things, relying completely on others to find him what he needed. Some. He admitted reluctantly, pushing aside the familiar frustration with his friend. But it's not as simple as copying their logistics plans to cover our needs. The Russi use a completely different rail gauge and we have almost no rolling stock that can operate on it. We'll have to rely on trucks and horses to get fuel and supplies to the troops. I can work with that. I just need ... Rudersdorf began, but Xander raised a hand as he bid the man to let him continue. We are also starting to feel the effects of the Commonwealth blockade and bombing in the West. He pressed on, choosing not to bother the man with how few of the latter they had left. He suspected that there wasn't a horse, donkey, or mule in the Empire that hadn't been pressed into service, yet it still wasn't enough. Overuse of trucks wasn't an ideal option either. Every gallon of fuel used for transporting materiel with trucks was fuel better used in the tanks at the tip of the advance. True, they had access to the Dacian oil fields, but there was only so much available and it wasn't being pumped fast enough. Not to mention the trouble they expected trying to move anything on the dilapidated Federation roadways. Our supply of munitions is especially erratic, a bit of poor luck and our boys might end up throwing stones instead of shells. The Commonwealth is bombing us in the West. Rudersdorf asked, eyes widening in surprise, pausing mid-puff of his cigar. They're attacking our factories without warning? But that's a war crime. Xander bit back a curse. This had been another issue he had been avoiding bothering Rudersdorf with. The man always worked best when he could focus on the task at hand, and at present the East required his complete attention. The home front was not within his purview and nothing good could come from distracting him with the cracks that were beginning to emerge in the Imperial war machine. Still, it was important that he realized what his assault might cost them. Captured aircrews claimed to be volunteer forces for the Russi Federation, although I'd be surprised if a single one could speak Rus. Since the Federation never signed the pre-war treaty, targeting our factories without warning can't be considered a crime. Xander explained, trying to remain calm as he watched his friend turn red with anger, the man's fingers clenching into fists as he processed the words. Xander understood his frustration all too well. However, since the captured are all Commonwealth citizens, the diplomats don't dare let us treat them any different from treaty member prisoners. They fear what the international press might say if we mistreat them. Unfortunately, Xander couldn't disagree with the Empire's diplomatic corps on this one. The Empire had always had precious little support from the international community, and there were many neutral parties that would love to see them lose this war. It was only the argument that they were the victims in this war that gave them any sort of sympathy at all. Vilifying themselves on the world stage would only earn them more enemies. Still, it went against the grain to allow the Allied kingdom to blatantly break the rules of war with their liberal interpretation of what was considered a volunteer. Devious Albion bastards! Rudersdorf raged, slamming a fist into the mantel and knocking off the bronze statue of the thinker that Xander had been gifted some time before. Strangely, he could no longer remember who had given it to him. The only reason they wrote up those damned treaties was so they knew the best way to get around them. I don't disagree, but there isn't much we can do to retaliate other than protest through diplomatic channels. Xander replied, raising his hands in a placating gesture as he allowed the hot-headed man to vent his anger. Although Admiral von Letzenbourg argues it's enough of an offense to justify unrestricted submarine attacks. Fortunately, the Crown Prince is against it. Letzenbourg is a damned fool. Rudersdorf growled, and Xander found himself letting out a sigh of relief that the old attack dog was also against the idea. Part of him had feared the man's temper might get in the way of good sense, but fortunately, even an impulsive man like Rudersdorf could see how dangerous attacking neutral shipping could be. We send the Navy too much money and not enough brains. We should disband the whole thing, melt down the iron for guns and put their officers somewhere useful. I have plenty of pillboxes and trench lines that need manning. Xander allowed himself a quick smile as he heard his friend's familiar complaints about their sister branch, but soon felt the familiar frown and headache return as his mind returned to the problem of the Allied bombing. There was little the diplomats could do, especially now that the Corps had been gutted in the wake of the mess they'd made in the trial against Digerekov. Once again, the Chancellor, Crown Prince Adalbert, had been forced to replace much of the Foreign Office bureaucrats with loyalists chosen by the Diet, a measure that was looking increasingly worrying. Xander had not agreed with much of the old guard's methods, but he was acutely aware that they had a great deal of both experience and connections that these new people lacked. He doubted they would have much success. So what do you suggest? Xander blinked in surprise as his friend's voice pulled him away from his thoughts. Although the pair respected each other, it was not often that Rudersdorf asked directly for advice. Normally, they would simply bounce ideas off of each other until a plan became workable, usually with Xander having to work hard to tone down the most ambitious aspects of his friend's plans. Don't give me that look, Hans. The mustached man snapped irritably, clearly sensing Xander's bewilderment. I know you'll find the supplies and a way to get them to me. You always do. Then you'll take a great deal of pleasure reminding me how you moved heaven and earth to get me what I need. Usually, you wouldn't even bother telling me about the trouble it would cause you until it was all over. He continued taking a puff from his cigar. Which means you have an idea about how to increase our success chances, one you want me to consider before you release your supplies. Damn, I must be getting predictable in my old age. Xander couldn't help but smile at his friend's words despite not being entirely sure if they were meant as roundabout praise or an accusation of deviousness. He wasn't wrong though, he did have a few ideas. We still have some supplies seized from the Republic after the mainland fell. He began, mentally tallying what extra could be salvaged from the Francois equipment. Much of their munitions were different calibers to the Imperial standard, however, things such as fuel could be shipped over without too much issue. That should provide what you need for the initial push, but they won't last long. If the Federation manages to fight off the attack against their center. He let his voice trail off, they both knew what a protracted fight in the east would mean. In a simple game of numbers, the Federation would eventually win. So we simply need to be sure our first hit is a gut punch. Rudersdorf replied, smirking as he curled his fingers into a fist. So, you're suggesting another decapitation strike? You'll let me borrow her and her mages again. They'll have caught on to our trick of using mages to take out their HQ by now. Reports from Prince Wilhelm's mage hunters show a marked increase in Allied Kingdom mages and anti-air along the front. Even the 203rd will struggle on their own. He replied, feeling a smile pull across his face as he watched his friend's frown deepen with impatience. Exactly why I plan to break through in the center towards them. I'll either storm the castle the old-fashioned way or force them to relocate. Either way, it'll cause enough confusion to aid the effort to surround them. Rudersdorf let out an exasperated growl. Just get to the point. Have you had time to look at Major Digirekov's research paper yet? Xander replied, reaching into his desk for a copy of the document. Let us pretend for a moment I've been too busy fighting a war to look at any of your pet projects. You should make the time. Xander fought a smirk as he waited for the look of relief on Rudersdorf's face as he finally got to the heart of the matter. Her Kampfgruppe idea is precisely what you need for this plan. Kampfgruppe. The mustached general's impatience gave way to curiosity as he picked up the papers and began leafing through them. A combined arms force brought together to achieve a specific mission or objective. Xander explained, saving him from needing to delve too deeply into the pages to divine his intentions. It should make for a sharp point for your spear tip. It could work, we used combined arms during Revolving Door. Rudersdorf observed, placing his cigar in a nearby ashtray as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But each regiment retained its original command structure, only reporting to the top commanders. Would reorganizing to use it on such a small scale be effective? Digirekov believes it will be more so. Xander countered, watching his friend's face as a parent might watch his child examine a new toy. They both could see the potential in the idea, however, he could see part of Rudersdorf still had some reservations. But do we have time to put such a force together? If this assault is to succeed, we need to launch in weeks, not months. Besides, what are we to do with this Kampfgruppe once it's over? Are we to leave other units understaffed to keep this one at strength? The mustached man questioned, voicing his doubts. Usually, it took a great deal of time to organize task forces like this. As the man responsible for the service corps, Xander knew that all too well. Additionally, taking resources from other regiments to make up a new combat unit amounted to robbing Peter to pay Paul, something that would only weaken them in the long run. However, Digirekov had provided the solution to these problems as well. That's the beauty of it. It's designed to be an ad hoc arrangement. Xander grinned, he'd already thought of several ways to take advantage of the flexibility Digirekov's idea promised, assuming it proved workable of course. The Kampfgruppe can be assembled with whatever it is needed and disbanded immediately afterwards, the troops then return to their respective regiments. Although, if it proves effective, we might consider employing several of them on a more permanent basis. But it isn't proven, right? And you want to use my offensive as a testing ground. Rudersdorf's eyes narrowed slightly, shooting Xander a look with a hint of disapproval. Both generals were gamblers when it came to planning their attacks, but Rudersdorf preferred to load his dice with known quantities where he could. Adding an unknown element to his central push was not something he'd usually entertain. Can such an impromptu unit maintain cohesion? It takes time for troops to work effectively, and their commander would have to work twice as hard to keep things together. There's no way to prove a concept without testing it. Xander reasoned, doing his best to ease his friend's concerns. Regardless, it'll give you more firepower where you need it most, and if anyone can prove the idea feasible, it's Digirekov. Rudersdorf paused thoughtfully for a moment, staring at the papers as he considered his options. Zetter was certain the man would comb through every letter of Digirekov's paper by the end of the day. Very well. The mustached general said eventually. We can't have a major leading this, however, she'll need to be promoted again. I'll arrange it. She's likely itching to get back to the front by now anyway. Zetter nodded. After all her hard work, it's the least we can do. July 20, Thunifid year 1925, 12:45. Major Tanya von Digirekov's temporary office, General Staff Offices, Berlin. Tanya hummed cheerfully to herself as she enjoyed the warm breeze, rustling of trees and hum of activity from the city flowing in from the open window by her desk. With her research paper completed, and already in the hands of General Zetter, her workload had decreased dramatically over the last few days. Even when factoring in her additional duties assisting Colonel Rurigan, she found herself able to complete her few remaining daily tasks quickly and efficiently, often getting through her workload by lunchtime, leaving half the day to herself. Furthermore, since the Federation had been pushed out of the Heimat and the Allied Kingdom had to either cross the Channel or deploy in the east to even get close to the imperial capital, she was in one of the safest places she could be to enjoy it. With an afternoon to herself, she suddenly had a surfeit of time for other pursuits, such as visiting her favorite cafe, the library, or simply just networking with colleagues here at the office. She was even considering treating herself to a trip to the pictures. She'd enjoyed watching classic movies in her past life and was quite interested in seeing this world's adaptation of Faust, if only to compare with her own experiences with malevolent otherworldly beings. She let out a contented sigh as she penned her signature to the final form of the day, taking a moment to lean back and relax in her chair. Life was good. She was confident that the general would be impressed with her paper and would offer her a full-time transfer soon, ensuring her safety here in the rear until the end of the war. It would doubtlessly reduce her free time dramatically again, of course. Zetter wasn't the sort to let an officer sit on their thumbs while drawing a wage for too long, but the work would be worth it for the promise of safety and future career progression. Until then, she was determined to make the most of her unexpected downtime. I could get used to this. She sighed blithely, closing her eyes and allowing her mind to wander as she took a deep sip from her mug of coffee. The only thing that would make it better would be some decent chocolate. She felt her face pull into a frown as she envisioned the brattish little thief greedily and gleefully suckling down her favorite treat. There was a brief spike in her ire as her mind summoned up the vision of his familiar mischievous smirk, and she had to force herself to be calm once again, taking a deep breath as his mocking grin needled her in her mind. She knew there was no point crying over lost chocolate, but equally, she had no intention of letting him get away with his crime. She had heard he would be returning to the capital soon, and she fully intended to make him pay upon his arrival. Quite what form that payment might take she was not yet sure, but she had taken an almost impish joy in coming up with ideas over the last few weeks. She smiled again as she imagined the look of dismay that would cross his face when she finally managed to get even with him. It would almost be worth the trade of her chocolate to see the little brat bought down a peg or two. She wondered if a public spanking could be arranged. If he was going to act like a child, perhaps he should be shamed and punished like one too. Let him endure both physical and mental humiliation for his crimes against her. Is that truly what you wish for? To see him suffer? Tanya's eyes snapped open in a panic and she felt her blood suddenly run from her face as a familiar unearthly voice seemed to echo around her mind. In the same instant, she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up as she recognized the tone of the entity that had banished her to this world and lumbered her in the weak body she was now forced to inhabit. Reflexively, she leapt to her feet, knocking her chair to the floor as she grasped for her sidearm. She breathed heavily as she scanned the room anxiously for the source of the otherworldly voice, her body following its training, tensing and readying itself to fire at her hated enemy the moment the opportunity arose. The air felt thick and heavy, still, but unnaturally so, as though even the atmosphere itself was being held in place. Her ears told her that the buzz of activity from outside was suddenly absent, as was the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. A glance towards the open window confirmed what she already suspected as she saw a crow suspended in mid-flight, frozen as it attempted to leave its nest in a nearby tree. So too was a leaf it had dislodged. The luscious green foliage halted as it tumbled towards the ground, the pause in time robbing even gravity of its power. She frowned, wondering as she always did during Being X's visits whether the false deity had truly halted time or merely altered her perception of it. Each time, in both of her lifetimes, she'd had reason to doubt this display of godlike power. At the point of the salaryman's death, her past self had clearly not been in a position to think as rationally as he might have otherwise, so she could have easily been duped by Being X's mind tricks. The same could be said when she had seen him possess the body of a dead pilot in Norden. Combat fatigue played havoc on even the most disciplined of minds, and she could well imagine the false god taking advantage of it. Even now she had been daydreaming in her chair. Perhaps she had simply fallen asleep and Being X had used the opportunity to infiltrate her dreams. He had done much the same the night before he had cursed her with the Type 95, appearing to her in the form of an ugly nutcracker that had disappeared once she had awoken. As powerful as he claimed to be, he must have limitations. That he did not simply do away with her was proof of that. That his so-called time manipulation might also be false was further evidence that being X's existence was perhaps more infernal than divine. Little has changed since we last spoke, I see. The voice continued with a hint of amusement as Tanya spun around in search of the unearthly voice. You are still so distrustful. You refuse to yield to the truth in front of you. Do you even lack faith in what your own senses tell you? Instinct drew her eyes down towards the desk, the barrel of her pistol quickly following as both settled on one of the newspapers her adjutant had brought in this morning. Her aim quickly found the latest propaganda photo of Wilhelm, his usual cocky smile staring up at her from the page. However, her finger tightened on the trigger as her instincts again insisted that it was not simply the boy looking up at her. Despite what her eyes told her, she could feel the gaze of being X from the picture and it took all her strength of will not to immediately lash out at the malevolent creature. You wish to see him suffer? The voice repeated, Wilhelm's mouth moving to the words even as being X's voice appeared in her head. She felt another flicker of anger at the creature, almost causing her to fire. Part of her felt outraged at the faux deity's hijacking of the boy, even if only in a photograph. It felt as though the creature had stolen something of hers, as though the entity would somehow soil the real Wilhelm with its possession of the image. However, her logical mind quickly interjected, reminding her that such a thing was impossible. If he were capable of haunting anything more profound than his picture, being X would have done it already. The real Wilhelm was in no danger here, this was all just another trick. She took a deep breath and allowed her forebrain to reassert more control over herself once again, driving away the initial surprise and panic of the entity's sudden interruption, and she began to relax a fraction. This was what she wanted after all, she had won, she had wanted being X to witness her victory, and she wanted to hear him admit defeat. Finally decided to show yourself, have you? She replied, ignoring the entity's question as her lips curled into a smirk. I was beginning to think you were too much of a coward to admit you were wrong. She made a point of lowering her pistol, showing the creature she had no fear of it, although she kept it ready in her hand just in case. Quite what had prompted the false god's visit, she couldn't say, neither did she much care. She was now all but guaranteed a long, safe, and prosperous life. There was no way that being X could change that without breaking his own rules for this bet and justifying her arguments against the so-called necessity of faith. To do so would prove that he was indeed no all-knowing and almighty being. The only choice the creature had now was to admit defeat and she was going to enjoy every moment of it. You should be more careful with your words. The voice replied, moving Wilhelm's lips, cocking his head to the side and shrugging slightly in a mocking imitation of the true little captain. Pride is a sin, even at the height of your prosperity and earthly security, you are never far from ruin. A sermon? Really? Tanya laughed as she felt her confidence grow. Being X was clearly desperate, grasping at straws just to avoid admitting his failures. This was more proof she'd had nothing to fear from him, perhaps he had far less power than he claimed, perhaps he hadn't even been the one responsible for her reincarnation. It now seemed far more likely that this pathetic entity had simply claimed it in some misguided attempt to fool her. Maybe his only real power was that of the Type 95 and even then, it was a double-edged sword that could only function by piggybacking off of Dr. Skiggle's unhinged genius. This victory was turning out to be sweeter than she ever imagined. Are you really in a position to lecture me? I took the life you forced on me and made it my own, I dare say I may have thrived. I've worked my way up to a position of relative comfort, safety, and prosperity, despite all you've done to prevent it. I even beat those assassins you sent to tempt me to use that tainted orb you tried to brainwash me with. Tanya felt the words spill from her mouth as her chest rose with an odd mix of bitterness and elation. She had wanted, no needed this. After all the trouble the fake deity had put her through, she needed the opportunity to vent her feelings and truly shame the beast. And how? By my own efforts. Without your so-called faith. She spat with gleeful spite as being X remained silent throughout her monologue. The only thing you could say I have faith in is myself and the clever use of signal theory. I acted as the perfect soldier and was rewarded justly for it. Perhaps that's an approach you should implement yourself if you want to maintain your flawed system of prayer and belief. But then, for that to work you'd have to scam some fool into believing you had something to do with their success. Tanya felt another moment of euphoria as eerie quiet permeated the room. As much as she would have liked to hear being X rant and rave illogically at her as he tried desperately to justify himself, this was so much sweeter. She could never have imagined she'd be able to stun the false god into silence. It was not to last long, however, as the voice spoke up once again. This time, however, he abandoned the picture of Wilhelm. Having lost the element of surprise and finding her unmoved by his trick, the false god instead began speaking through the crow outside the window. So you claim that all of this is your own doing? The crow turned its head towards her as its beak mimed along to being X's puppetry. The false god's tone remaining remarkably calm under the circumstances. What of the efforts of those around you? Semantics now? Are you so desperate? Everyone's hard work contributes to their own success. That my subordinates' actions aligned with my ends doesn't diminish my accomplishments. I dare say it actually enhances them. She answered as she turned towards the open window, incredulous that even such a blind and irrational creature as being X could think otherwise. It had been her hard work, all the connections she had cultivated, all the time and effort she had sacrificed to appear as the perfect soldier. Even her careful choosing and training of her subordinates. That was all she had gotten here. Not kowtowing to some wannabe deity. And what of the consequences? You mean the reward of a long and plentiful life? She asked with a self-assured smirk. I've already told you it is the result of my labor. Is that so difficult for you to understand? So the consequences are of your own making too? There are those who share a similar sentiment about human follies. Tanya spun around as the voice appeared behind her, this time from a familiar nutcracker sitting on the shelf behind her desk. It had not been there before, she would not have tolerated such a hideous ornament anywhere in her life, and she couldn't help but feel a creeping unease as she stared into its lifeless painted eyes. It was not the object's sudden appearance that unnerved her, however. It was the hint of warning in being X's tone, it felt dangerously close to a threat. But do your words and deeds not also touch those around you? They have certainly inspired faith in others. I highly doubt that. She scoffed, only avoiding rolling her eyes so that she could keep them pinned on the unnatural intruder. He was clearly referring to his failed plan to turn her into some icon of faith with the Type 95. Although she had been forced to use it on occasion, she was certain that no one would have taken the prayers she'd been forced to spout seriously. No normal, logical human acts without carefully considering their options. Anyone inspired solely by my words and actions would be woefully ill-informed, to say the least. Particularly if it was the words you had me parrot. Anyone that foolish can live with the consequences on their own. Tanya felt almost sure the ugly little nutcracker's grin had widened and she suddenly felt a sliver of doubt about her superiority over the supernatural being. It felt as though she were walking into a trap. So you do not accept all the consequences of your actions, you boast of the effects your deeds have had on the world but deny those you have had the most influence on. The nutcracker spoke once more, being X's deep voice boring into her mind while the statue's wooden eyes stared at her blankly. What if your deeds set someone on a reckless and painful path? Would you use your words to soothe them? Your power to aid or dissuade them? Tanya felt a wave of dizziness and the room seemed to spin for a moment as she felt being X leave the nutcracker. She suddenly felt enclosed, as though a heavy weight were crushing her from all directions and her vision blurred. She blinked and pushed the moment of disorientation aside while she got her bearings. Somehow, she'd ended up turned around, staring down at the newspaper on the desk once again, glaring down at the unmistakable presence of the faux god smiling at her with Wilhelm's face. However, this time it was not the creature's voice that left the boy's lips. Would you pray for them? Wilhelm's voice asked innocently as he stared at her with inhuman eyes. Another spike of rage coursed through her as the creature once again violated the picture of Wilhelm and Tanya found herself moving without thought, not hesitating this time as she raised her pistol and instantly fired upon the beast. Abruptly, the pressure and static stillness that had filled the room fled, time suddenly reasserting itself as the usual day-to-day sounds returned to the room. She looked down at her trembling hands, breathing heavily as her chest filled with a mixture of anger and relief at being released from being X's grip. It took her a moment to realize her pistol was gone, along with any evidence that she had fired it, but after a few panicked moments, she quickly realized it was still sitting safely in her holster, as though she had never drawn it at all. A dream? Was he even here at all? She dared wonder for a moment as she calmed herself down. Being X's silence these few months had been one of the few things nagging her since her peaceful posting, perhaps he had not visited at all and this was just a trick of her own mind, a manifestation of the worry that things had been going a little too well recently. However, the notion was quickly disproven as she noted a bullet casing lying on the newspaper on her desk, positioned precisely over the picture of Wilhelm. Pray? Why would I pray for anyone? She whispered, spitting contempt as she forcefully brushed the casing aside and watched as it flew across the room. Silence filled the office again and for a moment, Tanya feared the false deity had returned to get the last word. This visit hadn't turned out the way she had expected and it had rattled her more than she cared to admit. Still, she couldn't allow him to ruin her victory. Empty words from a sore loser. She thought, continuing to stare at the spent round in the corner with disdain. He just can't bring himself to. A sudden ringing broke her from her thoughts, startling her and making her suddenly realize how fast her heart was beating. Just the phone. She reassured herself, feeling a little foolish the false god had her jumping at shadows. She'd almost allowed him a petty little victory at the end. It must be the general, Visha would have taken the call from anyone else. She took a deep breath to compose herself before reaching for the receiver. Excellent, it'll be good to get back to work. July 20th Unifid year 1925 1500 hours. Balstog, Russie/Imperial Disputed Zone, Russie Federation 22,000 feet. Damn, it's cold up here, Will thought as he hovered in the air, doing his best to quell the shaking in his body as it fought to maintain its core temperature. He considered taking off his oxygen mask for a moment to treat himself to the last of Tanya's chocolate, that would at least help take his mind off the freezing cold. However, he quickly dismissed the idea as his shivering breaths began to steam up the insides of his iced-over goggles. Loosening his mask for even a second would let out too much precious body heat. Besides, he'd probably need to remove one of the thick gloves he'd procured to undo the strap and get into his pouch. He wasn't sure if his fingers would go numb before he could refasten the mask between bites, and the last thing he wanted was suffocate at 20,000 feet over a chocolatey treat. And this seemed like such a good idea down on the ground. He grumbled to himself as he tried to push aside his discomfort. I can see why people don't try this very often. It was commonly accepted that the flight ceiling of a standard single-core orb was only 6,000 feet unaided, with Skiggles' dual-core orbs able to double that. Tanya had managed much more than that with the aid of the mysterious Type 95 orb and could apparently reach a theoretical 18,000 feet if she put everything she had into it. However, since she was the only one capable of using the accursed object, and it seemed to have strange effects on her for some time afterwards, she was an anomaly when it came to standard mage flight. The reason for this limit wasn't because of the altitude itself. A mage didn't need to generate lift in the same way traditional aircraft did, and using magic to defy gravity did not take any more or less mana at higher elevations. Instead, it was due to the need to produce additional oxygen in the thinner air and heat to prevent themselves from freezing in the cooler temperatures, especially when moving at speed. At normal altitudes, maintaining heat and oxygen wasn't a problem for a trained aerial mage, but the higher one ascended the more difficult it became, eventually taking all of the mage's concentration to simply survive. Conventional wisdom said that any flight over 12,000 feet was foolhardy and dangerous, at least for combat situations. This was why the military never even considered operating any further than the extended flight ceiling offered by the Type 97 orbs. Fortunately, Will had never been one to stick to convention. He had reasoned that if a mage couldn't fly higher unaided, the solution was simply to get some aid. He now wore a hooded flight suit, gloves, and goggles to protect him from the worst of the elements, theoretically keeping him warm, although he would admit that at the moment, they didn't seem to be overly effective. He also wore an oxygen mask and tank fixed to his back to solve the problem of breathing. It was cumbersome and extremely uncomfortable, but that wouldn't matter. He would shed much of his gear when the prospect of combat arrived. The only real problem was getting up here unnoticed, something that had easily been solved by coercing lift from the air fleet. Add in a healthy dose of cloud cover and Project Shroud confusing anyone searching for his mana signature, and he had found an excellent spot for an ambush. After all, everyone knew it was impossible for a mage to operate this high up. No one would be looking for him here. A good job too, he grumbled inwardly, the incessant cold only slightly dampening the feeling of satisfaction about his latest trap. The Commonwealth commander is too cunning by far, he catches on to my tricks too easily. Despite his disdain for the violence the monster forced him to commit, he had rather enjoyed matching wits against the leader of the volunteer mages. Their clashes had felt more like an intricate dance or a challenging game of chess. Every time Will found a decent strategy to strike at the international mage group, the cautious enemy commander found ways to sniff out his schemes and counter him, making it more difficult for his hunters to succeed in thinning their numbers. He was constantly being forced to come up with new tactics to continue his campaign. He'd even been forced to delay sending Sophia away again, much to his chagrin, as he had needed to devote more time and effort to organize these new strategies. Not for much longer though. He thought with a frown, as he stared off towards a distant figure he knew to be his adjutant and second. His company had been forced to deploy in an extremely dispersed formation in order to avoid rousing the suspicion of the Commonwealth commander. He wondered if she was struggling with the cold as much as he was. I need to get back to Berlin and make sure Tanya's transfer is permanent. I'll leave Sophia behind this time, find some intelligence work to keep her busy. Still, I wish I'd had a little more time out here before we went back. He'd heard a rumor through the grapevine that a promotion was coming Tanya's way, and he was nervous of what that might mean. Sophia's spies had told her that the girl had finished her research paper and that although he had yet to study it in fine detail, General Zetter was very impressed with the results. She had likely proven herself too good at her job once again. Zetter and Ruddersdorf would doubtlessly use it as an excuse to throw her back into combat to test her theories. He needed to be around to dissuade them, or at least find some other sap to test for them. If worst comes to worst, I can ask Uncle or Cousin Bertie to pressure the general staff. He mused, determined that he would make sure that Tanya didn't return to the front this time. Maybe I could suggest she be put in charge of the Varangian Guard. Uncle doesn't travel much these days, he leaves most of his royal duties to Bertie. There's little danger in guarding an emperor who rarely leaves his country estate. He let out a frustrated sigh, temporarily steaming up his goggles again as he pushed the thought aside. He would have to deal with that later. Right now he needed to concentrate on the task at hand. This was his last deployment before he returned to the capital, and he was hoping to have something special to show for it. I wish you'd hurry up, I baited this trap just for you. He'd put in a lot of effort to both increase his kill count and maintain a strong public presence for the press while he had been stationed out here. However, he was certain that both the imperial royal family and the general staff would once again try to convince him to retire from the front lines when he returned. He needed something big, some great accomplishment he could use to keep them out of his hair. Originally, he had hoped to finish off the bitch that had almost taken Tanya from him, but there had been no sign of her mana signature these past few months. He could only assume she was still recovering from the beating she'd taken. He didn't believe for a moment that she might be dead though, his luck could never be that good. So instead, he'd decided to finally bring his little duel of wits with the Albion commander to a close, not simply by killing him, but by capturing him for the general staff. The information he'd be privy to would likely have the high command salivating at the mouth. The highest-ranking mage in the theater should make for a fine bargaining chip. They'll have to let me stay out here. He smirked, imagining the fawning praise and accolades his success would bring. Even Tanya will be impressed. He would be the first to admit that his gambit was a little risky. For starters, he needed to be absolutely certain he could lure the Albion commander out of his hole. He'd had to offer up something he knew that even such a cautious and cunning commander such as he could not resist, and the only answer he could think of was Project Shroud itself. By now the volunteer mages had suffered plenty at the hands of the specialized jamming created by Dr. Skiggle. Not knowing the location of him and his troops put them at a huge disadvantage, and the fake signatures doubtlessly left them nervous every time they deployed. Will was certain that the possibility of capturing the device would be enough to force his enemy out to investigate. That was why far below him one of the jammers was sending out erratic pulses, as though it had been damaged somehow. He'd been careful to make sure that the fault seemed natural, arranging for it to show subtle signs in its signals for the last few days so that the enemy didn't suspect the trap. However, even if he had suspicions, the enemy commander wouldn't be able to ignore the possibility of capturing even a damaged unit for their engineers to study. That was when Will would strike. If he ever shows up. He complained with another sigh, inwardly cursing as his goggles steamed up again and he tried to persuade a little more warmth into his limbs. His frown deepened as he continued to shiver, and he began wondering if he should call off the mission for the day. However, such considerations were quickly halted as his eyes caught the distant figure of Sophia waving an urgent signal towards him. One of the observers must have found something. A soft clicking in his ear from a communication spell quickly confirmed it, and he once again risked summoning up a shred of mana for a detection spell, and a lattice of readings appeared in front of him. His face pulled into a smile under his mask as he easily recognized the mana signature of his prey. With all the hours they'd spent playing cat and mouse with each other, he could now recognize the Commonwealth commander's signal by sight. Even without the database, however, a second familiar marker made him pause. She's here. His eyes widened with a mix of excitement and anxiety as he studied the erratic waves of the magical signature belonging to the freakish girl who had wounded Tanya. It was weaker than it had been before, far more subdued and with no signs of the otherworldly strength she had exhibited during their previous encounters, but it was most definitely her, he was sure of it. He glanced back towards Sophia and saw her staring at him, awaiting his orders. He frowned and sent a few frantic clicks back over the radio. Stand by. Suddenly he felt unsure of what to do. Although she had not been present during his tenure here in the East, getting rid of that girl had been one of his primary goals and had been part of the reason he had suggested a mage hunting squadron to begin with. She was the only creature that had ever managed to really hurt Tanya, and her immense power made it clear she was an agent of the monster that demanded human sacrifices from him. Her destruction would serve both as perfect revenge against the monstrous god and prevent him from attempting to take Tanya again. After seeing her injuries in Tegenhof, he would do anything to be sure that Tanya was safe, which made this an opportunity he could ill afford to miss. However, his trap had been laid for the volunteer unit's commander, and as much as he'd like to deal with the girl, he knew that his chances of getting to stay on the front lines were far greater if he were to capture the Commonwealth leader rather than kill the evil god's pawn. Unfortunately, her mere presence here would undoubtedly complicate things. The girl who'd fought tooth and nail to kill Tanya wouldn't allow him to take her leader without a fight. If he wasn't careful, things could get very messy. It would be safest to kill them both swiftly before either can react, he thought, biting his lip uncertainly. Although removing both threats as quickly as possible would leave him without his prize for the general staff, it was the best way to cause as much damage as possible without the risk of casualties. Robbing the enemy of their mage's leadership would still count for something, and he could probably still use it as the bargaining chip he needed. Additionally, with the trap set, he still needed to make the best of the situation while he could. He couldn't allow the enemy to capture one of the transmitters used for Project Shroud, even the one he'd deliberately sabotaged, and if the enemy commander realized that this had all been a ruse, he wouldn't give him a second chance. Calling off the attack wasn't an option, they would both need to die. He drew his sword and stared at the number burning along the blade, icy droplets already beginning to crystallize along its edge. At best this would only count as 2 more for the tally. As much as he wanted to believe that killing the girl would wipe his debt, he suspected the monster thought no more favorably of her than he did any other so-called faithful soul. It all suddenly seemed like an awful lot of effort for such a small gain. But, what if I could capture them both? Damn the tally, I could have a greater prize. A wide grin began to spread underneath the mask as he slipped the sword back into its scabbard. Yes, he needed kills, but they didn't need to be these 2, he could turn this into a far greater victory. Gain both a guarantee of his frontline position and a measure of vengeance against the monster. He would gift the general staff with a valuable source of information and spite the monster by presenting the girl to Tanya as a prisoner of war. Once stripped of her orb she would be no threat, and Tanya knew how to keep people on a tight leash. She might even be put to work like so many other POWs, maybe he could even arrange for her to have to work under Tanya. His grin widened further as he imagined how pleased Tanya would be to see the girl robbed of her power and presented to her in cuffs. Even she couldn't play down such a feat, and better yet, she'd owe him. He could keep her wrapped around his little finger forevermore with a gift like this. Better yet, she would be able to make sure that the monstrous god's puppet could not harm any of them anymore. Tanya would be able to keep her safely under her boot, ready to dole out punishment the moment she misbehaved while he watched from the sidelines. It would be nice to see it happen to someone else for once. He quickly began running over his plan of attack. The presence of the monster's puppet would normally make him wary, however, he had the element of surprise and, thanks to the false signals across the front, superior numbers. The enemy he hunted only fielded a platoon. As long as they took out the strongest of them before they could react, Will was confident that they would come out on top. I'll take the girl, he thought as he began clicking his coded instructions through the radio. She was the most dangerous, and judging from her performance in Tegenhof, the one most likely to cause collateral damage. He would need to take her out swiftly. Sophia should be able to pin the commander while the rest of the company deals with everyone else and secures the area. He sent a coded order for the rest of the platoon to be killed, ignoring both the twinge in his stomach and the temptation to glance at his blade again. Mages could make for tricky prisoners, and he was already going to have two of them to deal with. He doubted either of them would be cooperative captives. Even with superior numbers, attempting to take the whole platoon prisoner was too ambitious, even for him. He glanced at the glowing matrix of his detection spell once again, quickly calculating the enemy's speed and position before allowing it to fall away. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath through his mask before sending one final signal through the radio. Drop. He cut the remaining mana he had been using to keep himself afloat, and he felt the sudden pull of gravity begin pulling him downwards. He would eschew magical assistance for the moment, allowing gravity to do the work as he and his company accelerated down towards their targets. He felt the icy cold wind pick up as he passed through the cloud cover, the moisture leaving icy droplets on his flight suit and goggles while stinging the few exposed pieces of skin he had left between all his protective gear. A disorientating fog surrounded him, almost fooling him into believing he was no longer falling but instead floating amongst the clouds once again. However, it soon spat him back out again as he exited the other side of the cloud, the world opening up once again as it rushed towards him. By now he could begin to make out details below, still distant, but every second that passed they grew closer and more recognizable. The same was true of the distant figures of his targets. Good, they don't seem to have noticed us yet. Will thought as he summoned up another communication spell and prepared to restart his flight gear. Hunter Company. Mana restart on my mark. Pick targets. He called, preparing his last order until the fight was over. Once they hit melee, he would have to trust them to act with their best judgment. He could now start making out details about the distant figures, and he could feel a mix of excitement and anxiety in his stomach again as he recognized the girl that was his target. Mark. He yelled, hastily restarting his flight gear and ripping off his mask as he quickly accelerated to full speed. Take them down. July 20th, Unifid year 1925, 1500 hours. Balstog, Russie/Imperial Disputed Zone, Russie Federation, 6,000 feet. Mary's body felt heavy with fatigue as she struggled to keep pace with Commander Drake and the rest of the platoon, the effort making both her muscles and freshly healed scars ache as she did her best to push herself onwards. So far, the mission had only comprised of a simple patrol, some observations of enemy positions and now an investigation into a group of unusual mana signals. It shouldn't have taxed her nearly as much as this. Yet, somehow even a simple flight spell seemed to sap her reserves of energy far quicker than it ever had before, and already she felt as though she were pushing herself dangerously close to the limit of what she was capable of. Maybe the doctor was right, maybe I should have taken more time to heal. She thought, frustration at her own body's weakened state bubbling up in her stomach. She knew she was capable of more than this. How can I protect everyone when I can barely keep up? She sighed as she tried to push her weariness aside, doing her best to focus on her flight formula. However, it was not long before a new source of frustration added to her fatigue as a now familiar, childlike voice filled the air with an echoing message in Rus to the troops below. More promises of peace from the sinful saint. A voice from her side, Warrant Officer Finley, spat irritably, echoing the sentiment of the entire platoon. What I wouldn't give to shut him up. Mary had been warned that the voice of the saint had become a near ever-present feature of the Eastern Front over the past few months. It seemed that nowhere was free from his sorrowful pleas, and the resolve of both infantryman and mage alike was being worn down by them. Both air and airwaves carried the sad cries of the young boy, begging for the fighting to stop and for everyone to return home in the name of peace. Mary might have found it noble if she didn't know the truth. The Saint of Letzenbourg was the same mage that had been systematically hunting down the members of the volunteer battalion, as well as wreaking havoc on the defenseless Federation soldiers below. He set traps for them everywhere, springing them on them where they least expected it and showing no mercy to those caught within them. He used trickery to thin their numbers, knowing he could not possibly win in a fair fight, and the damage he caused seemed to slowly be ripping the soul from the battalion. Some said he relished the task. That he, like the devil of the Rhine, was nothing more than an evil killer with a vendetta against the Commonwealth mages. Mary had never met him, so could not be sure. However, she knew he had been responsible for countless deaths amongst the battalion and he had been the one who had killed her friend. Worse still, he'd done it while claiming that he wished for the war to end. No one who attacked so cruelly and deceptively could be truly wishing for peace, it was all just a cruel joke. As was the name the Imperials had given him, it was an affront to God and everyone who believed in him. He did not deserve the title of saint. Vivi. She whispered to herself, squeezing the handle of her broom like flight gear as she reminded herself why she was here. She couldn't allow anyone else to get hurt. After the trouble he's caused us, I'd like to wring the little bastard's neck. Finlay continued, as the boy's words switched to Albion, repeating the deceitful pleas so that the Commonwealth volunteers could understand it. Mary did her best to ignore it. Speak for yourself. The warrant officer's flight partner, a girl a few years older than Mary opined, nerves coloring her tone. I'd be just as happy if we didn't run into him at all. What's the matter, Emmy? Scared of the little princeling? Finlay replied with a smirk, causing the woman to pout almost childishly. Mary didn't know either officer well, they had been amongst the first batch of replacements after the Battle of Tegenhof and since she had spent most of the time since in the hospital, she hadn't been able to talk with them. However, it was clear they had become fast friends since joining. I'm not scared, Elle, just not dumb enough to go spoiling for a fight. The woman retorted, rolling her eyes at her friend. Besides, he might not be the prince at all, they say it's all just another one of his tricks. Hardly anyone survives when he attacks and those who do only see a blur as he rushes past with his sword, so who would know? They wouldn't risk the real prince, right? He's probably just. Cut the chatter. We're not here for fairy tales, we have a job to do. Commander Drake cut in from the head of the formation, turning his head to glare at the talkative pair disapprovingly. Mary couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the two, she'd been on the receiving end more often than she could count and knew how uncomfortable it could be. Still, privately she was glad that the conversation would stop. Finlay, keep an eye on the mana signals, report any unusual movement. Mary felt a twist of unease. She could sense the tension in the commander's voice and for once, she could understand the man's feelings. Everyone was nervous, it felt as though the entire world was closing in on them. Between the recorded messages and false mana signals, they were mindful of ambush and it had put them all on edge. She remembered what Vivi had said about patrolling when the cowardly saint was around, his deception makes you feel as though you've lost before you even see him. It certainly felt that way now, they were all painfully aware that he could attack at any time. The rest of you stay sharp. Commander Drake continued, returning his gaze forward. The hunters like to use the fake signals as cover so you need to trust your eyes and instincts. And remember to keep an eye on the ground, 4th Company reported that they've been hiding amongst the ruins to avoid the AA fire. We might be at maximum altitude but the Letzenbourg gear is built for acceleration, they'll get us if they catch us unaware. The group fell silent as they nervously returned to their tasks, save for the low hum of their flight gear, wind, and the occasional blip from Finlay's detection formula. Mary found herself scanning both the ground and the horizon carefully, nervously looking for signs of movement. She felt another twinge of frustration and unease as she saw some skirmishes between the Russi and Imperial infantry as they passed over them, wishing she could intervene on behalf of their allies. However, she didn't dare disobey Colonel Drake again, not even Ilya could help her if she upset him on her first mission back. Commander, it looks like the strange signal is coming from somewhere in Sector 9. Southwest of the music hall. Finlay reported, mercifully drawing her attention away from the firefight below. Do you really think this'll help us figure out how they're sending out the fake mana signals? The different signals act independently from one another, the analysts think that means they've got some sort of transmitter around, probably multiple of them. If we can capture one, we might be able to figure a way to filter out the fakes and keep the hunters off our backs. Drake replied as he adjusted his course towards the area that Finlay had suggested. The tech guys think they've been hiding them around the front, they might be guarded though, so be prepared for a fight. If we find one intact, it's imperative we take it back to HQ. Mary's anxiety eased a little at the prospect of a concrete objective, although she still felt a stab of guilt for not being able to help the Russi soldiers they had passed. Stopping the fake signals would make it difficult for the Imperials to hide their movements, and since he wouldn't be able to use them to mask his signature, it would hopefully put a stop to the Saints' ambushes. It would go a long way towards keeping everyone safe. We're getting close, it should be somewhere around here. Finlay called and Drake ordered them all to halt. Without a word, Mary and the others spread out to protect the pair as they studied the detection matrix, and Mary found herself scanning the rooftop of the half-collapsed music hall for signs of enemy activity. Wait a second. We have movement. Finlay warned suddenly, causing Mary to whip her head around, hurriedly searching for a target. Damn these signals, I can't get a fix. It's like they're coming from everywhere. Distance. Drake barked, scanning the skies, watching for movement. I'm not sure, 12,000 and closing fast. I think. Finley replied, panic starting to creep into his voice. We should be able to see some sign of them. Drake hastily summoned up his own detection matrix in the hopes of trying to make sense of Finley's confused readings while Mary continued frantically searching for signs of the enemy. Part of her wanted to summon her own detection spell but she quickly abandoned the idea, she had never been much good at reading them. The commander's right, it's better to trust my other senses, my eyes and... Her thought trailed off as she became aware of a faint sound of flight gear approaching from above, the familiar hum replaced with a frantic whirring as it was pushed to its limits for speed. It can't be, we're too high up. She thought, snapping her head towards the sound, the Imperials might be able to fly higher than us but not 12,000 feet higher. However, the sight of several figures approaching from above at speed quickly proved her wrong. She turned to her squad mates and began to mouth a warning but before the words could leave her lips, Finley disappeared in a burst of smoke and flame. Mary felt a stab of guilt and anger as she began to raise her rifle in retaliation but a second round of fire and a scream from the older girl filled her ears before she could prevent it. She couldn't bring herself to look, already knowing that the woman had shared the same fate as her flight partner. Bastards! She yelled as she fired at the rushing figures but within moments the first of the blurred silhouettes was upon her, crashing into her barrier with the force of a freight train and shattering it instantly. She had no time to register the hit, nor evade what was coming next, as blinding pain erupted through her body, the blow had continued onwards and smashed into her. It felt as though she had been mashed into a solid wall. Abruptly she became aware that she had been knocked off her broom and felt a surge of panic as she felt the air rush past her. No. Not again. She wailed internally, unable to put her voice to the fearful experience she was once again forced to endure. I can't fall. Author's notes. Hello everyone and as always thank you for reading, following, reviewing, favoriting ECT. I had really hoped to get this chapter out before the new year but a combination of writer's block, working odd hours, life stuff, the festive season and illness has really taken its toll on my upload schedule. Looking back, I have not managed many chapters last year so my New Year's resolution is to fix that, I hope. Now the 2-month break is over, for both me and Tanya, we can finally get back to our scheduled programming with Tanya suffering from her success by impressing the generals. I can never tell how well the scenes with generals discussing their plans are going to received, I quite like them but it is essentially two old men talking. Still Carlo Zen gets away with it and it needs to be done so we can get the wider context of what's going on. I think this is actually the first time I've had a Tanya and being X scene, which is kinda odd really. Still, it was the part I had the most fun writing and the only part I didn't rip up and start from scratch so maybe I'll have to find a reason to do it again. Wilhelm and Mary scenes were the part I struggled with the most as they are setting up for the next chapter and I suspect people are a tad frustrated that again we didn't actually get a fight. As such, there were a few bits I needed to lay the groundwork for which may not have been the most interesting. I also suspect that some people will say we'll beat Mary too easily to which I say, please just wait and see. He took her by surprise but it isn't over yet. Last updated March 13, 2025 last chapter 78.